Chapter 1. A predicament from the start. Draw 1. Draw 5 handsome men to accompany me and draw a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for me bang. Yin Dang Yu. The night, as dark as ink, enveloped Xia Qingying's mind in a haze, akin to 1,000 mosquitoes buzzing chaotically around her. Sound seemed to echo around her, yet she could not decipher who was speaking. Instinctively, she opened her eyes, only to find herself not in her studio, where she had burned the midnight oil, but in a spacious yet primitive earthen dwelling. The rough walls, a mix of dried grass and mud, bore the remnants of animal hides and bones. In the center, a fire pit glowed, casting light upon a scene that could make one's heart race. 5 men stood before her, their upper bodies bare, each possessing distinct hair colors, yet uniformly breathtaking features and towering heights, exuding an untamed aura. At that moment, these 5 men showcased their sculpted chests and abdominal muscles, their broad shoulders tapering into narrow waists. Though their lower bodies were merely draped in animal hides, their powerful legs were unmistakable. Such perfect physiques were rare, even among male models. Xia Qingying instinctively blinked. This must be a dream. Surely, if there were 5 men, there would be at least 5. Never mind. It's just a dream. It's only natural to get a feel for them. Thus, emboldened by her daring spirit, she reached out to the nearest man, a silver-haired, cold-faced beauty. Come here. I shall be the first to indulge in you. The silver-haired man abruptly turned aside, evading her advances. What's the matter? You come out to be a model, yet still act coy. Xia Qingying muttered in displeasure, attempting again to extend her hand. The silver-haired man's sharp gaze pierced through her, filled with unabashed disdain, as he swatted her hand away. Do not touch me. Clutching her stinging hand, Xia Qingying was bewildered, hastily glancing at the men surrounding her. Their eyes bore a look of utter contempt, as if they were staring at a corpse. This was not a dream. What was happening? In the next moment, a surge of memories that did not belong to her flooded her mind. Xia Qingying's thoughts exploded like fireworks. She had transmigrated into a novel she had casually perused 3 months prior, titled Beast World. Enchanting female, worshipped by various lords. Yet, she was not the protagonist. Instead, she was the early deceased fiancée of one of the 5 formidable antagonists, a despicable supporting character who had been doomed from start. The original character was the daughter of the former leader of the Kanglan tribe. Upon her birth, the former high priest prophesied that she would bring prosperity to the tribe. Thus, the leader and the high priest had chosen 5 capable suitors to assist and protect her, with the wedding date set for her 20th birthday. The original character accepted this arrangement with glee. She was arrogant and foolish, often abusing her power as the leader's daughter to torment her 5 betrothed. This continued until 3 years ago when the leader and the high priest fell in battle against the savage beasts. With her protectors gone, she suddenly became a helpless orphan. Yet she did not change her ways. She remained foolish and tyrannical, committing numerous outrageous acts that made her the most despised person in the tribe. The narrative recounted how the 5 antagonists were all averse to women, having endured long-term oppression from their deceased fiancé. On the eve of their marriage, the original character had deceived them into consuming barbecued meat laced with a potent aphrodisiac, only to be caught in the act. The current leader publicly punished her and exiled her to the wilderness, where she was ultimately tortured to death by wandering beasts. Xia Qingying recalled that at the end of the first chapter, the author noted that the original character overheard the 5 betrothed discussing their intention to break off the engagement. Fearing a dismal life without the protection of these 5 powerful males, she resorted to desperate measures, purchasing forbidden aphrodisiac herbs in a black market, intending to force their hand. Her 5 betrothed, already aware of her scheme, played along, feigning consumption. In truth, they were unaffected, merely to sever their ties with her completely. Now, it was the moment when the original character's scheme unraveled, facing the dire consequences. The silver-haired man she had just attempted to touch was named Yi, a silver wolf in his beast form and the grandson of the current leader, also one of her betrothed. Yi cast a glance at the female before him, momentarily lost in thought over his sculpted abs. He turned away in exasperation. Xia Qingying, you have resorted to such despicable means. Prepare to face punishment. The chill in his voice sent a shiver down Xia Qingying's spine, snapping her back to reality, her mind screaming in panic. I'm doomed. This is not just about a few fingers, it's a matter of life and death. This is it. The game begins at Hell's Gates. How am I supposed to play now? However, she failed to notice that in the instant her mind raced, the 5 men before her exchanged subtle, bewildered glances, questioning who had spoken. There was only one female present, yet she had not uttered a word. Could it be that she had devised a new trick to escape punishment? Yixi's expression remained impassive, his silver-gray eyes fixated on her face as he spoke first. Xia Qingying, you have used forbidden substances. According to the customs of the Kanglan tribe, you shall receive 50 lashes and be exiled. What? 50 lashes? My frail body could barely withstand 10. What should I do? I don't want to die. I value my life. Thoughts raced through Xia Qingying's mind, survival instinct overpowering all else. She stepped back, sincerely admitting her fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have acted so foolishly. I agree to the annulment. Can you spare me from reporting this for my father's sake? Internally, she was screaming. I've taken the initiative to annul the engagement. You can't send me to the wilderness. I don't want to be tortured to death. That same voice again. Feng Qi's brows furrowed slightly. The content sounded remarkably like Xia Qingying's inner thoughts. From his understanding, this female could not possibly possess such a lively and talkative inner voice, nor would she voluntarily admit her mistakes or renounce her engagement. Feng Qi scanned the pale-faced Xia Qingying, who was desperately trying to appear calm, filled with confusion. Are you truly willing to annul the engagement? Xia Qingying turned to the man with golden hair and amber eyes, another of her betrothed, the Tiger Clan's war god, Feng Qi. Nodding vigorously, she raised her hands high above her head. I swear to the beast god, as long as you don't report me, I will annul the engagement. Such a splendid proposition. Feng Qi's lips parted, yet before he could voice his thoughts, suddenly. Golden-haired tiger, given my earnestness, please agree. Promise me you won't let me die. Golden-haired tiger? One odd moniker. Feng Qi was momentarily stunned. This inexplicable inner voice, starkly contrasting Xia Qingying's expressions and spoken words, piqued his curiosity. Beside Feng Qi, the purple-haired fox youth, Si Yao, let out a soft "oh," as if he had discovered something intriguing. This was the 3rd time he had heard Xia Qingying's inner voice. With a playful demeanor, his deep purple eyes gleamed with mystery, narrowing slightly as he scrutinized Xia Qingying. This female seemed different somehow. Fei Ying, riding the wind, subtly moved his fingertips, his serpent-like pupils contracting for a brief moment. They exchanged glances, both recognizing something significant. Yixi furrowed his brows deeply, his tone grave and unyielding. The customs of the tribe cannot be broken. You have erred and must face punishment. This white-haired wolf, so stubborn and cold-hearted, refusing to grant me a chance at survival. He deserves to be a love-struck fool, ending up with nothing. Not only has his beastly power been wasted, but his heart has been torn out. Xia Qingying fumed, venting her frustrations. A white-haired wolf? A love-struck fool? Yixi's throat tightened. She dared to liken him to a mere dog and cursed him so maliciously. After a few beastmen finished their idle chatter in the night tavern, they displayed expressions akin to spectators eagerly anticipating a spectacle. However, upon hearing Xia Qingying's venomous curse, their countenances turned cold. FNGCH, with his impulsive and violent nature, scoffed derisively. You vile female, your wickedness is irredeemable. I refuse to believe you truly wish to withdraw from the engagement. I shall inform the chieftain and ensure you are punished. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away. Xia Qingying barely had time to call after him. We're doomed. This golden-haired tiger will undoubtedly follow through without hesitation. What am I to do? I await guidance. Watching the vanishing figure at the doorway, she anxiously tugged at her hair, and in her moment of despair ding. The system has detected the host's intense desire for survival. The emergency survival lottery system has been successfully activated. A system, a golden finger. Xia Qingying was nearly overwhelmed with joy, but upon realizing it was a peculiar lottery system, her heart sank slightly. The antagonist did not adhere to conventional logic. It seemed the divine gift was merely a hollow blessing. The difficulty of the initial phase was exceedingly high. Chapter 2. Relying on oneself. Who claims this system is useless? This system possesses abundant capabilities. The lottery system retorted. Xia Qingying's eyes glimmered with hope, and she hastily communicated with it. Can you prevent FNGCH from reporting me? I cannot. The system has detected that FNGCH has transformed and utilized the speed enhancement skill. He has already reached the chieftain's residence. Xia Qingying's eyes widened. Isn't that just a useless trinket? Now we're truly doomed. You're going to join me in waiting for death. Yet, despite her words, her feet betrayed her, inching towards the enticing aroma of the roasted meat by the fire. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. It may still be possible to destroy the evidence. Without proof, they cannot punish me. The night tavern patrons could not overhear the dialogue between the system and Xia Qingying, leaving them puzzled as to why she had fallen silent in such a dire moment. Had she been rendered speechless by fear? The next moment, upon hearing her intent to destroy the evidence, their expressions grew grim. YS's aura became even more frigid as he kicked the roasted meat aside. What? Do you intend to destroy the evidence? They possessed no compassion. The five had previously conspired to ensure that Xia Qingying would be punished today, followed by the annulment of her engagement. Xia Qingying was taken aback. Is it possible this white-haired wolf possesses mind-reading abilities? How could he possibly discern my thoughts? YS's pupils constricted slightly. Mind reading? So that was what the sound he could hear was referred to as. The reactions of the other three mirrored YS's as they simultaneously came to a realization while pondering the implications. Xia Qingying was utterly oblivious to their thoughts. She furrowed her brow. Realizing this tactic might not work, the system finally reacted. Ding! System 505 has detected that the host's survival status is critical, triggering a free lottery draw. What kind of lottery? In such an urgent situation, shouldn't it activate a memory erasure or time reversal to allow me to restart? Xia Qingying felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and despair. The system coldly prompted, a lottery offers a glimmer of hope. Failure to draw guarantees death. Will the host choose to draw immediately? With tears unshed, Xia Qingying lamented the system's persistence in trying to deceive her. Fine, I shall grasp at this last straw. Draw in the next instant, a grand lottery wheel appeared before her, divided into 10 sections, with pointers in the center. The sections alternated between red and white, each bearing a question mark instead of revealing item names, thus shrouding it in mystery. The wheel spun rapidly, and Xia Qingying noticed 2 lines of text on the left. The first line indicated favorability, while the second indicated points, with the right side displaying the numbers 00, presumably representing the number of draws and consumed points. At this moment, Xia Qingying had no time for thorough examination. She heard footsteps approaching outside and deduced that the chieftain and others might be arriving. The wheel continued to spin incessantly, and she felt a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. Why does it not stop? Just as she spoke, the wheel came to a halt. Congratulations, little five. The host has drawn a rare skill, purification. Would you like to use it immediately? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingying's inspiration sparked. Use it, quickly. Ding. Purification skill and use purification complete. Just as the system's notification finished, the tribe's chieftain, YLNG, entered with the tribe members, encircling Xia Qingying and the 4 beast men. Chieftain YLNG, an elder with a full head of white hair, radiated an immense aura of authority upon entering. He surveyed the room before finally fixing his gaze upon YS. YS, I have heard that the female Xia Qingying has been plotting foul deeds, intending to use aphrodisiac on the roasted meat to coerce you into an unwanted union. Is there any truth to this? The onlookers, unaware of the truth, pointed accusingly at Xia Qingying upon hearing such allegations. Among them was a slightly plump, wheat-skinned female whose gaze drifted to the several antagonists beside Xia Qingying, a hint of infatuation flickering in her eyes. She then spat at her paw. You, Xia Qingying, knew full well that the use of aphrodisiac would diminish a male's strength, yet you proceeded. You are both foolish and malicious. The other females echoed her sentiments. What Juhua said is correct. Xia Qingying is shameless, unconscionable, disgusting. The males glared fiercely at Xia Qingying, one with brown hair voicing, "This female is utterly wicked. She could never be a good mate." Chieftain, punish her swiftly, and expel her from the tribe. Meanwhile, Xia Qingying was in communication with the system. Little 5. Are you certain there are no traces of aphrodisiac on the meat? Absolutely. This system has taken care of it. You need not worry. 505's icy tone exuded confidence. Xia Qingying felt considerably more at ease. YS's gaze flicked towards her, seeing her indifferent smirk. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he coldly replied, yes. With a confirmed answer, the chieftain's expression darkened. He had witnessed Xia Qingying's actions over the years, and previously, he had harbored some hope due to the former high priest's prophecy. However, now that she had violated the beastman's taboo, he would not show leniency. He forcefully slammed the beast-bone staff he held onto the ground. Bring her to the sacrificial altar, she shall be whipped 50 times as a warning to others. The female who had first accused Xia Qingying, Juhua, wore an expression of unabashed malice. Chieftain, for Xia Qingying's attempt to harm her betrothed, 50 lashes are too lenient. She ought to be exiled to the wilds of Hung. Upon hearing this, YS and the other 3 furrowed their brows at Juhua, expressing their disapproval of her words. Being whipped 50 times for violating a major tribal taboo was already a severe punishment for a female, yet Juhua sought to push for her death. Xia Qingying seized upon the keyword exile and snapped back to reality. This book had mentioned the wilds of Hung more than once. It was rife with poisonous plants, venomous insects, and savage beasts, where the wandering beastmen were terrifying entities. Even the mightiest male beastmen of the tribe might not emerge unscathed. For someone like the original protagonist, who had been pampered, entering would surely mean death. Previously, YS had mentioned punishing her by exiling her from the tribe, but he had not specified sending her into the wilds of Hung. After all, in the beast realm, females were a rare commodity, and they should have left her a sliver of hope. The original protagonist's eventual exile to the wilds of Hung must have been a result of Juhua's contribution. This person was clearly intent on driving her to her demise. Their malice was too profound. As she noticed 2 male beastmen approaching, Xia Qingying exclaimed, wait, on what grounds do you accuse me of poisoning without evidence? FNGCH finally squeezed into the crowd, only to hear her adamant denial. His temper flared, and he pointed emphatically at the overturned roasted meat. This meat serves as evidence. Xia Qingying blinked innocently. But this meat clearly shows nothing at all. How can it be considered evidence? Feng Qi was taken aback by her audacity, his fury surging to the forefront of his mind. I witnessed you administering the poison with my own eyes. There can be no mistake. Then you must have been mistaken, Xia Qingying replied with unwavering confidence, straightening her back as she gazed at Yilang. To catch a thief, red-handed, and to expose infidelity. Surely the esteemed leader would not wrongfully accuse me without discernment? Yilang, who unconditionally trusted his grandson Yi Si, had issued the order without hesitation. Yet, as Xia Qingying asserted, a leader must not be swayed by bias. Condemning someone without evidence would tarnish his standing within the tribe. Noticing Yi Si's slight nod affirming that Xia Qingying had indeed poisoned, he suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. Very well. Summon the shaman to examine the meat. Chapter 3. When has she ever called him that? Xia Qingying has been eagerly anticipating this moment, her heart brimming with delight. How amusing it will be to escape from this deadlock. When a shaman fails to find any trace of the love flower juice, I shall see how this vile creature, named Juhua, continues to revel in her triumph. How could they not find the love flower juice? It is simply unfathomable. Yi Si and Feng Qi were taken aback for a brief moment upon hearing her thoughts. Xiao's violet eyes deepened, a hint of intrigue glinting within. He had been observing Xia Qingying. From her initial anxiety, she gradually transformed into a picture of calmness. He pondered silently why she was so confident that the shaman would find nothing. Could it be that she had offered the shaman some form of benefit to aid her? Regardless of the circumstances, the previous Xia Qingying would never have remained so composed in such a situation. Cheng Feng narrowed his eagle-like eyes, attempting to discern something from her expression, and was momentarily taken aback when he saw the confidence gleaming in her eyes. In the past, she would have been cursing or crying hysterically, or even feigning unconsciousness, rather than displaying such poise. A strange sense of trust in her words began to bloom within him. Mo Bai stood silently to the side, his expression neutral. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the tension in his tightly pressed lips, betraying his inner turmoil. Juhua rolled her eyes dramatically at Xia Qingying, disdain evident in her sneer. Are you attempting to stall for time? Why bother? Admitting your fault now might lead to a lighter punishment from a chief. Another dark and slender female beside her immediately chimed in, asserting that Juhua was indeed correct. It is not too late for you to confess. The others behind them regarded Xia Qingying with contempt, some expressing outrage. Who doesn't he know that she has a thick skin, even if she faces severe punishment? It is entirely her own doing. Xia Qingying appeared utterly humiliated by their words, lowering her head in silence. In truth, she thought to herself, damn it, just let me relish this moment. Juhua was utterly satisfied with her demeanor, a malicious glee illuminating her face as she covertly cast several glances at Xia Qingying's unmarried beast husbands. After tonight, the tribe would have more splendid males to choose from. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the tribe's shaman, Zhongxian, entered the room bearing a zebra-striped hide bag. As a shaman, Zhongxian's attire was distinct from everyone else's. He wore a rare gray linen short shirt on his upper body, with matching fabric wrapped around his lower half. Xia Qingying looked at Zhongxian's clothing, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. This beast world seemed not as primitive as she had initially imagined. Zhongxian was a middle-aged male, and according to the original owner's memories, he was 100 years old. In the beast world, the age classifications are as follows. Those under 10 are considered children. 10 to 19 are adolescents, 20 to 50 are young adults, 50 to 100 are middle-aged, and beyond that is regarded as old age. Zhongxian's true form was that of a moose, and he possessed an innate healing ability. His medical skills ranked among the top 3 in the southern tribes. Here, male beastmen naturally cultivate their beast power. The higher their rank, the longer their lifespan, and they possess various special abilities. For instance, Yi Si, in his combat form, possesses claws imbued with frigid energy, capable of triggering a brief freezing effect, making him suitable for group hunts or restraining enemies. Females, however, lack the ability to cultivate and must bond with a male partner to attempt to awaken their talents. If they awaken, they can cultivate. If not, they must bond with a second and third partner in succession. And if they fail to awaken after 3 attempts, they are essentially considered worthless, living only to 50 or 60. However, the number of females who can awaken is exceedingly rare. Out of 10, only 2 or 3 might awaken, depending on the quality of their talent. If it is insufficient, their beast power will be limited, leading to their demise as they age. Thus, the scarcity of females in the beast world is understandable. Zhongxian was already aware of the events leading up to this moment. As a healer, he understood better than anyone the dangers of the love flower juice. Consuming it would not only incite male beasts into a frenzy, but could also lead to indiscriminate attacks, ultimately resulting in their beast power regressing, becoming crippled, or even dying suddenly. He cast a furious glance at Xia Qingying, reprimanding her without mercy. You foolish female. Do you know nothing about the consequences of recklessly using medicine? Are you trying to endanger the most promising young male in our tribe, who has the potential to reach Lord-level beast power? Xia Qingying was unfazed by Zhongxian's attitude, instead feigning a pitiful demeanor. Shaman, I am being wronged. This female has always been thick-skinned and unwilling to admit fault. Zhongxian's voice was heavy. Whether you're guilty or not, I will know once I examine. The crowd had been waiting for this moment for a long time, their eyes fixed on Zhongxian as he retrieved a green powder from the beast hide bag and sprinkled it over the roasted meat. This green powder was derived from the suppressive grass, which counteracts the love flower. When the two substances come into contact, the green powder would turn purple after 5 breaths. Many females present silently hoped for the powder to change color, solidifying Xia Qingying's guilt. As time ticked by, the expectant expressions of the crowd gradually morphed into disbelief. Even Zhongxian's eyes flickered with surprise. The room fell into utter silence, the only sounds being the rhythmic breaths intermingling and the crackling of the firewood. How could this be? The suppressive powder showed no change whatsoever. Juhua, having waited for 6 breaths, shrieked and hurriedly squatted beside Zhongxian, flipping the roasted meat over and over in her examination. At this moment, her inner jubilation had entirely evaporated. Without evidence to condemn Xia Qingying, she could not drive her away, and her several unmarried beast husbands would remain bound, leaving her with no opportunity for selection. Shaman, did you perhaps take the wrong powder? Juhua remained unyielding, casting a hopeful glance at Zhongxian. It was the first time Zhongxian had been questioned, and he cast an irritable glance at her. The meat has not been treated with any medicine, if you do not believe it. You may call in others knowledgeable in medicine to verify. Juhua realized she had dared to question the shaman and was immediately frightened into silence. Feng Qi was the most reactive among Xia Qingying's 5 husbands. His amber eyes widened as he bellowed loudly. This is absolutely impossible. How could I have been mistaken in what I saw? Shaman, please examine the other pieces of meat. There must be traces of love flower juice. Xia Qingying's lips curled slightly, a fleeting smirk crossing her face before she quickly suppressed it. With a feigned innocence, she dabbed at her eyes and gently said, "Ah Qi, I know you dislike me and wish to annul our engagement, but you cannot slander me like this, Ah Qi." Feng Qi's ears perked up, his entire demeanor freezing, his gaze uncontrollably landing on Xia Qingying's cheek. She had always called him Stinky Tiger. When had she ever addressed him so intimately? Feng Qi searched his mind for a retort but could not conjure one, his neck stiffening as he prepared to speak. This is what she truly thought. Even though she did not call him Stinky Tiger, Golden-haired Tiger was hardly a compliment either. Feng Qi clenched his fists, snorting coldly. "You know whether or not you use drugs." Xia Qingying, ever the rebellious spirit, accustomed to her freedom, paid no mind to her character being compromised and continued to call out, "Ah Qi, trust me, I truly did not use any drugs. The other pieces of meat will yield the same results. I think it is better not to test them." She felt a small surge of pride at her cleverness. "Please do test it. The more certain you are now, the more painful it will be when you find nothing. Perhaps in the future, when Golden-haired Tiger tries to accuse me of wrongdoing, the tribe will not necessarily believe him." Upon hearing Xia Qingying's conviction that nothing would be found, Feng Qi couldn't help but start to doubt himself. Could he have truly misjudged the situation? Was what Xia Qingying applied merely some kind of seasoning? However, Yi Si and the others were not so easily swayed by self-doubt. Yi Si appeared contemplative as he glanced at Si Yao beside him, while Cheng Feng and Mo mirrored his thoughts. Si Yao toyed with the beast fong hanging at his waist, yet his gaze remained fixed on Xia Qingying, evidently driven by an insatiable curiosity. Cheng Feng and Mo furrowed their brows, both convinced that further testing would yield no results. They were more curious about what method Xia Qingying had employed to render the love flower juice completely vanish. Juhua, oblivious to all this, quickly chimed in. "Xia Qingying, I see you are frightened, aren't you? Is it only this piece of meat that lacks the essence of Qinghua juice? Why you dare not allow the shaman to examine the others?" Others also perceive this as mere coincidence, given that Feng Qi enjoys a commendable reputation within the tribe. Although he possesses a volatile temper, he has never been known to utter falsehoods. With her chin raised defiantly, Juhua noted that there were still 6 pieces of roasted meat unexamined. Once the esteemed shaman has scrutinized each, one could anticipate a flood of tears. Yilang surveyed the chaotic scene within the room and bellowed, "Silence." He too found the decision to examine only one piece rather hasty and commanded, "Zhongxian, proceed with the examination." Chapter 4. The Second Dissenting Voice. At this moment, night had descended. Zhongxian nodded in acquiescence, retrieving another bamboo container, allowing the powder to cascade over the remaining roasted meat. After a brief interval, there was astonishingly no reaction. Zhongxian cast a glance at the astonished Feng Qi before turning to Yilang, his voice low and serious. "Leader." He stowed the bamboo container into a hide pouch and rose, declaring that none of the pieces bore any trace of Qinghua juice. Yilang furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across the seemingly ordinary roasted meat. Earlier, Feng Qi had fervently assured him of its authenticity, and he too had caught a whiff of a faint, unusual fragrance as he approached, Yet at this present moment, there was nothing. Without evidence, he could not unjustly accuse Xia Qingying. Well, since the examination reveals no anomalies, it seems this may merely be a misunderstanding. Quite intriguing. Xiao's lips curled slightly. Previously, he had perceived Xia Qingying as merely a pretty face with an admirable figure, her attractive brows and eyes often betraying a lack of intelligence. And her behavior was rather crude, rendering her quite irksome. Yet now, as she stood there quietly, he found her dark eyes sparkling with a vitality that exuded an irresistible aura of intrigue. Cheng Feng and Mo by exchanged glances, unperturbed by the outcome. Yi regarded Xia Qingying with inscrutable eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. Only Feng Qi, in a fit of frustration, ruffled his tousled golden hair, unable to fathom where things had gone awry, or if he had simply misjudged. Xia Qingying blinked. It was her turn to retaliate. Looking towards Yilang, she adopted an expression of grievance. Leader, the facts affirm that I did not administer any poison. I have endured a night of scorn from everyone, and my heart is heavy. Zhu Hua finally snapped back to reality from the realization that Xia Qingying had not poisoned anyone, suddenly charging towards her and shoving her forcefully. You deserve to be scolded. Your actions over the years are well known throughout the tribe. A useless female like you, contributing nothing, ought to be expelled. Upon her utterance, several females echoed in agreement, asserting that Xia Qingying had been lazy for years, even avoiding collective foraging, merely mooching off the tribe. Yes, out of the tribe. Xia Qingying stumbled, nearly losing her focus, regaining her balance as she took a fearful step back. In her heart, she thought, this venomous woman still harbors thoughts of harming me. Let me see how you end up with nothing for your efforts. The 5 individuals who could hear her thoughts simultaneously directed their attention towards Xia Qingying. How did she conjure such a statement? They had never before heard anyone articulate such a sentiment. Not even the high priest could devise such eloquent words. If Xia Qingying could hear their thoughts, she would undoubtedly take pride in declaring, the richness of Huaxia culture is profound. She could not be bothered to engage with those females and turned directly to Yilang, asking, Leader, do you truly believe that one should be expelled merely for contributing nothing to the tribe and living off others? Yilang's forehead pulsed. He sensed that this question was a treacherous trap, leading him to remain silent for a considerable time. The next moment, however, tears began to roll down Xia Qingying's cheeks, suggesting that Yilang's silence was an implicit agreement. As she wiped her eyes, her gaze turned to Yi Si, Feng Qi, Si Yao, Cheng Feng, and Mo Bai. What about you? Do you also concur with Zhu Hua that I should be expelled? The 5, deep in thought, were caught off guard by her inquiry, instinctively sensing the potential pitfall, and indeed, they could hear Xia Qingying's thoughts. If you dare to agree, I will ensure your downfall. Feng Qi was the first to respond, candidly stating, Zhu Hua is not entirely mistaken. Xia Qingying clenched her teeth in frustration. You golden-haired fool, you ill-intentioned scoundrel. You deserve to lose the relic left by your beast mother, and let someone else awaken the extraordinary abilities it bestows. Relic? Feng Qi instinctively touched the diamond-shaped amber necklace around his neck, his mind swirling with suspicion. Who? Who would dare to seize the relic bestowed upon him by his beast mother? Yi Si's expression grew solemn. This female had prophesied for the second time. The first prophecy had been about him, foretelling that he would ultimately be rendered powerless and have his heart removed. Now, she claimed that Feng Qi would lose his relic. It seemed she possessed knowledge of their fates. How could this be? Even the high priest could not foresee the futures of the 5 of them. How could Xia Qingying possibly know? Mo Bai's indifferent demeanor shifted abruptly, his deep-set eyes revealing a ripple of astonishment. He found himself uncontrollably intrigued to hear what this female would say about his future. Cheng Feng displayed a fleeting hint of doubt on his face. How could this be? The thoughts of this female bore a striking resemblance to the prophecy left by his beast ancestors. Si Yao's fingers paused over the beast bone, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How many more surprises could this female bring? If she were to continue in this duplicitous manner, how delightful would their interactions be? Xia Qingying furrowed her brow. What is with these peculiar reactions from these individuals? Have I uttered something inappropriate? I do not believe so. Almost simultaneously, 4 of her 5 betrothed beast husbands regained their composure, their expressions returning to calm. Only Feng Qi, unable to contain himself, stepped forward to question Xia Qingying, but was interrupted by Yi Si, who declared, "Beast ancestor, I believe expulsion from the tribe is too severe a punishment." Feng Qi, coming to a sudden realization, nodded. Indeed, they were discussing this matter, and since this female had not spoken, it would seem odd for him to press further. His curiosity was nearly unbearable. Who did Xia Qingying refer to as others? If anyone sought to expel her, he would be the second to oppose. Instantly, he reversed his stance. Zhu Hua is not entirely wrong. While Xia Qingying has made little contribution to the tribe, she has not committed any wrongdoing warranting expulsion. Xiao, Cheng Feng, and Mo Bai echoed his sentiments, unwilling to see her cast out from the tribe. Xiao, unusually outspoken, defended Xia Qingying, leader. While my wife may be somewhat indolent, she has neither betrayed the tribe nor committed any heinous acts. Given the remarkable contributions made by her father on behalf of the tribe, she deserves to remain here in peace. Cheng Feng nodded slightly, affirming that the former leader had fought valiantly for the tribe, and it was indeed unwise to make a mountain out of a molehill. Mo Bai pursed his lips, his cold gaze sweeping over those who had called for Xia Qingying's expulsion. Do you wish to break the hearts of the tribe's valiant warriors? The collective words of the few caused the crowd to shift uneasily, their heads bowing in shame. They too had contributed to the tribe, and the thought that their daughters might be expelled merely due to laziness or poor character was unbearable. Thus, a male stepped forward proclaiming, "Leader, we have wronged Xia Qingying today. Without discussing compensation, we should not further condemn or punish her." Soon after, another voice joined in. Indeed, to expel her from the tribe is tantamount to sending her to her death. Such a punishment is far too severe. A third and fourth voice chimed in as well. Now, it was Xia Qingying's turn to be astonished. These antagonists are actually speaking on my behalf. How will I perform next? Chapter 5. Not the only one, what was she going to do? What would she achieve? Yi Si and the others were left in a state of perpetual curiosity, quietly awaiting Xia Qingying's next words. Yalong coughed heavily, casting a glance at Xia Qingying. Let today's matter rest. In consideration of your father's merits, I shall not expel you from the tribe. However, you must participate in future communal gatherings. Should you fail to comply, this leader will show no mercy. Zhu Hua, realizing that expelling her was impossible, felt a surge of resentment and stomped her foot in frustration. How dare she escape unscathed from this ordeal? She would bide her time. Sooner or later, she would drive this insufferable harpy, who had monopolized the prime males, out of the tribe. Xia Qingying felt a twinge of discontent. Is this how it ends? That cannot be allowed. I will not let that woman, who wishes me harm, have an easy time. Yes, remarked. The beastmen here certainly remember past grievances, yet their demeanor seems different this time. Xia Qingying's gaze shifted. Fear not, I shall steer the conversation back. Zhu Hua indeed harbored ill intentions. The 5 formidable suitors were eager to witness Xia Qingying's next move. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically, the speed of her transformation catching everyone off guard. Tears welled in her eyes as she positioned herself in a state of humble resignation, showcasing her tea artistry to the utmost. Indeed, the leader speaks wisely. Let this matter rest. After all, as a fragile female without parents, I'm grateful not to be cast out despite the slander. If my father were still alive, he would act as the leader does now. In the past, the former leader, known for his fierce aversion to wrongdoing, would never have dealt with her in such a manner. The truth remained that Xia Qingying had not been caught in wrongdoing. Had the former leader been alive, he would never have allowed her to endure such slander. Yalong momentarily lost himself in thought, recalling Xia Qingying's beast father, Xiazhong, the sole unicorn of their tribe, who had led the Tsanglan tribe to glory. Once, they were merely a small tribe of a few hundred, bullied by surrounding factions, with males often having their hunts stolen and females frequently relegated to resource-scarce edges for gathering. If not for Xiazhong, who bravely led his wife and daughter to settle in Tsanglan and fought against overwhelming odds, they would not be thriving as they are now. Now that he was gone, the tribe's members began to forget his kindness, mistreating his daughter, even contemplating her annihilation. The new leader, overly lenient in resolving tribal disputes, inadvertently placed a burden on the shoulders of the warriors. The 5 unmarried beastmen recalled the towering, revered figure of their great leader, the one who had selflessly taught them their youth. Seeing them lost in nostalgia, Xia Qingying's fingers trembled slightly as they clutched the animal skins. Her voice, thick with emotion, penetrated the ears of all present with a blend of softness and clarity. During these 3 years of misunderstanding and exclusion, I often recall my father's words. He said that a true warrior must possess the strength of endurance. As her voice dwindled, she raised her tear-filled eyes to Yelong, as if gazing through him to a more distant past. I have swallowed all the grievances of these 3 years, convincing myself that this is a trial of growth. Her delicate fingers tightened around her skirt, as if grasping the last straw. Yet, I have ultimately disappointed my father's expectations. I have not been the steadfast person he hoped for. I still feel wronged and fearful when slandered. A single tear fell, tracing a path down her pale cheek and splattering on the ground, leaving a dark mark. Her fragile and helpless demeanor stirred pity in the hearts of those around her. Xiao found himself taking an involuntary step forward, his hand instinctively reaching out before abruptly halting. Damn it! Knowing she was merely acting, he nonetheless felt an urge to wipe away her tears and even to confront the wretched Juhua who had caused her such distress. He glanced at his companion, Feng Qi, who wore a frown deep enough to crush a mosquito, then at Yesi, whose fingers were slightly curled in tension, and finally at Qingfeng and Ma Bai, whose eyes betrayed their empathy. He felt a bit comforted, realizing he was not the only one affected by Xia Qingying's plight. Among the onlookers, some beastmen could not restrain themselves from interjecting. You are merely a weak female incapable of self-sufficiency. Why should you need to be as brave and strong as we? If you feel wronged, speak up. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingying bit her lip, tears streaming silently. How pitiful she appeared. Instantly, another beastman, moved by her plight, spoke up. Today, it is Xia Qingying who has suffered injustice at the hands of the leader. She deserves compensation. In my opinion, it is Juhua who should be punished for slandering her. Juhua, sensing the attention shifting towards her, felt her anger surge. Why should I be punished? I only misunderstood her today because of Xia Qingying's actions over the past 3 years. The crowd immediately recalled past events. Xia Qingying gritted her teeth. Juhua's incessant accusations were infuriating, but she remained calm. She had a plan. Suddenly, she turned to her 5 suitors, her gaze feeble, her lips curling into a bittersweet smile that was more heart-wrenching than tears. I know, my dear brothers, that you respect my father and have shown me much leniency these past years. I acknowledge my own misdeeds. Just as last time when Juhua told me that Yesi and you all were injured, and I went up the mountain at night to gather herbs, causing everyone to encounter the ambush of the spirit dog tribe. That was my fault. Everyone recalled 3 months prior when Yesi led the warriors in a fierce battle against the spirit dog tribe, sustaining grave injuries. It was Juhua who had informed them of Xia Qingying's nighttime excursion. Subsequently, it was she who incited the group to condemn Xia Qingying. At that time, Juhua had claimed that Xia Qingying, fearing her 5 suitors would perish without protection, had sought refuge with the spirit dog tribe's leader. But what if the truth lay elsewhere? If Xia Qingying had ventured into the mountains at night out of concern for them, what fault was that? She had merely acted out of worry, disregarding the time to ensure their safety. As the crowd pondered this, their hostile gazes shifted towards Juhua. It was she who had misled them. She was the true villain. The 5 of Yesi's group were momentarily taken aback. Had she risked herself to gather herbs for their sake? Was she truly so kind-hearted? Juhua, overwhelmed by their accusatory stares, felt her blood boil. You are twisting the facts. You clearly saw her carrying the spoils from Yesi and the others, heading to the spirit dog tribe's leader. Xia Qingying, however, was aware that Juhua spoke a semblance of truth. The original owner had indeed intended to seek refuge with the spirit dog tribe leader that day. This foolish decision arose from naivety, believing she could charm her way into becoming the leader's wife and live a life of ease. But now that the original owner was gone, she would not take the blame. After all, the animal skins the original owner had carried had been snatched away by a birdman just outside the tribe, leaving Juhua without any evidence against her. I was not carrying any animal skins when you found me. Everyone witnessed it. The crowd began to recall that day, remembering they had discovered Xia Qingying in a deep pit, bloodied and surrounded only by a pile of grass, with no animal skins in sight. This further reinforced their belief in her words. Some, with righteous hearts, accused Juhua. I believe the liar is you. You have likely slandered Xia Qingying countless times over the years. How can you, a malicious female, so ruthlessly bully your own kind and deceive everyone into becoming accomplices in your wrongdoing? Juhua, flustered and sweating, insisted I saw her with the package. I am not mistaken. You must believe me. Yet her words fell flat. Some upright females, feeling deceived by Juhua, stepped forward to scold her. Everyone saw Xia Qingying without the animal skins. Do you think we were blind? Chapter 6. How could she possibly know? Juhua found herself speechless, secretly cursing her own cowardice for not bringing allies when she had deceived Xia Qingying. At last, the situation was salvaged by Xia Qingying, earning her the goodwill of the crowd. Chief, I believe that Juhua is envious of Xia Qingying's 5 capable beast husbands, driven by jealousy to bully her, spoke the female who had earlier questioned Juhua. Indeed, this deceitful and envious female must be punished. Otherwise, we cannot fathom how many females in our tribe she may harm, someone echoed. The tide of opinion began to shift. Yilang was also reflecting on the events of that day. As Xia Qingying had stated, she had not carried a beast skin pouch, and indeed, among the scattered weeds surrounding her, there were the hemostatic herbs used by shamans. It seemed he too had been deceived by Juhua. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Xia Qingying turned to Yilang, her voice trembling. Honorable Chief, perhaps Juhua merely misinterpreted my actions. Please do not punish her too harshly. I wept only because I missed my father. She took a step back while simultaneously delivering a heavy blow to Yilang's heart with her mention of her father. What a kind-hearted female. Even at this moment, she was pleading for the one who had wronged her. Yilang's chest heaved violently as thoughts of her illustrious beast father surged within him, overwhelming him with guilt. Misunderstanding. Yilang's voice boomed with undeniable authority. Juhua had openly slandered others and repeatedly failed to amend her ways. Could such behavior be brushed aside with a mere claim of misunderstanding? His piercing gaze bore down on the pale-faced Juhua. Juhua had spread rumors and defamed her fellow tribespeople. As punishment, she would receive 20 lashes. And for the next 10 days, all her forged labor would be handed over to Xia Qingying as restitution. Should she offend again, she would be expelled from the tribe. Upon hearing the chief's decree, Juhua collapsed, her face drained of color. No, you cannot punish me. Chief, you must believe me. I did not lie. Even if Xia Qingying truly went to gather herbs, the other things she did were all true. She is wicked as well, and if punishment is to be given, it should be shared. Xia Qingying interjected. 2 months ago, knowing that Mo Bai was poisoned, you compelled him to the cliff to gather wild fruit, nearly causing him to fall. When Juhua mentioned this, Mo Bai's indifferent gaze shot towards Xia Qingying, briefly flashing with murderous intent. Xia Qingying's heart skipped a beat as she met Mo Bai's obscure eyes, feeling a chill creep along her neck as though death itself were watching her. Is this the end? Does this wicked flower wish to see me perish? She thought in despair. Oh no, Mo Bai is the most formidable among the 5 antagonists, already in a rampage phase of 9 stars. Crushing me would be like squashing an ant. Heavens, the story hasn't even begun, and I am relying solely on memories. I must think quickly. Mo Bai's murderous intent faltered, his gaze firmly fixated on Xia Qingying. How could she possibly know his current beast power level? This was information even the chief was unaware of. Externally, he was merely in the rampage phase of 3 stars. Xia was taken aback. Mo Bai had already reached 9 stars, nearly stepping into the realm of the leader. How could this female know? Xia Qingying was indeed aware, as the book's opening had introduced the powers of these individuals. Yet she was swiftly devising a survival strategy. Juhua continued to prattle on, reminding everyone. And a month ago, When Feng Qi's beast power advanced to the rampage level, she disrupted him, nearly causing his death. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi clenched his joints in anger, glaring fiercely at Xia Qingying. He was infuriated at the mere mention of it. Furthermore, half a month ago, the meat from a savage beast that could enhance everyone's beast power was ruined by her. And she even tried to pluck Si Yao's tail fur to use as a headdress. All these are well-known facts. Each of these events clearly reminded everyone that Xia Qingying was not a virtuous female. Zhu Hua, knowing she could not escape punishment today, still sought to drag Xia Qingying down with her. With each name of a villain she mentioned, Xia Qingying felt the weight of death in her direction. Zhu Hua's every word struck at the hearts of the 5 antagonists, who likely wished to see her dead. No, I must not allow Zhu Hua to prevail. An idea struck Xia Qingying. She took a deep breath and gazed pitifully at Mo Bai. Brother Mo Bai, that day I was unaware of your poisoning. Later, when I learned of it, I did give you the wild fruit, did I not? Mo Bai remained unmoved, his gaze sharp and foreboding. That wild fruit was one she had forced upon him because she found it unpalatable. How dare she speak of it so? Xia Qingying sensed the danger in his aura intensifying, feeling as if a venomous snake were poised to strike. She trembled uncontrollably. I heard that this wild fruit has detoxifying properties, which is why I offered it to you. Although it is somewhat unpleasant, it did detoxify you, did it not? Zhu Hua scoffed. Humph, you are no shaman. How could you possibly know that wild fruit could detoxify? You are a liar. Xia Qingying barely managed to suppress her urge to curse, retorting, Zhu Hua, have you forgotten? You were the one who informed me of the wild fruit's location, claiming it was beneficial for health. Zhu Hua's face stiffened, realizing she had forgotten this detail. The dark, thin female beside Zhu Hua, who was both malicious and naive, quickly interjected, I remember. Indeed, it was Zhu Hua who told Xia Qingying about the red wild fruit near the cliff, saying it was good for health. Mo Bai's gaze turned frigid, piercing through Xia Qingying's facade, seeking any sign of her deceit. Why did this female's internal thoughts not emerge at that moment? Xia Qingying discerned his distrust. She straightened her back, confessing, I admit, I had initially intended to keep it for myself. With my nature, why would I share what I obtained? However, I later realized that I had nearly caused you to fall from the cliff and worsen your poisoning. So I reluctantly offered the wild fruit to you as a means of atonement. Surely this black snake cannot hold a grudge any longer? Xia Qingying thought anxiously. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by her forthrightness. Nevertheless, she spoke the truth. Given her nature, she would rather destroy what she acquired than share it with others. Yet she had genuinely helped him detoxify. It seemed he had misjudged her that day. A faint smile graced Mo Bai's lips. I shall tentatively believe you. Xia Qingying let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the original owner had provided her with an opportunity for redemption. The original owner had intended to use that bitter and sour wild fruit to tease Mo Bai, hoping to witness a different expression on his indifferent face, yet inadvertently provided him with the antidote. Zhu Hua was livid, having been outmaneuvered by Xia Qingying once again. And what about the incident with Feng Qi? You cannot wriggle out of that. Feng Qi, upon hearing his name, glared at Xia Qingying. I will remember this for a lifetime. I shall never forgive you. Xia Qingying's head throbbed. She turned to Zhu Hua, pouting. That day, you told Feng Qi about your affair with another female in the room, which made me jealous and compelled me to intrude. It's your fault for deceiving me. The naive female chimed in again. Yes, I remember this too. At that time, we were unaware that Feng Qi was advancing to the rampage level. Zhu Hua shot a bewildered glare at the dim-witted female. Feng Qi was taken aback. So, Xia Qingying intruded out of jealousy? Then she must still have feelings for me. Although he did not harbor affection for her, for some reason, this revelation felt gratifying. Ignorance is no sin. Perhaps this can be forgiven. Thus, his anger turned toward Zhu Hua. How could you deceive her, knowing the male was in danger of advancement? Your intentions are malicious. I deem 20 lashes insufficient. Indeed, it should be doubled. Xia Qingying silently cheered within. Zhu Hua attempted to retort, but was rendered speechless by the foolish female, Mei Hua, beside her, leaving her at a loss for a counter. Fearing she could not turn the tide, Xia Qingying decided to take the initiative, casting her gaze toward the 5 formidable antagonists. I apologize to all my brothers. Many times, I have acted impulsively, leading to misunderstandings about my character. However, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. If you do not believe me, I accept that. You may punish me as you see fit. The 5 formidable antagonists were momentarily taken aback by her voice, which carried a sense of resigned fragility, even as she addressed them as brothers. The matters involving Yi Si, Feng Qi, and Mo have already proven that all mischief stemmed from Zhu. Cheng Feng and Si Yao exchanged a glance, both profoundly shaken. They must have been deceived by Zhu. Perhaps Xia Qingying destroyed the savage beast meat because it was poisonous, or she sought to pluck Si Yao's fur, both instigated by Zhu. Her disposition may have its flaws, but her inherent nature should not be malevolent. Chapter 7. No more opportunities to touch him. It seems all of Xia Qingying's actions were spurred on by you. You are truly despicable. Leader, Zhu has intentionally guided Xia Qingying to commit misdeeds. Her malice is unprecedented in our tribe's history. She must be severely punished. Yes, at the very least, 40 lashes. No, 60 lashes. The onlookers, who had previously regarded Xia Qingying with disdain, shifted their contempt toward Zhu, voicing their condemnation. Xia Qingying cast a meaningful glance at Zhu and then said to Yi Lang, "Respected leader, she must have meant well, constantly reminding me of what to do. It is merely unfortunate that her good intentions resulted in bad outcomes. Please do not punish her." The surrounding beastmen shook their heads in resignation. This female was far too naive, still believing Zhu had good intentions. Meanwhile, Zhu fervently nodded, as if clinging to a lifeline. "Yes, respected leader. I am indeed well-meaning. It is Xia Qingying's foolishness that caused the trouble. You cannot punish me." Yilang scoffed, "Conceal your schemes. Xia Qingying is pure-hearted and kind, but I am not so merciful. I had initially intended to administer 20 lashes as a minor punishment, but since you have implicated Qingying, I shall show no leniency now that the truth is revealed." At that moment, Yi Si spoke, his voice resonant as thunder. "Beast ancestor, those who sow discord should be punished according to tribal law. 60 lashes." Xia Qingying raised an eyebrow, amused by Yi Si, the self-proclaimed stickler for rules. Finally uttering words she found agreeable. Yi Lang slightly nodded, "Bring forth the execution." Zhu believed she could drag Xia Qingying down with her, but after her declarations, the lashes turned back upon her threefold, plunging her into despair. The onlooking beastmen regarded Zhu with scorn. None interceded on her behalf as the executioner approached and kicked her down. The crack of the whip resounded, and Xia Qingying's lips curled into a smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction and vindication. You vile creature, trying to outsmart me? I have read countless palace intrigue novels. Palace intrigue? What is that? Xia Qingying's 5 betrothed beastmen were utterly perplexed. This female was once again uttering bizarre terms. They longed to inquire about the meanings of her strange words. Once the 60 lashes had been administered, Zhu lay on the ground like a defeated dog, and Si Yao seized the opportunity to add insult to injury. "My future wife has endured much in the past few years. Zhu ought to compensate her. My wife adores beautiful fur. Why not have her provide 10 animal skins as restitution? What do you think, respected leader?" Yilang nodded in agreement. "Fair enough, let it be so." "What? 10 animal skins? That would deplete her resources." Zhu felt a chill run through her, cold sweat beating on her forehead as she panicked. She wished to refuse, but the leader's command was absolute. The matter of compensation was settled. Xia Qingying was overjoyed. An animal skin could at least be exchanged for a basket of food, and 10 skins would mean a substantial bounty. Here, animal skins were used as currency for trading various goods, such as food, weapons, medicinal herbs, and even for purchasing mates or slaves. I must admit, the little fox is quite charming. This compensation is precisely what I desired. Si Yao could not help but smirk, feeling quite pleased. This female referred to him as a little fox with no malice, which was rather endearing. In contrast, Yi Si was the white-haired wolf, Feng Qi the golden-haired tiger, and Mo by the large black snake. It appeared he was far more agreeable than the other 4. Zhu Hua, lying on the ground, filled with regret, attempted to haggle. Respected leader, animal skins are rare. I do not possess that many. Could I offer 5 animal skins along with a basket of wild fruit instead? At this moment, Feng Qi, displaying his keen insight, interjected, who cares for your wild fruit? I know you can produce 10 animal skins, not a single one less. If you provide even one less, I will thrash your beast husband. Xia Qingying thought to herself, the golden-haired tiger is indeed hot-tempered. A single disagreement results in violence. Feng Qi immediately felt wronged. No, I am merely trying to assist her. If she cannot appreciate it, so be it. Yet she accuses me of having a bad temperament. The more he pondered, the more displeased he became, snorting in disdain. If one beating is insufficient, then let be 2. Zhu Hua was terrified at the thought. Her most formidable beast husband was merely at the first awakening stage of strength, a rank below Feng Qi. If he truly struck, it could be fatal. She could only grit her teeth and agree, but she requested a few days' grace before delivering the skins. Feng Qi would not allow it, glaring threateningly. If you delay, I shall ensure your 3 beast husbands each receive a beating. Zhu Hua knew she could not escape the debt, feeling utterly dejected. Ultimately, it was Zhu Hua's first beast husband who surrendered 10 animal skins, bringing the matter to a close. Xia Qingying caressed the 10 vibrant animal skins, delighting in their beauty as she tucked them away in a wooden box. The tumult had finally settled. Yi Lang prepared to depart, declaring, all right, we will hunt in the eastern suburbs tomorrow. Everyone should rest, disperse. However, Xia Qingying was reluctant to let him leave. Wait, respected leader, I have something to say. I wish to annul my engagement. The departing crowd halted, gazing at her in disbelief. Wouldn't all misunderstandings be resolved? After today, Xia Qingying's 5 beast husbands should treat her well, and her days of happiness were still ahead. Yet, she did not desire such powerful betrothed partners. What could be the reason? Yi Lang furrowed his brow slightly. Tonight, Yi Si and the others had intended to annul their engagements, and he had agreed. Yet now that the misunderstandings were cleared, these younger ones no longer mentioned the annulment, seemingly disinterested in it. Why would she wish to break the engagement? Xia Qingying's gaze swept over her 5 betrothed beastmen, each displaying a different expression. These 5 antagonists in the story all have their issues. Anyone who lives with them would be in for a rough time, especially someone like me, devoid of any protagonist aura, destined to suffer. Yesis buro furovit tightly. And both Feng Qi and Si Yao bore similar expressions. Cheng Feng, the peculiar bird, regarded Xia Qingying with curiosity, pondering her statement. What was a book? What was a protagonist? And Mo Bai clenched his jaw, wondering how she dared to claim he had issues. He was intrigued to hear what ailments she believed he possessed, as he was entirely unaware of any. Xia Qingying did not disappoint him. Yi Si has a cold, bloodthirsty nature, relishing the act of crushing the hearts of his enemies in battle. What kind of perverse hobby is that? Is he not a deviant? Feng Qi, that hot-headed tiger, insists on destroying his opponent's eyes during every fight, readily throwing punches, undoubtedly suffering from explosive rage. Xiao, that little fox, may appear to be a handsome and pure boy, yet he is cunning and calculating, leaving those who perish by his hand unaware of how they met their demise. I fear he may unknowingly do me in. Cheng Feng, that birdman, is absurd, outwardly rational yet deeply obsessive. At the end of the story, he even imprisoned the female lead, confining her in a cage for 3 days and nights. Truly terrifying. And Mo Bai, that pitch-black snake, is cold and sinister. To prevent the female lead from leaving, he even bewitches her with love poison. Such extreme, pathological behavior is certainly indicative of a problem. The 5 betrothed beastmen, although unsure of what she meant by female lead, found most of her observations surprisingly accurate. She seemed to understand them well. Xia Qingying cleared her throat and replied to Yi Lang with heartfelt sincerity. I understand that their bond with me was forced. I have come to realize that they are all admirable males who should choose a partner more suitable than myself. The inner thoughts of Xia Qingying expressed regret. Alas, it is a pity that I will never have the chance to appreciate their perfect abs. In Chapter 8, The Cunning Fox, she suddenly sensed the inner musings of the 5 notorious antagonists, their ears turning crimson in unison. Xia Qingying and Mo Bai fixed their dangerous gazes upon her. Xiao raised an eyebrow in playful curiosity. Feng Qi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he could not help but exclaim, "You shameless female!" Xia Qingying was taken aback. "Look at that. I have said nothing, yet their expressions reveal their peculiarities. Indeed, they all seem unwell. I must distance myself from them." Yilang did not immediately agree, but turned to the 5 individuals and asked, "What do you think about Xia Qingying's desire to dissolve the bond?" At that moment, Zhu Hua, who was being supported by her beast husband as she prepared for healing, perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Xia Qingying, you possess some self-awareness. You should have taken the initiative to break the engagement long ago." Yes. I possess great self-awareness. I do not wish to accept these antagonists, even if they are offered to me." Feng Qi nearly ground his teeth in frustration. What does it mean to be an undesirable Zhu Hua? The expressions of Yi and the others tightened slightly. Do they really wish to cast them aside? No one supported Zhu Hua at that moment. Rather, many elder female beast men earnestly advised, "Qingying, you must think carefully. If you dissolve this engagement, you may not find 5 such formidable husbands again. Alone, without their protection, you could perish during the winter season. The winter season in the beast realm is harsh, with blizzards raging and prey scarce. It is the most challenging time for the females and the elderly beastmen of the tribe. Without the warmth of male beastmen, one could freeze to death." Xia Qingying felt a flicker of panic. Should I reconsider? But it was merely a fleeting thought. After all, even if she did not dissolve the engagement, given the contempt these men held for the original owner, they would not assist her. She could very well find herself collectively persecuted or even harmed in the future. No, this marriage must be annulled. Yi scrutinized the insincere Xia Qingying, noting her indecision. With a frigid expression, he declared, "The misunderstanding has been resolved. Thus, there shall be no annulment." Xiao chuckled lightly. "My future wife is both beautiful and kind-hearted. I cannot bear to dissolve the engagement." Upon learning that these two were unwilling to break the bond, Yilang pressed, "What about the rest of you?" Cheng Feng and Mo Bai exchanged glances, sensing something strange about Xia Qingying. She held secret. Perhaps it was hasty to dissolve the engagement now. They decided to observe a while longer, speaking in unison, "We do not wish to annul it." Feng Qi scratched the back of his head. "If they do not wish to break the engagement, neither will I." Xia Qingying was taken aback. Wasn't breaking the engagement their greatest desire over the past 3 years? After finally relenting, why were they now so reluctant? In the tribe, other females could easily annul engagements with a little effort, and she was no exception. However, due to the former high priest's belief that the original owner was crucial to the future, the contract established during their childhood was deemed the highest level of contract in the beast realm, the divine bond, a legendary shackling. The engaged males and females swore at the beast god altar with their heart's blood, soul essence, and beast soul power, invoking the laws of heaven as witnesses. It would be challenging to dissolve the bond if either party disagreed. Xia Qingying desperately wanted to curse out loud. However, she quickly realized that as long as the tribe leader and high priest consented, they would have to comply. The contract could be dissolved by following the previous bonding steps at the priest's altar, invoking heavenly might. Xia Qingying anxiously turned to Yilang, "Leader, I know they are responsible males, but I also know that they do not truly like me. A forced relationship bears no sweetness. It is better for us to part amicably." Xiao raised an eyebrow, suddenly throwing a playful glance at Xia Qingying. "What kind of melon do you like? I shall pick one for you. A sweet one." "Sweet? What does that even mean?" Xia Qingying thought. "This is not about melons. We are discussing the annulment of an engagement. Why is he veering off topic?" At that moment, Yilang found himself in a dilemma. Previously, he supported Yi's desire to break the engagement, but the current situation clearly indicated that Xia Qingying wished to dissolve it, while his grandson did not. If he consented, it would not be proper. Zhu Hua, elated, momentarily forgot her pain. "Leader, Xia Qingying is foolish and clumsy. Any offspring she bears will surely be the same. You do not wish for mediocre descendants from Yi, do you? Isn't that a bit far-fetched?" Xia Qingying mused silently. Nevertheless, she added, "Zhu Hua is right. I am foolish and clumsy, which will affect the offspring. I truly do not wish to bring harm to them. So, leader, please agree to our annulment. I have belittled myself so much. Surely Yilang will agree for the sake of Yi Si's future descendants. Please agree. Once I annul this marriage, I will be free from this narrative. After 2 months, the antagonists will follow their respective storylines, and I shall live my leisurely life, each to their own happiness. Yilang's eyes indeed flashed with indecision. Zhu Hua's reasoning held merit. Yi Si was the most gifted offspring in the history of the Wolf tribe, with the greatest potential to ascend to the imperial level. If he found an exemplary wife, their offspring could even become a beast god. As for Feng Qi, Si Yao, Cheng Feng, and Mo Bai, they were not lacking either. Finding a wise female would benefit them and the tribe. Perhaps it would be best to consent. As the tribe leader, Yilang scanned Si Yao's face. The beautiful fox eyes slightly narrowed as he approached Xia Qingying. Leader, I do not care about the future of my descendants. As long as the female born is as beautiful as my wife, I am content. Just as Yilang was about to speak, he was interrupted by Si Yao's words. Xia Qingying thought, this cunning fox, who would want to bear his children? No. This is the female lead storyline, not mine. I refuse to be pulled into their narrative. Si Yao remarked, you just called him a little fox. And in the blink of an eye, he has become a cunning fox. Such a fickle female. Xia Qingying met Si Yao's gaze, which was filled with playful amusement. There are plenty of beautiful females in the tribe. Perhaps you should seek someone else. Si Yao shook his head slightly, his confident voice resonating in her ears. I do not wish to find anyone else. I only want you. To me, you are the most beautiful and unique. This cunning fox, his thoughts are inscrutable. Who knows what his intentions are? He must have ulterior motives for not wanting to annul the engagement. It cannot be that he likes me. Xia Qingying was utterly speechless. Si Yao was unyielding, and Yilang remained non-committal. She could only devise another plan. She looked toward Feng Qi, the golden-haired tiger, is simple-minded. He is the easiest to persuade. If I can convince him to annul the engagement, I can tackle the others one by one. Feng Qi did not comprehend the notions of a female lead, narrative, or a cannon fodder. However, he understood that Xia Qingying had called him simple-minded, which implied he was foolish. He was not foolish, and he recalled her previous remark about his necklace being taken away. Until he had clarified that matter, he would never annul the engagement. If he did, he would never get answers. He huffed heavily. You want to annul the engagement? If you wish to annul it, I shall not grant you your desire. No way. I will not annul this marriage, no matter what. Why are these two so resistant? Are the other 3 willing to break it? Mo Bai's calm gaze swept over Xia Qingying, and amidst the astonished looks of the others, he spoke softly. What Si Yao said is precisely what I wanted to express. Yi Si and Cheng Feng exchanged glances, ultimately stating, I do not mind either. As night fell, Mo Bai abruptly interjected, I am tired. I shall take my leave. With that, he decisively turned and walked away. At this moment, Yilang proclaimed, Xia Qingying, your 5 unmarried beast husbands are unwaveringly willing to follow you. As the leader, I cannot disrupt your union. This marriage shall not be annulled. With that, he turned and departed. Indeed, there would be no annulment. For your good days are yet to come. Qingying, I had thought that Yi Si and the others would eagerly wish to end the engagement with Xia Qingying, but it appeared that such a thing was impossible. The surrounding beastmen, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, engaged in chatter for a while before dispersing. The disgruntled Zhu Hua expressed his indignation, wondering why, despite their intentions to annul the engagement, Xia Qingying's proposal to withdraw was met with refusal. Xia Qingying, gazing at Mo Bai as he vanished, shared his curiosity, pondering why everyone was acting so unexpectedly. Chapter 9. The flirtatious fox, Spirit Yi Si, and Cheng Feng swiftly left, while Feng Qi chased after them, exclaiming, Why are you all leaving? Then I shall go too. Only Si Yao remained behind. Why are you lingering here? Didn't you always find my presence to be unlucky? Xia Qingying shot him an irritated glance, abandoning all pretense of being amiable. Indeed, he was fickle. Si Yao, unfazed by her attitude, rubbed his belly and sat beside the campfire, clearly intending to accompany her for a meal of roasted meat. As he spoke, his slender fingers morphed into razor-like claws, swiftly slicing the raw meat nearby into smaller pieces. Xia Qingying's almond-shaped eyes widened. Is this a real-life transformer? Goodness. If you were to swipe that near my neck, I'd be dead in an instant. No, I must find another opportunity to annul this marriage. Xiao pretended not to hear her inner thoughts as he skewered the meat, inquiring, "Aren't you hungry?" Prompted by his words, Xia Qingying's stomach audibly rumbled in response. Indeed, since her arrival in this world, amidst the chaos, she had eaten nothing. Who has it worse than me, starving while facing challenges? Alas, she thought, perhaps she should eat first and then contemplate her situation. Thus, she plopped down beside Xiao, awaiting her meal. Free labor is not to be wasted. But why is this flirtatious fox so attentive? What is he scheming? Logically, the original owner had nothing to offer except beauty, being quite impoverished. What could he possibly gain? Xiao, catching her mutterings, noted the depth of her violet eyes. At that moment, he was convinced that the female before him was not the Xia Qingying of old. Or rather, her essence had shifted. Realizing this, he found himself even more intrigued by her, curious about the origin of this captivating individual. Turn it over. It's burning. Xia Qingying, noticing Xiao lost in thought, unceremoniously instructed and reprimanded him. Can you even roast meat? If not, leave it be. Indeed, if I adopt the original owner's unpleasant demeanor, they will surely initiate an annulment out of frustration. Xiao, maintaining a pleasant demeanor, winked at her and innocently replied, "It is merely that my wife is so extraordinarily beautiful, enchanting to the point of rendering me distracted." Xia Qingying, she was not convinced. Truly a fox spirit, full of flirtatious banter. Well then, eat up, my beautiful future wife. Xiao soon had the meat roasted to perfection, offering it to her. I must admit, this flirtatious fox does possess decent grilling skills. It smells delightful. Xia Qingying took a cursory glance, satisfied as she accepted it and took a bite, her eyes lighting up. Delicious. I wonder what kind of meat this is. It has a flavor reminiscent of roasted lamb. Xiao's gaze deepened as he suddenly leaned closer to her, his eyes seemingly piercing into her soul. Future wife, you seem to have changed. You never used to eat roasted lamb. His voice carried an alluring quality, as if probing for something. Xia Qingying met his violet gaze, feeling an uncontrollable urge arise within her. How could it be the same? My soul has been exchanged. She quickly regained her composure. No way, this cunning fox is trying to test me. I must not let him discover my true identity. With a slight shift of her gaze, she vaguely replied, "Oh, I indeed do not fancy roasted lamb, but seeing as you prepared it yourself, I shall reluctantly indulge." Xiao received the answer he sought, casting a glance at the dissembling Xia Qingying. It seems I was overly concerned. She mused that he had indeed overthought matters. I am full now. You should take your leave, so as not to hinder my rest. Xia Qingying promptly began to usher him away. I truly fear this sly fox will continue to pry. Xiao, complying with her wishes, replied, "Then I shall not disturb you. Until tomorrow, future wife. At least this flirtatious fox has some sense." Xia Qingying thought, waving her hand dismissively as if shooing away a dog. Once Xiao departed, Xia Qingying felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. She glanced at the extinguished fire and the inedible roasted meat piled by the shaman, resignedly tidying up before returning to the original owner's chamber. The room featured earthen walls, with square windows carved into the southern and northern sides, made from large shells unique to the beast world, allowing some light to filter through, though not as clear as glass. Against the southern wall stood a large stone bed, layered with hay and topped with a fur cover, while a square stone table sat beside it. Along the northern wall were several wooden boxes, and other than that, there was little else. The furnishings were sparse, exceedingly simple. Xia Qingying, disheartened, plopped down on the stone bed with a heavy sigh. The conditions here were a far cry from her life in the modern world. There was no comfortable mattress, no phone or computer, no delectable treats, and certainly no art studio, her favorite sanctuary. She could not fathom why she had inexplicably traversed to this place. Could it truly be that her whimsical singing to the moon had summoned the matchmaker as she wished? Before she could ponder further, the system's voice chimed in repeatedly. Juhua's favorability level is 2, currently at 100. This is the minimum value. Mei Hua's favorability level is 2, with 100 points, currently at 5. The system enumerated the names of the beastmen who had appeared at Xia Qingying's residence tonight. Approximately 20 individuals, aside from Zhu Hua and her friend Mei Hua, had each granted her an increase of 1 or 2 points in favorability, culminating in a total of 1,150 points. Were it not for the system's sudden emergence, Xia Qingying might have forgotten that she possessed a golden finger. In the critical moment earlier, she had not taken the time to fully understand this lottery system. Little 5, as a lottery system, why do you also record favorability? If there is favorability, shouldn't it be called a favorability system? System 505, upon hearing Xia Qingying's inquiries, promptly halted its enumeration and responded, because Little 5 is a non-mainstream lottery system, requiring the deduction of points to obtain lottery chances. The host can acquire points through the favorability of characters in this world towards you. Xia Qingying quickly comprehended that to partake in the lottery, she needed to enhance the favorability of the characters within this narrative. No wonder the system panel had displayed values of 00, as those were points used for exchanging lottery chances. The host could win any item available or unavailable in this world through the lottery. Xia Qingying's eyes brightened. She had many necessities. For instance, sanitary napkins. Without them, her days here would be quite uncomfortable. She hastily inquired, how many points are required for a single lottery draw? 1,000 points can be exchanged for one draw. Little 5 replied, is the point cost for the lottery so high? Xia Qingying felt greatly disappointed. Is there a limit to everyone's favorability? This pertains to my future quality of life, so I must ask. Yes, except for the main characters and major antagonists in the book. All others have a favorability cap of 100. Huh? A limit of only 100? If gaining 50 points of favorability only contributes 5,000 points, that means each person can only provide me with 5 chances to draw. Considering the minuscule increases in favorability I just experienced, it seems exceedingly difficult to max out everyone's favorability. The system, sensing Xia Qingying's thoughts, offered a friendly reminder. Do not rush, host. Points are not solely obtained through one channel. Little 5 occasionally issues tasks for substantial point rewards. Substantial points? Now that is promising. Xia Qingying felt considerably reassured, for she was not one to seek approval from others, nor was she particularly adept at garnering affection. Fortunately, the system presented her with alternative tasks. In the next moment, the system abruptly began to announce the latest updates. Ding, see Yao's affinity level, 2 points, 200, current affinity, 39. Yesi's affinity level, 1 points, 100, current affinity, 49. Feng Qi's affinity level, 5 points, 500, current affinity, 35. Cheng Feng's affinity level, 1 points, 100, current affinity, 69. Ma Bai's affinity level, 1 points, 100, current affinity, 98. Xia Qingying's attention was drawn to the points, exclaiming in surprise, questioning why all 5 individuals with an affinity level of 1 earned 100 points each. Xiao Wu, why such differential treatment? Chapter 10. How could it be ineffective? They were the central figures of this world, destined for infinite possibilities. Thus, their circumstances were indeed distinct. Xiao Wu suggested that she fervently cultivate their affection. The system's voice carried a tone of inevitability. Fervently? Xia Qingying firmly declined, stating that she preferred their affinity levels to remain at rock bottom rather than engage in such endeavors. If she were to increase the affinity of these 5 individuals, she would risk becoming entangled in the plot, which could deviate due to her point accumulation. Thus far, she had already altered the original narrative in which the protagonist met an untimely demise, slightly skewing the storyline. She feared further deviations and contemplated retracting her engagement to restore the plot, not wishing for any unforeseen complications. Yet the system doused her with cold water. Host, Xiao Wu reminded her, while decreasing affinity does not deduct points, when the affinity level of 5 individuals reaches 100, it will reduce your lifespan by 2 years. Those words chilled her to the core. What? A reduction in lifespan? Is this a game? Xiao Wu, do you know how I arrived here? How much lifespan do I have left? She pondered whether sacrificing her lifespan to avoid increasing the antagonist's affection was worth it. Host, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you succumbed to a sudden death from drinking. Xiao Wu selected you for temporary rescue, rendering you a vegetative state. Upon your arrival in the Beast Realm, your lifespan was limited to 1 day. Considering your novice status, Xiao Wu petitioned the system to extend your life by 1 year. Xia Qingying felt increasingly despondent. Who would have imagined that a festive drink could lead to such an end? Was this what they called joy turning to sorrow? With only 1 year of life in this realm, it meant that if the affinity levels of the 5 antagonists reached the bottom, she would meet her demise. What happens if I die in this world? This was her foremost concern. The system delivered another blow to her spirit. Should you perish in this world, your real-world self will also die. Xia Qingying, body and soul extinguished. It appeared she must devise a means to survive in this world to have a chance at resurrecting in reality. Truth be told, she was reluctant to bid farewell to her passions in life. Since childhood, she had harbored a deep love for painting, and her parents had always supported her. After graduating, she opened an art studio and had just received an award certificate from the Central Academy of Fine Arts on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, preparing for a grand future. Yet, unexpectedly, before she had even crossed the midpoint of her life, she found herself in such a predicament, uncertain of her return. Just contemplating this made her spirit sink. The system sensed her emotions, fearing she might lose her life as purpose and hope, and promptly offered her comfort. Do not panic. Xiao Wu possesses significant capabilities. Although Xiao Wu is a lottery system, it is a high-level system. As long as you complete the lottery tasks of this system, after accumulating 1,000 attempts, you can choose to remain in this world or depart, and you will also be rewarded with a cash prize of 100 million. Return? And take 100 million with me? With such wealth, she could devote herself entirely to her art upon her return. Xia Qingying's mood lifted dramatically, her eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. Really? I can truly return? More genuine than pearls. Thus, please cherish this hard-won life and strive for more lottery opportunities. Xia Qingying clenched her fists, determined to fight for her return. She no longer cared about the plot. As long as she could go back, she would surely cultivate their affection. However, a lingering unease remained in her heart. Xiao Wu, if I increase the antagonist's affinity, what will happen to the plot? Will this world collapse due to deviations in the storyline? Xiao Wu, not being a narrative system, could not predict the consequences of such deviations. This was something the host would need to observe. Nonetheless, Xiao Wu assured her that the world would not collapse. Xia Qingying felt somewhat reassured. As for the plot and its developments, she would need to observe after the female protagonist made her appearance. With 2 months until the story commenced, she decided to take it step by step. Seeing her spirits lift, the system pressed on. Host, you currently possess 2,150 points. Would you like to participate in the lottery? You can even win additional lifespan. What enticing offer. Draw I must draw. 2,000 points deducted. 2 lottery opportunities gained. Lottery begins. As the system's voice faded, a translucent lottery wheel materialized before her, spinning incessantly. You may call stop. Xia Qingying paused, realizing she could call stop. Had she known earlier, she might have avoided a close call during her first lottery attempt. Stop. She rubbed her hands together, excitedly calling out. Come on. Ding. You have won 6 packets of instant noodles. Win the world. Ah, host, your luck seems to have faltered this time. The system continued to dampen her spirits. How is that bad? I can eat instant noodles thrice a day for 2 days. If not, I can save them for winter supplies. How can that be considered bad luck? After all, the original owner had left her nothing aside from a beautiful fur skirt and a fur headband. Anything she drew was better than nothing. Xia Qingying was easily satisfied. As long as she did not draw thank you for your review, she would be grateful. Continue drawing. The wheel spun rapidly once more. Congratulations, host. You have been favored by fortune and drawn an ultra-rare spiritual spring space of 5 square meters. Xia Qingying leapt from her bed. What? A spiritual spring space? The spiritual spring is known to enhance physical conditions and accelerate plant growth. This is an invaluable asset. Though only 5 square meters, it sufficed. She recalled that the female protagonist in the original book possessed a space without a spiritual spring. Even so, she had amassed considerable resources through that space, using them to win hearts. As for her, she had drawn something far superior, providing her with an additional layer of security in the beast realm. The system's prompt arrived belatedly. Note: the spiritual spring space can only be accessed when no one is nearby. If someone is present, you may only use the spring water. Xia Qingying furrowed her brow slightly. This indicated that the spiritual spring space could not serve as a means of escape in critical moments. Yet, receiving such a valuable item was already a significant boon. She could not demand too much. Meanwhile, in Mob Bai's residence, the four antagonists wore grave expressions, gathered together. Xiao arrived late, casually sitting on a stone bench. "Oh, were you all waiting for me?" Yesi responded with a slight acknowledgement, while Cheng Feng, sitting beside Yesi, fiddled with a bone oracle and turned to Xiao, asking what is going on. Feng Qi, perplexed, inquired, "What are you all mumbling about?" Xiao rolled his eyes at Feng Qi. "Xia Qingying mentioned your simplicity, and she was not mistaken. Did you not notice something amiss with her today?" Feng Qi returned a roll of his eyes. "Of course I noticed something was off. Was that necessary to mention?" Xiao pressed on. "Aren't you curious why she has changed? What about that mind-reading ability? Aren't you interested in why we can hear her thoughts? And what she mentioned regarding our future, do you not wish to know?" Having heard Xia Qingying mention it, Feng Qi nodded obediently, intrigued. "So, do you have the answers?" Xiao raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased. Of course. As soon as he spoke, the other four individuals turned their gazes towards him simultaneously. "Yisi, raredi unsetlet, inwudet. What have you discovered?" Xiao, regaining his composure, remarked, "The beast soul within Xia Qingying has transformed into an intriguing one of unknown origin. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Feng Qi, perplexed, scratched his earlobe and questioned, "What do you mean by a changed beast soul?" "Each beast man possesses only one beast soul. If it disperses, the individual perishes. Yet she remains alive." Yi Si and the others, however, grasped the implication. An intriguing beast soul? Mo Bai's voice was deep and laced with the unique coldness of the serpent tribe. Has it changed from being obnoxiously foolish to incessantly chattering? The room fell into a profound silence. The beast realm had never encountered such a phenomenon as a soul exchange, and she seemed to possess extensive knowledge. Is that not sufficiently intriguing? Xiao countered with a thoughtful chin rest. Mo Bai frowned, maintaining a heightened vigilance towards the unknown. Is that all you have discovered? Xiao's violet eyes deepened as he uttered a fact he himself found admirable. Indeed. In fact, I attempted to use charm magic on Xia Qingying, but it was ineffective. Feng Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "You are a 2-star berserk phase beastman. No one the same rank can resist your charm magic. And she, being an unawakened female, how could it be ineffective?" Chapter 11. The rush of hormones. Yi Si and Cheng Feng exchanged glances, their calm eyes rippling with emotion. Montag Bai's Gaza docked. Yet Xiao burst into laughter. "Isn't it amusing now?" Cheng Feng set down the divination bones, suddenly interjecting, "I just divined 5 times, and I could not ascertain Xia Qingying's origin or future. Everything about her is shrouded in mystery." Even Mo Bai's eyes flashed with surprise, and after a moment of silence, he concluded, "Currently, Yuan Xiao's innate skills are ineffective against her." Yisi pondered briefly and nodded lightly. "Indeed, this is quite intriguing." Feng Qi, being quite straightforward, stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "You all are being so cryptic. Just say whether we should proceed with the annulment of the engagement." At this, Yi Si's expression darkened. The dissolution of the contract was supposed to be straightforward, yet the sudden appearance of Xia Qingying posed complications. He was uncertain whether her transformation would endanger the Kanglan tribe. For now, they could not annul the bond of partnership with her. Xiao grinned. "Why so serious? Since we are not breaking off the engagement, she remains our future mate. Isn't it better that she has become less disagreeable?" Feng Qi agreed. "The current Xia Qingying is vastly different from before, and I sense she is not malevolent. If she continues in this manner, I would not mind her becoming my mate." Xiao maintained his smile, though his violet gaze deepened further. After observing her for an entire night, he found the new female beast soul to be lively and adorable rather than bothersome. Her strong survival instinct, intelligence, and quick wit allowed her to easily outsmart others. Moreover, her slight fondness for wealth, as evidenced by her delight over a mere 10 beast hides, made her quite endearing. He could accept such a mate, provided she posed no threat. If she harbored malicious intentions, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Yi Si, Chung Feng, and Mo by remained contemplative, revealing little. However, after tonight's events, they had slightly revised their perceptions of Xia Qingying. How shall we approach her now? Feng Qi inquired. Mo Bai's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he replied, icily. Tomorrow, we shall hunt in the eastern suburbs. I want to test whether my abilities are effective against her. If none of our talents work on her, and she bears ill intentions towards the tribe, she could become a menace. Yi Si and Chung Feng exchanged glances. For the moment, this was the only course of action. The unknown female appeared harmless for now, and they could not recklessly harm her. Yi Si stated, very well, let us observe her for a few days before deliberating further. Chung Feng spoke softly, agreed. Feng Qi protested, deliberate about what? Xiao shot him a glance, a cruel smirk forming on his lips. Of course, to discuss whether or not to. He left the rest unsaid. I want to tell you. Feng Qi was aware of what Yi Si and the others were contemplating. After all, the unknown is frightening, and they typically prefer to eliminate uncertainties in their infancy. It must be said, this line of thinking was rather villainous. Feng Qi hesitated briefly. Isn't that a bit excessive? She's merely a frail female. The four were not inclined to engage in further discussion with Feng Qi. He was simply too simplistic in his thinking. If she were truly just a weak female, they wouldn't act against her. Their concern lay in the potential calamity she could bring upon the tribe. Xia Qingying remained oblivious to the fact that 4 of her future beast husbands considered her a potential threat, deliberating on how to eliminate this foreign soul should she harbor ill will. On the following day, as dawn broke, the winds of the rainy season wafted in, bringing with them a dampness that caressed Xia Qingying's cheek. Outside, a loud female voice resonated throughout the tribe, piercing through the courtyard and reaching Xia Qingying's ears. The females of Team A are up. Gather for collection. Xia Qingying furrowed her brow, murmuring with her eyes still shut, who is it? Disturbing my sweet dreams at such an early hour. In the next moment, her door was knocked upon with fervor. Xia Qingying, you lazy little female, rise and shine. You will not escape your duties today. It was the same loud voice. Xia Qingying finally opened her eyes, struggling to recall. The owner of that voice seemed to be Jin Xiu, the leader of the Team A collection squad. Thump, thump, thump. She knocked vigorously on the door. Reluctantly, Xia Qingying dragged herself out of bed and made her way to the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a plump middle-aged woman with brown hair, who stumbled in, clutching a long stick. Xia Qingying instinctively reached out to steady her. Jin Xiu regained her balance, her brown eyes still reflecting a hint of panic. She glared at Xia Qingying. Don't think that just because you helped me, I will go easy on you. Quickly grab your beast-hide bag and meet me at the altar for assembly. Hurry, Jin Xiu urged frantically. Under her relentless prodding, Xia Qingying finally came to her senses. Remembering that the original host had been assigned to Team A and today was the day to join the hunting team for collection. In the past, whenever it was the original host's turn to collect, she would concoct various excuses to avoid going, resulting in the other females of the collection team despising her. Host, this is an excellent opportunity to gain favor. The system chimed in. Xia Qingying replied. She didn't say she wouldn't go. With the original host's meager possessions, she would inevitably starve. The original host could shamelessly mooch off others, but I cannot. Last night, before falling asleep, she had contemplated how to ensure her survival. At the very least, securing food. She had considered venturing out to forage for wild vegetables, fruits, or staple foods, but the dangers of going alone had dissuaded her. Now, with the opportunity to collect as part of a group, it would be relatively safe, so she was determined to go. Thus, she nodded at Jin Xiu. All right, let me freshen up, and I'll join you. Jin Xiu, thinking Xia Qingying was merely seeking an excuse, had already prepared a retort. This time, you will not escape. Then she paused, realizing, wait, you actually want to go? Xia Qingying smiled and nodded. You heard correctly, Captain Jin Xiu, I'm willing to go. Jin Xiu scrutinized her for several moments, glancing at the sky. It wasn't raining red, after all. The laziest female in the entire tribe was actually willing to venture out for collection today. Truly a sight to behold. Jin Xiao, though skeptical, remarked, "You won't suddenly claim a stomach ache and delay until the hunting team departs, will you?" Xia Qingying felt speechless. She hadn't anticipated her compliance would elicit such disbelief. The original host had no credibility whatsoever in the Kanglan tribe. In modern terms, she would be akin to a credit blacklisted individual, unable to even borrow a bicycle. "How about this, Captain? You wait here for a moment. I will be ready shortly to go with you." Jin Xiao had come with a mission. As the chief had declared that if Team A continued to be the last in collection, each member would receive the least amount of food distribution. Furthermore, she herself would be replaced as the team leader. This instilled a significant sense of crisis within her. She felt it was due to the lack of personnel in Team A. "Hurry, I will wait for you." Still, she did not trust her. Xia Qingying hurried to the courtyard, rinsing her mouth with the unique juice of the Qingzue grass, a specialty of the beast world, and quickly washed her face with water. At that moment, a loud horn sounded, and Jin Xiao rushed over, pulling Xia Qingying, who had just picked up her beast skin bag, to run outside. "Hurry, we are about to depart." Xia Qingying stumbled to keep up. The Kanglan tribe was vast, housing tens of thousands of beastmen, with over 1,000 females. Along the way, she observed numerous muscular male beastmen, clad only in animal hides around their lower bodies, gathering around a single female, while some cubs, shifting through their beast forms, played merrily. Before long, the two reached a square, sacrificial altar constructed of stones of uniform size. The altar was tiered, with the central circular platform serving as a sacred place for the high priest to conduct rituals on certain special days in the beast world. At this moment, several hundred people stood around the circular platform. Jin Xiao led her up to the 5th tier, forming a line with a group of young females. Below her was a layer of middle-aged females of similar age to Jin Xiao. These 2 tiers comprised the members of the A group collection team. Below them, on the 3 lower tiers, stood a group of exceptionally strong male beastmen, all members of the hunting team. Glancing around, Xia Qingying felt a wave of restless hormones wash over her. Chapter 12. The Future of MO. By my goodness. So many abs, it's quite a feast for the eyes. Why do I feel as if I'm in a bar, selecting male models? Once I annul my marriage, I will definitely take my time to choose. Indulging in the thrill of selecting 100 or so beast husbands, Xia Qingying gazed at the group of male beastmen below the steps, her eyes widening as she couldn't help but mentally boast. In the next moment, a chilling and aggressive gaze fell upon her. Xia Qingying shivered involuntarily and instinctively searched for the source of that gaze. Looking up, she met a pair of familiar but emotionless cold serpent eyes. It was Mo Bai. She recalled that he was the one leading this hunting expedition. At that moment, Mo Bai stood before everyone on the sacrificial platform, exuding a powerful aura. His extraordinarily handsome face was devoid of expression, his thin lips pressed tightly together as he stared intently at her. Xia Qingying quickly averted her gaze, feeling a sudden rush of anxiety that contrasted sharply with her previous bold thoughts. Among her 5 unmarried beast husbands, Mo Bai was the one she feared the most. What does this big black snake want? I'm not prey. Why is he staring at me like that? It's terrifying. Please, change your gaze. Mo Bai did not grant her wish, maintaining his intense gaze upon her, an inscrutable glint flickering in his eyes. He had never encountered a female with such a large appetite. In the tribe, females typically had no more than a dozen beast husbands. Yet she desired 100 or so. Mo Bai couldn't help but wonder, could she truly handle that? Unbeknownst to Xia Qingying, he could hear her thoughts, and she felt that gaze silently entwining her, suffocatingly close. Inside, she was panicking. He doesn't intend to take the opportunity to kill me during the hunt, does he? No. A painter who has never experienced love is not a good painter. I haven't even had my fill of romantic experiences yet. I really don't want to die. Mo Bai frowned slightly. What was a painter? What was love? How does one engage in such a thing? This female's inner thoughts consistently left him perplexed. However, she had guessed one thing correctly. He indeed wished to do something to her during the hunt, but it was not to kill her. As long as their bonding contract remained unbroken, The five of them were bound by the laws of the beast world. He could not harm her. Yet, Mo Bai's gaze drifted to her fair and slender neck, pondering how she would react when his venomous fangs grazed her skin. What thoughts would emerge from her mind? With this thought, he felt an inexplicable excitement. It had been a long time since he experienced such feelings. Xia Qingying slightly lifted her eyelids to sneak a glance, and noticed Mo Bai's gaze fixed on her neck, feeling as if his fangs were about to pierce her at any moment, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Throughout her life, she had harbored a deep fear of snakes, their bodies slick and cold, venomous and deadly with a single bite. Yet, Mo Bai's true form was that of a snake. Although he currently appeared human, he exuded a chilling aura, especially those vertical pupils that, when fixed on her, made it nearly impossible for her to suppress her fear. Jin Xiu said we were departing, right? Why isn't he the main group moved yet? If this big snake keeps staring at me, I fear I won't survive. Mo Bai observed the flitting of Xia Qingying's almond-shaped eyes and smirked, finally shifting his gaze away. The timid little female. The former Xia Qingying had been bold and often domineering toward her future beast husbands. Had she been in his line of sight before, she would have likely hurled insults and threatened to gouge out his eyes. This new female likely did not comprehend that females here held a high status, capable of scolding their beast husbands at will and possessing the power of life and death. Unless she committed a taboo against the beastmen, she would not be punished. This was also why the five of them had been unable to annul their marriages for the past 3 years. In truth, she had no reason to fear him. Perhaps her upbringing had not been like this. At this moment, Mo Bai's curiosity about this female surpassed any murderous intent. He suppressed his peculiar feelings, sweeping his gaze across everyone on the sacrificial platform, and with a commanding and magnetic voice, he declared clearly, "Let us depart for the hunt." Upon finishing, Mo Bai turned first, striding steadily toward the northern gate of the tribe. Xia Qingying exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death. The beastmen on the sacrificial steps immediately responded with loud cheers, and the male beastmen on the first 2 steps quickly and orderly followed Mo Bai's lead. Following them were the females of the collection team. The original owner had never participated in group activities and was unaware of what was to come next, so she could only go with the flow, taking 1 step at a time. In her memories, she knew that each time they went hunting, they would stay outside for several days before returning to the tribe. Xia Qingying was not well-liked, positioned at the back of the collection team, with a group of 20 male beastmen responsible for rearguard behind her. Observing the formation, Xia Qingying could already imagine the multitude of dangers the beastmen would face during the hunt. As they made their way from the sacrificial platform to the northern gate, many beastmen remaining in the tribe gathered in groups to offer blessings to the hunting team. The majority were directed toward the team leader, Mo Bai. "Lord Mo Bai, may your hunt be bountiful. Lord Mo Bai is exceptionally capable. You will undoubtedly bring back ample food. Lord Mo Bai." Xia Qingying stood on tiptoe, catching a glimpse of the tall figure at the forefront, astonished. "Oh, look at this seemingly indifferent big black snake. He is quite well-liked here and is respected by the beastmen." Mo Bai felt a sense of satisfaction at her words. The beastmen's tribe had always revered the strong, and he was naturally respected. In the next moment, what a pity these beastmen will never know that in the end, Mo Bai will kill off a large portion of the tribe's beastmen just to win the favor of the female lead and enhance her innate skills. Alas, many of these living beings will ultimately meet their demise. Mo Bai halted abruptly, his brow furrowing. Was this the future Xia Qingying predicted for him, the female lead? Could that be his future wife? Yet, how could such a thing be possible? He would only kill those from the tribe. To kill his brothers who had fought alongside him for a female was utterly inconceivable. At this moment, Mo Bai doubted the accuracy of Xia Qingying's predictions. What a pity that he would harm his brothers in the tribe, gaining nothing in return, while the female lead wouldn't even spare him a glance. Instead, she would join forces with his mortal enemy, Mo Xiao, the true male lead in the story, forcing him daily to bleed nearly to death. Montauk Xiao? He had not heard that name mentioned in a long, long time. Mo Bai felt a chill run down his spine, his expression grave. Summer Qingying was not mistaken. Mo Xiao was indeed her half-brother and also her lifelong adversary. Her relentless pursuit of strength was solely to return to that tribe one day and eliminate him. No one in the tribe was aware of the secret buried deep within her heart. This led her to ponder the validity of the female's predictions. Lord Mo Bai, could it be that the outcome of this journey, as divined by the esteemed priest, is unfavorable? The vice-captain, Si Lei, had never witnessed such a grave expression on Mo Bai's face and could not help but inquire anxiously. Chapter 13. A proactive move. Mo Bai withdrew his thoughts and replied nonchalantly, "It is nothing." With that, he stepped out of the northern gate. Si Lei, relieved by the dismissal, could still sense the weight of Mo Bai's concerns and gazed perplexedly at his retreating figure, murmuring, "What on earth is wrong with Lord Mo Bai? Could it be due to the inability to annul the engagement last night?" Mo Bai overheard this remark and, at that moment, found himself reluctant to dissolve the contract with Xia Qingying. She was the sole harbinger of his future, as her predictions encompassed everything that lay ahead. If this was indeed his destined conclusion, he wished to uncover how it transpired and whether he could alter the course of his fate. An inkling tugged at him. Xia Qingying would likely present him with unforeseen surprises. Meanwhile, Xia Qingying could not see Mo Bai's silhouette. Weak and weary, she ambled along, absent-mindedly caressing her belly as she reminisced about the empty state it was in. She had been dragged along by Jinxiu and had yet to consume anything. Surveying her surroundings, she contemplated shamelessly borrowing a morsel from someone nearby. To her left stood a female with light brown-red hair, Meow Meow, who had once been robbed of wild fruits by the original owner. And to her right was a robust female with gray hair, Tao Hua, another devoted follower of Zhu Hua. Upon noticing her glance, both females discreetly distanced themselves, as if Xia Qingying were a harbinger of misfortune. Xia Qingying lamented, "The original owner truly left me with no avenue to pursue." The tribe was at least a 3-hour trek from the hunting grounds. Would she have to endure the journey on an empty stomach? Already feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at her, she worried she might faint halfway through. Her eyes fell upon the half of a wild fruit in Meow Meow's hand, slightly larger than a cherry tomato, and she swallowed hard. It looked delectable. Ultimately, hunger overcame her rationality, and she mustered the courage to ask, "Sister Meow Meow, I haven't had breakfast. Might you spare a morsel?" "Absolutely not. Do not even think about it. You greedy female shall not take any more food from my hands." Meow Meow glared at her, stuffing the wild fruit into her mouth without granting her an ounce of opportunity. Rejection stung Xia Qingying. One proactive attempt leads to a lifetime of introversion. "You wish for food? I possess some. Do you desire to partake?" Tao Hua, having overheard their exchange, promptly produced an identical red fruit from her backpack, waving it tantalizingly before Xia Qingying. Her gaze followed the fruit, yet she shook her head, declaring, "I do not wish to eat." She had not overlooked the fleeting malice that flickered in Tao Hua's eyes. Who knew what wicked intentions she harbored? Tao Hua, seeing her disinterest, grinned broadly and retrieved several more red fruits from her pack, tempting her further. "Do you truly not want to eat? I have plenty." Xia Qingying forced herself to avert her gaze, resolutely refusing to engage. The malice in Tao Hua's eyes deepened. "I know you are famished. If you unleash a torrent of curses upon Lord Mo Bai right now, I shall grant you these wild fruits." "What the hell? Are you trying to dig a pit for me here?" Xia Qingying understood. Tao Hua's intention was to incite Mo Bai's disdain for her, thus paving the way for her own opportunity to claim Mo Bai as her mate. If the original owner had been present, she likely would have agreed without a second thought. However, she was not the original owner and was far from foolish. Moreover, with Mo Bai's favorability rating at 98, uttering profanities would undoubtedly diminish it to 100%. There was no way she would allow that to happen. A surge of defiance welled within her as she swiftly extended her hand, seizing the fruit from Tao Hua's grasp before she could react, and stuffed it into her mouth. "Delicious! You, Xia Qingying, how dare you steal it?" Enraged, Tao Hua charged at her, aiming to grab her hair. Anticipating this, Xia Qingying swiftly retreated, shouting, "Captain Jinxiu, help! Tao Hua is attacking me." Upon hearing the commotion, Jinxiu promptly approached, brandishing her staff. She observed Tao Hua gripping Summer Qingying's arm with one hand and raising the other menacingly, ready to strike. Without hesitation, she intervened with a gentle swing of her staff. Tao Hua, what is the meaning of this? Tao Hua, feeling wronged after the staff struck her arm, protested, Captain Jin Xiao. It was clearly Summer Qingying who stole my wild fruit. Why do you punish me instead of discerning the truth? Upon learning the context, Jin Xiao refrained from chastising Summer Qingying immediately, for her disdain for Tao Hua was greater. Each time Team A ventured out to gather, Tao Hua stirred up trouble. She was nothing but a troublemaker. Jin Xiao turned to Summer Qingying and inquired, "Did you take her wild fruit?" Taken aback, Summer Qingying had expected Jin Xiao to reprimand her outright. She had only called for Jin Xiao to prevent Tao Hua from striking her in a physical altercation. The original owner's frail body stood no chance. Receiving a scolding was preferable to being beaten. Since Jin Xiao did not rebuke her, Summer Qingying felt it was imperative to voice her grievance. She was no mute. It was Tao Hua who took advantage of my hunger, enticing me with wild fruits. And she recounted Tao Hua's exact words, concluding with, Sister Meow Meow was right there. She heard all. Jin Xiao immediately turned to Meow Meow. And before she could pose a question, the honest Meow Meow nodded affirmatively. Yes, Tao Hua did say that. Jin Xiao directed an irate glance at Tao Hua. You instigated trouble first. It is your fault. Do you acknowledge this? Tao Hua, accustomed to being reprimanded by Jin Xiao after quarrels, felt a twinge of fear. I acknowledge it. Pointing at Summer Qingying, she added, but she stole my wild fruit. She is also in the wrong. Would she have stolen your wild fruit had you not instigated? Jin Xiao countered, leaving Tao Hua speechless. With a fierce glare directed at Summer Qingying, she thought, this fool is even more annoying than before. Do you dare glare at me? Jin Xiao warned. I shall make it clear. If you instigate trouble, you must bear the consequences. Summer Qingying is not at fault in this matter. Tao Hua, infuriated into silence, took several deep breaths, struggling to formulate a rebuttal. Jin Xiao, however, decreed, since you have acknowledged your wrongdoing, I shall impose a penalty. You are to gather 3 baskets of limey today. You may not rest until you complete the task. Summer Qingying felt a surge of delight. The punishment was quite agreeable. In this world of beasts, limey referred to wild wheat, and the current season, as the rainy and hot seasons intertwined, marked the maturation of the wheat. However, the limey here was relatively large, akin to yellow beans, growing in clusters of 10 or 20. It appeared easy to collect, yet its scattered distribution made it challenging to locate significant patches. Merely tracking down the limey would compel Tao Hua to run herself ragged. Tao Hua looked as though struck by lightning. No, Captain. Limey is small and difficult to find. I cannot possibly complete it. Jin Xiao scoffed. Unwilling? Then I shall inform Lord Mo Bai and let him handle the matter. Informing Montak Bai, Tao Hua immediately recoiled. She harbored feelings for him and would never allow him to witness her in a negative light. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I accept the punishment. Jin Xiao replied with a curt acknowledgement and turned to warn Summer Qingying, do not rejoice too soon. You are not to steal food from others again. If you wish to fill your stomach, seek it out yourself. Summer Qingying perceived Jin Xiao as someone with whom she could cultivate a favorable rapport. She promptly acknowledged her error. Understood, Captain Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao nodded in satisfaction and departed. Ding. Jin Xiao's favorability increased by 6 points gained. 300. Current favorability. 5. Oh, Summer Qingying was elated. Jin Xiao's favorability was remarkably easy to enhance. It was far simpler than dealing with 5 major antagonists. She resolved that in the coming days of gathering, she would fervently work to elevate Jin Xiao's favorability, striving to accumulate more points for the lottery. Peach Blossom saw her laughing and rolled her eyes in disdain, declaring, if you dare mock me, just wait. With that, she hastily rejoined the group. Meanwhile, the system chimed, indicating Peach Blossom's affection level had reached 5, bringing the current total to 26. Xia Qingying paid little heed to Peach Blossom's affection. Such a person, inherently malicious towards her, was incapable of fostering any genuine fondness, and she couldn't be bothered to exert effort on it. The matter concluded there, and the journey continued without incident until the sun dissipated the morning dew. The large party traversed a forest of cedar trees, walking for about another hour. On the verge of ascending a mountain, Xia Qingying gazed up at the towering peak, silently beseeching the heavens. The meager sustenance from wild fruits had been entirely consumed, leaving her so famished that she stumbled as she walked, her head spinning from hunger. "I'm so hungry, and I still have to climb a mountain." Leading the procession, Mo Bai frowned, having heard Xia Qingying's mental cries of hunger echoing in his mind countless times. Although he wished to ignore her, in that moment within 10 breaths, he had heard 10 exclamations that grated on his ears. "Lord Mo Bai, what is it? Are there enemies lying in ambush?" Xia, noticing him halt, assumed a defensive posture and glanced around nervously, asking again with heightened anxiety, "I'm so hungry. Is there a kind-hearted soul who can save me? I'm about to faint. My head feels so dizzy." Mo Bai suddenly recalled Xia Qingying's frail figure and furrowed his brow slightly, feeling an unexpected twinge of compassion. "Give me a piece of jerky." Xia was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. "Huh? Oh, Lord Mo Bai, you're hungry? I'll get it right away." He never imagined that the usually composed Mo Bai would stop mid-journey due to hunger. "Here, Lord Mo Bai, please eat." Xia quickly retrieved a large piece of wild bull jerky from his leather pouch and handed it to Mo Bai. The beast power representative of their hunting party could not afford to fight on an empty stomach. In the next moment, Mo Bai accepted the jerky, patting Xia's shoulder as he instructed, "You lead the team onward." With that, he turned and headed in the opposite direction. Xia was left bewildered, watching Mo Bai's quickly vanishing figure. "Wait, where is Lord Mo Bai going?" Xia called after him. "Brother, look at the direction. Lord Mo Bai must be going to deliver food to his future wife," Xia replied. Xia shot Xia a glare, dismissing his words. "That is absolutely impossible. Lord Mo Bai has always detested that female. If he delivers food to her, I will sleep upside down tomorrow." On another note, Xia Qingying, weakened from hunger and stumbling about, caught the attention of Miao Miao, who ultimately could not bear to see her struggle and reached out to support her. "What is wrong?" Xia Qingying, leaning weakly against her shoulder, replied, "If I said I was starving, would you believe me?" She realized that the original owner of this body was frail, and it seemed she had inherited the tendency to suffer low blood sugar from her previous life whenever she was hungry. To be frank, Miao Miao found it hard to believe. Beastmen generally possessed remarkable endurance. Though they were female, missing a meal was not a grave matter. Could it be that Xia Qingying was feigning weakness? Did she intend to deceive her into sharing food? With that thought, Miao Miao pushed Xia Qingying's head away. "You don't think?" The system chimed, indicating Miao Miao's affection level had dipped to 1, now at 19. Xia Qingying thought to herself, even in this state of hunger, the system had to strike her down further. Perhaps she should just faint altogether. The next moment, she fell straight to the side. Miao Miao, taken aback by Xia Qingying's sudden collapse, instinctively reached out to catch her, but was preempted by another large hand with prominent knuckles. "What brings you here?" Miao Miao asked Mo Bai, who had appeared after a brief pause. "I brought food," he replied, glancing at the unconscious girl, adjusting her position and responding to Miao Miao in a flat tone. "Food? For me?" Xia Qingying's eyes snapped open at the sight of the large piece of jerky in Mo Bai's hand, her eyes sparkling. Instantly, she played the role of a damsel in distress, leaning against Mo Bai's solid frame and sweetly inquired, "Brother Mo Bai, is that jerky for me?" Montauk Bai's ears twitched. Since last night, every time she spoke to him, it was in this soft, melodious tone that was somewhat pleasing. He cast a brief glance at her revitalized eyes and simply placed the jerky in her hands. "Eat." Meanwhile, Miao Miao observed their interaction, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Their dynamic was not as contentious as Juhua had suggested. Indeed, Lord Mo Bai seemed to care for Xia Qingying deeply. With the jerky in hand, Xia Qingying shed her pretense and immediately pushed Mo Bai away, voraciously devouring the jerky. "Wow, benefactor. This jerky is not too tough and tastes pretty good. Mo Bai is such a wonderful person. Oh, I'm so moved." Delighted by his newfound title of great benefactor, Bai couldn't help but smile. Just a piece of jerky brought her such joy. She was truly easy to please. The system chimed again. Bai's affection level increased by 2, earning 200 points, current affection level at 96. Wow, what a pleasant surprise. She had done nothing. Yet Bai's affection for her had increased. The seemingly difficult antagonist appeared to be rather approachable. I take back my previous statement. With a person like Bai, if he had no ties to the female lead, he likely wouldn't end up abandoned by everyone in the end. Bai's thoughts stirred. According to her, he could alter his future provided he distanced himself from that so-called female lead. But who exactly was this female lead? Bai hoped Xia Qingying would share more of her thoughts, but it was in vain. She was engrossed in her meal, relishing every bite and completely oblivious to anything else. After consuming a substantial piece of jerky, she finally felt somewhat revitalized. However, why do I still feel dizzy even after eating? Why does Bai seem to be multiplying? Bai, quick to act, caught Xia Qingying as she began to topple backward. Xia Qingying felt her limbs weaken, half hanging from the strength of his arms, hazily thinking, "Oh, I must be experiencing low blood sugar." What is low blood sugar? Bai pondered, his brow furrowing in concern. Why are you still dizzy after eating? Xia Qingying was already drifting in and out of consciousness, struggling to maintain her awareness. After all, in this beast world, there were no candies or hospitals. Using all her strength, she grasped Bai's hand, pleading, "Bai, please help me find something sweet. If I don't eat something sweet, I might die." Bai was taken aback for the first time, visibly alarmed. Xia Qingying cannot die. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to Meow Meow and asked, "Could I borrow a few sweet fruits?" Meow Meow was momentarily stunned. Lord Bai was genuinely worried about Xia Qingying. Bai sensed the female in his arms was breathing shallowly and realized she might truly be in danger. Seeing Meow Meow's reluctance to provide the fruits, his jaw tightened. He scanned the surroundings and addressed the leader of the trailing hunting party, Kai, "Bring over some sweet fruits." Fortunately, the members of the hunting party were accustomed to obeying Bai's commands without question. Kai quickly ran over with several bright red fruits in hand. Bai nodded in gratitude and then offered the fruits to Xia Qingying's lips. "Sweet fruits, eat quickly." Xia Qingying heard the distant voice in her ears, her mind sluggish. After a long moment, she still could not comprehend what Bai had said and slumped further from his embrace. "Can't hear me?" A flicker of concern crossed Bai's eyes. He quickly steadied her and placed her on a nearby large rock, gripping her jaw with one hand to force her mouth open and administered a sweet fruit. With her vertical pupils locked onto Xia Qingying, he was relieved to see she could still swallow. He thought that if the sweet fruit did not revive her, he would take her to find a shaman. After a brief interval, Xia Qingying remained unresponsive. Had he fed her too little? Thus, Bai forcibly fed her another sweet fruit. This time, Xia Qingying reacted, her mouth quicker than her mind. "Cough. Bai, are you trying to choke me? Are you contemplating the murder of your own wife?" Bai remarked, "This female. It is indeed her true nature." He had extended a rare act of kindness, yet it was met with ingratitude. Leaning closer to her face, he fixated on Xia Qingying's gradually regaining rosy complexion, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "How utterly simple it would be to kill you. Why go to such lengths?" Chapter 15. A caution to the host. Upon catching the word kill, Xia Qingying abruptly regained her senses, her eyes widening at the sight of a magnified, handsome face adorned with a chilling smile. Her hands acted faster than her mind, covering Bai's ears as she forced a conciliatory smile. "I just fainted and was rambling nonsense. You didn't hear anything, right?" Self-deception. Bai cast her a sidelong glance, releasing her wrist as he straightened up, stating flatly, "Now that you are awake, rise and continue on your journey. You are impeding everyone's progress. Is there no shred of humanity left? I have only just regained consciousness." Snakes are indeed cold-blooded creatures. I must retract my previous commendation of him as a good person. How ungrateful, this little female. He should never have allowed himself to feel even a twinge of sympathy. Ding. A random task has been triggered. Please, host, seek assistance from any member of the hunting team to carry you to the collection point. Successful completion rewards 1,000 points. Failure results in a soul strike once. What in the world is this absurd task? Xiao Wu, explain why there is a punishment for failure? Xia Qingying felt her sanity fraying. She had always assumed that the tasks issued by the system would pertain to the storyline or resource gathering, never anticipating such a scenario. How poor must the original host connections be for her to seek help? Point-based tasks come with rewards and penalties. Xiao Wu lacks the authority to modify them. The system replied with utmost seriousness. It then shifted to a cute, cheerful tone. Please strive to complete the task, avoiding unnecessary penalties. Xia Qingying could only perceive the irritating voice, exasperatedly retorting. Fine, so this is how it is? I wonder which fool created this system and devised such a punitive framework. The thought of a soul strike was suffocating. Good luck, host. Xiao Wu is logging off now. With that, the system fell silent. Fine. Xia Qingying was adept at seizing opportunities. It was merely a task, just finding someone to carry her. And she would not be at a loss. Find someone to carry me to the collection point. As she pondered, her gaze roamed for potential candidates. Taohua and Miao Miao were out of the question. Ultimately, her eyes settled on Mo Bai. Mo Bai's dark pupils glimmered with an inscrutable light. Seeking shortcuts when one cannot move? How fragile. To expect him to carry her to the collection point was nothing short of a fantasy. In the next moment, Xia Qingying's inner voice echoed. Mo Bai is absolutely out of the question. Though he is my nominal fiancé, he possesses the lowest favorability rating, and his feelings towards me could plummet at any moment. I cannot seek him for assistance. Xia Qingying reached her conclusion. Mo Bai's lips tightened, displeasure swirling within him. She did not want her fiancé to carry her. Who did she intend to seek instead? Surely she would not consider asking another fiancé, let alone a multitude of them. He ought not to have allowed her to indulge excessively. Ding. Mo Bai's favorability. 1. Current favorability. 97. What have I done? Why does this large black snake suddenly seem displeased with me? This is utterly perplexing. Mo Bai was somewhat taken aback. She could actually perceive his discontent. Knowing was one thing. Would she not take the initiative to ask him? Yet, Xia Qingying turned to the male beastman beside him, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Big brother Mu Kai, you're the most formidable man among us. My body has yet to fully recover, and to avoid slowing everyone down, could you please carry me to the collection point? The naive Mu Kai was flattered for the first time, genuinely basking in her praise, his voice swelling with pride. Of course, I am far stronger than the average person. Carrying a little female like you will be effortless. Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a frosty glare from his superior. Xia Qingying remained blissfully unaware of the chilling aura emanating from Mo Bai, feeling fortunate that her first task was off to a decent start. However, Mu Kai, paralyzed by Mo Bai's presence, suddenly realized the audacity of his agreement to carry the superior's fiancée, prompting a panicked retreat. My stomach suddenly hurts. I must find a tree to squat behind. You should find someone else. With that, he fled as if pursued by demons. Mo Bai's eyes flickered with satisfaction. He had some sense, at least. Xia Qingying remarked, with that speed, could he truly be suffering? Clearly, he does not wish to carry me. Her plan had fallen through. Sigh. The only one here who seemed easy to persuade has dashed off. Who should I turn to now? This is exhausting. Mo Bai smirked, deliberately clearing his throat. Xia Qingying, oblivious, turned her back and approached the rearguard team. Mo Bai felt a surge of irritation within him. Angry, this female, seeking help from afar rather than approaching him. Was he truly that detestable? Yet his feet betrayed him, following Xia Qingying nonetheless. The male beastmen at the rearguard spotted the beautiful female approaching, their eyes gleaming with excitement. You push me, I push you. A stunning female has arrived. Surely she seeks our assistance, hoping to secure one of us as her beastman? With that rat-like face of yours, a beautiful female would never look your way. You are no better, you big ape. Your mouth is so wide you could scare a female to death. As the two beastmen bickered, another, observing the spectacle, shouted, quiet. The approaching female is that insufferable Xia Qingying. At this, the two immediately scoffed in disdain. Oh, it's her. What use is beauty when her heart is so vile? She is unworthy of our affection. Look, Lord Mo Bai has also arrived. He must be here to prevent her from causing us harm. Xia Qingying remained blissfully ignorant of the unfolding drama, quickening her pace until she reached them. The task was proving to be a challenge. She randomly glanced at a monkey beast man, mentally preparing herself before offering a gentle smile. However, before she could speak, he ducked behind the ape beast man, stammering, "You, keep your distance. I'm already pledged to another." Xia Qingying's smile froze. "I am not here to seek a beast man. Is it necessary to react this way?" Upon overhearing the misunderstanding, Mo Bai relaxed his furrowed brow slightly. Ding! Mo Bai's favorability, 2 points, 200, current favorability, 95. I am merely looking for someone agreeable to carry me to the collection point. Oh, favorability has increased? This is how it should be. Mo Bai surely does not wish for me to pester him. Mo Bai, I am not agreeable enough? Ding! Montag Bai's favorability, 1, favorability, 96. Xia Qingying, listening to the fluctuations of Mo Bai's favorability, turned to him, perplexed by his cold demeanor. What is he doing? Never mind. The priority is the task. She turned her attention back, dismissing the monkey beast man. Beast men with pledges are off limits. I might end up angering their wives. Time for a change. Mo Bai nodded slightly, noting her flicker of self-awareness. Just a flicker. How did she not realize that she too was bound to a beast man? Xia Qingying decisively turned to the ape beast man, winking as she asked, "Ape brother, I would like to request your assistance." The ape beast man, momentarily taken aback by her gaze, blurted out, "What kind of assistance?" "There's hope." Xia Qingying smiled. "I would like to ask you to carry me." Ding! Montag Bai's favorability, 1 ding. Montag Bai's favorability, 1 ding. Montag Bai's favorability, 1. Current favorability, 99, warning alert. The antagonist's favorability is about to hit rock bottom. Please proceed with caution, as it may result in dire consequences. Xia Qingying was thoroughly displeased. Xiao Wu, you are treating me unfairly. Others drop without punishment. Yet Mo Bai faces a thunderous reckoning. Chapter 16. His psychological disturbance, still the same answer. He is an important figure. Xia Qingying's smile vanished in an instant. Xiao Wu, can you tell me why he suddenly feels disgusted with me? Xiao Wu was at a loss. The system was perplexed. It only detected that Mo Bai's affection for her was plummeting. Host, could it possibly be because you did not seek his help? Surely not. He dislikes me so much. How could he possibly want me to ask him for help? Xia Qingying hesitated for a brief moment while asking. Host, why not give it a try? You never know. If you do not attempt to regain Mo Bai's affection, it may never recover, the system suggested quietly. Mo Bai narrowed his onyx vertical pupils, irritation and anger flashing beneath the surface, his demeanor toward the female before him somewhat harsh. Xia Qingying, do not forget, you are a female with a beast husband. With that, he turned coldly and strode away, leaving a group of bewildered male beast men in his wake. What did Lord Mo Bai come for? Is he leaving just like that? The system hurriedly interjected. See, host, Xiao Wu's assessment was correct. Mo Bai is angry because you did not ask for his help. You must act quickly. There is still a chance. Xia Qingying glanced at Mo Bai with confusion. He both detested her and was upset that she did not seek him out. This villain was truly peculiar. Could it be his possessiveness at play? Never mind, she thought. Mo Bai's declining affection was not beneficial to her. She must first improve it. Thus, she hurried after him, calling Mo Bai, "Slow down, wait for me." Mo Bai halted momentarily, his cold, luminous eyes fixed on Xia Qingying, irritation surging forth. He could not comprehend why this female had such control over his emotions. "What do you want from me?" As Xia Qingying met his icy gaze, she instinctively took a few steps back, feeling a pang of fear. But soon, Mo Bai approached her with measured strides, demanding, "What do you wish me to do?" Xia Qingying gulped nervously, hesitating for a moment before speaking without thinking. "You are my betrothed beast husband. I cannot walk any further. Carry me to the gathering point." "Are you asking me?" Montag Bai's irritation deepened. In Xia Qingying's eyes, he appeared even more menacing. She shook her head vigorously, waving her hands. No, I'm imploring you. Mo Bai, could you carry me? I truly cannot move any longer. At last, her tone resembled that of someone genuinely pleading. Ding! Mo Bai's affection increased by 5 points earned. 500, current affection, 94. Congratulations, host, for restoring the villain's affection. Xia Qingying was both astonished and puzzled. Was it really that simple to increase his affection with just one request? She seemed to have discovered the key to winning Mo Bai's favor. Montak by Giga, you must have a kind heart deep down. Surely you cannot bear to see me faint on the way, right? I beg you, just carry me. Ding. Mo Bai's affection increased by 5 points earned. 500, current affection, 89. Xia Qingying exclaimed internally, astonished. So, Mo Bai responded to this method. She understood now. Mo Bai's mood improved at that moment. He did not wish to waste any more time. Seeing her standing there in a daze, he firmly grasped her wrist. His strength immense, treating her not as a female. He effortlessly flipped Xia Qingying onto his strong shoulder and, with long strides, headed to the front of the group. Xia Qingying dangled over Mo Bai's shoulder, wind rushing past her, accompanied by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Points earned. 1,000, current points, 2850. Available lottery draws. 2. Xia Qingying absorbed none of it. The sweet fruit she had just consumed threatened to spill out. Montak Bai. Montak Bai. Stop, please stop. I'm going to be sick. She frantically patted the bare back of the man. Why are you feeling sick again? This little female is truly troublesome. Despite thinking this, he indeed stopped and set Xia Qingying down. Why do you feel nauseous? Is my carrying you so distasteful that it makes you want to vomit? Ding. Mo Bai's affection decreased by 1, current affection, 90. As expected, the man's heart was as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Xia Qingying rubbed her chest, suppressing the slight urge to vomit, and began to act, 2 tears welling in her eyes as she sweetly said, Mo Bai Gidge. Is there anyone who carries someone like that? Could you change your position, please? It turned out she did not find him repulsive. Rather, it was his method of carrying her that was incorrect, his fault. Ding. Affection increased by 5 points earned. Xia Qingying's eyes sparkled, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Her dimples becoming more pronounced. Her third lottery draw was imminent. Mo Bai, willing to amend his mistake, asked with a good-natured tone, Then how should I carry you? In a good mood, Xia Qingying patted the back of Mo Bai's hand and turned, crouching down. Mo Bai's eyes flashed with astonishment as he beheld her curved smile and adorable dimples. His heart inexplicably skipped a beat. By the time he regained his senses, he had already crouched as instructed. Xia Qingying gracefully leaped onto his broad back, her arms naturally encircling his neck. The delicate warmth of her skin brushed against the pulse at his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. This is the proper position, do you understand? Xia Qingying's soft voice, imbued with warmth, grazed his ear, a few strands of hair brushing past, bringing an indescribable tickle to Mo Bai. He froze in that instant. All his senses seemed to converge on the point of contact with her back. He could even distinctly feel her soft curves and the complete trust she placed in him. Her weight was lighter than he had imagined. It bore a tangible softness that could entirely sway him. The earlier inexplicable heartbeat returned, even more tumultuous. Like a drum beating heavily within his chest, blood seemingly racing at that moment, his ears uncontrollably heating up. Instinctively, he extended his hand to support the bend of her leg, securing her more firmly on his back. Xia Qingying's warm breath cascaded against his neck, a breath imbued with a magical quality, sending a slight tingle from his neck down his spine. His mind momentarily blanked. The world around him fell silent, leaving only the light yet heavy presence on his back and the thunderous sound of his own heartbeat, distinct and clear. Perhaps it was because it was his first time carrying a female. Mo Bai rationalized to himself. Ding. Mo Bai's affection increased by 551,010. Points earned. 3,000. Current affection. 58. Host, you are remarkable. How did you manage to increase his affection so rapidly? Xiao Wu's voice brimmed with excitement. Xia Qingying was bewildered. She had no idea why Mo Bai had suddenly changed. Perhaps he was psychologically twisted, enjoying her commanding tone. Considering his previous actions, she arrived at this conclusion. The thoughts of beastmen were truly difficult to decipher. Xiao Wu, partly understanding and partly not, quickly set aside that question. Host, you now have 5 lottery draws. Xiao Wu suggests a 5 consecutive draw. What? 5 consecutive draws come with extra rewards? Xia Qingying's thoughts were drawn in by the system. Recalling some of her previous experiences with 10 consecutive draws, she eagerly inquired aloud. Chapter 17. Is this for real? Yes, indeed, host. 5 consecutive draws come with an extra reward. Xiao Wu has decided to reward you with an expanded spiritual spring space of 1 square meter. Xiao Wu spoke with pride. Xia Qingying felt a surge of excitement. Feeling inspired to act, she declared, let's draw. Right now. Overcome with excitement, she straightened her upper body slightly, distancing herself from the man's back. Mo by exhaled quietly, suppressing the lingering sensations as he continued forward with brisk steps. Leading the way, Zile felt a gust of wind pass by. What just rushed past? He queried of Siyu beside him. It seemed to be Lord Mo by. It looks like he's carrying someone on his back, Siyu replied, stroking his chin, unsure. At that moment, a bird beastman transformed into a sparrow, swiftly descending and transforming into human form, shaking Siyu's arm. Siyu, I think there's something wrong with my eyes. I just saw Lord Mo by carrying his wife ahead. Is that for real? Could it be fake? Siles and Lei exclaimed in unison, their pupils widening in utter disbelief. Another gray titmouse swooped toward them, circling midair, genuine, unmistakable. Even Mo by S perpetually impassive countenance had flushed faintly, as though touched by quiet, unaccustomed shyness. Upon overhearing the 2 avian shifters' conversation, Sile was struck dumb, stunned as if struck by lightning. Utterly ruined, I'll have to sleep upside down tonight. Meanwhile, Ding, congratulations. Host, you've drawn a set of alluring faux fur lingerie. Xia Qingying stared, cheeks blazing, as the spinner halted precisely upon a daring leopard print triangle bra. Xiao Wu, have you accidentally tuned into the wrong channel? Since when do you stock erotic undergarments? This barely covers 3 points. What conceivable function could it possibly serve? I'd sooner perish than wear it. Xiao Wu's prize pool is boundlessly diverse. Drawing this item suggests it may well align with your current needs. Nonsense. She was barely surviving, starving, cold, and desperate. How could she possibly entertain carnal whims? Without hesitation, she stowed the bra deep into the furthest, dustiest corner of her system's inventory. The system sighed inwardly, wounded. Host, according to Xiao Wu's comprehensive understanding of the beast realm, this single piece could be exchanged for a full basket of crimson berries. A spark ignited in Xia Qingying's mind, Barter is possible here. Anything she couldn't use could be traded for something truly valuable, perhaps even a windfall beyond imagining. That thought instantly dissolved her fleeting grievance with Xiao Wu. Her excitement surged, effervescent and uncontainable. Draw again. Anything will do. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you've drawn a rare medicinal pill, the multiple offspring elixir. Silence followed, profound, deafening. What is the multiple offspring elixir? She finally asked after several long, measured breaths. It induces polyembryony, multiple births from a single conception. Surely such a treasure brings you joy. The system queried, perplexed. Joy? Hardly, though quick-witted and sharp-tongued. She harbored no intention of remaining in this world, let alone bearing offspring. Yet this pill, she realized, would be fiercely coveted by countless females. She safeguard it carefully, hold it in reserve for a truly exceptional trade. In the beast realm, grand markets thrived, vibrant, sprawling affairs reminiscent of ancient human fairs. The Kanglan tribe dwelled in the southern reaches of the continent, where 4 major tribes held dominion and hundreds of minor clans scattered like stars across the land. Each full moon, the chieftains of the 4 great tribes took turns hosting the grand market. She recalled this month's gathering would occur in 10 days' time. Convened at Qingqing Chao, a verdant hollow nestled within Kanglan's territory. The former chieftain, her late guardian, had often brought her there as a child. Since his passing, she hadn't set foot in a market for 3 long years. In her past life, raised amid the steel and glass canyons of a metropolis, she'd only ever wandered such markets vicariously, through live streams and vlogs by travel bloggers. She'd adored their warmth, their rhythm, their sensory richness. Now, to experience one firsthand, to wander its lanes, haggle its stalls, unearth its hidden treasures, was a dream she'd seize with both hands. The thought alone sent her pulse fluttering, so much so that, without thinking, she leaned forward again, nestling her cheek against Mo's broad back, tilting her head to murmur, "Will you attend the Grand Market?" Mo had only just quelled the strange, fluttering warmth in his chest, when a soft, warm breath grazed his ear, feather-light, sending shivers cascading down his spine. His step faltered, nearly unbalancing, nearly toppling the slender form clinging to his back. Xia Qingying clutched his neck in alarm. "What on earth? Why did you stumble? Did you skip breakfast? Starving yourself? I knew I should be shared half my dried meat with you." She meant it innocently, assuming, instinctively, that he'd gone hungry too, perhaps even sacrificed his own rations for her. A quiet pang of guilt stirred within her. But to Mo, her words resonated with unexpected weight. He pressed his lips together, then asked, voice low and deliberate, "You care for me?" She nodded faintly. "I suppose so. If you're truly fatigued, just set me down, we can rest a while." Ding! Mo's affinity. 8. Point awarded. 800. Current affinity. 50. His affinity had surged, blazing like a comet streaking across the sky. In under 2 hours? If even the most reserved, unyielding Mo could be swayed so swiftly, then the others, surely they'd be effortless like rockets soaring through starlight. Her spirits soared, higher, brighter, giddier than ever. What she did not know, what she could not foresee, was that her optimism was as fragile as morning mist. Though Mo could not see her face, he sensed, with quiet certainty, that the small female behind him had misjudged his strength. His arms tightened, instinctively securing her against his back, not from weakness, but to prevent her gentle slide. "No need. I merely lost focus for a moment. As for the Grand Market, I shall not attend." Our disappointment was palpable. Tribal law dictated that no unaccompanied female might venture into the market, lest she fall prey to rogue shifters lurking among the throngs. It was not oppression, but protection. Females were rare, precious, vulnerable. Mo heard the sorrow in her voice, and, unbidden, offered explanation. "The scorching season approaches. In 10 days, I depart for the coastal sea clan to barter for salt. Salt, the lifeblood of survival. Without vast stores, the meat harvested during the heat would spoil. Only through salting and sun-drying could it endure the coming frost season, sustaining elders and females when food grew scarce and hunger gnawed like frostbite." When she remained silent, Montauk's brow furrowed. Had he angered her? "Do you wish me to accompany you?" If so, he could petition the chieftain. Perhaps Knight C might lead the salt mission instead. She missed the tremor in his voice entirely, and shook her head at once. "I had hoped you'd come, but you have duty. I want to impose. I'll ask Knight C and the others to escort me. Behold, how remarkably understanding I am." Knight C? He did not wish for her understanding. He longed, instead, for her to protest, to insist, to demand. A faint, unfamiliar ache settled in his chest, but he voiced nothing. After all, Knight C was her betrothed. Her choice was logical, reasonable. A pause. Then, uncharacteristically, he offered counsel. "Very well. Let Knight C and Chung Feng accompany you. Feng Chi's rank is low, his temper volatile, unreliable. Xiao is too frivolous, ill-suited for such responsibility." Chapter 18. A self-imposed time bomb. His assessment was sound. Yet, would Knight C and the others actually consent, given how openly they disdain me? Forget it. I'll find someone else. Hearing her unspoken thought, Mo's expression darkened, subtle but unmistakable. "They are your betrothed. Their refusal is not permitted." Xia Qingying blinked. "Huh, I didn't speak aloud. Does Mo possess mind-reading abilities?" Yet, in the beast realm, such customs did exist. No wonder he complied, even with affinity at its nadir. Had she guessed? His pulse quickened. That secret must remain veiled, for now. He added, swiftly, "Knight CS Beast Force stands at Fury Phase 3. Chungfeng S. at Fury Phase 6. With them beside you, no threat shall dare approach. That did stir her interest. After all, nothing outweighed the sanctity of her own life. All right, I'll ask them when we return. Bai offered only a quiet, non-committal hum, then resumed his silence, deep and unbroken. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've drawn the seasoning grand bundle. Xiao Wu's chime broke her reverie. Shidi nearly forgotten. She was still mid-5-draw sequence. She glanced swiftly at the inventory. Cooking oil, salt, monosodium glutamate, cumin, black pepper. Over a dozen refined seasonings, gleaming like tiny treasures. Her heart steadied. Beyond her passion for painting, Shidi always held a quiet reverence for fine cuisine. Had she not been ravenous last night, Shidi have found the bland, faintly salty roasted meat utterly inedible. Now, with these, and perhaps a few fresh herbs, mint, scallions, ginger, garlic, she could craft dishes of true artistry. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you've drawn a fragment of the Beast Realm Flora-Fauna Compendium. Shall it be activated immediately? The fourth draw had concluded. Huh? How does one use this? Xia Qingying gazed at the fragment of pale blue, resembling glass, floating in mid-air, her brow furrowed in curiosity. It would directly impart knowledge into the host's mind, enabling her to easily identify the flora and fauna described within the fragment upon encountering them. Elated, Xia Qingying recognized this as one of her most essential needs at present. After all, she was not an ancient Huaxia, but rather in a fantastical realm conceived by an author, where the plants and animals not only dwarfed the modern specimens she had known, but also exhibited bizarre forms that transcended her comprehension. For instance, the red fruit she had consumed earlier was unfamiliar to her. It bore a resemblance to a tomato, yet had the texture of a dragon fruit. Another example was a plant by the roadside that resembled cow tendon grass, towering to Bai's knees, with blue leaves and enchanting pinkish-purple flowers, leaving her uncertain of its toxicity. This was indeed a world of peculiar marvels. With an encyclopedia at her disposal, she would at least be able to discern which items were edible and which were poisonous. Xia Qingying could hardly contain her excitement, though she regrettably had to suppress her enthusiasm against someone's back. Before she could finish her thought, the fragment swiftly darted towards her forehead in a beam of light. At that moment, a sharp pain surged through her mind, akin to being forcefully stuffed with cotton, filling her head to the brim, causing her complexion to pale. Xiao Wu, why didn't you warn me beforehand that this would hurt so much? She gritted her teeth, instinctively tightening her grip around the man's neck. Bai, feeling the sudden constriction, sensed something was amiss and slightly turned his head. What's wrong? Xia Qingying was momentarily taken aback. How could he perceive my discomfort? It's nothing, just got bitten by an insect, she replied dismissively. Bai took her words seriously, supporting her with one hand while retrieving a small bamboo jar from his waist pocket with the other, solemnly offering it to her. This is the insect repellent given by the shaman before we left. Apply it. Xia Qingying hesitated for a moment before instinctively accepting the petite bamboo container. The instant their fingertips brushed, she felt Bai's cool hand retract, as if scalded. Is he really this innocent? She mused, having expected a more liberated dynamic in this beastly world, as the memories of the original owner suggested that males boldly pursued females in a rather flirtatious manner. Yet here he was, exhibiting such purity. Pondering this, Xia Qingying glanced at the bamboo jar in her palm, its smooth surface indicating it had been meticulously polished. And it seemed Bai had used it for a considerable time. The inscription read, Bai's Itch Relief Ointment. It appeared that the encyclopedia fragment was indeed effective, though it hardly needed to be so specific to its previous user. Bai's claim that it was given by the shaman before their departure seemed to be an attempt to mislead her, perhaps to prevent any misunderstanding regarding his feelings for her. Xia Qingying collected her thoughts and opened the lid, a refreshing herbal fragrance wafting towards her. Inside lay a light green paste, reminiscent of modern herbal ointments. Thank you, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Bai turned his face away, impatience lacing his tone. Hurry and apply it. Do not delay our journey. Following his instruction, Xia Qingying dipped her fingertip into the ointment and gently applied it to the non-existent insect bite. The bomb was surprisingly cool, yet oddly warmed her heart. This man, who ostensibly despised her, did not overlook such a minor detail as most men would. He was indeed a commendable companion. Is it done? Mo Bai prompted, his feet still firmly planted, showing no intent to depart. Yes, Xia Qingying quickly returned the bamboo jar, carefully avoiding contact with his fingers. Mo Bai did not take it. Instead, as he began to walk away, he spoke with an awkward tone. There are many mosquitoes in this area. Keep it for your use. Xia Qingying was somewhat astonished. Such ointment was exceedingly precious in this beastly realm, and it seemed Mo Bai was willing to part with his only small jar. How generous of him! His actions significantly enhanced her fondness for him. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a dappled glow upon them. At that moment, she felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps he was not as disdainful towards her as he portrayed. Although a romantic relationship was improbable, striving to be friends with Mo Bai seemed a worthy endeavor. Feeling buoyed by this realization, Xia Qingying's spirits lifted. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a rare ability, detoxification. Would you like to use it? Wow! This revelation thrilled Xia Qingying immensely. Today seemed to be her lucky day. She had drawn 5 times, and, aside from that peculiar item, the rest were all useful. It was well known that this realm was rife with poisonous creatures and toxic plants, not to mention the inherent toxins some beastmen possessed, all of which were extremely lethal. Gaining this ability was akin to acquiring a talisman for survival. Use it quickly. How could she not immediately take advantage of such a formidable capability? All right, host. Congratulations on successfully transforming your blood. From now on, you will not fear any toxins. Your blood will be capable of neutralizing poisons. Xia Qingying's smile faltered. What? Did I hear that correctly? It became evident that one should not celebrate too early. Why had the system not clarified this sooner? Had she known it involved a blood transformation, she would certainly have refrained from using it. Wasn't this akin to setting a time bomb for herself? If others discovered her blood's ability to detoxify, she would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, with the likely outcome being her capture and blood extraction, or at the very least, a loss of personal freedom. Xia Qingying felt a wave of despair wash over her. System, can you retract this ability? Chapter 19. Lord Mo Bai's Fierce Cannot. This ability will accompany the host throughout her life in the beast realm, the system coldly replied. Xia Qingying felt as wilted as a frostbitten leaf, resting her head on Mo Bai's shoulder with a heavy sigh. Mo Bai, disturbed by her exhalation, felt his ears heat up. Appearing to relent, he spoke. If you are unwell, I can take you back to the tribe. Lord Mo Bai, she clearly seems to be feigning discomfort to avoid work. Do not be deceived. Unbeknownst to them, the little sparrow beast man had caught up. Upon hearing the voice, Xia Qingying instinctively looked up and was immediately amused, covering her mouth in laughter. Gasping for breath, the creature's form was beyond her expectations. He appeared to be in semi-beast form, with a robust human upper body and head, while his lower half consisted of clawed legs, complemented by 2 enormous wings. At that moment, he flapped his wings, circling around the 2 of them. Noticing the trembling of the female on his back, Mo Bai cast an annoyed glance at the birdman, who promptly burst into tears. In a deep voice, he retorted to the birdman, "Do you think I cannot discern whether she is unwell?" The coldness in his tone froze the birdman, causing him to momentarily cease flapping his wings and plummet towards the ground. Just as he was about to faceplant into the dirt, he transformed into his human form to regain his balance. Observing the laughter of the female behind Mo Bai, her face flushed with mirth, he felt utterly wronged. How could she appear so lively if she were truly unwell? Ding! Sparrow's fondness level, 2. Current fondness level, 10. Xia Qingying's laughter diminished somewhat. Admittedly, she acknowledged that she had perhaps laughed too excessively. The sparrow, oblivious to the apology in her eyes, met Mo Bai's cold gaze, causing him to shiver involuntarily. You have no evidence and are merely speculating? Mo Bai narrowed his eyes, interrogating him. The sparrow shivered again, overwhelmed by Mo Bai's terrifying presence. His slit pupils narrowed menacingly, as if he might devour him at any moment. His survival instincts kicked in, prompting him to hastily retort, "No, no, no. Lord Mo is exceedingly wise. Xia Qingying blinked, her heart stirred. Is Mo defending me? As this thought crossed her mind, an awkward expression crossed Mo's face, which Xia Qingying could not perceive. With utmost seriousness, she replied, Mo, I am fine. There is no need to return to the tribe. I can manage. Mo appeared slightly taken aback. In times past, Xia Qingying would have eagerly wished to return immediately to escape the torment of labor. However, she exhibited no inclination towards idleness. Her resolve far surpassed her previous self. Ding! The favorability level with Mo increased by 5 points, now totaling 45. Another 5 points? Given this trajectory, Xia Qingying suspected that by the end of this collection journey, she could elevate Mo's favorability from negative to positive. Was this a stroke of fortune or misfortune? Undoubtedly a blessing, as Xiao had advised her, once the primary characters in the narrative achieve a positive favorability score. Any further points will be doubled. This indeed seemed like a fortuitous development, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in her mind. Before she could decipher the source of her discomfort, the haunting howl of wolves echoed through the mountains. Mo, that sounds like Yi Feng. He must have discovered a horde of fierce beasts. Let us hasten, Chao Ke exclaimed, turning towards the source of the sound with palpable excitement. Xia Qingying recalled Yi Feng, the cousin of Yi Si, who led the vanguard of the hunting team, departing ahead of the main group. Montak nodded, suddenly turning to Xia Qingying with a firm admonition. Hold on tightly to me. All right. Xia Qingying zensed Montak s urgency. He promptly accelerated, doubling the speed he had displayed earlier when seen by Si Lei. After approximately half an hour, they arrived. Get down, Mo instructed, halting beside a rock of human height. Noting that the female on his back showed no intention of dismounting, he felt compelled to remind her. Yet, Xia Qingying was asleep, oblivious to his words. Mo, she seems to be asleep, Chao Ke observed after stealthily circling around to glance at her. Mo raised an eyebrow, bemused by her apparent calmness. Chao Ke gazed at the slumbering female with flushed cheeks, resting his chin on his palm. Mused aloud. Is her back more comfortable than her bed at home, allowing her to sleep so soundly? A slight smile played upon Mo's lips, his earlier irritation giving way to amusement. In essence, she deemed him trustworthy, thus surrendering herself to slumber. Chao Ke, however, tentatively reached out, attempting to dislodge Xia Qingying while suggesting, Mo, may I take her place? Get lost, Mo growled, directing him to seek out Yi Feng instead. Chao Ke retreated, lamenting, Mo is gentle with her, yet fierce with me. Love is absent. Mo remained stationary, bearing Xia Qingying on his back while she slept peacefully. The sun shone gently, a soft breeze stirred, and the air was perfumed with the sweetness of blooming flowers. Mo took a rare moment to appreciate the scenery he had previously overlooked. Finally, they had arrived. Was it possible that Mo had already engaged several fierce beasts? After an indeterminate period, the voices of Si Lei and Si Yu broke the serene atmosphere. The delightful ambience was abruptly shattered, and Mo's expression darkened. Moments later, the main group arrived, bringing with them a cacophony of voices. Particularly, Si Lei and Si Yu, upon spotting Mo not far off, waved enthusiastically, rushing towards him with expressions of delight. Mo, everyone is here. We can now commence with the hunting arrangements. This exclamation roused Xia Qingying from her dreams, and as she blinked awake, she found herself encircled by 2 green-haired males, their mouths agape, eyes swirling with astonishment. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, her cheeks reddening. She had unwittingly dozed off on Mo's back. Attempting to dismount, she discovered that Mo's grip on her thigh was as unyielding as chains. Reluctantly, she patted his shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper. Everyone is here. Please let me down. A flicker of turbulence crossed Mo's deep-set eyes. Reluctance gripped him. Yet, he ultimately complied, crouching down with a deliberate slowness, gently placing her on the ground. The moment her soft form fully disengaged from his back, Mo felt a void within him, a sense of inexplicable loss washing over him, causing his fingers to curl slightly. Xia Qingying steadied herself, watching the approaching throng with a sigh of relief. How embarrassing. Thankfully, I dismounted in time. Otherwise, I would have left quite an unfavorable impression. Mo by S lips formed a straight line. Did she truly wish to conceal their intimacy from others? Why? Meanwhile, Siyu observed the entire scene with crossed arms, letting out an enigmatic chuckle, his gaze flickering between Mo Bai and Xia Qingying, his expression one of intrigue. Silai, Owever, furrowed his brow as he regarded Mo Bai's perpetually stoic profile, his mind replaying Mo Bai's gentle actions, eyes still wide with astonishment. Montak Bai, have you had your fill of tenderness? A gruff voice disrupted the silence. The leader of the Liwen team, Xiongjian, a middle-aged beast man with the form of a gray bear, stepped forward. His tone was tinged with impatience, as the mist on the nearby mountains began to dissipate, and the fleeting opportunity for hunting was upon them. Thus, he urged Mo Bai to swiftly make a decision regarding task allocations. The other squad leaders echoed his sentiments, their gazes fixed intently on Mo Bai. The atmosphere shifted from subtle flirtation to the tautness of pre-hunt tension. Prior to departure, the hunting team had already divided their members. Aside from 30 male beastmen left to guard the female gatherers, the remaining 300 were split into 10 teams, each dispatched to hunt in the mountains surrounding the gathering team. It was now up to Mo Bai to assign each team to the appropriate mountain based on their strengths, a task that would test the leader's capabilities. If done well, they would capture a significant number of fierce beasts. If not, the outcome could result in fewer captures or even injuries or casualties among the beastmen. Mo Bai surveyed the group, his eyes lowered in contemplation. In that brief moment, Xiongjian cast a fierce glare at Xia Qingying, blaming her for the disruption of Mo Bai's focus and their hunting efforts. Ding! Xiongjian's favorability level was now 5, totaling 35. Xia Qingying felt wronged. The impression left by her predecessor was overwhelmingly negative. Everyone she encountered regarded her with disdain, and even her mere presence diminished their favorability. The path to improving her standing was indeed arduous. Xia Qingying, don't think you can slack off hiding behind Mo Bai. Hurry back to your squad. A voice boomed from the crowd, belonging to Jin Xiao. Ding! Jin Xiao's favorability level is 1, currently at 4. Xia Qingying felt tears welling up. You continue with your tasks. I shall return to my team, she murmured, gently prodding Mo Bai's hand. Mo Bai cast a glance at her pale fingers, then raised his eyes, a warning look sweeping across the crowd, landing precisely on Jin Xiao. He merely nodded. Jin Xiao, having lived for 70 or 80 years, could discern the protective glint in Mo Bai's eyes towards Xia Qingying. Shock coursed through her. Was it not said that Mo Bai despised his little wife? Clearly, the rumors were unfounded. Henceforth, she resolved to treat this indolent female with greater kindness, lest she incur Mo Bai's wrath. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Xia Qingying rejoined the gathering team, while Mo Bai had already organized the team's movements. With a single command, all sprang into action. Meanwhile, the hundreds of females left behind awaited Jin Xiao to allocate their tasks. Each team within the gathering group consisted of 10 members. Xia Qingying was in the second team, alongside Miao Miao and Tao Hua, with the rest being unfamiliar names she had yet to converse with. Team A, tasked with gathering 3 bags of serrated vegetables. Team B was to collect wild fruits from the trees at the foot of the mountain, gathering 2 bags. Team C, upon completing their tasks, would retain ownership of their collected items. Upon finishing her allocations, Jin Xiao added, "The gathered items are yours to keep." Xia Qingying's eyes sparkled with her system warehouse. While other females had limitations on their collections, her gains were boundless. Xia Qingying, why are you still standing there in a daze? Are you trying to slack off again? In the brief moment that Xia Qingying lost her focus, Tao Hua stepped forward and shoved her roughly. Xia Qingying retaliated with a push of her own, saying, "If you're feeling unwell, go see a doctor. Why do you think I'm slacking off just because I'm standing here? If you have time to argue with me, why not put that energy into working?" She had long grown weary of Tao Hua, who had persistently provoked her, clearly underestimating her resolve. "Tao Hua, Taken aback by Xia Qingying's resistance, staggered back a couple of steps, pointing at her in anger and shouting, "You lazy bum! Who are you calling mentally unwell? Who is trying to slack off?" With her arms crossed, Xia Qingying replied calmly, "Of course it's you. I see you're just trying to avoid collecting the 3 baskets of limey that the captain ordered you to gather, which is why you're here bickering with me." Revisiting this old matter struck a nerve with Tao Hua, causing her to roll her eyes in frustration. Xia Qingying then called out to Jin Xiu, who had not yet left, "Captain, hurry over. Tao Hua doesn't want to gather wild fruit, nor does she wish to collect limey." Tao Hua was caught off guard by this maneuver. She had intended to say that very thing, only to have Xia Qingying steal her thunder. Jin Xiu turned sharply, brandishing her stick as she stormed towards Tao Hua, asking, "Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements?" Tao Hua, glancing at the stick in Jin Xiu's hand as it struck against her palm, felt as though it was striking her directly. She flinched slightly, her bravado diminishing significantly. "No, I'm not dissatisfied. I'll go gather right now." With that, she scurried away in defeat. Xia Qingying scoffed at the sight of Tao Hua's retreating figure. Thunderous threats often lacked real power. In the next moment, Jin Xiu slapped Xia Qingying on the shoulder, demanding, "What are you dawdling for? Trying to slack off? Be careful. My stick isn't blind." The impact on Xia Qingying's shoulder felt as though she had been struck, causing her to shudder. It was no wonder Tao Hua had fled so quickly. Jin Xiu's strength was formidable, and she was indeed the type to act without warning. Thus, the prudent Xia Qingying, recognizing the situation, swiftly grabbed her beast-hide bag and made her exit. The second team was assigned to a location at the eastern gathering point, at the foot of a mountain known as Basai Shan. Upon her arrival, Xia Qingying spotted Miao Miao already perched on a branch of a tree laden with red fruit, moving with such speed that she could gather a wild fruit within just a few breaths. It was evident she was quite skilled. Xia Qingying glanced up for a moment, feeling the urge to join in. The trees were not particularly tall, comparable in height to modern peach trees, with plenty of branches. She was more than capable of climbing them. However, the best fruit-bearing trees had already been claimed by the females of the second team, with even Tao Hua occupying a bountiful tree. After surveying her surroundings, she had no choice but to select a tree that bore only half the fruit of the others. It was all Tao Hua's fault for delaying her. If she hadn't she could have gathered from the best trees. The tree she chose was beside Tao Hua's. Had it not been the most fruitful among the remaining options, she would not have been inclined to climb it at all. Gritting her teeth, she finally hoisted herself up, clumsily and ungracefully, using both hands and feet to ascend the small fruit tree. Just as she steadied herself, she suddenly felt an unusual gaze upon her from behind. Gripping the trunk, she turned to look down, meeting a pair of deep, mocking black eyes. Xia Qingying thought to herself, "Isn't that the large black snake supposed to be out hunting? Is it amusing to watch me climb this tree?" Mo Bai, observing her awkward attempts to climb, had initially intended to assist since it was her first time gathering, but upon witnessing her clumsiness, he found a strange enjoyment in watching her struggle. Then, Tao Hua, having also noticed the male beastman's presence, shyly inquired, "Mo Bai, are you hunting on this mountain today?" Mo Bai didn't even glance at her, swiftly moving to stand on the trunk of the tree where Xia Qingying was perched. The thick trunk shook under his added weight, causing several ripe red fruits to fall. "Oh no, that large black snake did that on purpose. My fruits are gone. He is trying to take my life." Xia Qingying lamented internally, feeling a pang of heartbreak. Mo Bai, puzzled, wondered how a mere handful of wild fruits could be life-threatening. He suddenly recalled how, when Xia Qingying had fainted previously, consuming the red fruit had revived her, making it seem almost like a lifesaver. With that thought, he leapt down from the tree. Xia Qingying, confused by his erratic movements, felt her gathering time was being wasted as he jumped up and down. She shot him an irritated glare, her tone sharp as she said, "If you're not going hunting, why are you bouncing around like that?" Before she could finish her sentence, an orange-yellow glow began to emanate from Mo Bai's tall figure, quickly enveloping him. Xia Qingying's heart raced as she realized what was happening. Is he transforming? He is a snake. A snake, the creature I fear most in this life. Please don't transform. Don't come near me. However, Mo Bai, in the midst of his transformation, could not hear her desperate thoughts. Without giving Xia Qingying a moment to prepare, the light gradually dissipated, revealing a massive, pure black serpent towering above her. This fantastical and terrifying scene exploded in her mind like a bomb. And Xia Qingying's pupils dilated in fear as she clung to the tree trunk, paralyzed. The massive black serpent, now Mo Bai, undulated slightly, the sunlight glinting off its dark scales, casting a chilling metallic sheen. She could see her tiny reflection in his vertically slit pupils. Although she recognized that the enormous snake was Mo Bai, his serpentine form terrified her nonetheless. In stark contrast to her reaction, the other females of the second team gazed up at him with adoration, their eyes nearly brimming with admiration. Tao Hua, who had felt neglected, was so thrilled that she tossed aside the wild fruits in her hands. With her hands cupping her chin, she gazed dreamily, exclaiming, "Wow! Mo Bai's beast form has grown larger. His strength must have increased significantly. How impressive!" She then shot a jealous glare at Xia Qingying, rolling her eyes dramatically. Xia Qingying remained as stiff as stone, even holding her breath, completely oblivious to her surroundings as her mind screamed, "Oh no! How is he even larger than the giant anaconda of the tropical rainforest? Please stop staring at me. It's terrifying. If you keep looking, I might faint." Unfortunately, Mo Bai, in his beast form, was unaware of her thoughts. His massive head approached her, bringing with it a chilling breeze. Xia Qingying instinctively shut her eyes. In that suffocating moment, the serpent's head halted just a fist's length from her face. Mo Bai sensed her fear, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Even the original Xia Qingying had occasionally gazed at him with admiration, yet here she was trembling with fright. How peculiar she was. Xia Qingying, eyes still closed, heightened her hearing, catching the sound of something akin to bones cracking. She cautiously opened one eye, only to see Mo Bai's tail whip against a rock, shattering it into fragments. With her other eye now open, her heart raced as panic set in. Oh my, that destructive power. If that hit me, I'd be flattened into a pancake. Mom, I want to go back to the modern world. At that moment, the giant serpent emitted a hiss, its crimson tongue brushing against her cheek. Mo Bai attempted to speak to her, hoping to soothe her, but he forgot he wasn't in human form. "I made a mistake," he pondered, momentarily bewildered by how soft her cheek felt. The icy, slimy sensation sent a shiver through Xia Qingying, leaving her mind in a state of chaos. Just before she lost consciousness, Mo Bai's voice finally reached her ears. "Climb up." "Climb up? Where to?" Xia Qingying stammered, still in shock. Mo Bai tilted his head, adopting a submissive posture, his neck level with the trunk of the tree beside her, his tone laced with resignation. "Climb on." "Huh? What is this?" Did he want her to ride a snake? Xia Qingying struggled to suppress her fear, stealing a glance at the snake's body, which had retracted its previously exposed scales, now appearing smooth and devoid of any lethal threat. "Hurry up! Don't you enjoy wild fruits? The ones at the top of the tree are the sweetest." Oh, it dawned on her that Mo Bai intended for her to collect wild fruits while riding on his back. His intentions were benevolent. Xia Qingying immediately chastised herself. What a good being he was. Although he was a snake, she shouldn't be so afraid. In truth, even as she climbed onto Mo Bai's neck, she couldn't help but tremble. When Mo Bai first transformed, he had not realized that she was frightened, but now, noticing her increased trembling, a flicker of regret crossed his mind. He had assumed she would appreciate his beast form, just like the females in his tribe. Thus, Mo Bai resolved to act swiftly. The moment Xia Qingying clung tightly, amidst the deafening sound of the wind, he soared into the sky with her. Below, the peach blossoms turned envious, tossing another wild fruit in anger. Mo Bai was too indulgent towards Xia Qingying. If only he were my beast husband. The forest below rushed past in a blur, leaving fleeting shadows, the wind whipping against Xia Qingying's cheeks, forcing her to endure the dizziness of high-altitude flight and her instinctual fear of snakes. Hiding her face behind Mo Bai's neck. "Xia Qingying, can you not show such weakness? He is Mo Bai. He won't harm me now." She repeated this mantra in her heart. though her arms around the snake's body tightened slightly. Sensing her discomfort, Mabai eased his speed a little. Before long, she felt her body gradually descend with his form. Peeking out from behind Mabai's neck, she discovered they had reached the mid-slope of Base Mountain. Looking down, her eyes sparkled. The terrain here was relatively flat, adorned with many low-growing red fruit trees. And indeed, the fruits atop these trees appeared far more enticing than those seen from below. Apart from the red fruit trees, she also spotted a tree bearing orange fruits the size of cherries, which looked rather sour. At that moment, an introduction appeared before her eyes. Xia tree, named for its color resembling the dawn. Its fruits are orange-red, sweet and edible, non-toxic. What a lovely name. Mabai slightly lowered his head, aligning Xia Qingying with the top of the Xia tree, suggesting that these fruits were even sweeter than the red ones. Pick more. Keep the Xia for yourself. Mabai unexpectedly encouraged her to indulge. How touching. His actions clearly demonstrated that he was genuinely assisting her. Xia Qingying murmured in agreement, chastising herself once more. How could she judge a snake by its appearance? Her fondness for Mabai elevated a notch. Aware that he would need to hunt, she decisively retrieved her bee skin bag and began to gather the fruits. Throughout the gathering, Mabai's immense size proved immensely beneficial, and his movements were incredibly agile. By the time she filled a large bag with Xia, she found herself at a loss for where to place it. But Mabai used his tail to lift the bee skin bag and set it down, then promptly led her to the red fruit trees. In an instant, her dilemma was resolved. Xia Qingying began to collect the tasks assigned by the team leader without any worries. It could be said that wherever Xia Qingying's gaze fell, Mabai would accurately transport her there, saving her the trouble of climbing trees. In just an hour, she completed her task, yielding a bountiful harvest, ready to descend the mountain. Xia Qingying thought Mabai would still descend in his beast form, but he instead placed her on the ground, transforming back into human form, each hand carrying 2 bee skin bags. Come, I'll escort you down the mountain. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Xia Qingying's eyes. After all, the size of the bee skin bags was comparable to those used for carrying rice in modern times. She had thought Mabai could only assist with 2 bags at most. Yet he had taken them all. Incredible. His boyfriend potential was off the charts. Chapter 22. A stunning surprise, Xia Qingying gazed at his tall figure, reflecting on all he had done moments ago. In a fit of gratitude, she inexplicably retrieved the largest Xia from her system space, racing to catch up with him. Offering it to the man, "Here, have a fruit to replenish your strength." Mabai appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise flashing in his deep-set eyes, followed by a gentle smile, akin to a spring breeze caressing a lake's surface. His features were already exquisitely flawless, dark hair cascading down, his countenance radiant like unblemished jade, with lips as pale as water. Even when not smiling, he was strikingly handsome. When he smiled, his eyes slightly uplifted, shimmering with brilliance. Xia Qingying was utterly captivated. He is truly handsome. Mabai's amusement deepened as he inclined his head, gently biting into the Xia she offered, whether by accident or due to the fruit's diminutive size. His lips brushed against her fingertips. The cool, soft sensation instantly flooded her mind. Her face blazed with heat, surpassing even the ripest red fruit. Mabai was momentarily stunned. When he had carried her, she had shown no shyness. Yet now, after such an unintentional brush, she displayed such bashfulness, stirring a multitude of thoughts. His icy gaze seemed to ignite with a flicker of warmth, an underlying desire to burn. As his tongue unconsciously brushed over her fingertip, the fruit was crushed, releasing sweetness that flowed down her throat to her heart. A wave of tingling energy coursed through her body, and Xia Qingying's mind went blank. Retracting her hand as if scalded, hiding it behind her back. Lowering her head, she pretended nothing had happened, attempting to divert Mabai's attention. Will accompanying me in gathering wild fruits impede the hunting team's mission? Mabai pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed on the crown of her dark hair, his peripheral vision catching the blush at her ear's tip. No problem. How could he be so taciturn? Xia Qingying, concealing her hand behind her back, felt guilty for her previous misinterpretation. Can I follow you to observe how you hunt? Ma Bai shook his head instantly, his tone firm. No, it's dangerous. Xia Qingying thought. Could uttering a few more words kill you? You were quite talkative earlier. Time was running short. They needed to hurry down the mountain. Feeling that her conversation with Ma Bai was at an impasse, she turned and began to trot down the slope. Ma Bai's expression darkened for a moment. Running so fast could lead to a tumble. He swiftly caught up, his tone stern. Walk carefully. He managed everything, yet he also monitored her walking pace. Xia Qingying should have known the man behind her was difficult to deal with. She cast aside her embarrassment and retorted, Am I not walking properly? What's the issue? Realizing she had misunderstood him, she felt inexplicably at fault and softened her tone to explain, The slope is strewn with loose stones. Xia Qingying quickly understood. She wasn't unreasonable. And upon realizing he was concerned for her safety, her attitude shifted, naturally softening. Okay, I understand. I will be careful. Recognizing her mistake, Ma Bai's expression improved considerably. As they descended, he deliberately slowed his pace, advising, Walk beside me. By walking alongside him, she would be under his protection. This time, Xia Qingying obediently walked beside him. Ding! Ma Bai's favorability increased by 10, earning 1,000 points, current favorability 35. Wow, the host is remarkable. Just 20 more points, and another 5 draws can be made. The host is formidable. You are the strongest host I have ever bound. Delighted by the sweet words, Xia Qingying furrowed her brow and asked, Have you bound other hosts? Yes, I bound a total of 9 hosts. You are the 10th. So many? Were they all in this world? Xia Qingying was taken aback. Indeed, host. The system answers all questions. A torrent of emotions surged within her. What had happened to those other hosts? They had perished shortly after their arrival for various reasons. The system had stated that death would lead to the scattering of their souls. A wave of trepidation washed over Xia Qingying, compelling her to ask, How did they die? Were they killed by those 5 major antagonists? The system let out a human-like sigh, expressing its frustration. It was not the case that the previous hosts traversed the same notes. The first host disregarded Xiao Wu's advice and was bitten to death by a venomous snake while hunting. The second host, an intern in traditional Chinese medicine, encountered numerous peculiar plants and insisted on emulating Shen Nong by tasting every herb. Within days, she succumbed to poison. The essence of the matter was that the earlier hosts held themselves in high regard, believing that their binding to a golden finger marked them as the chosen heroines, leading them to reckless self-destruction. With each new host, the world would essentially reboot, causing Xiao Wu considerable annoyance. Xia Qingying concluded that one does not perish if one refrains from foolishness, but those who engage in reckless behavior are doomed. This world was far too perilous. She needed to adopt a cautious approach to her development. Lord Ma Bai, how can you act this way? You are cheating. At that moment of reflection, Tao Hua emerged from behind a tree, her tone imbued with resentment. Xia Qingying snapped back to reality, realizing that they had already reached the foot of the mountain. She glanced at Ma Bai, noticing his lips parting as if to respond. This battle was hers to fight. Xia Qingying stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Ma Bai, casting a cold glare at Tao Hua. There was no tribal rule prohibiting one's beast husband from assisting in gathering. She was defending him. The tranquil surface of Ma Bai's heart seemed disturbed by a small pebble. Do you have an objection? If you do, you ought to suppress it. Xia Qingying asserted, hands on her hips, exuding an air of confidence. Tao Hua's chest heaved with indignation. You bully me because my beast husband is not here. Xia Qingying raised an eyebrow in triumph. I am indeed bullying you. What are you going to do about it? If you have the capability, become the leader. Once you hold the power to dictate, say your own rules. If you lack the ability, then keep your distance. The prospect of her becoming the leader was absurd. In the tribe, only the top 10 strongest beasts could rise to that position. She lacked the necessary strength and would never wield such authority in this lifetime. Xia Qingying's words enraged Tao Hua, who struggled to contain her fury. After a moment, overwhelmed by her frustration, she erupted into a pig-like squeal. The shrill cry echoed throughout the gathering point, drawing Jin Xiu closer. How could she forget? Tao Hua's beast mother possessed the bloodline of a long-haired wild boar. Xia Qingying covered her ears, regretting having provoked Tao Hua so severely. What on earth are you doing, Tao Hua? Can you be quiet for a moment? Jin Xiu approached, rubbing her temples. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. With 100 females in the gathering team, the chaos had already unfolded multiple times in a short span. Jin Xiu was exasperated from running around to resolve the disturbances. Upon hearing Jin Xiu's voice, Tao Hua seemed to find her ally, rushing to her side and clinging to her arm to complain. The more Jin Xiu listened, the tighter her brows knitted. Her gaze shifting towards Mo Bai behind Xia Qingying, hesitant to speak. Mo Bai, unfazed, strolled toward the two with his beast skin bag in hand, his tone neutral. As Qingying stated, there is no rule in the tribe prohibiting unmarried beast husbands from assisting in gathering. What does Captain Jin Xiu think? Chapter 23. Retribution arrives. Swiftly Jin Xiu looked curiously at the towering male before her, his imposing figure completely shielding Xia Qingying. She had never seen Mo Bai intervene in such trivial matters among the females before. Indeed, the tribe had no such regulations. I agree, she replied, casting a warning glance at the still fuming Tao Hua. You should refrain from causing trouble. Baffled, Tao Hua could not comprehend why both individuals sided with Xia Qingying. Frustrated and unable to gain an advantage, she begrudgingly retreated to her work. Mo Bai handed the 3 bee-skin bags filled with red fruits to Jin Xiu before ascending the mountain. Feeling unencumbered, Xia Qingying decided to check for anything she might need at the foot of the mountain, considering the impracticality of carrying a bag full of she fruits. She asked Jin Xiu to assist in watching over her belongings. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, Miao Miao was already filling the 3rd bee-skin bag, while the other females were nearing completion of their 2nd. Only Tao Hua had managed to collect a single bag. Upon seeing Xia Qingying approach, she shot her a venomous glare. Xia Qingying ignored her, walking while glancing at the ground, or rather, at the descriptions of the plants. Diguomu, creeping gavine. Stems and leaves are edible. Fruiting season, summer. How delightful. This is edible. She was not picky. Anything edible was worth taking. Under the limited circumstances, she needed to ensure a balanced diet. Xia Qingying observed a large patch of tender green shrubs beneath the red fruit trees. Decisively retrieving an empty bee-skin bag and crouching down to collect the tender tips, Tao Hua, perched in the tree, witnessed Xia Qingying picking what seemed unpalatable leaves and spat out venomous words. Xia Qingying, how dare you take anything? Be cautious, or you may find yourself poisoned one day. In a buoyant mood, Xia Qingying engaged in banter while working. Watch your tongue. Be wary of retribution, or you may fall from that tree and meet your demise. Tao Hua, incensed by the curse, pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Qingying, only to forget her precarious position on the branch. Losing her grip, she tumbled backward from the tree. Just as Xia Qingying spotted a few round green wild fruits beneath the thicket, she heard a sharp crack, followed by Tao Hua's terrified scream. She witnessed a robust figure flailing as it fell, landing squarely in a patch of thorns below. The branches cracked and crunched. Ouch! Pierced. Tao Hua lay sprawled on the ground, her arms and neck punctured by numerous thorns, while the bee-skin bag beneath her was slowly seeping red juice. Her small harvest of red fruits now turned to pulp. Xia Qingying raised an eyebrow, leisurely standing up and approaching, bending down to pinch a leaf smeared with juice, feigning sympathy. Oh dear, what a pity. The red fruits have been squashed. Your venomous tongue has led to swift retribution. Tao Hua grimaced in pain, about to unleash a torrent of curses when she suddenly recalled Xia Qingying's words, and she screamed, my red fruits. What's the fuss? There's still one corner that hasn't been squished. Hurry up and see if any remain intact. Perhaps not all is lost. Xia Qingying leisurely reminded her. Hee, I'm truly benevolent. Ding! Tao Hua's favorability increased by 20, current favorability 56. Xia Qingying dismissed Tao Hua's favorability increase. She had no intention of boosting it further. Too many lice do not fear the itch. Ignoring the commotion, Tao Hua struggled to rise but twisted her ankle, managing to lift her torso only to collapse back down. Coincidentally, the corner of the once intact beast skin bag was perfectly wedged beneath her body. Xia Qingying could hardly bear to look at the pitiful sight. Taking a step forward, she looked down at Tao Hua against the light, a smirk playing on her lips. Now you understand the concept of karmic retribution, don't you? If you don't curb your tongue, beware the punishment of the beast god. The beast god was the deity revered by all in the beast world, including Tao Hua. Contemplating that Xia Qingying had not physically harmed her, yet she found herself in such misfortune, her mind could not help but wander. Could it be that the beast god had noticed her curse upon Xia Qingying, and her fall was indeed a form of retribution? In the next moment, she dismissed that thought. After all, it was Xia Qingying who had provoked her, leading to her fall. Blaming others would not suffice. Tao Hua rose, spitting out the wild grass and mud from her mouth, glaring at Xia Qingying. Stop trying to scare me. My fall was your doing. This Tao Hua was indeed obstinate, a true lackey of Ju Hua, filled with hostility toward her. If that was the case, Xia Qingying would not hesitate to further undermine her. She gently kicked the beast skin bag soaked in fruit juice, lamenting the wasted fruits that could have been exchanged for at least a chunk of wild beef. She wondered if the beast god would hold her accountable for the waste of food. Tao Hua shuddered at the thought, fully aware that the crushed fruits were her own doing. Just then, several females, drawn by the commotion, rushed over. Upon seeing Tao Hua's disheveled hair, tangled with wild grass and thorns, and mud smeared across her face and lips, it was a sight to behold. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Tao Hua, are you attempting to emulate a wild dog feasting on mud? Teased a long-necked female with coffee-colored hair. Tao Hua's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Meow Meow approached, struggling to suppress her laughter as she diverted her gaze to Xia Qingying. Did you see that? How did Tao Hua fall from the tree? Xia Qingying suddenly realized that Meow Meow had a mischievous streak. It was evident that Tao Hua did not wish to divulge the details, yet Meow Meow insisted. However, she was more than willing to recount anything that would discomfort Tao Hua. While it happened like this, she animatedly recounted the tale of how Tao Hua had cursed her before the fall. The onlooking females formed a less favorable impression of Tao Hua. After all, most females in the tribe were innocent and kind-hearted, keeping their distance from those who spoke ill of others. The long-necked female hesitated, then finally urged Tao Hua. We are all part of the same tribe. It is not right to curse others. Please refrain from such behavior in the future, or the consequences may be more severe than a mere fall. Other females echoed her sentiments, advising, maintain good thoughts, or the beast god may claim your spirit. Despite Xia Qingying's disbelief in the beast god, their words effectively prompted Tao Hua to reflect on her actions. Having witnessed this spectacle, Xia Qingying was satisfied and did not wish to squander her precious time further. She returned to gathering the leaves of the deegal plant. The curious onlookers watched as she stuffed clusters of tender shoots into her animal hide bag. Unable to contain her curiosity, the long-necked female, Aya, asked Xia Qingying, can deegal leaves really be eaten? Mentioning food ignited Xia Qingying's enthusiasm. Here was an opportunity to enhance her rapport. Of course they can be eaten, she replied cheerfully. Pausing her task, noticing several females perk up their ears in curiosity, she raised her voice, holding the tender leaves aloft. These tender leaves are the most delicious. They leaned in a sniff, but found the scent somewhat astringent. Without hesitation, she plucked a leaf and stuffed it into her mouth, only to grimace at the bitter taste. Xia Qingying felt a pang of distress. She almost forgot she was in a primitive world where females preferred to eat wild plants, albeit exclusively raw. This reminded Xia Qingying of her ancestors from Huaxia. In the primitive society, they had a history of subsisting on raw meat and wild vegetables. However, records also indicated instances of accidental poisonings from consuming raw wild plants. Furthermore, eating raw foods often led to parasitic infections, with mild cases resulting in diarrhea and severe cases proving fatal. Such untimely deaths were indeed tragic, whether labeled as a saint or anything else. Since she had entered this beastly realm, perhaps she could attempt to alter their dietary habits to reduce the mortality rate among females. Perhaps this was the very purpose of her arrival in this world. With this thought, Xia Qingying felt invigorated. This raw food is not palatable. She retrieved a handful of tender shoots from her bag, placing them on a smooth rock and gently kneading them. This is how to eliminate the astringency of the leaves. Then, blanch them in boiling water, mix with wild garlic and wild onions, and sprinkle with a bit of salt. It will taste even better than meat. Several females quickly gathered around, with the food-loving Xia gazing with wide, curious eyes. What is blanching? And what are wild garlic and wild onions? Xia Qingying felt a headache coming on, sighing inwardly in exasperation. It was challenging to explain everything at once. When we gather for a meal later, I will show you. If you trust me, you may taste it. I assure you will not be disappointed. That sounds delicious. Xia, having never spent time with Xia Qingying before, was intrigued by her willingness to share food. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Ding! Xia's favorability increased by 2, earning her 100 points. Her current favorability stood at 2. A good omen. Xia Qingying immediately understood that Xia was a food enthusiast, making it much easier to win her over. Xia's desire for culinary delights surpassed all else, and she clapped her hands eagerly. I believe you. I want to eat. The other females were also eager to try. Having heard Xia Qingying's claims for the first time, they were tired of the wild plants they customarily consumed and were curious to sample something new. Xia Qingying noticed their interest and smiled. Would you like to eat? 2 females hesitated briefly before nodding. A few others remained hesitant. One single-eyed female murmured, My mother said only the man eating wild boars eat digwa leaves. Xia Qingying smiled gently, replying, If wild boars can eat them, does that mean we cannot? The single-eyed female was momentarily speechless. Xia, with a serious demeanor, declared, regardless of which beast consumes it, the fact that it hasn't killed anyone proves it is not poisonous. Xia Qingying glanced at the slender single-eyed female and continued, Consider this. During the cold season, food is scarce, and wild plants even scarcer. If we can add another edible option, wouldn't that mean fewer people in the tribe would go hungry? Her words silenced the females. Last year's cold season had been longer than usual, marked by several heavy snowfalls, leading to dwindling food supplies. Many elderly beastmen had ventured into the mountains alone to perish, unwilling to burden others. Even so, food eventually ran out, forcing the tribe's warriors to risk their lives in hunting, suffering significant losses. These memories were still fresh in their minds. Their current efforts in gathering were indeed to prepare for the impending cold season. If digwa leaves were edible, it would provide an additional means of survival, especially since they were abundant and easy to gather. It seemed that Xia Qingying was not simply greedy. Had she been so, she could have secretly hoarded the information. Instead, she openly shared how to prepare the leaves, even though they only partially understood her instructions, which nonetheless stirred their hearts. The once infamous greedy and lazy female was starting to seem less detestable. Ding! Xia's favorability rose to 6, earning her 300 points. Her current favorability now at 8. Ding! Xiaoya's favorability increased by 4, earning her 200 points, with her current favorability at 2. Xiao Yi was the single-eyed female, and it was unexpected that she followed Xia as the second to show her favor. Next was Miao Miao, part of the second group of females. Apart from Tao Hua, all the others had raised their favorability toward her. This wave of interactions earned Xia Qingying a total of 1,700 points. With just 50 more points, she could draw 5 more times. The slight discomfort caused by Tao Hua had completely dissipated at this moment. The females eagerly requested her to demonstrate the cooking process for them to taste. Xia Qingying was not shy about this. I do not have enough of what I gathered. If you have no other tasks, please help me collect more tender shoots, and I will take you to find wild garlic and wild onions later. All these were fresh terms. Xia had never tasted them before, and she immediately transformed into Xia Qingying's eager assistant. Leave it to me. I promise to fill this animal hide bag. Miao Miao, having completed her task, also offered to help. The other females mentioned they still had 1 bag of tasks left, but they would come to assist after gathering wild fruits. As the sun reached its zenith, Xia Qingying led everyone to find wild garlic. Fortunately, with her encyclopedic knowledge, she quickly spotted a cluster of wild garlic amidst a patch of tailgrass. The wild garlic here was entirely different from the varieties known today. The plants were relatively small, around 30 centimeters tall, with light blue roots and dark green tips. Can this be eaten? I asked Xia Qingying, watching her dig around the wild garlic with a sharp stone, tilting her head in curiosity. Qiu Yi, fiddling with the garlic leaves, quietly remarked, "My mother said that most colored plants are toxic. Will eating this really not upset our stomachs? Stop being such a coward. There are plenty of colorful edible wild fruits. How come you're not afraid when you eat those?" Aya, unable to tolerate Qiu Ye's indecisiveness, promptly criticized her. As Qiu Yue reminisced, she suddenly realized that her mother might not always be right. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, "I won't say it again." Most of Qiu Yue's understanding had been shaped by her beastly mother, and it was challenging for her to change her perspective unless she witnessed things firsthand. Xia Qingying, however, was not upset. Qiu Yue was not targeting her. With great patience, she showcased the spherical tubers they had unearthed. "Look, this white ball, when stir-fried with digui yi and beast meat, is particularly delicious." I had never seen roots larger than wild fruits beneath wild garlic. Unable to resist, she licked her lips, wondering if combining wild vegetables with meat would be tasty. Xia Qingying nodded reassuringly. "You won't be disappointed." Although the other females did not voice their thoughts, their actions indicated that they too were eager to taste the dish. As they began to emulate Xia Qingying by using sharp stones to dig for wild garlic bulbs, just as they were engrossed in their task, they heard Captain Jin Xiu calling from afar, "Come over for a meal." Xia Qingying beamed with a sense of accomplishment as everyone held a bag of tender sprouts and a handful of wild garlic. She waved her small hand, declaring, "Let's go. Today I will treat you to a unique delicacy." Chapter 25. The issue of bleeding gums. The females, their eyes sparkling with excitement, followed closely behind Xia Qingying. When they reached the open area at the gathering point, Jin Xiu distributed jerky from a beast hide bag, showing no intention of starting a fire. Xia Qingying's heart sank at the sight. Just moments ago, she had been brimming with enthusiasm, but now she felt utterly deflated. The tribe had no custom of using pots. While others could manage without rice, she found herself in a predicament without a pot. Aya, noticing her dazed expression, gently poked her arm. "Sister Qingying, can we start cooking the digui yi with meat?" "No, without a pot and oil, we can't cook at all." Xia Qingying internally lamented, but outwardly she replied, "It's possible, but we'll need some tools." She did not want to jeopardize her rapport with the other females. Currently, the favorability of Juhua had hit rock bottom, and the favorability of her companions Taohua and Meihua was plummeting rapidly. If more females came, she might find her lifespan shortened. Meanwhile, Feng Qi, leading a group of male tigers to the gathering point to collect the first batch of prey, stumbled at the unexpected mention of pots and cooking. What pots? What cooking? It sounded like food. What was this female plotting? Feng Qi's curiosity piqued, and he transformed into his tiger form, sprinting towards the gathering point. Consequently, around 50 or 60 warriors, believing something had gone awry with the hunting team, transformed and followed him in a grand stampede. Aya's curiosity was piqued by Xia Qingying's words, urging her, "Quickly go get the tools." Xia Qingying replied, "If I had them, I wouldn't be so troubled. Perhaps it's best to find an excuse to wait until we return to the tribe." These tools were rather elusive. A sudden series of thuds approached, interrupting her thoughts. The ground trembled slightly as the 20 or so male beastmen dropped the jerky and took defensive stances, scanning their surroundings. The females huddled together in panic, and even Xia Qingying found herself pulled behind the males by Aya. At that moment, a massive tiger, towering 5 to 6 meters high and boasting a glossy coat, came into view. "Wonderful! It's Feng Qi and the others," exclaimed the male leader Mu Kai, filled with delight. In the next instant, the giant tiger radiated a white glow and swiftly transformed into a human form. Feng Qi stood at the entrance of the gathering point, surveying the crowd with a robust and imposing presence that demanded attention. Xia Qingying gazed at him, perplexed. What is he doing here at this time? Mu Kai hurried forward to stand beside him, appearing a head or two shorter. He looked up and said, "Sir, you arrived early. The hunting team hasn't returned yet. Would you like to join us for a meal while we wait?" Feng Qi waved his hand dismissively. "No need." With that, he strode directly towards Xia Qingying. magically pulling a bloody rabbit from his beast hide bag. Here, fresh for you. Is the sun rising in the west? This golden-haired tiger is actually delivering food to me? Xia Qingying pondered. Realizing the original owner had never received such treatment from Feng Qi, she felt a bit flattered, but accepted the offering with gratitude. Rejecting food from one's beast husband in public could lead to ridicule from the male community for being incapable, especially for someone like Feng Qi, who was somewhat revered. It could affect his reputation in the tribe. Furthermore, in the beast world, females were expected to graciously accept their husband's provisions. Those who publicly refused would be seen as rebellious and could face collective ostracism from other females. At that moment, Aya shook Xia Qingying's arm. Now that we have the rabbit meat, can we finally cook the diguyi with meat? Eating diguoye? He was unaware that his future wife had fallen so low as to be reduced to eating the bitter leaves meant for the wild pigs. Feng Qi's amber eyes widened, and with a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "From now on, I will bring you meat every day. Throw away those leaves. I will not let you go hungry." Aya gazed at Xia Qingying with envy, thinking how fortunate she was to have such a strong and capable beast husband. Wishing she could find a few like Feng Qi. Xia Qingying thought to herself that this was the inherent mindset of the beast world males, believing that as long as they had meat, all was well, unaware of the underlying issues. "Feng Qi, I have a question for you," Xia Qingying said earnestly. Fixing her gaze upon him, Feng Qi leaned in closer, his towering figure casting a shadow over the petite female, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "What is it?" Xia Qingying tilted her head slightly, organizing her words. "When you brush your teeth in the morning, do your gums bleed?" Feng Qi's body stiffened, and he lowered his gaze to Xia Qingying. When their eyes met, his gaze flickered. Could she have discovered the secret he had been desperately concealing? It was rather embarrassing, being a formidable male, yet suffering from bleeding gums. Would she think him weak if he revealed this? Xia Qingying, noticing his discomfort, understood. "Golden-haired tiger, stop pretending. You definitely have this issue." A hint of embarrassment crossed Feng Qi's face as he realized she was indeed aware of his secret. Meanwhile, he spoke up, distressed. "Qingying, I always bleed when I wash my mouth in the morning, but the shaman said it can't be cured. I'm really afraid my teeth will eventually fall out. I would cry my heart out." Here, the tribe had no habit of a balanced diet, especially among the males, who primarily consumed meat without vegetables, leading to various minor ailments. If they weren't training their beastly strength, they would likely face more serious health issues. The females, on the other hand, although consuming wild vegetables, had a limited variety in their diet. They shared a similar mindset to the males, believing that having meat meant they would never eat vegetables. Many females later suffered from gastrointestinal diseases and heart problems, leading to untimely deaths. However, they were oblivious to this, thinking such ailments were merely omens of being taken by the beast gods. Noticing that many had perked up their ears to listen, Xia Qingying felt it necessary to educate them. Actually, bleeding gums can be treated. One just needs to eat more wild vegetables like diguoyi. As soon as she finished speaking, numerous pairs of eyes turned toward her. Feng Qi regarded her with skepticism, his soul questioning. "When did you become knowledgeable in medicine?" "Such matters are common knowledge where I come from. This golden-haired tiger would likely never fathom that even children in my homeland understand the importance of consuming vegetables and fruits." However, a sudden realization struck Xia Qingying, causing her heart to race. "The tribe shaman's medical knowledge has been passed down from the previous generation. I have no such inheritance. Speaking up might cause trouble. How should I explain this?" After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head slightly. "It's not exactly medicine. It's just a personal experience I've gained from eating more wild vegetables." Feng Qi's pupils quivered slightly. Everyone in her homeland could heal. Could it be that she came from the world of beast gods? In a luminous gaze of a realization dawned upon her, prompting her to declare her newfound preference for wild vegetables. However, Xia Qingying raised a slender finger toward the cautioning her that relying solely on wild greens would not suffice. A harmonious blend of meat was essential for nutritional balance. Aya grasped the implication immediately, recognizing it as the stir-fried meat with diguoyi. Without hesitation, she urged Xia Qingying to teach her, expressing her eagerness to prepare such meals with the game her beast father would bring home. Xia Qingying was taken aback by Ye's swift acceptance of her words. Feng Qi, brushing his soft golden locks, hesitated momentarily before awkwardly admitting that he too wished to partake in such dishes. The issue, however, reverted to its original state. It was feasible, yet Xia Qingying found herself in a predicament. She required a stone pot. Curiosity piqued. Feng Qi seized the opportunity to inquire about the nature of this stone pot. Xia Qingying gestured towards the stones at her feet and, after careful consideration, elaborated that a pot was a vessel capable of containing items and being heated over a fire. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi recalled something, exclaiming in surprise. Are you referring to a ceramic pot? This world has ceramic pots? That is not so primitive. Xia Qingying, filled with excitement, pressed further. Yes. Ceramic pots can also be used for stir-frying. Can you fetch one? Feng Qi stepped back, returning the sunlight to her, his expression revealing his distress. I cannot obtain one. The city of Chengdu is far to the north of the Kanglan tribe. Chengdu was the only well-structured city in the beast world, founded by the formidable leader of the Gale tribe, boasting a population of nearly 100,000 beastmen. Xia Qingying was aware of this place due to the male protagonist of the book, who was the young leader of Chengdu. The narrative had described Chengdu as bustling and lively, yet failed to detail its true nature. Slightly disheartened, Xia Qingying's voice softened. Then we must find a way to create a makeshift stone pot. Feng Qi, seemingly unfazed, replied, Isn't it just a matter of finding a stone and hollowing it out? How difficult can that be? It's not so simple, Xia Qingying explained, mimicking the size of a traditional rural iron pot with her hands, indicating the need for a rounded stone of similar dimensions, which required careful chiseling and thinning at the base to heat quickly, without risking cracks due to unevenness. As she spoke, she demonstrated the act of carving, causing Feng Qi to furrow his brow in concentration, repeatedly rubbing his chin. How do we gauge the thickness of a stone's base? Xia Qingying surveyed the scattered stones around, noting their suitability, but lamented the lack of tools like chisels or grinders, rendering the creation of a stone pot impossible. Impossible? Yeah, dropping her beast-hide bag onto the ground with a thud, felt tears welling in her eyes, pouting in grievance. You're deceiving me. You promised to make something delicious, and now you say you can't. I want to eat. At her outburst, the other females who had gathered leaves cast disapproving glances towards her. Qiu Yi bluntly stated, Xia Qingying, you had us gather so many diguayi, yet you refused to teach us how to prepare them. Isn't this a waste of our foraging time? The sentiment was unanimous in their eyes. The diguayi was unpalatable, and without Xia Qingying's guidance, it was merely a heap of useless weeds. In an instant, notifications chimed. Ding, Qiu Ye's favorability 2. Current favorability 0. Ding, Meow Meow's favorability 1. Current favorability 16. The collective sentiment towards her had diminished, save for Ye, whose fondness remained intact. The food lover was merely disheartened by the absence of delectable dishes, but the others harbored dissatisfaction at the lack of benefits. Xia Qingying felt a wave of despair wash over her. These females were exceedingly pragmatic. She recognized that failing to produce a stir-fry today would further plummet their favorability. Feng Qi suddenly glared at the group of females, his voice gruff. Did I force you to gather? You brought this upon yourselves with your greed. His outburst ignited a mix of indignation among the females. Ding, Qiu Ye's favorability 2, current favorability 2, Meow Meow's favorability 2. Xia Qingying thought, why am I the one suffering the consequences of Feng Qi's rebuke? If this continues, I might lose 50 years off my life. Feng Qi, perplexed by her silent musings, wondered if she was under the beast god's influence. Would not teaching these females to cook truly shorten her lifespan? It seemed unjust. As her betrothed, he felt compelled to assist her. With a feigned impatience, he waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the long faces. Just wait. I have plenty of ways to make you stone pots. Making 100 or so will be no issue. Ye's eyes sparkled, and the other females turned their attention towards him with anticipation. Xia Qingying harbored no expectations, merely hoping that if Feng Qi failed, their fondness for her wouldn't wane further. Feng Qi's gaze swept the area before decisively selecting a suitably sized round stone. As he raised his arm, his forelimb partially transformed, the tips of his fingers morphing into claws. With a swift motion, he effortlessly cleaved the stone in two, exclaiming, "Xia Qingying, is this the right approach?" "Yes, yes, indeed. You are amazing." Xia Qingying, recovering from her astonishment, could not help but marvel at his prowess, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Feng Qi's claws were remarkably sharp, slicing through stone as though it were mere clay. Truly a formidable tool for any household. How I envy such claws! Though Feng Qi did not fully comprehend her words, he relished the praise, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This little female is easy to please. Ding! Feng Qi's favorability 10, points 1000, current favorability 25. Xia Qingying beamed, realizing Feng Qi appreciated compliments. Unlike Mo Bai, who thrived on affection, Feng Qi too was easily won over. Thus, she raised her thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Feng Qi, you have shown me what true strength looks like. You are incredibly captivating. Furthermore, you are the most formidable male I have encountered. You truly deserve the title of the warrior of our tribe. I suggest you tone it down a bit. Your brilliance is blinding." With each of her praises, Feng Qi's smile widened, eventually reaching a point where he could no longer contain it. Ding! Feng Qi's favorability 15. Points 1500, current favorability 10. Oh joy! 1,500 points secured. I declare that from this moment forth, Jin Mao, who is my esteemed ally. The top of her rankings remained Mo Bai, who still contributed the most points to her. Feng Qi, puzzled, glanced at Xia Qingying. What esteemed ally? Am I ranked second in your heart? Who could possibly surpass me? Yet, upon further reflection, he suspected she was merely elated and speaking nonsensically. Such a notion was unacceptable. He did not wish for a deranged mate. He handed her the stone. "What do you think? How deep should the hollow be?" Xia Qingying scrutinized the stone seriously, her nails tracing the bottom. "It should be about this deep." Seeing her return to normalcy, Feng Qi quickly extended his other claws, effortlessly inserting his fingers into the stone's center. With a swift twist of his wrist, his claws transformed into a digging tool, swiftly excavating a rough pot shape. Suddenly, he looked up, his brow arched, proudly asking, "What do you think?" Xia Qingying, unable to dampen his enthusiasm, nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, that's right. You've dug with precision. Of course, who do you think I am?" Feng Qi's smile grew, but Xia Qingying frowned, noting the uneven surface of the bottom. But it's not smooth enough for stir-frying. Feng Qi cast a brief glance at the crowd, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was going to be simple. With a snap of his fingers, he called out to the nearby male, who was engrossed in devouring meat on the ground. "Xia Gua, come here." Xia Qingying was puzzled, wondering why he was summoning this male. Did he possess any special tools? In Chapter 27, this female truly lacks insight upon hearing his name. Xia Gua stuffed food into his mouth and scampered over eagerly. "Boss Feng Qi, is there something you need help with?" he asked, tossing his deep gray hair that obscured his eyes. Xia Qingying couldn't help but click her tongue. His hairstyle was akin to that of a member of the Morning Love family, yet his attitude was commendable, suggesting he had been commanded by Feng Qi more than once. Curiosity piqued, she began to wonder what special abilities he might possess. Feng Qi solemnly patted Xia Gua's shoulder, stating, "This task cannot be accomplished without you." Yet, Xia Qingying sensed an undertone of deception in Feng Qi's words. Xia Gua, being rather innocent, puffed up with pride and declared, "I knew it. I am indeed important. Boss, just say the word. There are no buts. I will definitely get it done. First, transform back into your beast form, shrinking down to the size of my palm." Feng Qi requested nonchalantly, without a hint of surprise. Xia Qingying could vaguely guess what Feng Qi intended to do, and her mouth twitched in response. Xia Gua immediately complied. The next moment, she saw the male transform into a hedgehog, covered in hard spines, which then swiftly shrank down, resembling a steel wool ball. Xia Gua wiggled his small rear and inquired, "Boss, what's next? Should I sneak into the barbarian rat den to steal food, or the barbarian hen house to steal eggs?" "Steal eggs?" Xia Qingying questioned her hearing and looked up at Feng Qi's face, which was filled with righteous determination. She anticipated that Feng Qi could exhibit such a lewd side. Feng Qi's mouth twitched momentarily. How was he being lewd? He was merely procuring food for everyone, doing a noble deed. How could that be considered lewd? He cleared his throat awkwardly, avoiding eye contact with Xia Qingying, and crouched down to poke at Xia Qingying. Just curl up into a ball and do not poke your head out, understood? Is it really that simple? Xia Qingying's ears twitched, slightly incredulous. Indeed, Feng Qi assured him. Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Xia Qingying obediently curled into a ball, burying his head in his belly, emitting muffled sounds. Boss, I'm ready. Thus, Feng Qi extended his hand, flipping the little hedgehog over, and then plunged his hand into the bottom of the stone pot, vigorously rubbing against the uneven surface. Indeed, it was as she had suspected. Yet, witnessing it firsthand left Xia Qingying genuinely astonished. She had not anticipated that a hedgehog beastman possessed such a frictional ability, and she felt a twinge of attraction. Xia Qingying is easily deceived, has the potential for a romantic mindset, and can transform in size. Truly an indispensable companion for scavenging food. Once I dissolve my contract with those 5, should I consider including him among my potential beast husbands? That actually seems quite promising. Fing Yuki Baozid, his smile flattening, a swell of frustration rising within him. Here he was, exerting himself to assist her, yet she barely appreciated it and instead contemplated Xia Qingying. How could she overlook a robust beast man in favor of a scrawny one? This female truly lacked discernment. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Consequently, his grinding motion became more frantic, vigorously rubbing in all directions for several rounds. Curled up, Xia Qingying suddenly felt dizzy from the shaking and called out, "Boss, could you slow down a bit?" "Absolutely not," Feng Qi retorted sharply, suddenly turning to Xia Qingying and asking, "Do you like Xia Qingying like this?" "Huh? Yes, all right. I suppose," Xia Qingying replied, her hand instinctively touching her face, questioning her own expression. Is my expression that evident? Even Feng Qi can see through it? She truly did have feelings for him. Feng Qi ground his teeth, his grip tightening inadvertently. With a sudden force, Xia Qingying cried out, "Boss, be gentle. I feel like I'm going to be squished." Feng Qi instinctively loosened his grip, his lips declaring, "If you can't handle this little pressure, how will you support a female in the future?" Xia Qingying was nearly moved to tears, realizing that his boss was training his resilience. He should not have cried out. However, Feng Qi earnestly advised Xia Qingying, "Xia Qingying lacks combat ability. He is not suitable for you. You should find someone else." Afterward, he vaguely sensed something was amiss. "Golden Hair Tiger, you are meddling too much." Xia Qingying contemplated his words, but ultimately felt compelled to follow her heart. Although Xia Qingying was not strong in battle, he was adept at hiding. "You are correct. The outside world is perilous, so I should seek out additional beast husbands for protection. This is reasonable, right?" "It is indeed reasonable." Xia Qingying only had 5 beast husbands, which was relatively few in the tribe. Feng Qi felt increasingly displeased, his eyes narrowing as he countered. "I can take on 10 myself. Your concerns are quite excessive." Xia Qingying. She fought to suppress her urge to retort, forcing a smile. "Well, can you take on 100? Feng Qi replied matter-of-factly, "I cannot, but they're SMO by and the others. Together, we can at least take on 100. In terms of combat prowess, they were undeniably formidable, yet, if you can fight, once the female protagonist appears, you might turn against me. Right now, it seems none of you have darkened, but who knows if the female protagonist will influence you later? What if you turn against me and inflict harm? I must gather more protectors. Indeed, not only must I find them, but they must be suitable. I need one who is fast, one who is agile, and one who possesses illusion abilities, allowing for escape if needed." Not a single word he uttered was to Feng Qi's liking. Feng Qi, utilizing his limited intellect, deduced one thing. Xia Qingying was seeking countless beast husbands due to that prophetic nonsense regarding the female protagonist. With that in mind, he gritted his teeth, a sense of malice brewing within him. Once he discovered who that female protagonist was, he vowed to eliminate her at the first opportunity. In any case, Xia Qingying could never cast him aside, nor could she seek additional beast husbands. He felt that Xia Qingying's personality had improved significantly, her words sweeter, and their interactions quite pleasant. Indeed, it was as such. There was no need to change partners. Xia Qingying's eyes darted, realizing that reasoning with Feng Qi was futile. Although Xia Guo was small, he was capable and had his own advantages. Feng Qi cast a sidelong glance at her, feeling both amused and exasperated. For a moment, he truly desired to crack open her skull and see what thoughts resided within. Here he was, Feng Qi, the mightiest warrior of the tribe, possessing both strength and honor. Yet she only focused on Xia Guo. Had he known, he would never have summoned Xia Guo in the first place. His father had been right. Arguing with females was futile. He let go of Xia Guo, along with the stone pot, causing it to tumble and jostle the little hedgehog within. Feng Guqi, Wunawi shifted the topic of conversation. The pot is ready. How shall we prepare the food you mentioned? Xia Qingying was instantly diverted, gesturing as she spoke to stir fry. I also need a wooden spatula, a wooden cutting board, and a kitchen knife. Feng Qi, displaying no impatience, replied, Wait here. I will go chop down a tree. His resolve was commendable. Before long, Feng Qi returned with a massive old tree trunk, inquiring how to create the spatula and cutting board. Following her instructions, he swiftly fashioned them. With everything in place, they were ready to begin. Xia Qingying carried a bag of wild fruit leaves to the stream, with the ever-cautious Aya trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, Xia Guo, freshly emerged from the stone pot and back in human form, observed Feng Qi with eager anticipation. Rubbing his hands together, Boss, I think I just heard someone praise me? Feng Qi, for reasons unknown, refrained from responding. Yet, the female who had just been rebuffed by him found the opportunity to strike a nerve, exclaiming in unison, Xia Qingying praised you for being agile, claiming you are more impressive than Feng Qi Chapter 28. The golden-haired tiger, are you out of your mind? Xia Guo listened with delight, for he had indeed not misheard, and his fondness for Xia Qingying's sword. In terms of physique and combat capabilities among males, he could only be considered mediocre, lacking any extraordinary skills, and the females in the tribe had always overlooked him. Not a single female appreciated him, nor had any ever complimented him or acknowledged his merits. Yet, Xia Qingying recognized his strengths and praised him profusely. This made him feel valued. The more he thought about it, the more touched he became, and he glanced at Feng Qi with a grin, dropping a remark. Boss, I think Xia Qingying is wonderful. I remember you planned to annul your engagement with her. Once you do, I would like to ask her to be my mate. Heh. What nonsense is this? Xia Guo wants to compete for a mate? You must be dreaming. Feng Qi shot a disapproving glare at Xia Guo. How is that dreaming? Xia Qingying appreciates me. She must like me too. If I ask to be her mate, she will certainly agree. Xia Guo was indignant and could not comprehend why his boss did not share his sentiment. After all, Feng Qi had repeatedly expressed his desire to break off the engagement with Xia Qingying, and each time her name was mentioned, his disdain was unmistakable. Thus, Xia Guo felt emboldened to say such things. Otherwise, he would not dare to propose to his boss's fiancée for fear of being beaten. Feng Qi's mind instantly conjured the image of Xia Qingying and the unmistakable admiration in her eyes for Xia Guo. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, akin to having a walnut stuck in his throat. Neither here nor there. No, I disagree. Feng Qi spat out those 4 words dryly. Xia Guo's expression fell immediately. Boss, why? Feng Qi himself could not pinpoint the reason. He only knew that the thought of Xia Qingying's gaze lingering on another made him uneasy. After much contemplation, he hastily conjured a reason. Xia Qingying is lazy and greedy. You cannot support her. Having returned from washing vegetables, Xia Qingying was initially in good spirits, having received news of Xia Guo's rising affection, along with 500 points. She intended to continue enhancing Xia Guo's fondness for her, but was abruptly halted by Feng Qi's remarks, standing behind him with a face full of questions. This golden-haired tiger truly despises me from the depths of his heart, spreading ill words about me in my absence. Feng Qi, silent agony. He had been so engrossed in thought that he failed to notice the female's return. What now? The slander had already been uttered. Was there any room for redemption? The answer was no, because if you say I am greedy, just wait, golden-haired dog. If I don't put something good in your dish, I won't bear the surname Xia. Feng Qi felt that this something good would not be so pleasant. Xia Gua had yet to see Xia Qingying, who was obscured by Feng Qi. He scratched his head, naturally questioning, "Boss, how can you say such a thing? It is normal for females to be physically weak and not fond of movement. How can you call her lazy?" After pondering, he added, "As for eating, Xia Qingying is still underage and growing. She needs to eat well." Xia Qingying nodded slightly, feeling quite pleased. Xia Gua speaks well. My judgment is indeed sound. A male who does not defend his mate is not a good husband. He is truly a suitable candidate for a husband. I shall ensure he receives extra meat in his portion. Feng Qi, unsure how to navigate this situation, felt his heart sink further as he sensed that Xia Qingying favored Xia Gua. He realized he needed to act, and after a prolonged silence, he finally nodded firmly. From now on, I will bring her food every day. You need not worry. Xia Qingying was not the least bit moved, even rolling her eyes dismissively at his back. Who cares about your food? I am not the original host. I have plenty of ways to procure my own meals. A male who only acknowledges others' opinions is not a good male. Lacking initiative, I will surely be exasperated if I remain with such a straightforward tiger. Feng Qi snapped out of his reverie, realizing this female had indeed undergone a transformation. She was knowledgeable and truly did not need him to provide food. It seemed his efforts at redemption had failed. Xia Gua, too, was taken aback by Feng Qi's initiative to bring food to Xia Qingying, scratching his head in dawning realization. Boss, do you mean you no longer wish to annul the contract? Feng Qi's eyes lit up, and he quickly formulated a plan. Yes, I will not break off the engagement. Actually, he elongated his tone, seemingly organizing his thoughts. When I said she is lazy and greedy, it was not my true sentiment. I was merely trying to dissuade you. In truth, I think just like you. Females are delicate and should be cherished. Xia Qingying? Oh, this tiger. To prevent Xia Gua from becoming my mate, he speaks ill of me. I detest him even more. Feng Qi felt an inexplicable weakness wash over him, hearing her true thoughts. However, considering his genuine thoughts align with Xia Gua's, I shall be generous and reduce the good ingredients in his portion. Feng Qi exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the explanation had some merit. He still had a chance. His heart was tugged by the fluctuations of Xia Qingying's feelings, and he dared not speak, pretending to be unaware of anyone standing behind him. Xia Gua remained engulfed in sorrow over not being able to claim Xia Qingying as his mate. Sister Qingying, why do you walk so fast? You don't wait for me. Aya, who had fallen behind, finally returned, panting and carrying a bag of washed vegetables. Xia Qingying stepped out from behind Feng Qi, gently patting Aya's back. I waited for you. It was you who insisted on catching fish. Aya grinned, clutching Xia Qingying's arm. I sent it because you said you liked eating fish that I wanted to catch some. Xia Qingying knew this glutton simply wanted to eat for herself, but chose not to expose her intentions. All right, I appreciate your good intentions. Feng Qi, noticing she was engrossed in conversation with Aya and not sparing him a glance, surmised she was still angry. Unable to resist interjecting, he attempted to suggest he would go catch fish, but spoke too hastily. Fish are smelly and disgusting. What is so great about them? Xia Qingying's expression darkened. What is so great about them, huh? You wretched, golden-haired tiger. You want to make me unhappy today, don't you? You're doomed. Extra good ingredients for me. Feng Qi quickly bit his tongue, sheepishly asking, is there any good method to eliminate the fishy smell? At least you were sensible for not saying anything offensive. I shall generously share my wisdom with you. Xia Qingying waved the washed wild garlic in her hand. This wild garlic, combined with scallions and ginger, can effectively remove the fishy odor. Feng Qi had seen this ingredient before and was instinctively repulsed, swatting the wild garlic away and exclaiming, this cannot be eaten. It will irritate your eyes and nose. Damn it, my garlic. I went through so much trouble to dig it up and clean it, and now it's dirty again. Xia Qingying was fuming, pointing at Feng Qi and berating him, golden-haired tiger. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 29. Lord Feng Qi seems to have gone mad. Feng Qi listened to her crisp and furious voice ringing in his ears, pursing his lips slightly. feeling a tinge of grievance, his tone even shifting. When I was 10, I dug this up, and the juice inside was poisonous. It made my eyes swell for half a day. I was looking out for you. How can you accuse me of being crazy? Xia Qingying was speechless, rubbing her forehead, likely deducing that this fellow had rubbed his eyes after digging up garlic, resulting in his irritation. Beastmen typically kept their distance from unfamiliar substances that could harm their bodies and would not touch them a second time. Feng Qi's reaction was born of good intentions. Indeed, he cannot be blamed. Xia Qingying pointed at the muddy garlic, gently explaining, Feng Qi, this garlic is indeed stimulating, but it is edible and has significant health benefits. As she spoke, she moved to retrieve it, but Feng Qi grasped her wrist with such force that it left a red mark. Xia Qingying turned back. Ready to demand he release her, but saw the flicker of fear in his proud golden eyes. Do not go. This thing will truly harm you. Xia Qingying was momentarily taken aback, her astonishment rippling through her thoughts, rendering her momentarily incapable of breaking free. Does he genuinely worry about my safety? She instinctively voiced her innermost thoughts. Yet in the next moment, Feng Qi unexpectedly released her hand and turned his face away, his swift motion creating a gentle breeze. Do not be so self-indulgent. He spoke with a tone that was rigid, deliberately lowering his voice in an attempt to regain his usual demeanor, though a hint of urgency lingered at the end of his words. Xia Qingying discerned this and smiled softly. It appears to be genuine. A warmth blossomed within her, mingled with a sense of urgency. The air hung in silence for a fleeting moment. If he continues to remain in this stalemate, when shall we ever enjoy our meal? I hope he doesn't end up making me faint from hunger. Faint from hunger? Feng Qi instinctively furrowed his brows, yet feared that Xia Qingying might impulsively reach for the garlic again. Let us have barbecued meat instead. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. This cannot be allowed. What snake? He had never been bitten by one. Feng Qi was bewildered, his mind spinning in confusion without arriving at a conclusion. Suddenly, Xia Qingying stepped closer, bridging the distance between them, her fair hand resting on his forearm as she tilted her face upward and blinked at him. Feng Qi was taken aback by her unexpected gesture, feeling the soft warmth of her touch on his arm. He instinctively lowered his gaze to meet her clear, almond-shaped eyes, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat. His feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, immovable. A hint of panic tinged his voice. What are you doing? I must remind you, it is broad daylight. Do not harbor inappropriate thoughts about me. Before he could finish, Xia Qingying's gentle voice interrupted. Feng Qi, will you trust me just this once? To trust her? Her focused expression, with eyes sparkling like stars, left him flustered. The warmth of her fingertips was almost scalding, yet he found himself reluctant to withdraw his arm. Trust you to eat that poisonous thing? Trust me. It is truly edible, Xia Qingying replied with an unwavering calmness. I assure you, I will be fine. Yet the warmth emanating from her hand and her exceptionally earnest demeanor brushed against the delicate boundary of his heart. His inner equilibrium was violently unsettled. After a moment of silence, he released a heavy sigh, as if making a resolute decision. You speak, I shall act. I have experienced harm before, and I can endure that discomfort. It is merely a clove of garlic, yet it has made the golden-haired tiger act as though facing a formidable foe. It is indeed quite touching. After all, in Feng Qi's mind, this substance was venomous, and he was willing to shield Xia Qingying from danger, demonstrating his sense of responsibility. A clove of garlic? This female had no comprehension of its potency. Feng Qi approached as if marching toward his doom, bending down to slowly extend his hand. As he swiftly picked it up, his entire being was tense, his jaws clenched. Yet, the anticipated burning sensation did not arrive. Instead, he felt a chilling touch. He was taken aback, incredulously gazing at the clove in his palm. The garlic, which he had regarded as poison, emitted no pungent odor, nor did it corrode his eyes. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. What was happening? Feng Qi turned to look at Xia Qingying, his eyes wide with disbelief. She walked over, waving the garlic before him. The surface has a thin skin. As long as you do not puncture it or touch your eyes with your fingers after breaking it, you'll be fine. For a moment, Feng Qi was lost in thought. his memories drifting back to childhood, when he had indeed crushed garlic with his hands and then rubbed his eyes. He realized that his earlier demeanor had been somewhat exaggerated. Reflecting on this, Feng Qi felt a rush of embarrassment, his ears heating up. He feigned calmness. Are you truly certain it is edible? Absolutely. Xia Qingying observed his series of reactions, the corners of her eyes crinkling with amusement. You stubborn and awkward fellow, you are rather endearing. Feng Qi was momentarily stunned, the blush creeping from his ears down to his neck. Throughout his life, he had most often been described as violent and impulsive. Yet this was the first time someone had referred to him as cute, especially with a hint of indulgence in her tone. This was far more disconcerting than mere mockery of his ignorance. A warm sensation surged uncontrollably to his head. He wanted to retort fiercely, "Who is cute?" Yet, meeting her eyes, which sparkled with gentle laughter, an unfamiliar emotion surged within him, tightening his throat and leaving him momentarily speechless. He stood rigidly, the scorching sunlight illuminating his golden hair and casting a warm glow upon his slightly flushed profile. At that moment, he resembled a large dog caught off guard, pretending to be fierce. Ding! Feng Qi's favorability increased by 10, earning 1,000 points, current favorability at 10. Ding! Favorability at 10, points at 2,000, current favorability at 10. Host, you are the deity of Xiao Wu. It is only the second day, and already a major antagonist favorability has turned positive. This is incredible. The system could not contain its excitement. If it had a physical form, Xia Qingying would have felt as though Xiao Wu were about to bow before her in reverence. Although she knew that complimenting Feng Qi would increase his favorability, the extent of the increase surpassed her expectations, especially with the doubling of positive points, deepening the smile in her eyes. However, she also noticed the golden-haired tiger's discomfort and, fearing to provoke him, casually diverted his attention. Leave the rest to me. I will cook a delicious meal for you. Feng Qi almost immediately responded, his throat still tight. All right, I shall wait. No, I will find him Obai. He could hardly contain his eagerness to escape this place that stirred his heart so tumultuously, and fled in haste. At the summit of Ba, Sea Mountain, Mo Bai was busy assisting Si Lei and Si Yu in dealing with a herd of wild cattle when a massive tiger suddenly charged onto the battlefield, creating a whirlwind as it dispatched the already exhausted cattle with ease. However, instead of stopping, it dashed around the battlefield in a frenzy. Si Lei and Si Yu exchanged glances, turning to the nonchalant Mo Bai. Lord Feng Qi seems to have lost his mind. Chapter 30. The disappearance of a smile. Mo Bai cast a glance at Feng Qi, his expression indifferent. He is probably having a fit. Who is having a fit? Feng Qi roared as he rushed back, baring his teeth in protest. I assure you, I am not mad. I'm simply elated. Montauk Bai scoffed. Your beastly power hasn't increased. What is there to be so happy about? Feng Qi grinned foolishly, a touch of pride in his tone. I am happy because she called me cute. She? Xia Qingying? Just moments ago, she had praised his kindness. Now, she was complimenting someone else. Her sweet words were indeed delightful, yet her sweetness was not reserved for him alone. Mo Bai felt an inexplicable displeasure, his expression turning cold. Do not rejoice too soon. She does not only compliment you. Feng Qi's laughter abruptly ceased, and as he transformed back into his human form, a sudden insight struck him, stiffening his neck. He declared proudly, but she must have only called me cute. Mo Bai, why is this golden-haired tiger so smug? Mo Bai's eyes darkened as he leaned closer to Feng Qi, whispering into his ear. I just heard her say she wants to find 100 or 80 beast husbands. She will say that word cute to countless other males. 100 or 80. Feng Qi was taken aback, his eyes widening. Suddenly recalling that Xia Qingying had mentioned wanting to choose Si Aigua as a beast husband, he realized this could very well reflect her true intentions. Instantly, his joy dissipated entirely, leaving him despondent. Mo Bai observed the listless Feng Qi, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Xia Qingying had just finished teaching the females a new skill, cooking. After sampling the freshly prepared dish of wild fruit leaves stir-fried with meat, the females of Team 2 displayed expressions of astonishment and satisfaction. They had never experienced such exquisite flavors. Qingying Jia, your culinary prowess is truly remarkable. I can hardly imagine continuing to eat raw vegetables after this. The little foodie, Aya, felt her admiration for Xia Qingying soar to 30 points after this delightful meal, awarding her a total of 1,150 points. The other females also saw their favorability rise by 5 or 6 points each. Moreover, the ever-present Xia Gua, after savoring the deliciousness, added 10 points to Xia Qingying's favorability as well. All in all, she amassed a staggering 3,500 points in this round. Host, we have accumulated a total of 13,850 points. We can perform a 10-time draw now. The system's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. It had never experienced such generosity. Previous hosts had not contributed to its point total, often costing it numerous novice gifts instead. Since there were rewards for the 5-time draw, the 10-time draw must surely offer even greater treasures, right? As Xia Qingying gathered large leaves to hold the dishes, she inquired. She had promised Feng Qi to prepare a serving for him, and given the commendable performance of that golden-haired tiger earlier, she ultimately decided against adding wasabi. Additionally, since Mo Bai had assisted her today, she naturally needed to prepare a portion for him as well. Of course, with a host so diligent, this system is not one to be stingy. The 10-time draw rewards the host with an enhancement of 3 square meters to the Ling Quan space, plus an additional 2 square meters of black soil. It is well known that black soil accelerates plant growth and enhances plant quality, making it an exceptional tool for cultivation. What are we waiting for? Let us draw. Just as Xia Qingying was about to finish her sentence, an alarming voice thundered through the air, "Danger! Protect the females!" Mu Kai's roar shook the ground, interrupting her thoughts of the draw. The males of the rear guard immediately sprang into combat mode, swiftly forming a wall to shield the females of the gathering team. "Qingying Jia, quickly find cover!" Aya exclaimed, gripping her hand tightly as they dashed towards Captain Jinxiu. As they settled, they glimpsed a swarm of dark-furred canine beastmen surging from the edge of the jungle, led by hyena tribe warriors, who were currently in their beastly forms, bearing sharp fangs and emitting low growls as viscous saliva dripped from their mouths. Xia Qingying had always held a strong aversion to hyenas in both her past and present lives, as they not only consumed rotten flesh indiscriminately, but also resorted to cannibalism. According to the original host's memories, the hyena beastmen possessed all the characteristics of hyenas: formidable aggression, efficient group hunting strategies, and cruel predatory methods. The hyena tribe excelled in encirclement tactics, methodically exhausting their enemies, and they also employed a gruesome attack strategy targeting their foes' vulnerable areas. Just the thought of such brutality sent chills down Xia Qingying's spine. Oh no, it's the Fangtooth tribe. Jinxiu recognized the enemy's origin at a glance. How dare they intrude upon the territory of the Kanglin tribe? A nearby female, of similar age to Jinxiu, trembled as she questioned. "I don't know, but everyone, stay alert and do not scatter." Jinxiu sternly warned all the females, knowing that if captured, they would suffer a torturous fate. A timid female, overwhelmed by fear, fainted beside Xia Qingying. As she helped the unconscious girl, she felt the sweat soaking through the female's back. Is it really that terrifying? Just hearing the tribe's name is enough to scare someone unconscious? Xia Qingying, unfamiliar with the Fangtooth tribe, quietly asked Aya, "Why is she so afraid?" Aya pressed closely against Xia Qingying, her voice trembling as she replied, "Sister, the Fangtooth tribe has no females. They prefer to abduct females from other tribes to breed. Unlike the males in our tribe who form bonds with females, they..." At this point, Aya seemed unable to continue, recoiling at the thought. After a moment, she composed herself. This fainted female is called Yuna. Her sister, Mena, was taken by the Fangtooth tribe last year. When Lord Yi Si rescued her, her legs were shattered, and she was barely clinging to life. Xia Qingying's heart raced as a dreadful realization dawned upon her. Could it be that they employ a strategy of attrition against females? Their methods must be brutal. Perhaps they break the legs of females to prevent escape. Such horrors she had only encountered in legal programs and news reports. She never expected to face such a dire situation in a beastly world. It would be a lie to say she was unafraid, but as someone who had traversed worlds, and as an artist, she possessed a broader perspective. She forced herself to calm down, her gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings to assess the situation. There were at least 180 hyena beastmen, while only about 40 to 50 males from their side, including the tiger beastmen brought by Feng Qi, were capable of fighting, and they had to divide their attention to protect the females. The odds were overwhelmingly against them. Kanglan tribe females. Come with us, and you may avoid death. A tall, bald beastman draped in pigskin stepped forward from the Fangtooth tribe. His face marred by a cruel scar that extended from the left corner of his mouth to the outer edge of his right eye, his gaze glinting with greedy malice. He was the leader of the Fangtooth tribe. Mukai stood firm at the front, his posture unwavering, unafraid, and his voice resounded like thunder. Scarface, you Fangtooth tribe have crossed the line. Leave immediately, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Scarface sneered dismissively. Survival of the fittest is the law of the beast world. You are outnumbered. I do not fear you. Hand over the females, and I will leave you with intact corpses. No sooner had he spoken than the hyena beastmen erupted in a frenzy of howls, advancing step by step to encircle them. Aya could no longer maintain her composure, her grip tightening around Xia Qingying's arm. Qingying Jia, what should we do? Lord Mo Bai and Lord Feng Qi are not here. Are we really going to be captured? Stay strong. Xia Qingying reassured Aya, observing the encroaching hyena beastmen, her mind racing. Though the hyena tribe was notorious for their plundering, the Kanglan tribe was one of the 4 major tribes, and such a deep incursion into their territory was unusual. This large-scale attack must have ulterior motives. Could they have allied with another tribe? If that were the case, their chances of survival would be grim. As Xia Qingying scanned the area, she noticed the grass on either side of them rustling despite the absence of wind. A sudden realization struck her. The Fangtooth tribe had devised a cunning plan. They intended to launch a surprise attack from the sides, swiftly abducting the females, while the hyena warriors in front feigned an assault to buy time. Even if Mo Bai and his group arrived, the females would have already been taken to the Fangtooth tribe. At that point, the hunting team, led by Mo Bai, would face thousands of enemies, potentially suffering heavy losses. She was merely a pawn, devoid of any protagonist's halo. Rather than waiting for death, she resolved to find a way to save herself. With this in mind, Xia Qingying quietly warned the male beastman blocking her path. There seemed to be beastmen hiding in the grass on both sides. Xia, being observant, should be able to detect them. Xia paused momentarily, but did not dismiss Xia Qingying's words. Narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the grass, he noticed subtle movements. Cautiously, he took a sniff, catching a whiff of disturbed soil, his expression growing grave. Indeed, there was an ambush. He frowned deeply, as he was not adept at tactical thinking. Yet he understood that if the Fangtooth tribe succeeded in their ambush today, it would spell disaster. Qiguo, transform back into that diminutive beast form and alert Mu Kai to remain vigilant, lest he fall into a trap. Xia Qingying's voice was barely above a whisper, cautious of being overheard by foes. After speaking, her concern grew, prompting her to add, furthermore, discreetly contact the swiftest male present to relay a message to Ba Mountain. Xia seemed to have found his purpose, responding promptly, leave it to me. With that, he immediately shrank into a small hedgehog, swiftly scuttling to Mu Kai's heel before climbing onto his back, concealing himself among Mu Kai's long hair at the nape of his neck. Mu Kai felt a tickling sensation at his neck, but the hyena tribe's warriors had already closed in, mere meters away, and a skirmish was imminent. He could only endure. In the next moment, he heard Xia's familiar voice, Mu Kai, there are ambushes in the grass on both sides. Quickly alter your formation. We must not allow them to launch a surprise attack. Had Xia Qingying spoken this matter without Xia's endorsement, Mu Kai might have harbored doubts. However, having fought alongside Lord Feng Qi through thick and thin, he trusted Xia's words. Time was of the essence. Mu Kai shouted, all members of the Kanglan tribe, form a protective circle around the females. We cannot allow any ambushes. As soon as he spoke, the males of the Kanglan tribe sprang into action, transforming into their massive beast forms, encircling the hundreds of females in a dense barrier. Xia Qingying looked up and noticed that the males left behind by Mo Bai's team were formidable beasts, including those from the cheetah tribe, bear tribe, mammoth tribe, and the tigers brought by Feng Qi with such towering beasts to safeguard them. She felt a measure of relief. However, upon witnessing Mu Kai see through his scheme, the scarred leader of the hyena tribe snarled in fury. "Damn it, it seems we must resort to a full-on assault. Warriors of the hyena tribe, advance. Let's end this swiftly." The hyena tribe's warriors let out excited howls. At that moment, dozens of dark figures suddenly sprang from the grass on either side. Xia Qingying, peering through the gaps in their formation, recoiled in terror as she beheld the creatures come to a halt. Their spines were lined with bone spikes, and their gaping jaws dripped corrosive saliva that sizzled the grass beneath them. Most chilling of all were their completely white eyes, devoid of pupils. Yet Xia Qingying could unmistakably sense the ferocity they exuded. What in the world are these creatures? The beasts launching the ambush were unlike anything she had encountered in her previous life. They were certainly not ordinary members of the hyena tribe. This is bad. They are members of the Tao Tai dog tribe. Mu Kai gasped in shock. Ci Guo was equally taken aback. Haven't they been extinct for ages? How could there still be surviving beasts in the south and allied with the hyena tribe? Mu Kai was unsure, but he recognized that this pack of Tao Tai dogs possessed combat capabilities superior to those of the hyena tribe, and it seemed their situation was perilous. Enough chatter. We need to summon reinforcements. Mu Kai's throat tightened. Ci Guo did not dare to delay, using all his might to scurry to the feet of a member of the falcon tribe. "You, quickly take me to Lord Feng Qi. Our forces cannot hold out much longer." "Sister, I'm scared." He pressed against Xia Qingying, trembling like a leaf. The male Tao Tai dogs were notorious for eviscerating females to consume their offspring, enhancing their strength. "I want to go back to find Beast Father." Xia Qingying was deeply shaken. She had read about the Tao Tai dogs in an ancient tome, noting their extinction in ancient times. Yet the characteristics described therein remained vivid in her memory. The Tao Tai dogs, also known as bone-crushing dogs, possessed an incredibly powerful bite, yet were generally well-mannered. She never anticipated that in this beastly realm, the Tao Tai dogs would exhibit such malevolence. If they fell into their clutches, it would be a fate worse than death. At that moment, the Tao Tai dogs suddenly glided along the ground like liquid, their speed leaving only afterimages behind. The initial wave of their assault severely injured the warriors of the Kanglan tribe. Xia Qingying's pupils constricted in horror. The sharp teeth of the Tao Tai dogs could pierce through skins as thick as rock. Seeking death, Mu Kai transformed into a colossal rhinoceros, charging forward and shaking the ground, his horn colliding with a Tao Tai dog from the mammoth tribe. In the next second, two more Tao Tai dogs recklessly lunged at Mu Kai. Seeing the dire situation, Mu Kai's feet suddenly glimmered with 9 red, 6-pointed stars, and purple lightning erupted from his horn. Letting out a roar, he unleashed a storm of lightning upon the pack of Tao Tai dogs. Woof woof woof. Under the indiscriminate assault, the 2 Tao Tai dogs that had attacked Mu Kai convulsed and collapsed. Mu Kai is actually a 9-star master in the awakening phase. No wonder he was entrusted with leadership by Mo Bai. His power is astounding. Xia Qingying was astounded. For the first time, she witnessed the extraordinary combat prowess of beastly abilities. It rivaled modern weaponry. Yet, before she could fully absorb this revelation, she realized that Mu Kai was now encircled by dozens of Tao Tai dogs, their feet glowing with symbols of beastly power. The closest 2 to Mu Kai were an 8-star expert and another with 7 stars, while the remaining members of the pack all boasted 5 stars or higher in awakening. The strength of this Tao Tai dog pack was both formidable and consistent. Mu Kai, facing 10 opponents alone, was surely in peril. At that moment, they all simultaneously activated their unique skills to attack Mu Kai. The females trapped in the center let out blood-curdling screams. "Mu Kai, you must hold on." Xia Qingying was on the edge of panic, her palms slick with sweat. As dozens of lethal attacks were about to engulf Mu Kai, an unprecedented surge occurred. Boom! Blinding bolts of lightning erupted from Mu Kai, forming a wall of blue and purple light woven from hundreds of lightning strikes. enveloping him completely and unleashing a deafening roar. Electricity crackled, and the attacks from the Tao Tai dogs were entirely rebuffed, the air thick with the scent of charred flesh. Unbelievably powerful. If Mu Kai is this formidable, just imagine if Mo Bai and Feng Qi were here. They would be utterly magnificent. Xia Qingying exhaled in relief, nearly bursting with excitement. The other females also expressed their joy, gazing at Mu Kai with admiration. Mu Kai's lightning wall successfully thwarted the first wave of lethal assaults, directly electrocuting 4 Tao Tai dog warriors. Mu Kai, keep it up. The females could not help but cheer for him. However, Xia Qingying remained composed as she noticed Mu Kai's limbs trembling slightly. He was straining to maintain his strength. If the Tao Tai dogs attacked once more, he might not withstand it. On the other front, the hyena tribe warriors had already engaged in combat with the tiger tribe. The scene chaotic, and for the moment, neither side had gained an advantage. The situation was grim. Xia had yet to return with reinforcements. And if Mu Kai and the mammoth warriors could not hold the line, their towering beast forms could easily abduct dozens of females, with Xia Qingying potentially being among them. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she prayed fervently for Mo Bai and Feng Qi to arrive, while her mind raced with thoughts. If only I had some explosives, or even smoke bombs, or pepper spray. Host, the items you desire can be found on Xiao Wu's lottery wheel. It all depends on your luck. The system's voice resonated like celestial music. Xia Qingying suddenly recalled the interrupted lottery earlier, realizing that while Mu Kai was still holding his ground, she had been hesitating. With a rapid-fire command, she exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, hurry, 10 consecutive draws." Perhaps sensing the urgency of the situation, the system did not delay, swiftly presenting the lottery wheel before her. The 10 consecutive draws commenced. Time was of the essence. Xia Qingying dared not wait for the wheel to spin, and within 10 seconds, she shouted, "Stop! Congratulations, host! You have drawn a high-level healing spell. Would you like to use it?" Xia Qingying was overjoyed. "Yes, use the high-level healing spell on Mu Kai. He is the backbone of our forces here. He cannot afford to be harmed." In such a moment, she dared not consider her favorability ratings. Her only hope was that Mu Kai could endure until help arrived. High-level healing spell in progress. As Xia Qingying's body emanated a greenish glow, it surged into Mu Kai's form at the speed of light. Instantly, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, the excruciating pain in his bones dissipating within a heartbeat, replaced by an unprecedented surge of strength. Who could be assisting him? Mu Kai swiftly scanned his surroundings, but found no source for this healing magic. However, he caught sight of the fleeting green light around Xia Qingying. Recalling that Xia Qingying's beast father was a unicorn who possessed the innate ability of wood-based healing magic, she, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Sister Qingying, have you awakened your extraordinary powers?" Understanding the implications of harboring such talents, Xia Qingying, while distractedly watching the prize wheel, responded, "No, I haven't officially bonded with Mo Bai and the others. How could I have awakened my abilities?" He pondered for a moment, realizing that none of Xia Qingying's 5 beast husbands were fond of her, making an early bond improbable. Thus, she dismissed the notion that she had simply imagined it. Meanwhile, the battle resumed for Mu Kai. The scarred leader, recognizing the disadvantage of the Tao Tai canines, transformed into his beast form, charging forth to assist his kin in breaching Mu Kai's defenses. A sense of dread washed over Xia Qingying as she noted that the scarred leader had already reached the first star of the berserk phase. What to be done? Her heart raced. Although there was only a single tier difference between the awakening and berserk phases, the disparity in beast power was vast, with higher tier powers naturally suppressing the lower ones. Could Mu Kai withstand this? She fervently hoped for something useful from her draw. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn a 2-meter vine mat. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn a jasmine-scented bathing set. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn a 10-piece set of earthenware bowls and dishes. Xia Qingying lamented, "It seems that what I hope for is never what I receive. Little 5, you had better not deceive me. If I perish, you will never find another capable host like me." The voice of Little 5 reassured her, "Host, I truly cannot control the prize wheel. But rest assured, A 10-time draw will surely yield something valuable. What choice did Xia Qingying have but to continue drawing? Meanwhile, at the summit of Bossy Mountain, Yu Li and Xia Qingying had just arrived, discovering that Mo Bai was also engaged in fierce combat. They faced an ambush, not from the Fangya tribe, but from the Wu Du tribe. This tribe was comprised of beastmen whose forms included venomous spiders, scorpions, centipedes, toads, and lizards. Although their numbers were merely 30 to 40, they were indeed formidable. A single poisoning could lead to a slow and gruesome death if not treated promptly. Xia Qingying did not see Feng Qi, but felt reassured by the sight of Mo Bai's large, distinguishable serpent form. Lord Mo Bai, it's terrible. The hyena tribe is attacking the female members of the gathering team. Mukai's group is on the brink of collapse, though aware that speaking during battle could distract them. Xia Qingying understood the importance of the hundreds of females below for the tribe's growth and survival. At first, Mo Bai had not taken it seriously. Confident in the strength of the rear guard he had arranged, every warrior was meticulously chosen. Among them were those skilled in healing from the deer tribe, and the others were formidable beasts, each possessing 2 or 3 awakened talents, capable of handling 5 adversaries without issue. Mo Bai remained unhurried. Casting a glance at the Wu Du beastmen still entangled with Si Lei and his group, his expression indifferent. These beastmen appeared mysteriously just as he was preparing to descend with his team. Initially, he had found it peculiar that they neither sought to claim the prey of the Zhonglan tribe nor attacked with lethal intent. It seemed more like a nuisance. He had thought to let Si Lei's group gain some experience to enhance their combat prowess. However, it now appeared that these beastmen had allied with the hyena tribe, whose objective was to plunder the females. Xia Qingying, noting Mo Bai's calm demeanor, felt increasingly anxious and urged, "Lord Mo Bai, when I arrived, I saw that the scarred leader had already broken through to the berserk phase and had brought Taotai canines to launch a surprise attack." Taotai canines? A tribe that revels in tormenting females? Mo Bai's heart tightened inexplicably. Why had he not been informed sooner? He envisioned her delicate figure, recalling how she would faint merely from walking. If she fell into the hands of the Taotai canines, he feared she might not survive until he could rescue her. The thought of her demise instilled a panic within Mo Bai that he had never experienced before. His aura turned frigid, tinged with murderous intent. He abandoned any thoughts of concealing his beast power as the 3 yellow 6-pointed stars, signifying the berserk phase, rapidly transformed into 9. Without hesitation, he plunged into the battlefield, and simultaneously, the sharp, blade-like black scales along his serpent back targeted the enemy with deadly precision, unleashing a wave of lethal intent. In an instant, he left behind a scene of carnage. The next moment, there was no trace of Mo Bai atop Bossy Mountain. The reckoning of the reverse scale. Lord Mo Bai has even resorted to his ultimate move. Xia Qingying gasped in astonishment, unable to restrain his exclamation. Was it not said that Lord Mo Bai would only employ such a technique when his life was threatened? Was this truly warranted? The strength of the Wu Du tribe's beastmen was entirely inadequate to justify the use of such a skill by Lord Mo Bai. Chapter 33. Xia Qingying. Perish no one answered him. Only Mo Bai knew whether it was worth it. When Xia Qingying regained his senses, he could only faintly hear Mo Bai's voice. Laden with authority, "All warriors of Bossy Mountain, follow me down to slay our foes." They heard his voice, but could not see him. Yu Li was greatly astonished. Witnessing for the first time the usually composed Mo Bai lose his poise, and he clicked his tongue in disbelief. Observing the Zhonglan tribe warriors surging down the mountain like a tidal wave, he could not help but think, Lord Mo Bai is exceedingly responsible. He even used his ultimate move to rescue them. Xia Qingying sensed the urgency in his tone, filled with concern. It seemed that Lord Mo Bai cared for Xia Qingying even more than Feng Qi did. Could it be that his aspirations to become one of her beast husbands were now futile? He was outmatched in looks, physique, and combat prowess, falling short in every regard. Sigh. Yu Li, witnessing Xia Qingying lost in thought, remarked, "What are you dawdling for? Are you afraid? Are you hesitant to fight? Of course we must descend. Perhaps there is still a chance for a hero to save the damsel." "Save a damsel? Who?" Yu Li mused. pondering that he did not seem to have a favored female. In the next moment, Xia Qingying scrambled onto Yu Li's back, as if riding a horse, and gave a playful tap to Yu Li's rear. "Let us go." Yu Li froze momentarily, realizing that Xia Qingying must indeed harbor affections for males. No wonder he was so eager to descend. He intended to rescue Mu Kai. He would have to keep his distance from Xia Qingying in the future. As Yu Li contemplated this, he soared down the mountain. Halfway down Ba Si Mountain, Yu Li and Xia Qingying were unexpectedly intercepted by a golden ferocious tiger, who turned out to be Feng Qi. Feng Qi forcefully slammed the barely breathing bull onto the ground, his tiger-striped claws firmly pinning its neck to ensure it could not escape. Shaking off his fur, his golden, beastly eyes, filled with curiosity, regarded the two subordinates who should not have been present. Xia Qingying, Yu Li, Feng Qi's voice was low, laced with the scent of blood from the hunt. "Why are you two not below protecting the females? What brings you up here?" Feng Qi observed the two, who were still recovering their breaths, and slightly furrowed his brow. Yu Li's chest rose and fell violently, clearly having flown swiftly, while Xia Qingying's face was etched with solemnity, indicating that their absence was not a simple dereliction of duty. A sense of unease swelled within Feng Qi, causing him to unconsciously tighten his grip on his prey, eliciting a faint whimper from Bull. "Speak." His gaze bore down on Xia Qingying, his tone grave. Startled by the command, Xia Qingying hurriedly recounted the situation below. An ambush. The lethargy characteristic of a successful hunt vanished from Feng Qi's demeanor, abruptly spinning around, his gaze piercing towards the direction where the females congregated below. From a distance, it appeared tranquil, yet a sudden emptiness surged within him. At that moment, Xia Qingying was there, having just prepared delectable food for him, claiming she would broaden his horizons, only to find herself in peril in the blink of an eye. She was beyond his line of sight, outside the protective circle he could reach. A wave of unprecedented panic gripped his heart, tightening like a tangle of vines. "Lord Feng Qi, wait for us," he called out, as he hastily leaped onto the wandering back and pursued down the mountain. Down the mountain, on the primary battlefield where Xia Qingying was situated, the females remained encircled by the males, the situation still relatively stable. Mu Kai, having utilized his healing abilities, successfully eliminated 3 or 4 Tao Tai canines, while the remaining 12 or so suffered varying degrees of injury from his lightning skills, significantly bolstering the morale of the Kanglan tribe warriors. The battle raged fiercely. Within the inner circle, Jin Xiu had reassigned the females, with the elder females surrounding the young, unmarried ones, including Xia Qingying, who huddled in the center, inwardly cursing the unreliable system. What useless items had it bestowed upon her? A solid wood table and chairs, 10 gene of sweet potatoes, and a beauty-enhancing pill. These items were only useful if she remained alive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 1 year of lifespan. The surprise came too swiftly, prompting Xia Qingying to quickly inquire, "Xiao Wu, does this mean I won't die today?" "No, this merely extends your natural lifespan and does not prevent unnatural death." What a false joy! Death in battle was considered unnatural, and with the current circumstances, this increase in lifespan was utterly pointless. Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberated through the air, emanating from the right side of their inner circle. The group of females erupted into chaos, panic spreading like a plague. "The Tao Tai canines are about to break through. Females, hurry to Mu Kai's side," Jin Xiu shouted. As soon as her words fell, a member of the cheetah tribe was severely wounded and fell, creating a breach in their human wall. Just as the warriors of the Kanglan tribe rushed to fill the gap, the Tao Tai canine beastmen surged into the female ranks. Abducting dozens, the abductors quickly fled into the jungle, showing no desire to engage in further combat. "Don't take me! Help! Mother! Save me!" The haunting cries grew distant, drowned out by the wails of the females. One misfortune led to another. The Tao Tai canine beastmen grew increasingly emboldened, while the Kanglan tribe faltered in the face of defeat. The hyena tribe beastmen, seizing the opportunity, swarmed to the right, aiding the Tao Tai canines in exploiting the weak point, while Mu Kai remained entangled and unable to break free. Xia Qingying, momentarily distracted by the lottery draw, glanced at the battlefield, drenched in cold sweat. The situation was becoming untenable. In the next instant, the weak point on the right was breached once more, and as before, enemies surged in to seize their prey. This time, however, the warriors of the Kanglan tribe were unable to respond in time. A few hyena beastmen, with a clear target in sight, charged towards the central group of young females. The females huddled together, scattered in panic, and Xia Qingying's expression tightened as she decisively grabbed Aya and ran toward Mukai. Just as she was nearing Mukai, a sudden tight grip on her wrist yanked her back with immense force, causing Aya's hand to slip from hers. Xia Qingying instinctively turned to find Taohua had somehow appeared beside her. "I'm scared. You can't leave me." Taohua's voice trembled with tears, her grip vice-like, rendering Xia Qingying immobile. Frustrated, Xia Qingying exclaimed, "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Let go." Yet Taohua remained undeterred, resolutely refusing to move. Something was amiss. Taohua's expression was not merely one of fear, but also a near-manic obsession. Alarm bells rang in Xia Qingying's mind. This fool was trying to drag her to her doom amidst the chaos. She immediately attempted to pry Taohua's fingers away, but they clung on like iron chains. With a strong desire to survive, Xia Qingying pleaded, "Taohua, I was wrong this morning. Don't be foolish. If you continue like this, we will both perish." Taohua's laughter was chilling. "Only you will die. I will not. I have awakened my speed talent. Xia Qingying, today is your day of demise. And your beast husband will belong to me." Even at this moment, she was still fixated on the beast husband. Before her words had fully settled, Taohua, fueled by hatred, dragged Xia Qingying in the opposite direction of the fleeing crowd. Xia Qingying stumbled, realizing that she was no match for Taohua. How naive! Those with low affinity were truly the ones who wished for her death. Xia Qingying recognized that this was a brutal era where murder bore no moral condemnation or legal restraint. Had she known, she would have acted preemptively. In a brief moment, Taohua had already reached the breached weak point of the Kanglan tribe, and before them loomed a towering shadow. With a forceful shove, she propelled Xia Qingying forward. "Go die." It was over. Death was imminent. Xia Qingying's heart raced, her mind blank. "Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a power enhancement. Valid for 10 minutes. The system's voice echoed just in time. Chapter 34. Super Piggyback Partner Enough. It was time for her to retaliate. If they wished for her demise, she would ensure she took someone down with her. In an instant, Xia Qingying gripped Taohua's wrist, who immediately panicked. "No, I don't want to be taken away." Xia Qingying refused to give her a chance, gripping her tightly and pulling her down as they both tumbled to the ground. Thud! They fell beside a Taotai canine, missing half an ear. What a beautiful female. This all is not in vain. The Taotai canine lowered its head, taking in Xia Qingying's face, then swept its gaze over her form. Finally, its eyes lingered on her chest, grinning with a greedy and lewd expression. Peering at her with such lewdness was revolting. Xia Qingying felt disgusted, decisively pushing Taohua toward the half-eared Taotai canine and sprang to her feet, attempting to flee. "Thinking you can escape right under my nose? Little female, prepare to meet your end." The half-eared beast reacted quickly, kicking Taohua towards a companion and in a blur, positioned itself in front of Xia Qingying, blocking her escape. Its gaping maw, reeking of a strong, fishy odor, leaned closer to Xia Qingying's face. Its crimson tongue licking its lips. "Pretty little female, you cannot escape." Xia Qingying inhaled the foul scent, feeling nauseous, yet a stronger instinct for survival ignited within her. Mo Bai and the others were nearing. She could not allow herself to be captured. While unsure of the extent of the power enhancement the system had granted her, it remained her only hope, and she had to fight back. The Taotai canine swiftly reached out a claw, tossing her onto its back as it sprinted towards its companions. "You filthy beast!" Xia Qingying dangled upside down, her mind spinning, forcing herself to feign weakness. "Brother dog, run slower. I feel unwell." Her voice, sweet and beguiling, caused the half-eared beast to stiffen momentarily, slackening its pace. It believed Xia Qingying had succumbed to its might, unable to contain its pride as it howled. "Call me brother when you are beneath me. Ha ha." All right, just slow down a bit, and I will call you whatever you desire, okay? Her tone was even more alluring. Good, good, good. The half-eared Taotai canine was elated. Now was the moment. Xia Qingying sought to exploit its lapse in vigilance, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Gathering all her strength, she placed her hopes on this one punch, launching it unexpectedly towards the beast's side, where coarse fur covered its abdomen. Bang! A dull thud resounded, accompanied by the anguished howl of the Taotai canine, as Xia Qingying felt as though she had struck a solid rock. Her fingers throbbed in pain, but she forced herself to ignore it. The impact of this punch exceeded her expectations. The massive form of the half-eared Tao Tia staggered, stumbling more than a meter to the side. Success! Xia Qingying's heart soared with joy. This enhanced strength was capable of toppling a formidable male beastman. However, her delight lasted but a fleeting moment. The half-eared beast stabilized himself, turning his head back, revealing eyes devoid of color, filled with a furious crimson rage. Xia Qingying could clearly see the seething anger and humiliation beneath the surface. Roar, roar, roar. Damn female, I will break your legs today, making you wish you were never born. His furious howls echoed, and a blinding red light erupted beneath him, conjuring 9 menacing 6-pointed stars that exuded an overwhelming pressure. Awakening phase 9 stars. The half-eared beast had not used his beastly strength earlier, which allowed her to strike him down. Xia Qingying's pupils constricted. The flicker of hope that had just ignited was crushed in an instant, leaving behind an icy despair. The disparity was too vast. Even the mere pressure of his beastly strength made it hard for her to breathe. How could she possibly resist? No, no, no. Even if she couldn't win, she had to fight. 10 minutes had yet to pass. As long as she could stall for time, there was still a chance. Clenching her fists, she charged towards the half-eared beast's foreleg knee. Yet, she barely connected. The half-eared beast casually kicked her, sending her sprawling half a meter away. Xia Qingying rolled across the ground, feeling a layer of skin scraped off her back, a stinging pain radiating through her. She dare not cry out, struggling to get back on her feet. Save some strength for when I torment you later. The half-eared beast sneered, his body erupting with a gray-brown aura that carried the essence of the earth towards Xia Qingying. She felt the ground sink beneath her, and looking down, she was horrified to see the earth around her come alive, enveloping her legs and arms like a cocoon, rendering her immobile. Her strength was as insignificant as an ant trying to shake a tree in the face of such absolute power. The half-eared beast approached with heavy steps, his provoked fury having extinguished any desire for playfulness. He brutally seized Xia Qingying's arm, hoisting her onto his back like a mere object. This time, he was far more cautious, controlling the bone spikes on his back to pin her waist. Hiss! The pain of being squeezed caused Xia Qingying to involuntarily gasp. Pain? The more you hurt, the more excited I become. The half-eared beast taunted as he quickened his pace, departing the main battlefield with his compatriots, carrying the abducted female alongside Xia Qingying into the thorny depths of the jungle. Xia Qingying, aren't you quite capable? Yet here you are, captured. With you accompanying me to the grave, my death shall not be in vain. Amid the jarring bumps, Xia Qingying felt as if her insides were displaced, the frenzied screams of Taohua echoing in her ears. She suppressed her pain, turning her head to look at the female trapped between the bones of the Tao Tia. Accompanying to the grave? In moments of extreme anger, one can find humor. At such a time, this foolish girl was still engaging in female competition and infighting. Taking a deep breath, she directed all her anger at Taohua. Though her voice was fragmented in the wind, the sarcasm was palpable. Sister, do you think I'm here to play Jin Huanzhuan with you? Wake up! On the kidnapper's back, there is no distinction of rank. Only unfortunate souls 1 and 2, along with a truly dreadful teammate. This outburst somewhat alleviated the panic within Xia Qingying. Moreover, she sensed the half-eared beast's steps faltering for a moment, likely stunned by her words. Slowing his pace was a good thing. An idea sparked in Xia Qingying's mind as she continued her tirade, relentlessly targeting Taohua's vulnerabilities. Instead of wasting time here in madness, why not think of ways to survive? Or do you believe that dying will lead you to debut in the center stage? Will the beast god call you from the heavens? Your betrayal of teammates is truly a foolish endeavor. This barrage of words, infused with many terms Taohua and the half-eared beast could not comprehend, conveyed disdain and sarcasm with precision. Taohua was momentarily choked by her retort. Her frenzied expression frozen on her face, unable to respond, only able to scream. Oh, Xia Qingying goti. Silence, ugly female. The half-eared beast growled impatiently at Taohua, tightening the bone spikes again, causing Xia Qingying to gasp for breath, hastening his pace and cutting off the absurd exchange. The scenery around them blurred into indistinct shadows as the dense thorns lashed against her. Meanwhile, from the direction of the main battlefield, a thunderous roar pierced the air, filled with overwhelming rage, penetrating through layers of dense forest. That roar felt familiar. Was it Maobai? Or was it Fengqi? The distance was too great, quickly drowned out by the howling wind and the half-eared beast's heavy breathing. Everything before her gradually faded into obscurity as Xia Qingying teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. A sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by the muffled thud of a weapon piercing flesh and the half-eared beast's anguished scream. Chapter 35. How many lives do you have to spare? What are you screaming for, Xiaoli? There are powerful foes behind us. Do you want to lead them here? The beast man carrying Taohua scolded the half-eared beast. Grimacing in pain, the half-eared beast shot a glare at him. Xuansha, are you blind? Can't you see my leg is injured? Xuansha, the Tao Tia, glanced at the half-eared beast's hind leg and grumbled. Can't you endure this minor injury? We're almost at our stronghold. We absolutely cannot stop now. The half-eared beast sensed the gravity of their situation. But Xuansha was unaware that the unknown weapon lodged in his hind leg had burrowed deep into the bone, inflicting excruciating agony. Hurry, the pursuers are closing in, Xuansha urged, sensing the formidable presence behind them drawing nearer. The half-eared beast gritted his teeth, raising his limbs and desperately sprinting toward the northern jungle. Xia Qingying's consciousness struggled at the edge of a dark abyss, the dialogue around her resonating like pebbles dropped into stagnant water, stirring her survival instincts. I absolutely cannot lose consciousness now. She bit her tongue, using the pain to jolt herself awake, just as she opened her eyes. A sharp sound split the space once more, accurately piercing the half-eared beast's shoulder. It was not a vital spot, yet it was enough to send the massive Tao Tia swaying violently, collapsing to the ground. A piercing howl erupted, accompanied by a torrent of hot beast blood. A few droplets even splattered onto Xia Qingying's face. Rescue was indeed at hand. Overjoyed, Xia Qingying stifled the searing pain coursing through her body. Seizing the moment when the half-eared beast released her from the bone spikes due to his agony, she rolled fiercely and tumbled into a patch of thorns. Hiss! She finally understood the feeling Taohua experienced when falling from the tree into the thorns. 1,000 pricks were not an exaggeration. But this was not the time to whimper in pain. Even if help arrived for the group of females, she could not be a hindrance. After all, her hands and feet were still bound by the half-eared beast's earth-based abilities. She had to save herself. Quickly, she elbowed her way toward a broken old tree, hiding as the half-eared beast struggled to rise. System, stop the lottery wheel. She silently shouted in her mind. The lottery had been interrupted by Taohua earlier. She hadn't had the chance to call it off. If she didn't stop it, the wheel would keep spinning endlessly. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired a beast power suppression removal talisman, one-time use. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received speed enhancement, valid for 10 minutes. Wonderful. Finally, something useful. Xia Qingying felt the world brighten, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Use it, use them both. Instantly, a nearly imperceptible glow flickered at her bound wrists and ankles, the rock-solid restraints vanishing without a trace. Though her body ached, her eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. Xia Qingying stealthily peeked out, noticing that Quan Sha was examining Ban Er's injuries while their companions assumed battle stances, vigilantly scanning for any sudden threats. None had realized her absence. If she did not flee now, when would she? With a surge of speed, she rolled to her feet and sprinted in the direction of escape with unparalleled velocity. The wind howled past her ears, and the trees around her blurred into mere shadows at the corners of her vision. She was distancing herself from the dog beast man, on the verge of a successful escape. However, an ominous sound reached her ears. She heard Tao Hua's sharp roar carried by the wind. A female has fled. Why aren't you pursuing her? This was maddening. That female was the only hope to summon aid for the tribe. Anger surged within Xia Qingying, compelling her to increase her pace. Yet, in the next moment, her ankle tightened and she found herself uncontrollably falling backward. Instinctively, she turned her head, freezing in shock. Quan Sha's tail, like an iron chain, coiled around her ankle with such force that she could almost hear the cracking of her bones. Thinking of escaping? The beastman's voice dripped with derision, his hot breath washing over her neck. Despite her enhanced speed rivaling that of a cheetah, Xia Qingying had not anticipated being caught. The beastman's explosive speed filled her with despair. Having escaped multiple times before, she knew being captured again would lead to a horrific demise. It seemed she was about to fulfill Tao Hua's intentions. In that critical moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in Xia Qingying's eyes. Rather than struggle, she surrendered to the pull, twisting her body at an extraordinary angle. Plucking a thorn from her skin, she thrust it fiercely into his eye. The movement was chaotic, but executed with astonishing suddenness, swift as lightning. By the time Quan Sha reacted, it was too late. A thorn had pierced his eyeball, and he let out a muffled groan, clutching his bleeding eye. With his other eye, he glared viciously at the female who had managed to retreat several feet away. Quan Sha clearly had not expected this seemingly feeble female to possess the audacity to fight back and break free from his grasp. The pain in his eye ignited his fury, replacing surprise with rage, and his claws, dripping with malice, swiped towards Xia Qingying. The fierce wind rushed toward her back, and she could feel the sharpness of his claws. Yet, she did not flinch or evade. Instead, she lunged forward into a thicket of bushes taller than herself. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as her beast skin garment was ripped open, a searing pain coursing through her. But fortunately, she had narrowly avoided a fatal blow. There was no time to pause. The singular thought raced through Xia Qingying's mind as she navigated the uneven terrain, her hands and feet working in tandem. The pounding of her heart and heavy breaths filled her ears, accompanied by the cracking of branches and Quan Sha's enraged roars behind her. Cunning female, you cannot escape. Quan Sha's speed exceeded her expectations, the nauseating stench closing in once more. Xia Qingying felt her strength rapidly depleting, her speed diminishing, and waves of dizziness crashing over her as the tattered beast skin top snagged on Quan Sha's fangs. Just as she was about to lose hope, a mournful howl from Quan Sha reverberated through the forest. Turning her head in disbelief, Xia Qingying beheld Quan Sha, his forepaws severed and lying on the ground. In the next instant, a figure enveloped in visible black malevolence materialized in the air, its serpent-like vertical pupils transformed into a chilling golden hue, swirling with a cataclysmic tempest. It was Mo Bai. He had finally arrived. The man's gaze, sharp as the finest ice, pinned down the howling Quan Sha, who was now bereft of one forepaw. You dare move? How many lives do you think you possess to withstand this? Mo Bai's voice was hauntingly deep, each word resonating with the coldness of eternal ice. Locked in Mo Bai's gaze, Quan Sha's massive form involuntarily tensed, sensing an unprecedented threat of death. Yet, he was a notorious warrior, his wrathful growl escaping. Mo Bai, is this merely for a female? Are you truly willing to wage war against my Liaoya tribe for her? Chapter 36, Friend or Foe? Va? A cruel smirk curled at the corners of Mo Bai's lips. After today, the Liaoya tribe will become a thing of the past. No sooner had he spoken than his figure erupted with overwhelming energy. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying dark energy shockwave swept through the forest, part of which enveloped Xia Qingying, granting her instant reassurance. She looked around in disbelief, unable to discern Mo Bai's current location. Yet the shock within her was profound. Isn't Mo Bai's favorability towards me still in the negatives? Why does he not forget to protect me during this battle? No one answered her. In the next moment, towering ancient trees around Quan Sha were uprooted as if they were mere straw, crashing down and shaking the ground. Mo Bai's dark energy surged with brutal precision. Black blades targeting Quan Sha's vital points. Quan Sha, tense and wary, did not dare underestimate his opponent. He unleashed his ultimate life-saving move, a six-pointed star, in an instant. It turned out Quan Sha was also at the peak of the third tier in his furious state, explaining his earlier rapid breakthrough in the main battlefield. Xia Qingying decisively distanced herself from the core area of the clash between the two powerful warriors. During the fierce collision of dark red defensive beast power and Mo Bai's dark energy, the ground was scarred with deep fissures. In a moment, Quan Sha found himself at a disadvantage. A bloody hole opened in his shoulder from the strangling force, dark red blood gushing forth and staining the ground beneath him. Realizing he could not win, his body trembled as he prostrated on the ground, pleading, Mo Bai, I concede. Spare my life and return this female to you. She is weak now. Please take her back for treatment. His voice was hoarse, filled with desperation. Mo Bai's surrounding dark energy eased slightly as he cast a cold glance at the seemingly powerless Quan Sha, hesitating to respond immediately. His gaze shifted to Xia Qingying, bloodied and battered. A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, a blend of hesitation and concern. In that fleeting moment, the previously weakened Quan Sha's eyes ignited with a fierce light. He was not aiming to attack Mo Bai. Rather, he used the guise of submission to propel himself forward with all his might, directing his charge towards Xia Qingying, who stood several feet away. A fool's errand. Mo Bai reacted with astonishing speed, unleashing his dark abilities like a raging tide to intercept him. However, Quan Sha's assault was premeditated. Although he had lost a forelimb, he had burned a portion of his beast's soul energy, achieving unparalleled speed. He had calculated that Mo Bai would hesitate out of concern and that Xia Qingying would lower her guard due to his apparent concession. I've got you. A triumphant grin spread across Quan Sha's face as his bloodied claws lunged for Xia Qingying's throat. He understood that if he could control this female, Mo Bai would be forced to hesitate. Yet at the moment he moved, Xia Qingying's heart raced with alarm. She had always found Quan Sha's concession too easy and had never fully trusted that Mo Bai's power could provide absolute protection, maintaining a level of vigilance. As the beast claws approached, she remained calm, deftly sidestepping backward. In that critical instant, the dark beast energy surrounding her surged toward Quan Sha, momentarily slowing his movements. But Quan Sha was no pushover. Fueled by a final surge of madness, his claws lunged again. As those deadly claws aimed for her heart, Xia Qingying's breath hitched. Am I truly to meet my end in this world so swiftly? In the next heartbeat, Mo Bai's black serpent tail appeared before her, striking with lightning speed and ferocity against Quan Sha's remaining forelimb. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed clearly. Quan Sha did not even have time to scream before he was forcefully slammed into the ground, consciousness lost. Xia Qingying gazed at the imposing figure before her, her heart pounding wildly in her chest, almost breaking free from its confines. The tremors of survival after the calamity had yet to subside when a more intricate and unfamiliar sentiment began to quietly take root, intertwining with the lingering horror, rendering her momentarily unable to distinguish between them. Was Mo Bai here for her, or merely to rescue the female of the tribe, while coincidentally saving her? Yet, that dark beastly power had indeed protected her. Could she consider that he had come specifically for her? In his current state, half human and half beast, resembling a demon emerging from the abyss, why did she find him more reassuring than ever? No, what was she thinking? He was the antagonist from a book, and her favorability towards him was negative. Steady yourself, steady yourself. Xia Qingying's thoughts were a tangled mess, a mixture of fear, relief, and an indescribable fluttering sensation. In her mind, there was a constant tug of war. Mo Bai heard her inner voice clearly. The hardened heart within him, which had grown cold over the years, tightened slightly due to her expression of reassurance and her silent dependence. A strange emotion surged within him, nearly unsettling his mind. However, he quickly suppressed the rising sentiment, for he sensed a powerful adversary approaching, one whose strength was on par with his own, and whose intentions were not benevolent. He could not afford to reveal any differences in his feelings toward her. What was he dawdling for? Should he not come closer, lest he be captured? M.O. Bai's deep voice, tinged with slight impatience, cut through Xia Qingying's chaotic thoughts. His tone remained harsh, almost reprimanding. Like a bucket of cold water, it jolted Xia Qingying back to her senses. She bit her lip, casting aside that inexplicable flutter. Indeed, this was not the time for wild thoughts. The crisis was not yet averted. Should we return or seek out other females? As she moved closer to M.O. Bai, she inquired. Just as her words fell, a distant roar resonated. Who dares to kill my Taotai dog clan members? This voice belonged to Ban Er, the one who had abducted her earlier. They had come to assist in the hunt. Earlier, Ban Er had been accompanied by 5 or 6 Taotai dog clan members, but now it was just M.O. Bai, who had just emerged from battle. Did he still have the strength to fight? A sudden tension gripped Xia Qingying, and instinctively, she leapt into M.O. Bai's embrace. Montak Bai, hurry! We must return to gather reinforcements. We cannot go back. M.O. Bai tightened his hold around Xia Qingying, gently patting her back. His calm voice carried an unprecedented gravity. Why? Given M.O. Bai's speed, the pursuing Taotai dog beastmen should not catch up. Xia Qingying was puzzled. Before her confusion could be resolved, a lazy, unfamiliar chuckle drifted into her ears. Ah, it seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. Turning her head to look, Xia Qingying saw a figure beside them that she had not noticed before. Cloaked in a voluminous black linen cape, his face remained obscured, yet the enigmatic aura he exuded was palpable, even to her, who was unacquainted with beast power. Who was this mysterious individual? Friend or foe? He appeared to be an old acquaintance of M.O. Bai. Chapter 37. M.O. Bai's Past. Who is this mysterious figure? The original text made no mention of any mysterious person clad in a black cloak. If we were to speak of someone with a grievance against M.O. Bai, it could only be his brother, M.O. Xiao. Could this person possibly be M.O. Xiao? That should not be the case. M.O. Xiao only appears halfway through the original plot. So how could he show up now? Xia Qingying speculated wildly in Montak Bai's embrace. M.O. Bai furrowed his brow slightly. The person before him was not M.O. Xiao, yet was connected to him by blood. How could Xia Qingying's prophetic book have failed to mention him? The mysterious man's cloak resembled that of the Grim Reaper, his entire face hidden beneath the fabric. Yet Xia Qingying distinctly felt a chilling gaze sweep over her, settling finally on M.O. Bai's stern visage. Montak Bai, long time no see. It appears you have been faring well these years. He slowly raised his hand, slender fingers extending from beneath the cloak, pointing at Xia Qingying. Suddenly chuckling, this female is your wife. She is indeed lovely, but alas, she seems lacking in judgment to choose you as her beast husband. The man's voice dripped with cold mockery. Xia Qingying found the initial compliment rather pleasant, as the original owner's face bore a striking resemblance to her own from her past life. However, his next remark ignited an unnameable fury within her. Her previously pale and fragile face flushed with indignation, her bright eyes glaring at the mysterious man. Whether it was confidence in M.O. Bai's strength or sheer ignorance, she thought, my M.O. Bai is so handsome and powerful. It is my fortune to choose him as my beast husband. You must be blind. As these words escaped her lips, M.O. Bai was momentarily taken aback. She had unconditionally claimed him as her own without knowledge of their past, defending him wholeheartedly. She was not the original Xia Qingying. She had just entered the beast realm. She had no ties to him and could have remained silent. Xia Qingying was unaware of the profound impact her words had on M.O. Bai, her clear voice laced with evident anger. Oh, I see. You are jealous of M.O. Bai. Indeed, someone like you, who only hides in the shadows like a rat, afraid to reveal your true self, must be so ugly that no female would want you. The mysterious man's icy blue eyes narrowed dangerously at her words, an overwhelming chill emanating from him. The grass and trees beneath him frosted over, the frost spreading rapidly, nearly reaching Xia Qingying's toes. He gazed at Xia Qingying as if truly noticing her for the first time. You defend him? Little female. Those around him will bring misfortune to all who love him. Are you not afraid of being shattered to pieces because of him? As soon as these words fell, Mo Bai pressed his lips tightly together, instinctively tightening his grip around Xia Qingying's waist. Yes, he would bring misfortune to all who grew close to him. His father and mother had died because of him. Xia Qingying should be afraid too. Yet misfortune? Huh, a distinguished artist of the new century, would believe in such a logical metaphysics? Xia Qingying straightened her back, her spirit unwavering despite the disparity in their strengths. You must be out of your mind. Mo Bai just saved me. Others may face misfortune, but I am fortunate. He is my savior. Shut up. The mysterious man was infuriated by her unwavering support, his pupils constricting in rage. Then you shall soon find yourself in hell because of him. The icy blue beast power erupted suddenly, countless ice spikes forming around him. Aimed directly at Xia Qingying, the air seemed to freeze, and for a moment, Xia Qingying struggled to breathe. Yet in the next instant, Mo Bai enveloped her in his broad chest, dark beast power forming a protective barrier, warding off the encroaching chill. Mo Bai's voice was cold and unyielding. Ming Sha, our grudges have nothing to do with her. Ming Sha? Xia Qingying silently pondered this unfamiliar name, distinctly feeling Mo Bai's muscles tense as he uttered it. The original text made no mention of this name, yet he clearly knew of Mo Bai's past and harbored hatred towards him. The figure known as Ming Sha suddenly emitted a low, distorted laugh, the surrounding ice spikes slowly dissipating, yet the chill intensified. You care for this female. Excellent. Ming Sha lowered his hood, his entire being radiating unmasked animosity. But my brother, do you think you deserve love and family? This revelation struck Xia Qingying with shock, her eyes widening in disbelief as she instinctively looked up at Mo Bai. The book only mentioned that his parents had passed away and that he had a half-brother, Mo Xiao, who was a well-known antagonist and the protagonist's loyal protector, but it never mentioned Mo Bai having a brother. Throughout the narrative, he had never appeared. In other words, Ming Sha was insignificant, or perhaps he had long since perished in some unknown place after the story began, thus posing no threat. Xia Qingying could sense the unutterable pain in Mo Bai's breath following Ming Sha's remark about deserving love. Although the exact events that transpired between them remain unclear, Xia Qingying is fiercely protective. Mo Bai refrains from retaliation, and she shall take action. How dare you? I assert that you are utterly unworthy, despite having lost his parents. My Mo Bai remains noble and virtuous, safeguarding the tribe and protecting the weak. And what of you? A wretched rat in the gutter. What do you do besides harbor hatred for your kin and inflict harm upon me? A mere victim? Do you understand anything? Ming Sha seems to have heard the grandest of jokes, his cold aura intensifying. Were it not for the need to rescue this calamity, how could my beast mother have exhausted her primordial energy and perished? How could my beast father have followed her into the afterlife, leaving me to wander alone in this world? With each word he utters, the temperature around him plummets. The grass beneath his feet wilts and freezes, a layer of snow blanketing it as silence envelopes the surroundings. Protected by Mo Bai, Xia Qingying feels no chill, yet the scene before her still elicits an involuntary shiver. Such formidable power, and yet, in the book, he is portrayed as a nameless, inconsequential passerby. Mo Bai appears to recollect some unpleasant memory, his stern visage paling slightly, pain flickering in his eyes, yet his tone remains resolute. Your father's death is not my doing. Xia Qingying begins to piece together the situation. The book reveals that Mo Bai is not a native of the Kanglan tribe, but was rescued by the original mother. As described in the original text, Mo Bai was born with inherent deficiencies and suffered from a peculiar illness. On each full moon, his scales would shed, and with each shedding, his strength would wane. His beast parents sought the tribe's high priest for a remedy. Ultimately, after his beast father procured the last medicinal herb, he was hunted down and killed by the tribe protecting it, while his beast mother, enduring the pain of losing her husband, used the essence of the spirit deer to heal him, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. From her deductions, it seems that in this beastly world, females often have multiple partners, and some deeply affectionate males may choose to follow their deceased mates into the afterlife. However, typically, Males with offspring would raise their young until adulthood before departing. It stands to reason that Ming Sha's beast father was profoundly devoted, yet neglected him in his departure. This is clearly a case of irresponsibility on his part, and it has nothing to do with Mo Bai. Xia Qingying is left speechless, feeling a twinge of sympathy for someone. The author deliberately crafted such a tragic backstory for Mo Bai to enhance his suffering and strength. Indeed, he was powerless in his youth and unwittingly lost his parents. Does that not evoke sorrow? How dare Ming Sha lay the blame upon him? Chapter 38. She harbors such thoughts? The more Xia Qingying contemplates, the more she is unable to restrain herself, her clear and resolute gaze fixed upon Ming Sha. So, Ming Sha, I initially thought you to be an intelligent individual, yet appears you are merely a pitiable creature unable to discern right from wrong. Her voice rang clear, each word a gem. You repeatedly assert that Mo Bai is responsible for your father's death. Then I ask you, did he personally take your father's life? Ming Sha's chilling presence momentarily falters. However, Xia Qingying denies him the chance to retort, her words swift and incisive. No, your father's choice to seek death was his own. He willingly sacrificed himself for love. Though such devotion is indeed moving, should not the dire consequences fall upon the one who made the choice? This debt cannot be placed upon the shoulders of Mo Bai, who was merely a cub at the time. Xia Qingying pauses, her gaze sweeping over Ming Sha's tightly clenched fists, veins protruding, and a cold smile emerges. And you, Ming Sha, lack even the courage to confront your beast father who forsook you for love. You are but a coward, shifting all your misfortune and suffering onto Mo Bai, who is also a victim. This way, you can comfortably avoid facing the reality that you are the one who has been abandoned. Am I not correct? Is this truly how she perceives the situation? The more Mo Bai listens, the more he is shaken, a tempest of emotions surging within him, refusing to settle. For years, all who knew believed him to be a harbinger of misfortune, the source of calamity for all. Every blood relative viewed him as a monstrous threat without exception. Yet she believes he bears no fault. You speak nonsense. Mo Bai is indeed a calamity that has harmed his parents and kin. Ming Sha, utterly incensed, finds her words like the sharpest blade, mercilessly exposing the truths he most wishes to evade. Today, he is determined to eliminate this sharp-tongued female. The suppressed rage within him explodes. He steps forward, his figure blurring, and, in the next instant, he appears like a specter before the two, a hand encased in ice stretching forth, aiming directly for Xia Qingying's life. The battle is imminent. Mo Bai swiftly shifts Xia Qingying behind him, shielding her entirely, his dark beast power surging forth, clashing head-on with Ming Sha's icy assault. Should you dare to harm her even slightly, I shall not rest until we are both dead. The clash erupts, shards of ice and dark energy scattering, the forceful shockwave uprooting the surrounding flora, reducing them to mere dust. The 5 or 6 Tiao beastmen who had just arrived are hurled through the air by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground, their life force ebbing away in moments. Yet at this moment, none of the three notice the unfolding scene. Protected by Mo Bai, Xia Qingying, in terror, realizes that Mo Bai is clearly at a disadvantage. His movements become sluggish under the relentless assault of Ming Sha's pervasive cold. What exactly is the essence of Ming Sha? How can his strength surpass that of Mo Bai by such a margin? TSK. My dear brother, is this the extent of your prowess? Ming Sha maneuvers effortlessly, his attacks growing increasingly fierce, indicating that the so-called beast spirit body predicted by the high priest has not granted you much advancement. Thus, today you are destined to lose your mate. He feints an attack, forcing Mo Bai back, then pivots to launch himself once more at Xia Qingying, moving with such speed that no afterimage remains. His ice-blue eyes blaze with a madness for destruction. You dare! Mo Bai's eyes widen in fury, desperate to intervene. But an icy barrier obstructs his path. Xia Qingying gazes in despair as the claw enveloped in lethal coldness looms larger before her, the chilling breath of death engulfing her entirely. In this moment of peril, a blinding golden light pierces the heavens. coalescing into a spear of death that streaks through the air, aimed directly at Ming Sha's palm. How bold! Anyone who dares to harm my own seeks death. A furious roar, filled with rage and a hint of urgency, resonates clearly in Xia Qingying's ears. It is Feng Qi. Ming Sha's hand, mere inches from Xia Qingying's face, is halted by the searing heat of the golden spear. The clash of extreme cold and intense heat erupts, generating a cloud of steam and a sound so grating it sets one's teeth on edge. The violent energy surge sends Xia Qingying flying, yet she is gently cradled by a warm force upon her descent. Startled, she looks up to see a towering golden figure, like a mountain, standing protectively before her. It is Feng Qi, fully manifested. His golden fur radiates a molten glow, and his massive form brims with explosive power, swiftly melting the ice beneath him. Feng Qi, thank goodness you have arrived. Xia Qingying's voice trembles with relief and a hint of emotion, as she believed her demise was inevitable. Feng Qi responds, proudly without turning. I have yet to savor the delicacies you mentioned. I cannot allow you to perish just yet. Xia Qingying feels a sense of calm wash over her at his words. Ming Sha retracts his slightly scorched, reddened hand, the contempt in his blue serpent-like eyes deepening. Burning primordial blood to forcibly enhance your strength? No wonder you could withstand my blow. However, what of it? A mere 3-star in the rampage phase cannot endure against me for long. Xia Qingying's heart clenches. Indeed, in the tumultuous phase of the Quangbao period, the prowess of Mo Bai was insufficient to gain the upper hand against Ming Sha. How could Feng Qi, possessing merely the strength of 3 stars, hope to withstand such an adversary? Ming Sha, a name that Feng Qi had heard, was a recently renowned prodigy of the Yanzhou clan. He should have been cultivating his beast power in the northern glaciers, yet here he was appearing in the east. Unbeknownst to Feng Qi, he was unaware of the long-standing enmity between Mo Bai and Ming Sha, believing instead that he was a formidable warrior summoned by the Fanya tribe. A grave expression adorned his face. He had learned half a year prior that this individual had already broken through the Quangbao phase, ascending to the rank of a lord. Now, his true strength remained a mystery. However, he would not dare show weakness before Xia Qingying. Dare to abduct a female from my Kanglan tribe? Today, I shall fight you to the bitter end. He quickly glanced back at Xia Qingying, his amber eyes reflecting both reassurance and determination. Stay back. He then shouted, Mo Bai, let's unite. As chapter 39 unfolds, Mo Bai's gaze fell upon the fleeing petite figure, confirming her safety before transforming into a dark-hued serpent. Breaking free from the restraints of the ice wall. With a hiss, he flanked Feng Qi, creating a pincer attack. Arrogance radiated from Ming Sha, who erupted in blue light, revealing his true form, coiling up with a massive body akin to a small iceberg, exuding an aura far more terrifying than before. Beneath him, 2 green 6-pointed stars materialized. Xia Qingying had already retreated 100 meters, and upon turning back, she stumbled in fright. Ming Sha's true form is one of the dread creatures mentioned in the ancient texts, the Xianbing Yanzhou. The text described this race as larger than serpents, exuding a freezing aura, their scales capable of releasing a chilling mist that erodes the life force of living beings. Ming Sha unleashed his full offensive, his massive blue tail sweeping with devastating force, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Feng Qi showed no sign of fear, charging forward. His body flickered with golden flames, his innate firepower perfectly countering the extreme cold of the Xianbing Yanzhou as he began to strike and bite, leaving char marks on Ming Sha's serpent form, even creating breaches. This battle was beyond Xia Qingying's capability to intervene. She stood at a distance, clenching her fists, cheering for the two. Feng Qi, go for it. Defeat this long worm. If we win this time, I will treat you to all the delectable delights I can create in the beast realm. Honey-glazed roasted meat, spicy grilled fish, and mushroom stew galore. I promise you a feast, so do not lose. Perhaps Feng Qi sensed her encouragement, as his attacks became increasingly fierce, matching Ming Sha blow for blow. Xia Qingying breathed a sigh of relief. quickly shifting her attention to the other serpent form. Mo Bai, do your best. I promise I will never curse you again, nor will I fear your serpent form. If you defeat Ming Xia, I will do my utmost to refrain from arguing with you, even if you are a bit abrasive. She hurriedly organized her thoughts, feeling they lacked sufficient weight, and watched as Mo Bai narrowly dodged a frost blade attack. Resolutely, she added, as long as you remain safe, I will help change your fate, ensuring you not only possess the one you love, but also have a family of your own. So, please protect yourself, and do not get hurt. Mo Bai appeared indifferent, yet deep within, he yearned for affection, enduring life and death alongside her. She could not treat them as mere characters on a page. They were flesh and blood, real lives beside her. Their destinies should not be dictated by the confines of a narrative. They deserved a beautiful future. She cared little for the story's plot. She intended for them to have a good ending. Xia Qingying did not notice that as her heartfelt words echoed, Mo Bai's figure in the distance seemed to momentarily pause, and the beast power surrounding him solidified further. A smile, deeper than any he had ever worn, flickered at the corner of his mouth. Xia Qingying's gaze darted rapidly between the two figures battling against the colossal serpent. Soon, Feng Qi was struck by Ming Xia's paw, violently spewing blood, his form staggering. He steadied himself, wiping the blood from his lips, his fighting spirit undiminished, igniting with even greater defiance. Mo Bai's situation was equally dire. His body was riddled with injuries, his movements sluggish compared to earlier. Xia Qingying noticed this and silently worried for both of them. Host, Feng Qi and Mo Bai might not be able to defeat Ming Xia. We still have points. In this critical moment, should we attempt a lottery? The system's voice suddenly chimed in. The system was correct. Although Feng Qi and Mo Bai fought with all their might, Ming Xia remained unfazed. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for them. Without a breakthrough, all three might perish here today. Xia Qingying dared not hesitate. Opening the system panel, where she found over 3,000 points, enough for 3 draws. If she could obtain something powerful, there was hope. Xiao Wu draw 3 times. 3,000 points were deducted as the lottery commenced. Congratulations, the host has drawn a primary energy recovery pill. An energy recovery pill? Host, the energy recovery pill can restore stamina. You are currently weak and may consume it, the system prompted. Xia Qingying felt a pang of disappointment. At such a moment, she wished for something beneficial for Feng Qi and Mo Bai, rather than herself. Just then, a wave of dizziness washed over her. No, I cannot fall before Feng Qi and Mo Bai do. If I collapse now, the two still fighting will be distracted. Xia Qingying decisively retrieved the energy recovery pill and swallowed it. The gentle medicinal essence spread from her throat, swiftly invigorating her limbs. Her previously weak body regained strength, and the blurry scene before her became remarkably clear. She dared not delay, immediately raising her eyes to the battlefield. What she beheld was a breathtaking sight. The two colossal serpents entwined, with Ming Xia's sharp fangs viciously piercing Mo Bai's body. Mo Bai let out a muffled groan, his form instantly encased in frost, which subsequently shattered, causing him to stagger backward, coughing up black blood. This is bad. At that moment, Ming Xia seized the advantage, swiftly wrapping his ice-blue form around Mo Bai, aiming directly for his vital point. Mo Bai, be careful. Xia Qingying's heart raced. Fortunately, Feng Qi dashed in front of Mo Bai, deflecting Ming Xia's onslaught. Yet, in the next moment, the ice-blue beast power surrounding Ming Xia surged violently, intent on delivering a fatal blow to both weakened warriors. Xia Qingying's heart momentarily stopped in fear, her voice tinged with urgency. Feng Qi, Mo Bai, be cautious. Retreat quickly. Ming Xia's cruel laughter echoed. Retreat? None of you shall leave today. Before his words had fully left his lips, his ice-blue serpent tail ensnared the two weary warriors, preparing for a final constriction. No. Xia Qingying's eyes widened in horror. Yet her anxious pleas fell on deaf ears as the two's breaths grew weaker. Were they destined to perish here today? Just then, a fierce wind arose, sand and stones swirling about. A colossal shadow descended from the heavens, a piercing eagle's cry slicing through the air. An eagle? It's Changfeng. We are saved, Xia Qingying exclaimed in joy, unable to restrain herself from waving at the soaring eagle. Changfeng quickly saved Feng Qi and Mo Bai. On the brink of collapse, the two warriors, upon hearing her exclaim that Changfeng had arrived, immediately felt invigorated. Changfeng soared, his wings unfurling, unleashing azure blades of wind that rained down upon Ming Sha with deadly precision. The impact of the beast power struck fiercely, creating visible ripples of energy. Ming Sha was forced to retreat several steps, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. A six-star warrior of the Gray Eagle tribe in the Quangbao phase? What was this? More assistance for Mo Bai? Why? Why did he have so many allies? Ming Sha sneered. Another fool rushing to their doom. I shall send you all to hell together. Incepter 40, Cheng Feng Dove. His claws grasping the severely injured warriors and bringing them to Xia Qingying's side. Transforming into human form, he stood before her, tossing her a vial of healing medicine. His voice steady. Assist them in applying the medicine. Leave the battlefield to me. As soon as the words left her lips, the figure of Changfeng, transformed by the winds, shot forth like an arrow towards Ming Sha. Xia Qingying was bewildered by how Changfeng, who was clearly in the tribe, could arrive with such miraculous timing. Yet at least it provided them with a momentary respite. This question flitted through her mind, but she had no time to ponder it further. Nor could she focus on the battle between Changfeng and Ming Sha. Instead, she hurried to assess the injuries of Mo Bai and Feng Qi at that moment. Both had reverted to their human forms, their faces pale, their bare torsos marred by a network of wounds, flesh torn, with the edges of the gashes still glistening with unthawed frost. While the blood flow was staunched, the piercing chill continued to seep into their bodies. However, in comparison, Mo Bai's injuries were far more severe. His lips had lost their color, revealing a disturbing shade of purplish red, a sign that the venom had infiltrated his heart. Additionally, a deep ice blade wound extended from his lower abdomen to his chest. His breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, and Xia Qingying could sense the rapid decline of Mo Bai's life force. The snake venom from Ming Sha was lethally potent to Mo Bai, compounded by this wound. Without a shaman, he would likely perish today. Feng Qi remained somewhat conscious, struggling to move beside Mo Bai, furrowing his brow as he watched him. A heavy weight settled in Xia Qingying's heart. The healing medicine provided by Changfeng could only treat external wounds and would not neutralize the snake venom. At present, Changfeng was still engaged in battle, and Feng Qi was too weak to stand. It was already dusk. Returning to the tribe to find the shaman Zhongxian was utterly impossible. Was there truly no other way? As she retrieved the healing ointment from the jar to tend to Mo Bai, she inquired of Feng Qi. Fortunately, Changfeng's medicine was remarkably effective. As soon as it was applied, the frost melted away and the bleeding ceased. Mo Bai had grown up alongside them in the Kanglin tribe, a brother in life and death. Though he was accustomed to witnessing death, the sight of him nearing his own demise filled Feng Qi with unbearable sorrow. No, ordinary detoxifying herbs could not eliminate the toxins within Mo Bai's body, unless we had the divine detoxifying elixir from Chengdu. Xia Qingying's heart sank further upon hearing this, her mind racing with despair. What Montag by Trulidi? But he was an important character in the narrative, wasn't he? The plot had yet to unfold. Surely he wouldn't perish just yet? However, the storyline had already shifted. As a mere supporting character, my survival and the fact that I had not retreated from my engagement might have triggered a butterfly effect, resulting in today's calamity. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her frantic thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a basic healing spell. Would you like to use it? Basic? It could only mend external injuries. With two injured individuals at her side, whom should she use it on? Xia Qingying felt torn. Logically, she should apply it to Mo Bai. Yet she also wished to attempt healing Feng Qi, hoping that if Feng Qi recovered sufficiently, he could escort Mo Bai back to the tribe for treatment. After much deliberation, she came to a resolute decision. She would use the healing spell on Feng Qi. As the words left her mouth, a faint green light emanated from her. akin to the advanced healing spell she had previously cast on Mu Kai, and it swiftly entered Feng Qi's body. Feng Qi's eyes widened as he gazed at Xia Qingying in astonishment. She could perform healing magic, but how could that be? Before he could comprehend, a gentle yet powerful energy coursed through him, and the deep wound on his shoulder began to heal at a visible pace. The slight itch of new flesh caused him to involuntarily tense his back muscles. What astonished him further was that Zhong Xian's healing spells were accompanied by a raw, coarse energy wave that brought discomfort to the recipient. In contrast, Xia Qingying's healing magic was as pure as the first trickle of spring water after the melting of the initial snow, devoid of any impurities. Feng Qi abruptly turned to Xia Qingying, only to find her cheeks still rosy, showing no signs of pallor from using the healing spell. Clearly, this spell demanded little from her. He felt conflicted, his desire to question her swirling on his tongue before he swallowed it back down. The power of their contract explicitly informed him that Xia Qingying was still an unblemished maiden, and there was no possible way she could have gained any innate skills through dual cultivation. Yet what she had just demonstrated was a refined healing power that only advanced shamans could wield. Could it be that she truly came from the beast god realm? This thought resurfaced, causing Feng Qi's heart to race. He recalled the high priest's words about a millennium ago when the Beastman continent faced annihilation, and the beast god dispatched messengers to grant the light of healing, saving the various tribes. In Xia Qingying, her appearance was so peculiar, imbued with an indescribable strangeness. Not to mention this illogical healing talent. Feng Qi. Xia Qingying's voice quivered, breaking through his reverie. Quickly check on Mo Bai. Feng Qi snapped back to attention, examining Mo Bai's condition. Mo Bai's breathing had grown so faint it was nearly undetectable, and the wound that had been treated now glowed with a sinister black-purple hue. The surrounding skin beginning to rot. The snake venom from Ming Sha was terrifyingly strange, far beyond that of an ordinary python. Xia Qingying's anxiety mounted as she grasped Feng Qi's arm, saying, "Your injury should have improved somewhat. We need to hasten and get Mo Bai back to the tribe in time." Feng Qi's expression darkened. "I'd intended to use my beast power to suppress it temporarily until we could reach the shaman." He lightly touched Mo Bai's wound and quickly withdrew his hand. But it was evident that even if they reached Zhong Xian in time, he would be unable to assist Mo Bai in detoxifying him. Xia Qingying gazed at the handsome man whose face was now tinged with a bluish gray, a wave of helplessness engulfing her. She was not a saint and had yet to fully accept the reality of her crossing into this foreign world. Yet, to watch someone who had just fought valiantly to protect her slip away before her eyes was something she could not endure. "Host, what better time than now to increase favorability? Have you forgotten? The blood in your veins can neutralize all poisons." The system's voice suddenly reminded her. Xia Qingying's spirits lifted. Mo Bai could be saved. The matters of favorability were inconsequential to her now. As for revealing her blood's ability to Feng Qi, she trusted that he, who had nearly lost his life saving her, would keep her secret. What was there to wait for? With determination, she pressed the slightly scabbed wound on her palm, causing fresh crimson blood to flow forth as she hurriedly extended her hand toward Mo Bai's lips. Feng Qi, startled to see her harm herself, quickly grabbed her wrist, urgently exclaiming, "Stop! What are you doing? Do you think feeding your blood will save Mo Bai?" Xia Qingying frowned, realizing that unless she clarified her intentions, Feng Qi would not allow her to act. "Feng Qi, I have a secret to tell you. My blood can neutralize all poisons. Let go of me. Mo Bai is running out of time. Do you want him to die?" Chapter 41. Not a matter of simple trust. Feng Qi's pupils constricted violently, as though he had stepped on a cat's tail, convinced he had misheard her. "What did you say?" She claimed her blood could neutralize all poisons? How could such a miraculous thing exist in this world? "I said that the blood flowing within me can counteract any poison in existence," Xia Qingying reiterated. Feng Qi trembled, scanning her from head to toe, still uncertain whether her desperation over Mo Bai's impending death had driven her to madness. This was impossible. No such gifted bloodline existed among the beastmen. Even Mo Bai, while immune to the toxins of other snake tribes, was utterly defenseless against python venom. Moreover, although she possessed the bloodlines of a unicorn, Eneli Huang, those bloodlines granted only healing abilities, lacking any power to neutralize poisons. He had said much in an attempt to bring her back to reality, to dispel her delusions. Fengqi, believe me, Xia Qingying said, her gaze fixed on his increasingly ashen face, her sincerity palpable. Trust that I can save him, Bai. She then spoke rapidly. Now is not the time for debate. Whether you believe me will become evident once I feed Mo by my blood. Now let go. Do not hinder my efforts to save him. With that, she forcefully slapped Fengqi's hand away. Xia Qingying was right. The immediate priority was the life of Mo Bai. Since she spoke with such conviction, he decided to trust her once. With this thought, Fengqi released his hold. As he did, Xia Qingying leaned over Mo Bai's side, pressing her bloodied palm against his tightly closed, purplish lips. Mo Bai, open your mouth. Perhaps in her urgency, she had not considered whether the unconscious man could hear her. Mo Bai showed no response. Xia Qingying stubbornly pressed her continuously bleeding hand against his lips, and as she noticed his breath was nearly non-existent, her heart sank further. He exhibited no awareness whatsoever. Gritting her teeth, she grasped his chin, forcing his mouth open, but no matter how hard she tried, it was a futile effort. Xia Qingying could only repeatedly call his name, attempting to rouse him, her hands never ceasing their motion. The man in a coma felt himself sinking deeper, enveloped by an unending cold, akin to a vast, frigid abyss. His limbs felt stiff as if frozen, and even his thoughts crystallized into ice. Darkness surged from all directions, seeking to pull him into an eternal slumber. He lacked the strength to resist, and even the thought of struggle faded, leaving him desiring nothing more than to be consumed by this profound silence. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of complete dissolution, a faint yet distinctly different sensation unexpectedly brushed against his lips. It was warm. Compared to the bone-chilling cold surrounding him, this slight warmth felt searing like a branding iron. It began as a gentle heat, accompanied by an unfamiliar softness, stubbornly pressing against his cold, numb lips. Then came a persistent force, attempting to pry open the locked gates. Following that was a soft, urgent female voice calling out to him, infused with anxiety. Who was calling him? Was it his mother? Come to take him to the beast god? Surely, no one else in this world could care for him so deeply. Mo Bai's voice echoed in his ears. No, he could not recall who it was, nor could he think clearly. Yet, he did not wish to disappoint the one who worried for him. In this moment, his dissipating consciousness experienced a flicker of return. He instinctively obeyed her plea and slightly parted his lips. Wonderful! Mo Bai is regaining consciousness. Xia Qingying exclaimed in delight, quickly squeezing her wound. Blood dripped through his teeth. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Time seemed to stretch, feeling both fleeting and eternal. Gradually, the horrifying purplish hue on Mo Bai's lips began to fade at a visible rate. It worked. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Xia Qingying's eyes. Fengqi's expression was one of incredulity and astonishment. What Xia Qingying had said was indeed true. He felt as if he were rooted in place, his focus entirely on Mo Bai. It was no illusion. Her blood could truly counteract the poison. The darkened veins in Mo Bai's neck began to calm, his breathing showing more pronounced fluctuations, still shallow, yet significantly improved from his earlier plight. At that moment, Fengqi finally accepted this unbelievable reality. Xia Qingying, however, felt that the blood was insufficient. Disregarding the pain in her palm, she squeezed her wound again, allowing more blood to trickle into Mo Bai's mouth. Meanwhile, the unconscious Mo Bai sensed a warm, rich, metallic sweetness flowing into him. It burst forth with a vibrant life force, ruthlessly shattering his frozen perceptions. This sensation was not nauseating. Rather, it was akin to tasting a drop of fresh water in an endless desert, awakening the nearly extinguished instinct to survive deep within him. The soft, delicate touch on his lips felt real and clear, urgently and stubbornly resisting the cold that sought to drag him into the abyss, tethering his dispersing consciousness. Instinctively, he yearned to draw in more warmth to combat death. Enough. Suddenly, Fengqi snapped to attention, noticing Xia Qingying's blood continuously dripping, her once rosy cheeks now pale, stirring an inexplicable ache in his heart. At this rate, Mo would not be saved. She would lose too much blood. He reached out again, grasping her wrist. Just as his fingers were about to make contact with her wrist, his motion halted abruptly. A faint groan escaped from Mo's lips. Feng Qi quickly reached to check Mo's pulse and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Mo's poison had been neutralized. Xia Qingying finally relaxed. She had no inclination for self-harm and would not have injured herself if it were not for saving another. However, Feng Qi gazed at Xia Qingying's profile, a complex expression adorning his face. How many secrets did this female harbor? She was willing to reveal such truths for Mo in his presence. While Feng Qi was filled with doubt, Mo's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Is Mo waking up? Xia Qingying's heart raced as she fixated on his returning color. Leaning in closer, yet Mo merely turned his head unconsciously and fell back into a deep sleep. However, this time, his breathing was noticeably steadier. The life-threatening crisis had passed. Only then did Xia Qingying allow her thoughts to wander to other matters, such as the ticking time bomb of a secret she carried. After pondering for a moment, she leaned close to Feng Qi's ear and whispered, as light as a sigh yet heavy with significance. Feng Qi, this secret I bear could cost me my life. Do you understand? Feng Qi's breath caught for a moment. He certainly understood. This blood, capable of neutralizing poisons, was both a blessing and a curse, particularly when she was not strong enough to safeguard herself. This secret I will only share with you from now on. We share a bond of secrets. Feng Qi, I hope you will never disclose this. Do not betray my trust. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi's heart raced. Initially, he had been curious about Xia Qingying, but more so, he sought to draw closer to her, to glean from her heart the direction of his future and uncover the secrets surrounding the relic left by the Beast Mother. Part of his motivation to save her today stemmed from this. Yet he had never anticipated that this female, a substitute for the original Xia Qingying, would so openly share such a life-threatening secret with him. This was not mere trust. It was a vulnerability related to life and death, handed to him on a silver platter. An indescribable emotion surged within him, a mix of shock, sentimentality, and an impulse he himself had not recognized, an urge to cherish this trust. He gazed at Xia Qingying, his expression resolute. All right, I promise I will not speak of it. Before he could finish, the fierce clash between Cheng Feng and Ming Sha erupted into a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves through the air. After a whirlwind of dust, Cheng Feng's eagle-like figure crashed heavily to the ground, turning to shout at Feng Qi and Xia Qingying, "Get Mo out of here." However, Feng Qi had no intention of abandoning his companion, swiftly joining the battle. Chapter 42. Has your mind been clouded? Xia Qingying frowned at the unconscious Mo beside her, then glanced at the injured Cheng Feng on the ground, and finally at the seemingly stable Huang. Although Feng Qi appeared to have recovered, she knew that the basic healing spell could not restore his beastly strength. Even if he persevered in battle against Ming Sha, who was a whole rank higher, he would soon be defeated. In such circumstances, taking Mo and fleeing would not lead them far. In an instant, Xia Qingying resolved to stay. She still had one chance for a draw, a gamble that could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. If not, she could always reincarnate 18 years later. With her thoughts racing, she concentrated, and in her mind, the lottery screen flashed to life, the wheels spinning rapidly, passing through various colored segments. Stop. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item, a fragmented scroll of words, one-time use. What is this? Xia Qingying had never heard of it, and carefully unrolled the scroll to examine it. Description of the special item: a fragment of the law from a certain supreme civilization, containing the faint power of verbal magic, which can invoke the world's rules upon use. The compatibility of the user's linguistic effects with the current world rules is significant. Note, this is a fragmented scroll, and its effects are uncontrollable. Please exercise caution in your wording. It appears to be a manifestation of the principle of spoken law. Xia Qingying was initially taken aback, for she had only encountered such magical arts in fantasy novels, believing them to be mere fabrications of the authors. To her astonishment, she now found herself with the opportunity to wield such power. A wave of joy surged within her, but upon realizing the uncontrollable nature of the effects, anxiety set in. She was uncertain if this power could indeed contend with Ming Xia, feeling as if she were betting her life on it. At that moment, Feng Qi was struck once more by Ming Xia, blood cascading down his golden fur, staining the ground. He cast a glance at Xia Qingying, silently urging her to flee. In an instant, like a golden lightning bolt tearing through the swirling dust, he bravely charged towards Ming Xia. How foolish! To act tough at the end of one's strength. Ming Xia scoffed, seemingly bored, as he coalesced into an illusory, serpent-shrouded in toxic mist, emanating an aura that threatened the annihilation of all beings, feigning an attack towards the barely standing Changfeng. This strike was unavoidable. Changfeng was destined for death. I shall fight you to the end. Feng Qi roared, prepared to burn his essence for one last desperate attempt. In a moment of urgency, Xia Qingying could think of nothing else. She stepped forward decisively, tearing the fragmented scroll from her mind with her will. An indescribable sense of profundity enveloped her, as if she had briefly established a connection with some unseen cosmic law. With a sudden clarity, she summoned all her strength and yelled at the essence of Ming Xia. Her voice crisp, yet carrying a chill that resonated clearly in the ears of those present. Ming Xia immediately be scattered. Though her voice was not loud, it reverberated as if it struck at the very depths of each living soul. There were no dazzling lights, no deafening explosions, not even a ripple of energy waves. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The grotesque illusion surrounding Ming Xia appeared to be grasped by invisible hands, abruptly halting his attack. The mocking expression on his face froze, replaced by shock and fear. No, what power is this? He let out a howl, feeling a force of rejection and annihilation from the fundamental rules of the world acting deep within his soul. This was not any known form of energy attack from the beast realm. It felt more like a forcible rewriting of his very existence, aimed at erasing Ming Xia from the world entirely. No, he had yet to ensure that M.O. by received his deserved punishment. No one could stop him. With a violent tremor, Ming Xia's massive body shook, scales splitting and oozing blood, a dense aura of death surging forth. He emitted a series of agonized cries, his momentum visibly waning. The lethal serpent illusion began to dissipate as well. Had it succeeded? Xia Qingying was filled with mixed emotions, but her face soon paled. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling the connection with the profound rules becoming unstable. A wave of dizziness and the agony of her soul being torn asunder nearly caused her to collapse. This pain was akin to a taut rubber band snapping back, striking her very essence. So this is what is meant by uncontrollable effects. She had been backlashed by the law of spoken words. The foundational rules of the beast realm resisted and rejected this intrusive external force. Xia Qingying, Feng Qi abandoned his plan to burn his essence and swiftly transformed into a streak of golden light, rushing to support the swaying figure of Xia Qingying. Meanwhile, the situation for Ming Xia was even more dire. Though he had not immediately been obliterated, he could no longer maintain his beast form and shifted to human shape. His once majestic black cloak was now tattered, his aura reduced to a mere whisper. The chilling and powerful pressure he once exuded had nearly vanished. Ming Xia knelt upon the ground, his crimson serpent eyes fixed intently upon Xia Qingying. How could you possess such power to invoke the rules? His voice was hoarse and fragmented, each word accompanied by a trickle of blood from his lips. Xia Qingying's invocation had nearly shattered his foundations. Without years of cultivation and fortune, recovery was inconceivable. Changfeng was on the brink of death. Yet he raised a hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his gaze landing on the female figure cradled in Feng Qi's arms. In his usually perceptive eyes, a complex expression flickered briefly, filled with inscrutable depths. The beast ancestor Changfeng whispered, suddenly struck by a thought, and fell silent. He recalled the prophecy the high priest had spoken regarding Xia Qingying, A soul from another realm with the power of spoken words is destined to arrive. A harbinger of both calamity and salvation. He had previously believed that the prophecy referring to the power of spoken words was merely symbolic, until he witnessed firsthand this female's ability to command the heavens with her utterances. Chung Feng took a step forward, his injuries causing his form to sway slightly. But his all-seeing eyes shone with remarkable brilliance, a near-reverent expression gracing his features. His beast ancestor had also foretold that this foreign soul was destined to lead the beast clan towards a new fate. Her arrival was no mere coincidence. He had vowed to heed the beast ancestor's words and protect that foreign soul at all costs. Feng Qi caught the murmured words of Chung Feng, holding Xia Qingying tighter. Chung Feng, has your mind been muddled by Ming Sha? Is this truly the time to dwell on the beast ancestor? Chung Feng's expression stiffened for a moment before returning to calmness, acknowledging some thoughts of the beast ancestor. However, an inexorable tide of murderous intent surged within him. The enemy was before them. He could not expose Xia Qingying's uniqueness and must silence the knowledgeable Ming Sha. Chapter 43. The Creator's favor. Chung Feng suddenly pivoted, moving with swift decisiveness. He raised his hand, unleashing a tangible blade of wind, shrieking as it sliced through the air towards the weakened and gasping Ming Sha. Yet, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Ming Sha barely evaded, the blade of wind grazing past his ear and severing a few strands of his light blue hair. His expansive cloak was shredded by the fierce wind, fluttering down like shattered butterfly wings, revealing a visage that had been concealed all along. It was a face of indescribable beauty, sculpted as if from ice and snow, with skin that had not seen sunlight for ages, a pale white. His lips were faintly red, but what drew the eye were his eyes. With pupils of a delicate blue, a red birthmark beneath the corner of his eye, and a depth within them that seemed to harbor icy springs, clear and profound. Beneath that handsome visage lay a body of perfect proportions, broad shoulders tapering at the waist, sinewy lines that spoke of strength, yet not the overt muscularity of brute force, but rather a refined lean form. His pale skin shimmered with a faint glow in the evening light, distinct from the presence of Feng Qi, Mo Bai, and Chung Feng. Feng Qi exuded a primal wildness, his features aggressive, with piercing brows and eyes that held a fierce glint. Chung Feng, in contrast, possessed a serene and ethereal quality. His deep blue eyes capable of penetrating the fog of the mundane world, revealing the essence of all things, imbued with a blend of compassion and indifference. Mo Bai's beauty was otherworldly, akin to a deadly orchid blooming silently in the depths of the ocean, with his pale skin sharply contrasting against his inky black hair. His exquisite features were almost bewitching, and when his phoenix-like eyes gazed upon her, one felt a dizzying sensation of having their very soul drawn in, surrounded by a chilling and damp aura that instilled instinctive fear. How unfortunate that such a magnificent physique lacked an artist's brush to capture its essence. With such a captivating figure before her, Xia Qingying felt her spirit reviving slightly, her eyes gleaming with admiration. The impression Ming Sha left on her was vastly different from that of her 5 unwed beast husbands. This beauty, this physique, was a true gift from the Creator. Her tone expressed pure awe for a masterpiece of unparalleled artistry. Yet, to Feng Qi's ears, it was quite the opposite. He cast a disdainful glance at Ming Sha, muttering through clenched teeth, how dare he call attention to himself, wrapped in mere skin over bones? Xia Qingying replied, how can you say that, great tiger? Are we all just bones draped in skin? But beauty is beauty regardless. Fing Qi frowned in displeasure, contemplating whether to take Xia Qingying to the shaman for an eye check. In terms of appearance, he considered himself far more handsome than Nadine Shah. This female must have been affected by some internal injury to her eyes. Otherwise, how could she find that androgynous male appealing? With this thought in mind, he said, when we return, I shall take you to see about your eyes. I recall that the shaman possesses herbs that can cure eye ailments and brighten one's vision. Xia Qingying thought to herself, where did that big tiger come up with the idea that I have an eye condition? Surely, he should be the one to get his eyes checked. Could it be that my compliment to Insha has stirred jealousy in the big tiger? Quite likely. Fingir retorted, nonsense. Why would I be jealous of him? The words remained unspoken as he quickly shifted his tone, haughtily declaring, female. Do not forget that he just attempted to kill you. Do you truly feel compassion upon seeing his face? Xia Qingying cast another glance at Insha and thought, you overestimate me. How could I possibly feel sympathy? No matter how perfect his exterior, he is still a poisonous poppy that one must avoid. This was somewhat satisfactory to Feng Qi, who then displayed a broad smile. Cheng Feng, however, reacted differently. He had yet to gain a deeper understanding of Xia Qingying. Although he was committed to fulfilling the beast ancestor's wish to protect her, he had not developed any affection toward her. When he caught her initial admiration for Insha, he frowned slightly, perceiving her to be like the other females in the tribe, easily swayed by appearances. He would not allow this female the chance to spare Insha. Cheng Feng stepped forward, gathering his beastly power, and fixed his gaze on Insha. Yet, as Xia Qingying engaged in conversation with Feng Qi, her clarity of thought caused him to falter imperceptibly, his expression remaining outwardly calm, though internally he began to reassess his view of her. Feng Qi shot a glance at Insha and bellowed, Cheng Feng, what are you waiting for? Strike now, while he is weak. Let us swiftly take him by back to heel. He wished to avoid the sight of Insha's face for even a moment longer. Understood, Cheng Feng replied, his aura suddenly shifting to one of danger. A phantom of a gray hawk, formed from beastly energy, coiled behind him. In the next instant, the phantom, imbued with an overwhelming force, lunged towards Insha's position. With a thunderous crash, the ground cracked, and dust billowed. This terrifying fellow must finally be dead. Bai has one less enemy to fear, thought Xia Qingying, observing that Insha did not evade the attack. She was certain of this. After all, her earlier incantation had not been a jest. Generally, one would have perished by now, but Insha's resilience allowed him to endure, fighting against death. However, as the dust settled and the battlefield grew quiet, the spot where Insha had been was now entirely vacant. Where is he? Reduced to mere dust? That cannot be right. Even if he were obliterated, there should be blood and remnants left behind. What is happening? Xia Qingying pondered in confusion. Feng Qi shared her bewilderment, exclaiming, where is the body? Only Cheng Feng's calm demeanor bore a hint of gravity. His attack had missed. In the moment before the hawk's claws could reach him, Insha's form had distorted like a reflection in water disrupted by a stone, twisting into eerie ripples before vanishing entirely without a trace. Cheng Feng's sharp hawk-like gaze swept the surroundings, his brow furrowing. His extraordinary sensitivity to space revealed that he could not detect the trajectory of Insha's departure. As if he had never been there at all, the air remained steeped in silence. Feng Qi warily scanned the area, an ominous premonition tightening around his heart. What is happening? Where has he gone? Meanwhile, above the spot where Insha had stood, in a completely isolated and peculiar space, he silently stood at the center, his pallid face betraying the toll of expended power, blood seeping from his chest wound, yet he remained unperturbed. Behind a veil of rippling water, his shallow eyes burned with an unprecedented fervor, a madness more intense than ever before. It clung to Xia Qingying like the most viscous venom. A dangerous smile curled at his lips. Kidding Montakbai, that thought had once been so compelling. But now he discovered a more intriguing game to play, one that promised to extract even greater pleasure. A more clandestine and chilling excitement surged within him. To eliminate Mo by outright would be too simplistic. The pain of death is fleeting and will ultimately subside. How could it compare to the exquisite amusement of stealing away everything he treasured, forcing him to live in endless regret and despair? As for the secrets hidden within that female, they only fueled his insatiable curiosity. Insha licked the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, the motion imbued with the cruel playfulness of a predator. Suddenly, Xia Qingying felt an inexplicable palpitation, a chill creeping up her spine. What is happening? Where did this cold wind come from? She instinctively looked up and around, only to find the mountains desolate, with no one but the three men by her side. Feng Qi's gaze fell for a moment. How had he not sensed any wind? Was this female ill? Her complexion was pale, and she trembled slightly. With this thought, he wrapped his arm around her more securely, bringing her closer. In that instant, Xia Qingying found her unease dissipating as her body pressed against him. Her cheek nestled against his warm chest, feeling the steady rise and fall of his firm, yet gentle pectorals. It was her first experience of such proximity to a man. Though this is not the time to be distracted, the sensation of the big tiger's chest is rather pleasant. As her thoughts settled, Feng Qi's breath deepened. Mingling with warm air that enveloped her, whether by chance or design, she sensed his grip tighten slightly. This was too close. Her lips nearly brushed against his chest. Xia Qingying's ears flushed crimson, and she dared not lift her gaze, listening to his steady heartbeat, intertwined with her own erratic breaths. In that moment, she was torn between the desire to break free and the urge to press closer. Insha silently observed this scene, a low, dark chuckle echoing in the silent realm, rife with sinister malice. I shall claim everything Mo by cherishes, one by one. This female shall also be mine. Insha's gaze fixated on Xia Qingying, his eyes swirling with a madness that demanded possession and a near-manic obsession. This game has only just begun, little female. Until we meet again. In the next moment, the space he occupied rippled slightly, an invisible mark targeting Xia Qingying, like the finest spider silk, quietly penetrating the barriers of his domain and wrapping around her. Cheng Feng's eyes sparkled with sharpness as he detected the moment Insha ensnared Xia Qingying. That nearly imperceptible wave did not escape his heightened awareness. Found you. Cheng Feng snorted coldly, his fingers forming into a sword as his innate skill, the hawk blade, instantly manifested, cutting through the air with precision towards Insha's domain. This strike was swift as a shooting star, powerful enough to rend mountains. However, when the wind blade struck its target, it was as if a cow had drowned in the sea. The space merely rippled slightly, absorbing the force entirely and dissipating it into nothingness. It did not reveal the concealed enemy nor cause any substantial damage as he had anticipated. The confidence on Cheng Feng's face froze, replaced by astonishment. And soon his expression darkened. A spatial domain? What? Was Insha's innate skill a rare domain type? Feng Qi, keenly perceptive, heard this and erupted with excitement. Think about it. In our entire Kanglan tribe, among thousands of males, each possessing different innate skills, and many being formidable, yet none have awakened a domain-type skill. Once a domain is established, it forms an independent space, isolating itself from the outside world, allowing its master to momentarily regain strength, speed, and other abilities. Those who possess a domain hold an absolute advantage in combat. Xia Qingying naturally heard this, and her breath quickened. She had some understanding of domains. If Ming Sha was intent on avoiding battle, Cheng Feng and the others could not maintain their utmost vigilance indefinitely, while Ming Sha could seize the opportunity to retreat or launch a surprise attack. It was a troubling situation. Cheng Feng was equally aware of the formidable nature of Ming Sha, who seemed almost invincible. With his current strength, it was utterly impossible to forcibly breach the domain and eliminate him. Today, perhaps, they would not be able to detain Ming Sha. As Cheng Feng's thoughts raced, he focused again, attempting to capture the traces of the domain and seek a possible opportunity when the chilling aura belonging to Ming Sha receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. Clearly, after revealing his domain ability, Ming Sha had chosen to flee without hesitation, despite the retreat of a strong adversary. Cheng Feng felt no sense of relief. Instead, his mood grew heavier. The threat level posed by Ming Sha had risen to its apex in his mind. Feng Qi, how did you come across Ming Sha? He needed to understand this person's background and the conflict between them thoroughly. Feng Qi shook his head when I arrived. Mo Bai was already engaged in battle with him. For specifics, you must ask. He glanced at the small female in his arms, and after a brief pause, Xia Qingying replied, Ming Sha is Mo Bai's brother. She recounted Ming Sha's background. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi mourned silently for Mo Bai. It was likely that Ming Sha would not spare him. With such a powerful brother, the days ahead would surely be fraught with difficulty. Xia Qingying's lips twitched slightly, as if your situation is any better. Mo Bai has another brother, and Mo Xiao, who is even more terrifying than Ming Sha. And he will undoubtedly torment you five in his quest to possess the female lead. Feng Qi was taken aback, quickly exchanging a glance with Cheng Feng. What? Did he just say what I think he said? And Mo Bai has another brother? Even with the three of them joining forces, they could not gain the upper hand against Ming Sha. And this older brother, who is even more formidable, would undoubtedly be invincible. Was Mo Bai's family solely composed of powerful bloodlines? The more Feng Qi pondered, the more his head ached, and he silently vowed to enhance his beastly strength upon his return, no longer allowing himself to feel complacent. Cheng Feng remained deep in thought, his gaze downcast and silent. Yet he shared a similar sentiment with Feng Qi, and Mo Bai was already the strongest among the five of them, nearly facing death today. With his current power, the prospect of protection seemed bleak. After a moment, Xia Qingying recalled the captured females from the Tao Tai dog clan and that peach blossom that nearly led to her demise. She proposed, "The females of the tribe are still in the Fangya tribe's hands. We should return to Mo Bai first, and then rescue them with Mu Kai and the others." Cheng Feng instantly returned to his senses and nodded in agreement. Xia Qingying nudged Feng Qi, signaling him to release her. However, Feng Qi insisted, "You are in a pitifully weak state. I will carry you back." As he looked up at Cheng Feng, he stated, "You carry Mo Bai?" Cheng Feng was unaware that in just one day, the little female had already captured Feng Qi's heart. Xia Qingying, on the other hand, felt she had not yet reached the point of being helpless, but she did not refuse, as she knew herself well enough that lagging behind Feng Qi would only hinder their progress. "Then let us hurry back," she began, but before she could finish, an invisible dagger pierced her heart, and she could not suppress a muffled cry of pain. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in her mind. "Warning. A tearing crisis has been detected in the host's soul. Emergency shelter procedure initiated." Chapter 45. Am I dead? This cry of pain shattered Feng Qi's calmness. He looked down to find the little female in his arms pale as paper, her brow furrowed, seemingly enduring immense, indescribable pain. Her once bright eyes were now tightly closed, her body limp and unconscious in his embrace. Xia Qingying, panic filled Feng Qi's eyes as he tentatively called out, his voice trembling with emotions he had not even realized. This little female had just agreed with him that they shared a secret unknown to others. How could she possibly? How could she perish just like that? No, for reasons unknown, he felt an ominous sense of dread, fearing that the little female in his arms might never awaken again. Unable to rouse her, Feng Qi looked up at Cheng Feng, his crimson eyes filled with unprecedented panic and fury. "Cheng Feng, you must see what is wrong with her." Cheng Feng was equally startled by this sudden change. Quickly recognizing that Xia Qingying's condition was dire, he took a swift step forward, his fingertips probing her neck. Although her pulse was beating, it was chaotic and weak. His expression turned grave. According to the beast ancestor's prophecy, this female was crucial for the survival of the beast world, and she absolutely could not come harm. Without hesitation, he retrieved the ancient divination bone he often stroked from his bosom, reciting incantations as he forced a strand of beast power into the bone. This was his innate skill, the perception of the soul of the eagle. The dark patterns on the divination bone began to glow ominously, but not with a tranquil light. Instead, it flickered in a strange manner, as if it could shatter at any moment. Cheng Feng's expression grew increasingly somber as he turned to Feng Qi, his tone urgent and serious. "This is bad. Her soul is unstable. We must find Zhong Xian immediately. There may still be a glimmer of hope." He contemplated for a moment before making a decisive choice. "Feng Qi, you stay and regroup with Mu Kai and the others. You are responsible for rescuing the tribe's females and handling the aftermath. I will take her and Mo Bai back to the tribe at full speed. We cannot delay any longer." Feng Qi almost blurted out that he wanted to return as well. How could he possibly leave Xia Qingying at such a time? Yet, looking into Cheng Feng's unyielding gaze and at the person in his arms who was barely clinging to life, he understood that Cheng Feng's strength surpassed his own, and his speed was unmatched. Transporting two individuals would undoubtedly be more efficient this way. Moreover, Mo Bai was the leader of their hunting team, and with him unconscious, The team could not proceed without direction. For the greater good, he, too, had to stay behind. He suppressed the rising anxiety within him and gritted his teeth. Take good care of her. If anything happens to her, I will dismantle you. With that, he carefully placed Xia Qingying into Cheng Feng's outstretched arms, treating her as if he were handing over a priceless treasure. Cheng Feng steadily accepted her, casting a deep glance at Feng Qi, surprised that among the five of them, the one most eager to annul the engagement with Xia Qingying was also the first to recognize her worth. Rest assured, he uttered, offering no further words. He hoisted the unconscious Mo Bai onto his back, cradling Xia Qingying protectively against his chest, and transformed into his true form, racing toward the tribe with unmatched speed. At this moment, in a stone house at the rear of the Zhonglan tribe, Zhongxian was leisurely washing the herbs he had gathered outside. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through, scattering his herbs onto the ground. Which clumsy fool! It's me, Master Shaman. Quickly come inside and save someone. Cheng Feng burst into the house like a whirlwind. Cheng Feng! Zhongxian bent down to pick up the herbs, preparing to scold the intruder, when he suddenly recognized Cheng Feng's voice and was startled. He quickly stood up, but all he saw was Cheng Feng's fleeting silhouette. In Zhongxian's mind, Cheng Feng, this junior, was typically composed and rational. He would not usually act so irrationally. Something must have occurred to provoke such behavior. Upon entering the house and seeing Mo Bai lying on the large stone bed, his expression grew grave. What happened? Did something go wrong with the hunting team? Zhongxian instinctively asked, as the safety of Mo Bai was tied to the tribe's combat capabilities. He reached out to check Mo Bai's injuries first. Look at her first. Cheng Feng's tone was resolute as he gently placed Xia Qingying onto the bed covered with animal skins. Zhongxian was momentarily taken aback, and upon recognizing Xia Qingying, his brow furrowed slightly. Cheng Feng, Mo Bai is the pillar of our tribe. His injuries are severe, and we must first stabilize his condition. As for this female, he quickly glanced at the faintly breathing Xia Qingying. Although he sensed her dire state, his subconscious still dictated that Mo Bai deserved priority in treatment. Zhongxian, harboring no fondness for Xia Qingying, coldly remarked, Cheng Feng, should this female perish, your bond will dissolve automatically. You need not expend effort to annul your engagement. Furthermore, since you have not formally bonded with her, you are free to choose another mate. Is that not favorable? The bond between male and female can be severed only by the female's volition or in the event of death. A male who has formally bonded cannot select another mate. Yet a male who has not is free to do so. Even in the past, Cheng Feng had never entertained thoughts of allowing Xia Qingying to perish. Let alone now. This was absolutely unacceptable. I insist we attend to her first. His displeasure was evident as his brows knitted, his hawk-like eyes sharp, radiating an undeniable aura that rendered the air in the stone chamber heavy and tense. Her condition is far more critical than Mo Bai's. Zhongxian found himself intimidated by Cheng Feng's unwavering stance. He opened his mouth, but under Cheng Feng's almost predatory gaze, he withdrew his hand that had been reaching towards Mo Bai. Approaching Xia Qingying's bed, though somewhat dissatisfied, he obediently commenced his examination. However, after a thorough investigation, Zhongxian's expression grew increasingly troubled. He examined Xia Qingying's eyelids, listened for her heartbeat and breath, and even channeled a modicum of healing energy through her meridians, yet found no signs of external injury, internal damage, or poisoning. Other than her extreme weakness, there were no clear indicators of illness. This perplexed Zhongxian, who retracted his hand, his face etched with confusion as he turned to Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng, forgive my inadequacy. I cannot ascertain the reason for her unconsciousness. Cheng Feng's demeanor plummeted with Zhongxian's words. If even Zhongxian was at a loss, then Xia Qingying's peril was far graver than he had envisioned. His gaze fixed intently on Xia Qingying's pale visage. A singular thought consumed him. He must find a way to stabilize her soul. In an instant, he lifted Xia Qingying into his arms, believing perhaps that the high priest would be more adept at safeguarding her soul. At that moment, Xia Qingying, her consciousness having just plunged into darkness, was abruptly drawn into a realm enveloped in white mist. Host, can you hear me? The voice of Xiao Wu resonated through the fog. Xia Qingying's awareness coalesced amidst the white mist, the system's anxious voice gradually becoming clearer. She surveyed her surroundings, finding nothing but the vast emptiness of the mist. Xiao Wu, she attempted to communicate, her voice echoing faintly. Where is this? Am I dead? Chapter 46. Thank heavens, host, you have finally reacted. Xiao Wu's voice brimmed with relief, regaining a hint of its usual cheerfulness. Host, strictly speaking, you are in a state of near death. You are on the brink of oblivion. Fortunately, this system acted swiftly to pull your soul into my domain, the system space. System space? Xia Qingying recalled the feeling akin to the force of a scroll of words just before losing consciousness, and her heart skipped a beat. This reminded her of something. Was the force that had struck her just now the Tao of Beasts? Host, you are quite astute to deduce that, Xiao Wu affirmed, then adopted a serious tone. Host, your previous use of the scroll of words unleashed a soul-shattering effect, akin to detonating a nuclear bomb in the night. Xia Qingying, what a ridiculous metaphor. Although this system has been employing special means to keep you hidden since your arrival in this world, that last effect was simply too overwhelming. It was still detected by the Tao, which perceived your soul fluctuation as an invasive virus. Thus, the force can be understood as the Tao initiating an antivirus procedure. Xia Qingying felt a chill run down her spine. To be regarded as a virus that must be eliminated by the sovereign of a world was more despairing than facing the Grim Reaper's deadly strike. Does this mean I cannot appear in the beast world? Is there any way for you to send me back to modernity? The thought of being unable to return home terrified her more than death itself. That is not possible. The only condition for returning to modernity is completing the lottery task, which is mandated by the main god system. Xiao Wu cannot independently send the host back. Isn't this a vicious cycle? To return to modernity, I must complete a task. Yet to complete a task, I must appear in the beast world, and if I do, my soul will be obliterated. The more she thought about it, the more despairing it became. However, Xiao Wu interrupted her anxiety. Host, do not panic. The system space you are in is the safest place. Its rank exceeds that of the Tao of Beasts, and it cannot detect or enter here. But I cannot remain here indefinitely, can I? Xia Qingying clearly understood this. She chuckled bitterly. Xiao Wu, tell me, how can I avoid the Tao's extermination? Must I live like a rat scurrying across the street, cautiously navigating life, unable to utilize even powerful skills, forced to endure blows? She knew that the system had pulled her into this space at a critical moment, indicating it must possess a means to evade the Tao. However, the beast world was fraught with danger. She could not rely on Mo, Bai, and the others for protection indefinitely. Host, do not be so pessimistic. Xiao Wu attempted to lighten the mood. Calling it a rat scurrying across the street sounds so grim. We prefer to call it a strategic retreat. As for a solution, of course, there are several plans available. Xia Qingying's heart lifted. Quickly, tell me. Clearing its throat, Xiao Wu spoke with an air of omnipotence. Plan 1, the most thorough solution. You must become powerful enough, like the Grim Reaper, strong enough to withstand the Tao without perishing, even to suppress it in return. However, for your current unstable soul body, that is somewhat distant. That is a load of nonsense. Had she been corporeal, Xia Qingying would have rolled her eyes at the system. Speak of something practical. Plan 2. This system will seek assistance from the main god system to bestow upon you a concealment buff. But for the time being, you cannot utilize powers that exceed your level as you did last time. Such grand techniques, as the scroll of words, are strictly forbidden. Unless, Xia Qingying, I find it somewhat unsatisfactory. Why not allow me to utilize your lottery wheel for this? If I draw the scroll next time, will I just have to watch helplessly? The system faltered for a moment. It had acquired such scrolls from the cultivation system to enhance its prestige, believing that most individuals lacked creativity and would not wield the scroll's power excessively in times of crisis. Yet, it had not anticipated that its host would be so ruthless and start with a lethal move. It resolved to entice the host with promises. As long as the host diligently completes tasks and aids Xiao Wu in upgrading to a minor god system, you'll be free to use the scrolls at will. By then, if the Tao of Beasts dares to trouble you, Xiao Wu will eliminate the Tao and take its place. Xia Qingying was rendered speechless. This system is incorrigible. Still trying to deceive me at such a critical juncture. I've been fed grand promises by my parents, teachers, and peers back in modernity, and now I must endure the same from the system. She grew weary of the banter and returned to the main topic. Are there any other plans? She felt that the previous two plans contained flaws and were not ideal. Her life was at stake. Plan 3 is the most ingenious, yet the riskiest. The system is also pleased that Xia Qingying is not overly critical. We can stage a performance for the Tao, employing a golden cicada shedding its shell along with a ploy of substitution. Oh, a performance? Xia Qingying's spirits lifted. I understand now. The Tao seeks to eradicate abnormal souls. I can create a false death scene, correct? The system applauded Xia Qingying's insight. Indeed, host. If you merely extract a minuscule fragment of your soul's essence and merge it with a certain individual from the beast realm, you can create a substitute puppet which I will control. At the opportune moment, the heavenly path will sense that the target has been eliminated, and its vigilance will naturally be lifted. Subsequently, as long as you refrain from reckless actions, it will no longer pay special attention to you, a mere insignificant being. Xia Qingying immediately grasped the crux. To extract a fragment of the soul's essence? Wouldn't that be perilous? Moreover, in my current soul-body state, how am I to find a substitute? There is indeed a degree of danger, but this system will do its utmost to protect your primary soul, albeit at the cost of temporary weakness. Xiao Wu readily acknowledged this while ominously suggesting, as for the substitute, do you have anyone you particularly despise? We could seize this opportunity to eliminate a villain. Hiss! Xia Qingying inhaled sharply, feeling that Xiao Wu harbored a hint of villainous potential. Nevertheless, she pondered Xiao Wu's suggestion. Presently, there are two individuals with whom she harbors profound enmity. One is Ming Sha, who wishes to kill her upon their first meeting, and the other is Tao Hua, who nearly caused her demise. Ming Sha is now missing, and given his domain abilities, he is the first to be ruled out. Thus, only Tao Hua remains. Xia Qingying silently contemplated the feasibility of this. The group of Taotai canine beastmen had perished under Ming Sha's indiscriminate attacks, and the abducted females should be safe, as they were likely rescued by the tribe. As for Tao Hua, no one knows she was the one who delivered her to the Taotai canine. As long as she keeps silent, no one will take action against her. Therefore, considering the depth of Tao Hua's hatred towards her, it is certain that during her unconsciousness, Tao Hua will either come to visit her or secretly send her off for her final journey. At that moment, it will be Xia Qingying's chance to counterattack. It is feasible. Chapter 47. The Fox Spirit with a Defiant Nature Outside the Realm. Cheng Feng cradled Xia Qingying as they departed the stone house, darting through the numerous earthen dwellings of the tribe like a bolt of lightning, heading towards a residence at the heart of the tribe. However, upon reaching the base of the treehouse inhabited by the high priest Song Wu, they encountered Yi Si and Si Yao, who were patrolling the tribe. Si Yao's elongated fox eyes slightly arched as he quickly scanned the exposed arms and legs of Cheng Feng, noting the scars with a tone laced with a familiar hint of amusement, though the curiosity within was not hard to discern. Cheng Feng, wasn't this female supposed to be gathering with Mo Bai? How could she have changed so drastically in just one day? Cheng Feng's pace faltered, irritation flashing in his eyes. But considering they were also Xia Qingying's betrothed beastmen, he reluctantly halted and succinctly recounted the events. The hunting team was ambushed by the Fangtooth tribe. The females were abducted, and Mo Bai went to rescue them only to encounter his brother Ming Sha. Sensing trouble, I proceeded to offer support. Cheng Feng concealed the matter of Xia Qingying's use of language spirit, merely stating that he employed an unknown method to repel Ming Sha. He could not divulge anything about the language spirit, even to Si Yao and Yi Si, who were also Xia Qingying's betrothed beastmen. TSK. The three of you could not withstand Ming Sha, and it was this little female who saved you in the end? Si Yao inquired, stroking his chin with one hand. Cheng Feng gravely nodded. Ming Sha and Mo Bai share the same lineage, possessing similar talents. Over the past 6 months, he must have gained significant opportunities. dramatically enhancing his beastly prowess, and he harbors strong hostility towards Mo by making him not to be underestimated. A flicker of thought passed through Xiao's pale purple eyes, deepening his contemplation. This little female is indeed extraordinary, capable of intervening in a battle of Changfeng and their caliber at such a crucial moment. This was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary female or even one with significantly awakened talents. This reflection intensified his curiosity about Xia Qingying. Yi raised his gaze, however. A disapproving expression crossed his resolute face. Without beastly power, rashly involving oneself in the struggles of the strong is undeniably unwise. In his view, Xia Qingying's actions were excessively reckless. Mo Bai is gravely injured. I will go to the shaman to check on his condition. You may do as you please. He nodded slightly to Changfeng and swiftly turned towards Zhongxian. He showed little concern for Xia Qingying's safety. Changfeng had no time to dwell on Yi Si's attitude as he swiftly leaped onto the branch of the ancient sycamore tree at the center of the tribe, carrying Xia Qingying into a wooden house constructed from planks. Such speed. Wait for me. Xiao decided to follow Changfeng to take a look, yet his demeanor remained elegantly casual. Inside the treehouse, the light was dim, and a row of tortoise shells and animal skin scrolls adorned the walls. High Priest Song Wu sat in the center, his withered hands rubbing a cracked tortoise shell. Changfeng hurriedly entered with Xia Qingying in his arms, followed closely by Xiao. You have arrived. Song Wu seemed to have sensed their arrival beforehand, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a soothing power. He turned, and the feathers among his deep green hair gently trembled in the breeze, filtering through the window. His gaze swept over Xia Qingying, lingering for a moment on her face. The color of the azure feather birthmark at the corner of her left eye deepening. I have been deducing for 3 years. The redemption seen by the previous generation may not be the original soul. A blue light flickered at his fingertips, hovering before Xia Qingying's forehead, revealing the soul about to disperse into the heavens. Redemption? Xiao, trailing behind Changfeng, raised his tone slightly, guessing correctly that Changfeng was indeed concealing something. This sounded far more intriguing than the tribe's unchanged hunting instincts over the millennia. Xiao's tone was nonchalant, yet his gaze inadvertently fixated on Song Wu's weathered face. But no one responded to him. Song Wu could not hear the thoughts of Xia Qingying, but Changfeng greatly admired his divination abilities. Changfeng was more concerned about whether Xia Qingying's life could be preserved. As time ticked away, his steady voice bore a hint of impatience. High Priest, why is her soul dispersing? Song Wu pointed to a spot by the window. First, lay her on the rattan bed. Changfeng complied, while Xiao leaned casually against the wall, observing the two. Song Wu stepped forward, placing his hand on Xia Qingying's brow, his fingertips enveloped in a faint blue glow. He closed his eyes, intently sensing. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, and the color of the feather birthmark appeared to deepen further. Her condition is more complex than anticipated. Song Wu opened his eyes, his expression grave. Her body is unharmed, but the fundamental issue lies in her soul, which seems to be reduced to a mere wisp. Even this priest nearly failed to notice. Moreover, her primary soul is drifting beyond this realm, at risk of being expelled. Relying on his profound spiritual perception and connection with the natural world, Song Wu accurately sensed the abnormal state of Xia Qingying's soul. High Priest, is there a way to save her? Changfeng pressed on. There is indeed a way. Song Wu's voice carried a peculiar rhythm, instantly instilling a sense of calm. His gaze shifted to Xiao, as though he could see straight into the soul. Xiao, your talent extends far beyond mere charm. Born on the night of the fullest moon, your innate abilities possess a soothing power for souls, though you are accustomed to concealing your brilliance. Perhaps you have never delved into it deeply. Are you suggesting that Xiao can save her? Qing Feng scrutinized Xiao, realizing for the first time that this comrade in arms possessed other latent talents. Song Wu's expression was inscrutable as he nodded slightly. This fragment of her residual soul is exceedingly fragile. Excessive external force could lead to its instantaneous annihilation. Fortunately, Xiao's soothing power is gentle and nurturing. offering a slim chance for survival. Only a slim chance? Cheng Feng's eyes revealed a hint of worry, not only for Xia Qingying, but more so for the fate of the world. Suddenly, silence enveloped the treehouse. Even the breeze wafting through the window seemed to pause. The nonchalant expression on Si Yao's face vanished in an instant, his gaze falling upon Xia Qingying's pale, yet still strikingly beautiful face, contemplating for a moment. His initial curiosity about her had evolved into affection, finding her endearing and her character distinct. To use his beastly power to save her, after all. Few in this world could capture his attention, and Xia Qingying was one of them. Thus, he decided to extend his aid. In a brief moment, he lifted his gaze and met Kang Wu's eyes directly, his voice devoid of its previous nonchalance. I can agree to that. Si Yao's response was unequivocal, even lacking inquiries on how to proceed, as if the power of soul anchoring were not a secret to him, but merely a dormant skill. Yet, in the next breath, he shifted his tone. However, before I save her, the high priest must enlighten me on the true meaning of the redemption you just spoke of. His gaze flickered briefly over Xia Qingying, laden with ambiguity. Kang Wu's eyes were as profound as an ancient well, his voice a hoarse whisper. To glimpse the trajectory of fate too early invites a maelstrom. Some unknowns are the sole tranquility before the storm. For you, ignorance is indeed a blessing. In essence, he was cautioning against inquiry, for such questions could lead to peril. Were it anyone else, they would have fallen silent at the high priest's admonition, given his esteemed tribal status. Yet Si Yao chuckled softly, declaring, "Boredom is my greatest fear should a storm approach. I shall welcome it head-on. How exhilarating." Meanwhile, Xia Qingying, separated by the barrier of the system space, observed the scene within the treehouse. This fox spirit is indeed, as described in the book, full of rebellion. Chapter 48. Someone is speaking ill of her. Si Yao felt an itch in his nose, an unmistakable sensation that someone was maligning him. His glance swept over the stoic Cheng Feng, ultimately resting on Xia Qingying. Perhaps the little female, even in her unconscious state, could not refrain from critiquing him. Since the high priest was unwilling to divulge more, Si Yao straightened his posture, shedding his relaxed demeanor. "Then I shall seek the truth myself. Si Yao, do not be overly fixated. To pierce the mist too soon may invite unforeseen changes." King Wu sighed softly, recognizing that stabilizing her soul was of utmost importance, leaving a possibility for the future, whether it be hope or greater calamity. At this moment, no one could predict. With that, he turned, his silhouette exuding a sense of desolation and mystery. "Let us begin. Her time is limited." Si Yao's eyes gleamed momentarily. The high priest's hesitance, coupled with Cheng Feng's unusual concern, formed an immense enigma. A deeper smile crept upon Si Yao's lips. He no longer grappled with questions nor sought answers. He relished the process of unraveling the mystery. The core of this enigma, clearly, stemmed from the otherworldly little female. Si Yao's rebellious spirit compelled him to become the most unconventional observer, or perhaps participant, in this grand drama. Thus, he approached Xia Qingying with alacrity. His fingers, long and as lustrous as white jade, emanated a faint, almost imperceptible moonlight glow, imbued with a serene essence, slowly reaching for Xia Qingying's forehead. She could hear everything from the outside world clearly, watching as the glow from his fingertip merged into her being, prompting her to inquire of the system. "Xiao Wu, what did the high priest mean by the remnant soul? How was I unaware that I had fragments scattered outside?" The system had not anticipated that the thread of remnant soul, derived from Xia Qingying's main soul, would be detected by the high priest. Perhaps it was due to their close proximity. Yet, it had to admit that this beastly world was somewhat beyond its expectations. Responding to Xia Qingying, it spoke with a hint of pride. "That was my quick-witted decision under duress, seeing your vessel nearly void. I extracted a strand from your main soul to preserve your vitality." Xia Qingying raised an eyebrow. Are those terms truly appropriate together? Her lips twitched slightly. "Aren't you afraid that the heavenly laws will discover this, leading to the destruction of both the original host and this vessel?" "Rest assured, Xiao Wu has everything under control." The system's tone was relaxed. I have equipped that strand of remnant soul with all my hidden buffs and protective shields. After all, should the original host's vessel lose its soul completely, your main soul would return to find itself in a locked house. Extracting this strand is akin to leaving you a key. Oh, Xia Qingying elongated her tone, feeling that this metaphor was rather peculiar. Pointing at her body, which was being nurtured by Si Yao's gentle beastly energy, she remarked, "So, their efforts to strengthen my remnant soul are essentially futile." Far from it. Host, your reasoning is flawed. The system's voice rose slightly. Do not underestimate Si Yao. Although he appears frivolous, his power is quite pure, a superior nourishment for the soul. Once we resolve the entanglement with heavenly laws and your main soul returns, you might even benefit from an enhanced remnant soul, potentially restoring that original essence to counter the heavenly laws. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingying gazed at Si Yao's focused profile, and a spark of insight struck her. Could it be that the fox spirit is being misled by the high priest? The more he discourages inquiry, the more he is compelled to investigate, thus unwittingly working to nourish my soul for free. Indeed, the system's triumphant voice rang out. Host, let's quietly accept this grand gift. Xia Qingying couldn't help but smile. She had learned a clever tactic from the high priest to deal with Si Yao. Initially, she had thought Si Yao was entirely cunning. But after this observation, she felt that managing this little fox was not so daunting. Her initial trepidation towards Si Yao began to dissipate. Fine. Given the little fox's diligent efforts, I shall refrain from critiquing him today. Xia Qingying redirected her attention back to the interior of the treehouse. At this moment, Si Yao had withdrawn his hand, resuming his previous languid posture, as if he were not the one who had been intently aiding moments ago. On the bed, Xia Qingying's complexion had regained a hint of color, yet the issue remained. Cheng Feng stepped forward, his voice solemn. High priest, her main soul is ethereal. How shall we retrieve it? Kang Wu's tone was inexplicably assured. There is no need for us to seek it. This little female possesses a unique destiny. Her main soul shall return on its own. Kang Wu's gaze swept over Xia Qingying before shifting. However, stabilizing the remnant soul is merely the first step. Si Yao, your talent indeed nourished her, yet it is insufficient. Cheng Feng pondered deeply, but Si Yao had already deduced the reason. The little female's main soul had been absent from her body for too long. Should she fail to merge perfectly, she might depart again at any moment, even risking her very essence. Xia Qingying, within the space, could not help but admire Si Yao's intelligence. Indeed, Kang Wu regarded Si Yao with appreciation, cutting straight to the point. We must procure the Yulan fruit from Yuming Island. This fruit contains pure soul power, and at the moment her main soul returns. Administering it will facilitate the rapid merging of her soul and body, mitigating risks. Upon hearing the name Yuming Island, Si Yao's eyebrows arched slightly. That place is shrouded in perpetual darkness, rumored to be home to many fearsome beasts. It is a perilous region in the south, a journey fraught with danger. Cheng Feng turned to Kang Wu, his eyes resolute. High priest, please describe the appearance and precise location of a Yulan fruit. I shall depart immediately. Within the system space, Xiao Wu was almost beside itself with excitement. Host, you have struck fortune. This Yulan fruit is no ordinary spiritual herb. It is a rare treasure birthed from the essence of the beastly world, a once-in-a-century find. Xia Qingying felt that the effects of the Yulan fruit were somewhat familiar. After a moment's contemplation, she became exhilarated. Isn't this the opportunity of the original book's female lead? She recalled that the original host had acquired this treasure by chance and used it to merge her soul, thus evading the interference of heavenly laws in the beastly world. Unlike her, a mere pawn who is easily ensnared by even the slightest stir. The blessings of the female lead truly were advantageous. The book stated that the primary function of the Yulan fruit was indeed to stabilize the soul. However, there existed a deeply concealed, almost unknown effect. It could assimilate the soul's essence of the consumer, imprinting them with the primal mark of the beastly world. Xiao Wu, does this count as stealing the female lead's opportunity? Is it appropriate? Xia Qingying casually inquired. Yet, Her system exhibited no moral scruples. What is inappropriate about it? We are not a book transporting system. The female lead is of no concern to us. Host, remember this. The death of a fellow traveler does not impede the path of the Taoist. Let us first ensure our own safety before considering anything else. The system's rationale resonated with Xia Qingying. At this moment, the high priest had informed Cheng Feng of the appearance of the Yulan fruit. Xia, intrigued, lifted his foot to follow Cheng Feng, thinking, I have never set foot in such a perilous place. I too wish to explore. However, Song Wu extended his hand to stop him, declaring, No, this priest requires you to remain and nurture her lingering soul daily until Cheng Feng returns. Chapter 49. Who can endure this? Xiao paused, glancing at the departing Cheng Feng, seemingly reluctant. After a moment's thought, he returned to sit beside Xia Qingying, adopting a carefree demeanor. Very well, I shall be a good person to the end. His hands were not idle. He playfully twirled a strand of hair near Xia Qingying's ear, indifferent to whether she could hear him. Little female, you must remember, you owe me a significant favor. In the space, Xia Qingying felt unable to refute. She indeed owed Xiao a debt of gratitude. It was nighttime, and the moonlight streamed through the window, weaving a mottled silver net, with Xiao seated at the edge of this light and shadow. He wore a deep purple bee-skin coat made from an unknown animal's fur. Draped casually over his shoulders, it swayed gently with his breath, partially concealing the smooth lines of his shoulders and muscular contours. From Xia Qingying's perspective, every inch of his subtly revealed muscles exuded a sense of power. Yet, his youthful face radiated clarity, with light purple strands of hair complementing the small mole of the same color on his forehead, resembling stars kissed by moonlight, embedded in his flawless skin, exuding an alluring charm. One could not help but tremble at the sight of him. A smile spread from the corners of his lips, his small canine teeth brushing against his lower lip, adding a touch of wild softness to his demeanor. Xia Qingying instinctively softened her breathing. Unable to resist, she thought, help. Who can withstand this? After expressing her astonishment, she could not help but scorn herself. Xia Qingying, you truly lack ambition. At such a moment, you are still captivated by beauty. This will not do. Yet, her gaze could not tear away from Xiao's captivating face. Host, form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. I advise you to focus on nurturing your soul now. When the peach blossom arrives, it'll be more fragrant, the system interjected, dousing her with cold water. Peach blossoms were not as fragrant as Xiao's visage. Xia Qingying silently retorted, forcing herself to shift her gaze toward the treehouse door. The image of Cheng Feng departing under the twilight lingered in her mind. To be honest, she was worried. Although Cheng Feng's departure was due to a prophecy mentioned by the high priest concerning the fate of the beast world, he was indeed putting his life at risk. Yet, in her current state, she felt powerless, unable even to utter a word of caution. This realization dimmed her soul's light. Yuming Island. Just hearing the name exuded an ominous aura from the depths of hell. Little 5, do you think Cheng Feng will return safely? She inquired. Host, the outcome of Cheng Feng's journey is uncertain. However, as an important character in the narrative, he possesses exceptional auspiciousness in the early stages. And perhaps he will encounter his own fortuitous opportunity, the system replied. Though this was said, the world had changed significantly since her arrival. Even Mo Bai had nearly perished. Xia Qingying remained silent for a moment, then asked, System, do you know what Yuming Island is about? The original text does not provide a specific introduction to this island. Host, Little 5 thinks you should prioritize your own concerns. The system spoke rationally, then shifted its tone. Wait, I just delved into the setting of Yuming Island, and it's quite intriguing. Xia Qingying's curiosity was piqued. What? The energy field of this place is ancient and chaotic, and it has even detected responses similar to the origins of the Zhulong recorded in the Shanhaijing. This might just be Cheng Feng's opportunity, the system elaborated. It aimed to ease Xia Qingying's mind, noting that her soul had become unstable due to excessive worry. Xia Qingying felt her attention slightly diverted, her curiosity ignited. She had read the Shanhaijing and was somewhat familiar with Zhulong. The ancient divine beast Zhulong, while not a dedicated deity of wind. Possessed wind power far exceeding that of ordinary natural winds. The Shanhaijing clearly states that when Zhu Long breathes, the exhaled breath transforms into winds that sweep across the heavens and earth. However, the plant with a similar origin was unheard of. Host. Little 5 has conducted a brief investigation. This plant grows in the land of utmost Yin, possesses wind attributes, and has remarkable effects in refining wind-related talents. This item was practically tailor-made for Cheng Feng, the system concluded. Xia Qingying pondered silently, but agreed with the system's assessment. Cheng Feng's perilous journey might indeed be his opportunity. Misfortune conceals fortune. Danger and opportunity have always coexisted. Trapped within this space, she could do nothing but wish him success. May he return safely. At that moment, golden light, imbued with a sense of zen, suddenly flickered in the space. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated again. Little 5 has initiated the soul-body custodial service. Host, you must lie down and nurture your soul. Xia Qingying observed the golden light that emerged around her. It feels as though I am about to be transcended. Indeed, host, do not think of anything else. Just sleep as you usually do, and leave the rest to me. Xia Qingying felt fatigued, and with a thought, her soul body lay flat. In an instant, faint golden ripples encircled her. Little 5 even kindly played a remixed version of the Great Compassion Mantra. Host, just consider this a retreat in the Buddhist realm, emerging directly as a fully realized Buddha. Xia Qingying remarked, it truly resembles a transcending experience. When she opened her eyes again, 3 days had passed, and the morning light outside was just beginning to brighten. Inside the treehouse, only Tsang Wu remained, reading a bee-skin scroll, while Si Yao was nowhere to be found. The silence was abruptly shattered by hurried footsteps. A figure burst into the room, carrying the wind, still damp with dew from the bee-skin coat. This person seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, Xia Qingying recalled who it was. Xiongjian, the captain of the Lai Wind hunting team, the very same who had expressed apparent hostility towards her when she had tasked him to carry items to the collection point. Xia Qingying harbored no fondness for him. High Priest, Xiongjian approached Song Wu, kneeling on one knee, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned white, sweat pouring from his forehead. Could you please save my daughter, Tao Hua? Xia Qingying was taken aback, realizing that Xiongjian and Tao Hua were indeed related, which explained his urgency. In the next moment, Xiongjian continued, since Tao Hua was rescued, she seems to have lost her soul. She talks nonsense all day and does not recognize anyone. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingying's thoughts stirred. Lost her mind? If Tao Hua has truly become foolish and remembers nothing, how can I expect her to carry out my plans? That would ruin everything. This was not good news. What nonsense is she speaking? Song Wu remained unmoved, leisurely rolling up the scroll, as if casually inquiring. But Xiongjian was frantic. Tao Hua keeps mumbling about how curse number 1 is finally dead and my pig teammate is still alive. The beast god fights on my behalf. High Priest, please come with me to see her. Xia Qingying was stunned. The phrases Tao Hua repeated were those she had uttered during her moments of delirium. Remarkably, even in her madness, she remembered those words. Chapter 50. How to Respond. Song Wu, upon hearing this, fixed his calm gaze on Xiongjian, which was far from intimidating. He spoke slowly, his voice colder than melting snow. Xiongjian, you should understand that the beast god is above. I perceive all. This priest shall not aid those with impure intentions who harm their own kind. Xiongjian froze, his expression of urgency solidifying as he blurted out, how could you? But abruptly fell silent, cold sweat trickling down his temples. His lips moved, seemingly trying to organize his thoughts. Little 5's indignant voice suddenly rang out. Host, look at his expression. This old fellow clearly knows about the dirty deeds Tao Hua has done to you. Xia Qingying gazed at the flesh that Xiongjian had extracted, and naturally, she discerned the underlying issue. How disgraceful. A corrupt leader spawns corrupt followers. At that moment, Xiongjian suddenly bowed his forehead to the ground, pleading, Great Priest, I implore you to save her once, for I owe her my life from years past. Her beastly mother departed this world too soon. The air seemed to stagnate for a moment, as Kang Wu appeared to be reminiscing. the sighs echoing like withered leaves falling to the ground. In a cycle of cause and effect, this opportunity is singular. Go, he concluded. Is this truly an agreement? Xia Qingying furrowed her brow, but soon considered it a fortuitous turn of events. It was best that Taohua was not foolish. In the blink of an eye, Kang Wu's figure had swept over the threshold, and Xia Qingying witnessed this scene, nearly twisting her soul into a pretzel. Literally twisting. She yearned to join the fray. Yet, just as she thought this, her soul was repelled back by the transparent light shield within the space. Xiaowu! Xiaowu! Xia Qingying exclaimed in a frenzy. I wish to go out. You must devise a way. Is this a cruel jest, cutting off my connection at such a critical moment? Suddenly, Xiaowu transformed into a pink orb with features, leisurely drifting before her. Host, your soul cannot reach Xiong Jin's home. Xia Qingying, in a state of desperation, tugged at her ears. So, I must wait here for news? No. With a great priest's taciturn nature, I shall surely hear nothing of the aftermath. Do not fret, host. Though your soul cannot reach, I can open a 4K ultra-high-definition live stream, available for 1 hour. 2 hours? That will suffice. In the next instant, a luminous screen unfurled before her, the image transitioning from blurry to clear. Xia Qingying exclaimed in astonishment. The view revealed the thatched roof of Xiong Jin's earthen home, with every detail laid bare as if captured by a drone. Moments later, the scene shifted indoors, revealing Taohua, her hair disheveled as if struck by lightning. Flailing wildly and drawing blood from the face of her ape-like beast husband, she shouted incoherently, "Oh ho ho, beast god, grant me strength all for my sake." Meanwhile, her rock goat beast husband knelt nearby, weeping profusely, trembling as he held a bowl of medicine. Wife, please calm down. This is a tranquilizing potion. Before he could finish, Taohua slapped him aside, shouting, "Get away! Get away!" The most absurd sight was that of a Qingyo beast husband in the corner, frantically chiseling the ground with a stone drill. Wife, do not fear. I shall dig a hole to find strength for you. For a moment, Xia Qingying almost burst into laughter. Had she not been certain this was the beast realm, she might have mistaken it for a scene from a psychiatric hospital team-building event. The entire family had their share of eccentricities. However, 2 unexpected individuals remained in the room, Aya and Jinxiu. Aya clutched Jinxiu's arm with one hand while pointing at Taohua with the other, angrily declaring, "Captain Jinxiu, you must believe me. I witnessed Taohua dragging Sister Qingying to the feet of the Taoye beast man." She then turned to Taohua, huffing, "Taohua, I know you are pretending. You nearly harmed Sister Qingying, and I will not let you escape. I will inform the chief to punish you." Xia Qingying was momentarily taken aback. She had thought no one in the tribe would speak on her behalf, yet Aya had chosen to do so. Her efforts that day had not been in vain, and her heart swelled with warmth. Aya, with her appetite, also proved to be quite loyal. She resolved to prepare more delicious dishes for her in the future. At that moment, the wooden door of the earthen house creaked open. Kang Wu stood silhouetted against the light at the threshold, pausing for a moment. Instantly, the cries, the chisel strokes, and the curses within fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Only Taohua suddenly began to bang her forehead against the wall, soon collapsing onto the bed, where her rock goat beast husband caught her in his arms. Yet, Xia Qingying did not miss the furtive glance Taohua cast at Kang Wu. Oh, playing the fool? Why? Afraid of retribution from the tribe? Xiao Wu, a sparkling orb on her shoulder, bounced excitedly. Host, Taohua is feigning unconsciousness. She knew to lean into her beast husband's embrace as she collapsed. The 3 beast husbands of Taohua exchanged frantic glances, their eyes pleading for help from the immovable great priest. Kang Wu's gaze swept over Taohua's face with an almost tangible intensity, his eyes betraying no emotion. Xia Qingying understood that. With the great priest's capabilities, he had undoubtedly seen through Taohua's ruse. He chose not to expose her, but instead stepped forward, placing his palm above her forehead, uttering no superfluous words as he began to chant ancient and obscure beast language. The tone was deep and prolonged, not soothing but rather reminiscent of a judgment. Xia Qingying understood not a word. Upon completing the incantation, he addressed the 3 beast husbands of Taohua, stating if she does not awaken by this evening, according to the tribe's ancient laws, she shall be sent to the ice pool for a day and night. This proclamation, ostensibly directed at the husbands, served as a stark warning to Taohua. Upon hearing the words ice pool, Xia Qingying distinctly observed the barely perceptible tremor of Taohua's eyelashes. Xiongjian, standing beside Kangwu, appeared pale and staggered, nearly collapsing, while Taohua's three beast husbands were equally taken aback. Xia Qingying rummaged through the original owner's memories and swiftly grasped the reason for their terror. The ice pool lay behind the Kanglan tribe mountains, its waters chilling to the bone, capable of eroding a female's very essence. One might awaken, but the price would be the inability to bear offspring for life. In the beast realm, a female stripped of her ability to reproduce would face a dire fate. Kangwu seemed oblivious to their fear, merely stating indifferently, "I shall return this evening to check on Taohua." With that, he turned and departed, while Aya rolled her eyes at Taohua. "I wonder how long you can keep up this charade." She then hurried away. Jinxiu cast a contemplative glance at Kangwu's retreating figure, sensing an underlying message in his words. However, amidst the chaos of the gathering team that day, aside from Aya, no other females had stepped forward to accuse Taohua of harming Xia Qingying. Without evidence, there was nothing to be done. With this thought, she quickly bid farewell to Xiongjian and took her leave, leaving behind a room full of bewildered males. Before long, Taohua's three beast husbands crowded around her, anxiously calling her name. Xia Qingying did not turn off the screen. She was eager to see how Taohua would respond next. In the unseen angle of her beast husbands, Taohua's hand hung at her side, her nails digging deeply into her palm, subtly betraying her inner turmoil. Xiao flickered with excitement on Xia Qingying's shoulder. "Host, she cannot maintain this act for much longer. Her palm is turning white from the pressure." Xia Qingying awaited the next scene with keen interest. Sure enough, just as Taohua was about to pierce her palm, her eyelashes fluttered twice, and she gradually awoke, her gaze feigning a blend of confusion and fragility. Her voice, hoarse and broken from slumber, inquired, What has happened?" "My head hurts." As she spoke, she pressed a hand to her forehead, yet her eyes swiftly darted toward Xiongjian. Xia Qingying rested her chin in her hand, nodding slightly. She plays her role rather convincingly. The system blinked beside her, offering a childlike critique. "Host, Taohua's acting is rather poor. If she were in a drama, I would rate her a mere 5 out of 10, but in a short play, she would earn full marks." Xia Qingying, not much of a viewer of short dramas, inquired while watching the performance, "Why full marks for short plays?" "Because the villains in short plays are exceedingly exaggerated. Normal individuals cannot produce such expressions and movements." Xiao analyzed earnestly. In the next moment, Xiongjian, comprehending instantly, twitched his thick brows, glancing toward the door. Taohua, catching on, immediately furrowed her brow, displaying an expression of extreme fatigue and discomfort. Turning gently to her three concerned beast husbands, she softly said, "I wish to rest for a while. My head still feels quite dizzy. Would you kindly step outside? If you are worried, you may leave A Fu here to keep me company." Xia Qingying raised an eyebrow. The tacit understanding between this father and daughter suggested that they frequently engaged in such matters, leaving the three genuine males who truly cared for Taohua feeling entirely excluded. The three beast husbands, though delighted to see her awake, were more distressed by her frail appearance and unanimously insisted she take a good rest. After expressing their concern, they carefully withdrew, gently closing the wooden door behind them. Their footsteps gradually faded into silence. The facade of composure on Taohua's face completely crumbled, replaced by a fierce and sinister expression that was starkly at odds with her innocent demeanor. Xia Qingying could not help but scoff at the transformation. Yet soon, she found herself at a loss for words, only wishing to curse under her breath. In a low voice, Taohua murmured, "A Fu." The high priest must have sensed it. "Will you inform the leader about how I nearly caused Xia Qingying's demise?" Xiongjian's expression darkened as he approached the door, straining to listen for eavesdroppers, and upon confirming their solitude, turned back to her and whispered, "It matters not if the high priest knows. He possesses no evidence. The real threat lies with that vile female, Xia Qingying. She is the key witness. A murderous glint flickered in Tao Hua's eyes as her resolve hardened. A Fu was right. As long as both she and Aya were dead, there would be no evidence regarding the events of the hunting day, and no one could hold her accountable. Xia Qingying rolled her eyes in exasperation, recognizing the classic villain's monologue belatedly surfacing. Xiao Wu shifted positions, bouncing above her, urging, "Host, focus. The priority now is that they are plotting to harm you." "Xiao Wu, immerse yourself in the drama," Xia Qingying replied nonchalantly. "Do you not recall that we are merely awaiting their attempt on our lives?" Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of unease. Tao Hua's heart was indeed dark. Not only did she wish to kill me, but she also sought to eliminate Aya. "Xiao Wu, what if they decide to kill Aya first? What then?" The system pondered for a moment before formulating a response. Xiongjian, after a brief contemplation, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, remarked, "Aya must remain unharmed for the time being. Her beast father is a formidable foe, especially during his violent phase, and he is fiercely protective. If both she and Xia Qingying were to meet with misfortune simultaneously, it would be obvious that we were the culprits. This would only provoke Aya's family and create unnecessary complications." Though Tao Hua begrudged this thought, she reluctantly set it aside. Xiongjian leaned closer to Tao Hua, his voice dripping with malice. "The most pressing issue is to silence Xia Qingying for good. I have observed that the high priest invariably visits the leader after dinner to discuss affairs, leaving the treehouse unguarded for a time. That will be our opportunity." Tao Hua instantly grasped Xiongjian's plan, a cruel yet anticipatory smile gracing her lips. "In that brief window, we can ensure she does not survive her injuries. As for Aya," she scoffed, "she dared to insult me earlier. Once the storm passes, I have my ways to make her vanish without a trace, ensuring no connection leads back to us. Host, this father-daughter duo is truly wicked. To avoid punishment, they have escalated to a series of murders, and all this following the high priest's warning?" Xia Qingying remarked coolly, nodding slightly. Indeed, one could not deny the cunning of seasoned villains who knew to target the vulnerable first. Xiao Wu's pink glow shifted to a dangerous red. "Host, they plan to act tonight. What shall we do?" Rather than fear, Xia Qingying felt a surge of eagerness. "Xiao Wu, keep a watchful eye and prepare for a counterattack." The father and daughter exchanged glances in the dim light, their eyes gleaming with cold calculation as they regarded the unconscious Xia Qingying as merely prey. The hunt was about to commence, but the true nature of the prey remained uncertain. As the sun dipped below the horizon, orange rays streamed through the window, casting a crimson hue within the room. The treehouse grew increasingly dim, and an oppressive atmosphere, reminiscent of an impending storm, seemed to envelop the air. As expected, Kangwu departed the treehouse shortly after hastily consuming a few morsels. His steady footsteps gradually receded, ultimately fading into the twilight. Inside the treehouse, only Xia Qingying's body remained, alongside the shadow that blended seamlessly with the darkness, having filled its belly and now nestled within the rafters. It was Xiyao, the smaller form of the once grand beast, now a diminutive purple-furred fox. Xia Qingying gazed at the shadow with unease. "Xiao Wu, given Xiao's unpredictable temperament, do you think he will intervene or remain passive should Xiongjian and his daughter attempt to eliminate us? If he were to strike first, our carefully laid plans could unravel entirely. If Xiao were to act, the heavens themselves might not react in time, and Tao Hua would perish before she could even scream." Xiao Wu countered, "Host, based on Xiao's behavior over the past 3 days, he has largely ignored all creatures in the treehouse except for you and the high priest. He is more likely to view this as a spectacle. As long as Xiongjian and Tao Hua's actions do not directly provoke him or create intolerable noise, the likelihood of him taking action is nearly zero. However, considering he has been nurturing your residual spirit, he may indeed intervene if they attempt to kill you." The system's analysis was remarkably objective. As long as Xiao refrained from lethal force, there should be no complications. "Let us hope for that," Xia Qingying thought. Just then, a faint creak emanated from the wooden door of the treehouse as it was cautiously pushed open. Xiongjian's towering figure entered first, followed closely by the fierce-eyed Taohua. The two, driven by a sense of guilt, moved with utmost stealth, almost gliding across the ground as they approached Xia Qingying's prone form on the vine bed. On the rafters, Xiao's ears twitched ever so slightly. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his half-open fox eyes, yet his body remained motionless. As anticipated, the system's analysis held true. In the dimness, Xia extracted a thick piece of beast hide from his garment, his expression menacing as he signaled to Taohua to restrain Xia Qingying's potential struggles. He prepared to suffocate her with the hide. In the shadows, Xiao's violet eyes opened just a sliver, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fools, he scoffed inwardly. After 3 days of nurturing this residual spirit, he would not allow these two to squander his efforts. Xiao never made unprofitable deals. He refused to let anything he had invested in, no matter how slight, be easily destroyed by others. This fleeting thought crossed his mind, yet he did not act immediately. Instead, he adjusted his position, intrigued to see how the situation would unfold and curious to test whether the little female would awaken amidst the crisis. He believed that, given his speed, he could dispose of the trash whenever he wished. In a confined space, Xia Qingying held her breath, concentrating as Xiao Wu prepared a fragment of her soul's essence, ready to strike at the heart of Xiongjian's cherished daughter at the moment of attack. She yearned to witness the heartless old man witness Taohua's spirit being shattered by lightning. However, just as the beast hide was about to touch Xia Qingying's mouth and nose, a loud bang echoed as the wooden door of the treehouse was forcefully thrust open from the outside. No one anticipated the return of Kangwu, akin to a deity of judgment. Even more disconcerting for Xiongjian and Taohua was the sight of the stern-faced leader, Yelong, standing behind Kangwu, along with the frostbitten expression of Yi Si and the furious glare of a Ya. Multiple gazes, sharp as swords, instantly fixed upon Xiongjian and Taohua, who held a beast hide in a peculiar posture. On the beams above, Xiao seemed increasingly intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. His fox-like eyes widened, revealing a spark of interest. Yi Si was the first to break the silence, his voice icy. "What are you doing?" Next was Ya, her tone quick and urgent. "What else can we do, Lord Yi Si? They are plotting against your fiancée. Leader, Grand Priest, you have all seen it. They intend to silence Sister Qingying. On the way here, Ye had already recounted the events of the hunting day to the 3 others. At this moment, the suspicious behavior of the 2 seemed to corroborate Ya's accusations. Xiongjian was struck as if by lightning, the beast hide falling to the ground, his face pale, cold sweat soaking through his hide attire. He waved his hands repeatedly, his voice quivering with sheer terror. "No, it's not like that. Leader, Grand Priest, please allow me to explain. We merely noticed that Xia Qingying seemed unwell and wanted to wipe her sweat and relieve her discomfort." Taohua reacted swiftly, tears streaming down her face as she feigned terror, collapsing to the ground. "Wu, we meant no harm, Brother Yi Si. Yeah, how could you wrongfully accuse us? How could we possibly harm our own?" Xia Qingying, witnessing the sudden influx of people in the treehouse, especially the presence of the leader and Yi Si, had to temporarily suppress her planned counterattack. "Xiao Wu, the situation has changed." Xia Qingying quickly conveyed her thoughts. "There are too many people. Our plan may no longer be feasible. If Taohua were to be struck by lightning now, it would be too abrupt and could invite unnecessary scrutiny. Host, such a golden opportunity is rare. Will you truly not act?" The system expressed regret. "It is not that we will not act." Xia Qingying's focus remained on the treehouse, her tone calm. "Let's hold our positions for now and observe the unfolding events. Since the Grand Priest has returned with people, it indicates he anticipated this. It seems that the evening departure was a ruse, while leading the prey into a trap was the truth. We should first observe how Kangwu handles this matter, if necessary." A slight smile curled at the corners of her lips. "We just need to ignite the flames at the crucial moment, rendering Taohua's demise plausible." Xiao Wu's pink orb flickered. "Oh, so this is what they call having a justified cause. Then let us wait a little longer." Inside the treehouse, the atmosphere had become tense, with the unable to produce substantial evidence, while the father and daughter duo clung to their innocence. The impasse was palpable until he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She stepped forward, her gaze piercing as she addressed Tao Hua, her clear voice cutting through the clamor. You all claim I am wrongfully accusing you, fine? Do you dare to swear before the supreme beast god? Her words struck like thunder on a rainy night, drawing everyone's attention to her face. I just told Tao Hua. Do you dare swear that you did not deliberately lead Sister Qingying to her demise on the day of the hunt? And you, Uncle Xiongjian, do you dare swear that you were not just attempting to silence someone? If you utter even a half-truth, you shall suffer the beast god's wrath, struck by heavenly thunder, and meet a wretched end. The mention of the beast god drained the color from Xiongjian and Tao Hua's faces. The belief in the beast god among the beastmen was deeply ingrained. Swearing an oath before the beast god was no trifling matter, as any violation would lead to inevitable retribution. Xia Qingying snapped her fingers silently within the space. Brilliant! A glimmer of anticipated amusement flashed in her eyes. She had considered this approach earlier, in an era untouched by civilization. Invoking divine oaths to extract the truth was a universally recognized method. Hence, she had instructed the system to halt. As soon as Xia spoke, it aligned perfectly with her thoughts. Once Tao Hua dared to swear, the system would strike down her soul's essence, and the heavenly punishment would be perceived as the beast god's anger, rendering everything justifiable. Even someone as astute as Xiao might not foresee this twist. Kan Wu, who had been silent up to this point, finally spoke, his voice carrying both authority and a note of counsel. Xiongjian, Tao Hua, confess the truth now, and the leader may show leniency, if you insist on concealing it. The consequences will be beyond your endurance. The words caused the black-hearted father and daughter to tremble involuntarily. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. Tao Hua screeched at Xia. On what grounds do you force us to swear? If anyone should swear, it should be you first. Do you dare? Xiongjian quickly joined in, his voice gruff and booming. Yes, you deceitful female, accusing us. You should be the one to swear. Were they merely flailing in desperation? Xia Qingying sat cross-legged in the space, stifling a yawn out of boredom. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Xiao mirrored her actions, lazily leaning against the beam. Stifling a small yawn, his thick lashes casting shadows over his eyes, hiding the fleeting emotion of tedium. Such disputes, common within the tribe, were no more than childlike squabbles in his eyes, utterly unremarkable. He averted his gaze, allowing it to drift to Xia Qingying's face, lost in thought. This spectacle paled in comparison to her visage. Xia, thwarted by the father and daughter duo, felt her face flush with anger, yet her conscience remained clear. Stepping forward, she resolutely declared to Tao Hua, "What do I have to fear?" Without hesitation, she raised her right hand, fingers together pointing skyward. Beast God above, Xia, swear that every word I have spoken is true. Should there be even a half-truth, I willingly accept the beast god's punishment, struck by heavenly thunder, and my soul shall be obliterated. The oath resonated like a stone falling, ringing out clearly. Xia remained unharmed. Tao Hua waited a few breaths, but no divine retribution came. The room fell silent, save for the rustling of the wind through the treetops. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. Cold sweat beaded on Xiongjian and Tao Hua's foreheads. After exchanging a glance, they quickly averted their eyes, contemplating their next move. Enough. The next moment, the chilling words echoed sharply in the ears of those present, abruptly interrupting the father and daughter's thoughts of rebuttal. Yisi had finally lost his patience. His silver hair gleamed with a hard light in the twilight, perfectly styled, much like his impassive countenance. His deep-set eyes scanned the ashen faces of Xiongjian and Tao Hua. Since Xia has sworn to prove her innocence, if you believe yourselves innocent, then swear. He stood tall, like a spear, his words and actions grounded entirely in the tribe's rules and stability, devoid of any personal emotion. Within the space, Xia Qingying's gaze settled on Yi Si's sharply defined, ascetic profile. TSK, she remarked to the system orb. Xiao Wu, look at that perfect, aloof visage. Is truly a masterpiece of the creator. Unfortunately, his character is rather lacking, as cold as a millennium-old ice block. No, even more tedious than ice. With that, she exaggeratedly sighed, continuing her critique. So meticulous, so formal, yet possessing such an appealing appearance. It is a shame his personality is like that of an old bureaucrat. Spending too much time with him might extinguish all romantic inclinations. This was still under the impression of Yi Si's earlier, unyielding assessment made while she was unconscious. Should Xia Qingying become aware, her critique would surely escalate further. System. Host? Are you not straying a bit from the main storyline? What do you know? Xia Qingying retorted. Her stance firm. Observing characters from multiple angles is an essential part of enhancing rapport. Xiao Wu's orb floated before her. Host. Are you sure this isn't merely due to your infatuation? Of course not. You are obstructing my view. Xia Qingying instinctively swatted the orb away, her gaze fixating on Yi Si's face, unexpectedly adding, "You are in my way." However, it is exceedingly difficult to win the favor of an unyielding disciplinary committee member like Yi Si, and transforming him into a love-struck beast husband is an even greater challenge. I must devise a way to extricate him from this situation. Theoretically, Xiao Wu supports any choice made by the host. That seems acceptable. Outside the treehouse, Tao Hua and Xiong Jian trembled, their faces ashen, reaching a moment of desperation. Host, it is about to begin. Prepare yourself. Xiao Wu was brimming with eagerness. Xia Qingying's spirit soared to its peak. Facing the fierce gazes of the chieftain, the priest, Yi Si, and Aya, the father and daughter realized that failing to swear an oath at this moment would be tantamount to tacitly admitting their guilt. They exchanged glances, each discerning the resolve to gamble on the beast god's oblivion to their insignificance. With gritted teeth, Xiong Jian suddenly raised his right hand and declared with fervor, "Xiong Jian, vow to the beast god that I harbor no murderous intent. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens strike me down." After uttering this, the two held their breath, nervously glancing at the ceiling, fearing that a thunderbolt might descend at any moment. Yet, moments passed in silence, the wind whispering, mirroring the aftermath of Aya's oath, as if the beast god merely gazed down indifferently, withholding punishment. Xiong Jian stood unharmed, a flicker of ecstatic triumph in his eyes. He had wagered correctly. He immediately signaled to Tao Hua, reassuring her. Her anxieties dissipated in an instant. She straightened her posture, her expression tinged with indignation and grievance. Raising her voice higher than Aya's, "I, Tao Hua, vow here that if there exists a single falsehood in my words, may I be struck down by lightning and meet a wretched end." After a few breaths, like Xiong Jian, she too remained unscathed. She smiled triumphantly at Aya, deliberately glancing around. "See, I told you I was wronged. How could this happen?" Aya trembled with rage, her eyes reddening, struggling to believe the sight before her, barely restraining herself from exclaiming, "Beast God, are you blind? Allowing these villains to roam free." The words hovered on her lips, but she clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. She thought to herself, "If no one can punish this father and daughter, I shall return and charm a few beast fathers," urging them to bestow upon this duo a thorough beating with beast skins, teaching them a lesson. No one noticed a transparent, thread-like entity connecting from the void directly to Tao Hua's heart, slowly flowing into her being. At this moment, Si Yao withdrew his thoughts, narrowing his eyes, as if sensing something unusual. Night Lang observed the scene, feeling a sense of intrigue, but since the beast god remained silent, it was the best outcome. He glanced at the high priest beside him, whose brow was furrowed in contemplation, and cleared his throat, solemnly stating, "Since everyone has proven their innocence, and the beast god has not delivered punishment, it seems the hunting incident was indeed an accident. Today is simply a misunderstanding." Before he could finish, an unexpected disturbance arose. Outside the treehouse, the previously radiant sky was abruptly shrouded in ink-like clouds without warning. A fierce wind surged, whipping up dust and dry leaves, causing the doors and windows of the treehouse to rattle. A powerful gust of air rushed inside, making the torches flicker erratically. An oppressive atmosphere, akin to a looming mountain storm, descended as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. Chapter 54. Is no one asking for her opinion? This belated manifestation of celestial might, imbued with an indescribable sense of foreboding, sent a wave of anxiety through the entire Tsonglan tribe. Tao Hua was at the forefront, already feeling guilty. The tempest that seemed to target her oath sent her into a frenzy, causing her to scream uncontrollably. Her head spun, her complexion pale, fear consuming her gaze. Within the space, Xiao Wu leaped with excitement, conjuring a small hand from the light, snapping fingers as if to claim credit. Exclaiming to Xia Qingying, "All set." "Host." Xia Qingying's lips curled into a chilling smile, her eyes radiating murderous intent. This unfolding scene illuminated a truth for her. In this brutal world of beasts, the laws of nature are unjust, indifferent to good and evil. Thus, she must take it upon herself to enact justice. Almost instantaneously after this thought crossed her mind, the long-anticipated thunder erupted, not as a distant rumble, but a roar directly overhead. Purple lightning surged wildly within the dark clouds, illuminating the dim treehouse in a blinding white. At that moment, Xiao felt no trace of drowsiness. He clearly sensed that the impending lightning bore an aura of law, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Could it be that true beast gods exist in this world? No, he sensed something amiss, yet could grasp nothing further. Tao Hua and Xiong Jian were already terrified beyond belief, their primal instinct for survival urging them to flee. But strangely, their feet felt as if ensnared by invisible vines. A mysterious force pushing them together, causing them to stumble and lean on one another, their limbs weak and trembling. They could hardly move an inch. What is happening? "I can't move," Xiong Jian shouted in terror. "Father, save me. I don't want to die." Tao Hua cried out, her voice piercing. The two gazed desperately at one another, each seeing the shadow of death in the other's eyes. Ah, how tedious to only kill a single villain. Xiao murmured softly, casually flicking his tail, swiftly transforming back into human form and landing beside Yi Si, simultaneously releasing an invisible force enveloping the two. This statement caught Xia Qingying off guard. She hadn't anticipated Si Yao would intervene at this moment. No wonder this father and daughter duo couldn't take a step. In the next instant, a thunderbolt, thick as a barrel and imbued with a sense of destruction, accurately tore through the roof, stirred by the tempest, striking down with unstoppable force. "No!" Tao Hua and Xiong Jian barely had time to emit a cry. There was no prolonged agony, no struggle. Under the overwhelming celestial might, the blinding lightning completely engulfed their figures. As the lightning dissipated, all that remained were two charred, smoking remnants, entirely devoid of human form, lifeless. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air, a stench that was unbearably pungent. The entire treehouse stood roofless, enveloped in silence. Standing at a distance, untouched by the celestial wrath, Night Lang and the others stood frozen in place. Even Yi Si remained in shock. The onlookers stared at the charred corpses, waves of unexpected astonishment crashing within their eyes, nearly forgetting to breathe. This was the most direct acknowledgement of the beast god's wrath. The beast god truly did unleash his fury, and with such relentless cruelty. Night Lang swallowed hard, his back drenched in cold sweat, feeling immensely grateful that he hadn't truly sided with those two just moments prior. Otherwise, the system chimed in, saying, "Host, Xiao Wu is checked, and the heavenly laws have indeed ceased their search for your soul. Our crisis has passed." At last, Xia Qingying was able to relax completely. Meanwhile, Si Yao, with an air of scrutiny, scanned the void, as if searching for something. This lightning strike was intriguingly orchestrated, almost as if manipulated by unseen hands. Xia Qingying felt as though Si Yao was observing her, making her skin crawl, diminishing the satisfaction of revenge. At that moment, Yi Si cast a glance at Si Yao. His voice grave, "Si Yao, since you were present, why did you not come forward earlier to testify? Perhaps we could have avoided provoking the beast god to the point of punishment." Si Yao leisurely strolled over to Xia Qingying, a half-smile gracing his lips. "Yi Si, I'm not you. The stability of the tribe is your responsibility, not mine. As for the intricacies within this matter," he scoffed lightly, tinged with casual mockery, "I have no interest in involving myself." His utterly indifferent attitude became clear to Xia Qingying, deepening her understanding of Si Yao. This fox spirit seems to possess a weak sense of belonging to the Tsanglan tribe, potentially ready to withdraw at any moment. I must dissolve the contract before his departure. Xiao clearly had no intention of continuing the discussion on accountability. With a mischievous flick of his finger, he gestured toward the ravaged treetop sanctuary, its roof obliterated by a thunderbolt, effortlessly diverting the conversation. Well then, he remarked lightly, a more pressing matter arises. The High Priestess' residence is, for the time being, uninhabitable. So, how, precisely, shall we accommodate our future Zhurin? His gaze slid meaningfully toward the unconscious Xia Qingying. Yesie's silver-gray eyes finally settled upon her, pale, yet undeniably exquisite in repose, his brow faintly furrowed. Over the past 2 days, Fengqi had returned repeatedly, his voice brimming with fervent praise for this Cixing. Her unflinching composure in battle, her lucid courage amid peril, her indomitable strength, and above all, how she had saved them again and again. He had extolled her virtues so exhaustively that even Yesie's initial skepticism had softened, subtly reshaped by Fengqi's vivid, detailed account, far more coherent than Chengfeng's fragmented retelling. It had compelled him to reassess his earlier, hasty judgment. After a moment of quiet, rigorous appraisal, he delivered his verdict with characteristic precision. She shall be returned to her own dwelling. Absolutely not. Xiao waved his hand dismissively, a sly glint flickering in his eyes. If someone dared strike at her within the High Priestess' own sanctum today, who is to say they want to infiltrate her private quarters tomorrow? Vigilance is impossible at every turn. He paused, drawing out his words with deliberate languor, his smile turning faintly suggestive. Why not relocate her to my residence? I assure you, she would be watched over day and night. At that, Yesie's gaze swept over him, cold, incisive, unimpressed, and a dry, derisive scoff escaped his lips. Xiao, if you truly intended to protect her, why did you stand by, unmoved just now? Spare me your ulterior motives. His tone hardened, decisive, and unyielding. Xia Qingying will be placed under my care, in my residence. And you, since you were to stabilize her soul, you shall attend daily, punctually. Beyond that, your involvement is neither required nor welcome. Within the system's inner space, Xia Qingying blinked, bewildered. Wait, no one even asked for my opinion. The system offered a wry, unfeeling reply. Host, you are currently in a state of suspended animation, incapable of speech, let alone consent. Yes, he said nothing more. He strode to the vine-woven bed, bent with deliberate grace, and lifted her, cradling her slight, weightless frame in his arms. Her body, cool and still, contrasted starkly with the quiet intensity radiating from him. Eyes forward, expression impassive, he turned and strode resolutely toward his own dwelling. Xiao remained rooted in place, the playful glint in his eyes dimming, settling into something deeper, sharper, more calculating. Denied proximity? Then I shall insist upon it. A subtle, knowing smile curved his lips as he sauntered off in the opposite direction, unhurried, assured. Yalong watched his grandson's retreating figure, stroking his beard thoughtfully. This child, so detached, so unyielding in duty, yet just now, when he lifted that young Cixing, there was a flicker, faint but unmistakable, of tenderness, a rare softness. He murmured, half to himself. Has he even noticed how his regard for this future Zhurin has quietly, irrevocably shifted? Chapter 55, excellent. Truly most excellent. Youth. So mercurial in sentiment. Kangwu, retrieving his fallen bone staff from the rubble, rapped it sharply against Yalong's back. What are you gawking at? Assist this high priest in restoring order, now. Yalong glanced over his shoulder at the high priest's glacial aura and sighed, resigned. Even the elders are impossible to please. Bending low, he began gathering the scattered parchment scrolls, wincing at Kangwu's pained expression. High priest, this treetop abode won't be repaired anytime soon. Might I suggest you stay with me for the night? Xia Qingying, of course, remained unaware of the chaos unfolding beyond her consciousness. Her soul, still incomplete, awaiting the Yolangua that Chengfeng would retrieve, remained sequestered within the system's domain. immersed once more in the delicate, restorative process of soul reintegration. Exhausted from the recent extraction of her soul essence, she drifted in quiet repose. Time slipped by like mist, swift, silent, imperceptible, until night fell deep and hushed. She stirred, opened her eyes, and blinked, bemused at the world beyond. Her physical form lay upon a stone bed draped in sleek, obsidian black pelts. The chamber itself was austere to the point of starkness. Only the essentials remained: a stone bed, a stone table, stone chairs, no ornamentation, no flourish. Utterly, unmistakably Yessie. He was nowhere in sight. With nothing to occupy her, Xia Qingying idled in idle banter with the system. Xiao Wu, could you stream a drama? Anything? This place is utterly devoid of entertainment. The system instantly conjured the familiar viewing interface. Affirmative, host. Genres span historical epics, romantic sagas, even serialized vignettes. Xiao Wu has them all. All of them? Then, she rubbed her palms together, mischief sparking in her eyes. Back in my former life, every streaming platform played it safe, so tame. How about something a little more daring? Before the words, just a touch bolder, could fully leave her lips, her gaze drifted, casually, innocently, toward the chamber's inner doorway. Her breath caught. The wooden door stood ajar. And there, stepping in, fresh from bathing, was Yessie. His upper body was bare, damp, glistening. Crystal droplets traced slow, seductive paths down his silver hair, over the chiseled planes of his chest, along the taut, sculpted ridges of his abdomen, and vanished, teasingly, beneath the loosely knotted waistband of his supple, earth-toned hide skirt. Raw power, unadorned sensuality, a paradox both primal and profoundly restrained. Xia Qingying clapped a hand over her mouth, stifling an instinctive, scandalized whistle. Whoa, Xiao Wu, is this free? The system's luminous core pulsed twice. Host, compose yourself. You witnessed him fully on day one. This is merely partial exposure. Why the fluster? She cleared her throat, feigning nonchalance. Day one was life or death. I barely registered details. Now, studying. Yessie, utterly unaware of her invisible scrutiny, moved to the stone table and picked up a soft, absorbent cloth, methodically, almost reverently, drying the lingering moisture from his skin. His movements were precise, unhurried, imbued with quiet gravity. And yet, this solemn, unflinching demeanor, juxtaposed against the untamed, elemental beauty of his bare torso, created a tension so potent it set her pulse racing. This kind of unintentional allure is lethal. Her heart hammered, even as she scolded him. Unfair advantage. Even as her gaze remained riveted, unwilling to look away. She could almost feel the heat radiating from those taut, living muscles. Though she couldn't touch, she could behold. And that, at least, was no small consolation. Staying here may not be such a hardship after all. Xiao Wu rolled its luminous form in exasperation. Host, maintain decorum, and wipe that drool. She instinctively dabbed at her lips. Outside, Yessie finished drying himself. His long, elegant fingers settled upon the cord at his waist, preparing unmistakably to adjust his garment. Her eyes widened. He asked, changing? Right here? Oh, right. This culture embraces openness. Just as she leaned in, utterly absorbed, just as she braced for the next, tantalizing reveal, the image before her dissolved in a soft, seamless mosaic, a precise, impenetrable veil descending over his lower torso. Xia Qingying stared, dumbfounded. Xiao Wu, what in the... Why the blur? Xiao Wu regarded her with serene, unblinking detachment. You observe the world through my interface. My core protocols enforce a harmonious integrity filter, automatically obscuring content deemed excessively suggestive. Yessie is currently changing undergarments. That qualifies as restricted material. Hence, mosaic. Xia Qingying fell silent, then groaned. Of course, nothing in this world is truly free, especially not the sight of a gorgeous man changing clothes. Who designed this brilliantly restrictive algorithm? Xiao Wu tilted slightly. Would you prefer I stream your bathing moments instead? No, absolutely not. Defeated, she abandoned her voyeuristic fantasy, muttering resignedly. Every realm has its boundaries. Before melancholy could settle, footsteps echoed outside the stone dwelling. As Xia just changed her attire, Xia, Feng Qi, and the recently recovered Mo Bai arrived successively. It was rather peculiar that all four of her betrothed beast husbands had gathered at such a late hour. What could be the reason? Xia Qingying was utterly perplexed. Yi regarded the three men entering in single file, her tone tinged with displeasure at the disturbance. What brings you here at this late hour? Feng Qi was the first to lose his composure and spoke up. I heard she hasn't awakened yet, so I came to check. Xia, leaning languidly against the doorframe, added leisurely, naturally, we are here to visit my wife. At this juncture, his teasing gaze swept over Yi, who was clad only in a beast skin skirt. It seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment and interrupted your rest. Yi cast a suspicious glance at Xia, her brow furrowing. Given his character, it was hard to believe he genuinely wished to visit Xia Qingying. Yet, Xia ignored her, his violet eyes glinting with mischief as he turned his attention to the pale-faced Mo Bai, who had already taken a seat on a stone bench. Suddenly, he posed a soul-searching question. Mo Bai, you have indeed been fortunate to regain your life, all thanks to Xia Qingying. I am curious. Did you not say you would check if she was immune to snake venom? Why has that not been tested? What Xiao did not inquire was why, since awakening, Mo Bai seemed as if he had stumbled into a trap set by Xia Qingying, coming directly to Yi Si's side and fixating his gaze on that female. His question was nonchalant and did not pierce Mo Bai, yet struck a chord deep within Xia Qingying. She was momentarily stunned. Memories of the hunting day and her interactions with Mo Bai flooding her mind, carrying her, embracing her, searching for sweet fruits together. And the moments when he had been there first amidst her crises clashing violently with the words testing snake venom. A wave of icy betrayal swept through her, shattering any fondness she had harbored for Mo Bai due to the debt of life he had saved. In a fit of rage, she thought, how could I have once thought well of Mo Bai? It turns out he merely intends for me to live on as a test subject for snake venom. Am I to be toyed with like an immortal plaything? The original text was absolutely correct. He is indeed a lunatic. Xia Qingying ground her teeth in anger, wishing she could rush out and strangle him. Mo Bai calmly turned his gaze to Xia, his voice steady. I had no chance to test it before the unexpected occurred. However, beneath his seemingly tranquil exterior, a flicker of something unusual passed through him, a fleeting sensation that he quickly dismissed. Xia Qingying's heart suddenly felt as if it had been pierced. Very well. Excellent. In her heart, she firmly resolved that since he had saved her life, she had reciprocated with her own blood. She would no longer allow any semblance of goodwill towards Mo Bai. After dismissing Yi Si and Xia, she decided to distance herself from Mo Bai as well. After all, these were the remnants of the original owner's mess. It was none of her concern, and she refused to be the one to clean it up. What? You saved me, and yet you still seek to test the venom? Xia raised an eyebrow, his gaze seemingly drifting into the void, harboring a mischievous intent. He was testing a possibility. Mo Bai fell silent at this inquiry. Images of that petite female's every smile and frown resurfaced in his mind. His gaze inadvertently drifted back to Xia Qingying, this seemingly fragile yet persistently surprising female who even influenced his emotions, evoking a feeling of reluctance within him. He was unwilling to probe further, but also did not wish to reveal his thoughts to Yi Si and the others. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, let us discuss it later. A flicker of intrigue crossed Xiao's eyes as he realized for the first time that this cunning serpent was a master of contradiction. He was genuinely curious about Xia Qingying's reaction upon discovering this matter. Why continue testing? Wasn't Xia Qingying's performance during the hunt sufficiently evident? She harbors no ill will towards the tribe, and, in times of peril, she has been striving to find ways to signal for our rescue. It is clear she is an ally. Moreover, she is so weak that even peach blossoms can bully her. It is perplexing what you are all being cautious about. Feng Qi, who had regained his vitality, shot a disgruntled glare at Mo Bai and interjected, let me tell you, Xia Qingying is under my protection. None of you shall bully her. Feng Qi's declaration, filled with his characteristic recklessness and fervor, warmed Xia Qingying's heart slightly. Ah, the big tiger. Though defined as the primary antagonist in the original text, he was also the most straightforward and loyal. She nodded in agreement with Feng Qi while directing a cold snort at the other three. Compared to these convoluted schemers, Feng Qi is far more endearing. Almost instantaneously, as Feng Qi's words resonated, Yi Si, Si Yao, and Mo Bai's gazes converged on him in unison. This caused the previously steadfast Feng Qi to instinctively retract his neck. Yet he still bravely held his head high. What's wrong? She is to be my wife for a lifetime. It is only natural that I protect her. Mo Bai's deep-set eyes flickered ominously, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. With your current strength? Feng Qi was struck at his vulnerable point, his handsome face flushing red as he retorted defiantly. I will strive to improve my cultivation. You have no say in it. Exactly. You have no say in it. Xia Qingying silently echoed in the space. Yi Si timely interrupted the pointless quarrel, turning her gaze to Mo Bai, and posing the question that had troubled her for quite some time. Mo Bai, how was the venom of the ice serpent resolved? How could it be eliminated so thoroughly? Mo Bai himself was uncertain, vaguely recalling a metallic taste of blood during the poisoning. He fell into contemplation at this moment. Meanwhile, a secret sense of triumph swelled within Feng Qi. Unlike Yi Si and the others, he was unable to perfectly conceal his thoughts, and his smile deepened. Internally, he was reveling in the knowledge that they would never guess that the little female's blood was potent enough to counteract various poisons. This was a secret shared between them. Such subtle changes in expression could not escape Si Yao, who had been observing him with a sidelong glance. His fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, laced with curiosity, and he spoke with a light tone. With that expression, Feng Qi, do you perhaps know something? At this moment, Xia Qingying felt her heart leap into her throat. Oh no, what if Feng Qi inadvertently reveals something? He is no match for Si Yao, that cunning fox. I hope he doesn't inadvertently expose my secrets. As expected, me? Feng Qi's heart sank, his smile freezing like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his eyes darting in panic. He quickly regained his composure. I know. It was Xia Qingying who found the potent herbs. Yes, she used herbs to detoxify Mo Bai. That was close. Xia Qingying exhaled the breath she had been holding. Thankfully, Feng Qi was not entirely foolish and had managed to concoct a plausible excuse. The explanation regarding herbs was reasonable, even if possessing medical knowledge would draw attention. It was far better than revealing her astonishing secret. However, Feng Qi's reaction was far too conspicuous. Si Yao's interest deepened. Herbs? Feng Qi's clumsy attempt at deceit was rather transparent, and it seemed there were more intriguing secrets hidden within the petite female. He was determined to unearth this mystery. Meanwhile, the silent Yi Si's eyes grew inscrutable. This little female even had knowledge of herbs and medical skills. It was worth noting that in the beastly world, very few individuals within a large tribe possessed the gift of healing, and those responsible for treating ailments or neutralizing poisons were usually scarce. In smaller tribes, if a member fell ill, they would have to seek help from larger tribes. Yet, this little female, whose origins were unknown, not only possessed the strength to contend with formidable foes, but also had healing abilities. Such a person was undoubtedly of great significance to the tribe. At that moment, he was contemplating how to ensure she remained both in heart and body within the tribe. Mo Bai furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the situation was not so simple. He was acutely aware that the poison he had endured was not something that could be resolved by ordinary herbs. Yet Feng Qi was evidently concealing something from them. He scanned the space between Feng Qi and Xia Qingying, pondering what secrets lay between them. What unspeakable methods had Xia Qingying employed to detoxify him? There was undoubtedly a secret shared between Feng Qi and the little female. This realization inexplicably disheartened him, though he could not pinpoint the reason for his discontent. The chill of the air seemed to envelop Feng Qi. Si Yao let out a long "oh," as if a light had dawned upon him. It was as if he did not intend to delve deeper, merely having mentioned it in passing. Feng Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his cleverness, believing he had managed to evade suspicion. However, Xia Qingying dared not relax. Given Si Yao's suspicious nature, this explanation likely did not completely assuage his doubts. From that moment on, regardless of who fell victim to poison, she would resolutely keep her secret hidden from anyone else. Outside the space, Yi felt the hour was late and spoke to dismiss them. You may leave now. Feng Qi glanced at Yi, suddenly realizing, and exclaimed, Wait, are you going to share a room with Xia Qingying? Yi nodded matter-of-factly, of course. The mere thought of Yi and Xia Qingying sharing a space stirred discontent within him, akin to something precious being taken away. An unsettling anxiety surged within him. Thus, with a shift of his amber gaze, he suggested, Yi, you are often preoccupied with affairs. Why not let her stay with me? I will take care of her. I promise to never leave her side. Xiao scoffed, languidly interjecting, You? With your clumsiness? I wouldn't want you to endanger our future wife. It's better left to me, as I am more attentive. This had indeed been his purpose for coming. The more Yi sought to keep him away from Xia Qingying, the more determined he became. Mo Bai continued to emit a chill, as he harbored an innate unwillingness to let these three men usurp the right to care for the little female. A sense of inexplicable possessiveness plagued him. She had risked her life for him. He must repay that debt personally, and caring for her was most fitting. Observing the three engage in their dispute, finally, he spoke, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority, silencing all noise around them. Enough. Yi surveyed the trio, his gaze ultimately resting on Xia Qingying on the stone bed, his tone resolute. I have promised to protect her until she awakens. She is not going anywhere. Xia Qingying watched as the atmosphere shifted into a contest for affection among the four men, her eyelids twitching. Would she be shifted around once more? At this moment, she fervently wished for Chang Feng to return swiftly. Anything would be better than being tossed about like this. Bah, who needed their care? If she were awake, wouldn't it be more delightful to sleep in her own bed? Chapter 57. Be cautious not to overplay your hand. No way, I'm not leaving. If you want to let me take her away, I'll sleep here tonight. Feng Qi exhaled heavily, expressing his discontent. Yet before he could finish speaking, he was startled by the sudden heavy footsteps and the acrid scent of blood that permeated the air. Mo Bai and the others, with their keen senses, immediately turned their attention to the door. Although Xia Qingying could not hear the footsteps, seeing the solemn expressions on the four men's faces caused her to fix her gaze on the entrance. In the next moment, Chang Feng's towering silhouette staggered into view. Weary and disheveled, his fur clothing tattered beyond recognition, covered in wounds of varying severity. The most alarming sight was a deep gash on his left arm, exposing flesh to the bone, grotesquely swollen and showing signs of decay. The faces of Yi and the others turned pale as they rushed forward. Chang Feng, what happened? Feng Qi, unable to contain his concern, reached out to support him. Chang Feng leaned against the doorframe, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his pale lips betraying the toll of blood loss and excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, he replied, On my way back, I encountered a group of feral beastmen lying in wait. Their claws were coated with the venom of rotting flesh grass. The mention of the injury to his arm and the rotting flesh grass sent a shiver down Xia Qingying's spine, reminding her of the story's beginning. When she first read this book, she vividly recalled Chang Feng's entrance, where he appeared as a one-armed warrior, defeating the feral beastmen who sought to capture the heroine and escorting her back to the Zhonglan tribe. At that moment, she had conjured an image of an iconic one-armed hero and even found a certain tragic beauty in such a flawed introduction. Nestled under the covers, she had relished the tale, amused by the thought of a one-armed hero and a great eagle. Yet now, that character, whom she had viewed as a mere figure on paper, stood before her, bloodied and real. The wound was so vivid. The stench of decay seemed to penetrate the very air. Xia Qingying felt the narrative slipping away from her grasp. Logically, the original protagonist had perished days earlier, and Chang Feng had lost his arm during an ambush by the Ling Quan beastmen. His injury should not concern her. Yet now, the scenario had altered. Aside from the feral beastmen employing the same treacherous tactic as the Ling Quan beastmen with the rotting flesh grass, everything else had changed. It had transformed into a situation where Chang Feng was injured while rescuing her, facing a calamity of losing his arm because of her. The initial excitement Xia Qingying felt in witnessing the unfolding story evaporated, replaced by a heavy heart. She was engulfed by a blend of panic over the unpredictable future, gratitude for Cheng Feng's selfless act, and a twinge of guilt for the chaos that seemed to stem from her presence. The venom of the rotting flesh grass was perilous. If untreated, it could cost him his arm. Feng Qi's brows knitted in concern. The men present understood the gravity of the situation, and amputation loomed. At that moment, Xiao's usual nonchalance vanished, as he realized that common herbs would likely prove inadequate to halt the spread of the venom. Xia Qingying fell deep into contemplation. She held grudges but valued kindness even more. Since her arrival, Cheng Feng had never wronged her. In fact, he had stood in front of her during their times of peril. Should she devise a way to save him? Should she alter his fate from that of the one-armed hero depicted in the book? Xia Qingying's emotions fluctuated, tangled in a web of conflicting thoughts. Outside, Cheng Feng swayed suddenly, his complexion paling rapidly, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Cheng Feng, Yi called out sharply, swiftly stepping forward to support him. Cheng Feng steadied himself, mustering his last shred of clarity, and pressed something tightly into Yi's palm, his voice hoarse and urgent. Quickly, feed the Yulan fruit to Xia Qingying. Before he could utter another word, he could no longer maintain his strength, darkness enveloping him as he fell unconscious. Yi stared at the object in his hand, a gourd-shaped fruit, entirely violet, emanating a refreshing aura. Cheng Feng had truly procured the Yulan fruit. What was so special about this little female that warranted such risk from the future high priest of his tribe? His heart raced, but the current situation left little room for contemplation. Xiao, Yi reacted swiftly, supporting Cheng Feng while commanding, "Get him to Xia Qingying's side." His gaze swept over to the somewhat dazed Feng Qi. "Feng Qi, hurry and summon the shaman. Be quick." In such circumstances, Xiao and Feng Qi naturally prioritized the matter at hand and promptly obeyed. Then, Yi turned and approached Xia Qingying, unhesitatingly bringing the precious Yulan fruit to her lips. His movements appeared gentle, yet his grip was firm. Skillfully, he delivered the fruit into her mouth, where it transformed into a liquid upon contact, flowing down her throat. With this task accomplished, Yi immediately turned to Mo Bai, his voice grave. "Mo Bai, ensure their safety. No one is to approach until I return." In his eyes, Cheng Feng was the designated next high priest, gifted with exceptional perceptive ability. Any mishap involving him would yield dire consequences. Thus, he needed to inform the leader and the high priest without delay. Yi's form vanished like the wind, swiftly exiting the room. Xia Qingying's heart hung heavy in the air, laden with tension. "Host, Xiao Wu has detected that the fusion of the main soul with the body has reached a critical point." The system's voice carried an unusual urgency. "Hurry." Upon witnessing Xia Qingying's lack of response, it directly conjured a small foot and delivered a swift kick to her ethereal form. Caught entirely off guard, Xia Qingying felt an invisible force thrust her, and in an instant, her consciousness faded away. When she regained awareness, she was overwhelmed by a sensation akin to emerging abruptly from the depths of water, feeling both suffocated and jolted. Her soul seemed forcibly returned to a slightly unfamiliar vessel. Her senses momentarily detached. However, clarity soon returned, and she was met with an icy chill. Xia Qingying's mind was blank, consumed by an intense cold. As if she were submerged in frigid well water, the biting chill penetrating her very pores. Strangely, amidst this extreme cold and discomfort, she could distinctly sense her soul taking root, becoming intimately connected to the original body's essence like never before. Yet, she had more pressing concerns at hand. In the fleeting moment before her soul's return, she had ultimately resolved to save Cheng Feng, albeit not with her own blood, for she had other cards to play. Her eyelashes fluttered violently as she struggled to lift her heavy eyelids. At this moment, her body remained in a weakened state. She opened her eyes to behold the rough ceiling above, her nostrils overwhelmed by the lingering stench of decaying flesh emanating from Cheng Feng beside her. "Oh, little female, you are awake?" Xiao leaned casually against the stone bed, his face resuming a playful grin. Xia Qingying rolled her eyes at him, turning her head away in disinterest. You cunning fox spirit, do you take me for a newly acquired toy? Do not think I was unaware during my unconsciousness. Just wait, be careful not to lose control. Chapter 58. The Scheming Old Serpent Toy? Xiao was at a loss, but Xia Qingying's disdainful gaze ignited a spark of joy within him. He had guessed correctly. The little female had indeed retained some awareness while unconscious. This revelation exhilarated him to the point of tingling fingertips, yet his expression remained nonchalant. Even leaning in a bit closer, his voice laced with persuasion. Why did you roll your eyes at me upon awakening? I was genuinely concerned for you. I do not believe a word you say, you deceitful fox spirit. Xia Qingying resolutely ignored him, her gaze sweeping over to Mo Bai, who stood a short distance away. Mo Bai maintained his customary cold demeanor, but as he caught Xia Qingying's eye and observed the vitality returning to her face, a fleeting flicker of joy crossed his features. Especially upon hearing her disdainful thoughts regarding Xiao, the corners of his lips curled into a subtle smile, silently mocking Xiao with an air of superiority, relishing in the fact that he was disliked. What did it matter if Xiao's face was alluring? He was a bothersome fox, oblivious to his own unpopularity. Xiao, fully aware of Mo Bai's slight expressions and unspoken ridicule, felt no anger. On the contrary, he returned a dazzling smile, tinged with provocation, while secretly reveling in his satisfaction. Ha ha, scheming old serpent, laugh while you can. You think you've won the little female's favor by saving her? Just wait until she remembers how you used her as a test subject for poison. I will relish in trampling you further. Mo Bai sensed Xiao's scheming grin, and a wave of unease crept into his heart. Before he could ponder further, Xia Qingying's weak, yet clear voice broke the silence. I would like some water. Her throat was parched, and she lacked the strength to engage in a verbal spar with the two men, each with their own intentions. To neglect the laborers is foolish. Why should I let them toy with me? I intend to command them, just as the original host did. It would be best if I frightened them into fleeing. Upon hearing her thoughts, both men froze, their smiles faltering, yet finding her command reasonable. Xiao reacted swiftly, turning to fetch water with a hint of eagerness. Mo Bai stepped forward almost simultaneously, but he was a moment too late, as Xiao had already seized the opportunity. Xiao presented a bamboo cup filled with clear water to Xia Qingying's lips and carefully assisted her to sit up, his movements meticulous. Who would have thought this cunning fox could tend to others so adeptly? But so what? I shall make good use of you. Xiao ultimately. It was a misplaced trust. This was his second time attending to the little female. The first, she had effortlessly commanded him to turn the meat while roasting. And the second, to feed her water, receiving yet another directive to serve her. Yet, he found himself unable to feel anger. This sensation caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Meanwhile, Xia Qingying had drained the life-giving elixir and even had the strength to swat away Xiao's hand supporting her lower back. Offering no thanks as she turned her attention to Chung Feng, Xiao feigned a wounded expression, clutching his chest and dragging out his tone. Oh dear, my future mistress is truly biased, just awakened and already treating us differently. My heart aches. His tone was so exaggerated it could wring water from stone. Spare me your theatrics. Are you playing the role of a green tea prince? Xia Qingying retorted, turning to offer Xiao a shallow smile, thick with insincerity. Thank you so much, little fox. However, Mo Bai found himself momentarily taken aback by Xia Qingying's dimpled smile, stirring something within him. Yet in the next instant, when Xia Qingying's gaze met Xiao's, her expression shifted instantly. Do not prance around me like a peacock, obstructing my work. Xiao and Mo Bai snickered for the first time. Their expressions betrayed them, laughter bubbling forth. Xia Qingying immediately directed her gaze at Mo Bai's face, her voice sharp. Do not laugh. You are no better. Mo Bai, why? The three words loomed large in Mo Bai's mind. How could the little female who once adored him now view him in such a light? He recalled every detail from when Xia Qingying had awakened, confirming he had done nothing to earn her disdain. At this moment, he was utterly perplexed. Xiao stifled laughter, only to choke on his own saliva. Turning crimson as he gestured to Mo Bai, bade, East, West. Mo Bai felt rigid as ice, instinctively sensing he needed to say something. After a moment's deliberation, he muttered, "I'm a good thing." Xia Qingying? Mo Bai's nonsensical proclamation left her utterly bewildered. What happened to the aloof serpent persona? It seems it has crumbled to dust. Whether good or bad, it is of no concern to me. Xia Qingying sensed her strength returning and resolved to disregard the sudden absurdity of the situation, focusing her attention on the unconscious Changfeng. She concentrated all her efforts on the alarming state of his arm. The rotting wound exuded a noxious odor reminiscent of a biochemical weapon, with the toxins from decaying flesh seeping into the surrounding healthy tissue. Time was of the essence. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. She immediately communicated with the system. "Xiao Wu, is my spirit wellspring effective in treating this type of external injury and toxin?" The system promptly replied, "Host, although your spirit wellspring is of the initial level, it possesses strong, purifying, and healing properties, and it also comes with a super enhancement buff." "What kind of buff?" Xia Qingying inquired, relieved yet curious. "Simply put, when combined with herbs, it significantly enhances their efficacy, resulting in an effect greater than the sum of its parts." Xia Qingying's heart fluttered. She understood. This was akin to a high-level enhancement potion in a game. However, which herbs could treat rot and detoxify? Her expertise did not lie in traditional medicine. This was complicated. "Host, do you not recall? You possess fragments of the Beast World Encyclopedia within your mind. Search for detoxifying herbs." The system kindly reminded her. Xia Qingying's heart settled, and she swiftly began to scour her mental repository for relevant information. Her consciousness delved into the vast database, and soon, images and properties of several herbs emerged. "Found it," she thought with delight. In the beast realm, there exists a common herb known as shengji chow, which facilitates wound healing and inhibits decay. Additionally, there is another herb called qingchulang, whose sap can neutralize the toxins of rotting flesh. Both of these herbs can be found on the mountains near the Kanglan tribe. However, the encyclopedia clearly states that qingchulang is only effective against mild poisoning. In cases like Chengfeng's, where his arm has turned black, the effects are negligible. Yet, Xia Qingying felt a surge of hope within her, convinced that with the herb-infused spring, Changfeng could not truly transform into a one-armed hero. A fleeting glimmer of intrigue passed through Si Yao's eyes at the mention of the spring. Was this the secret behind the little female's ability to detoxify? A similar glint appeared in Mo Bai's gaze as he pondered the implications. This was the hidden bond between her and Feng Qi. He quickly sobered, casting a warning glance at Si Yao, clearly communicating the imperative to keep Xia Qingying's secret safe. Si Yao raised an eyebrow and made a gesture to silence himself, indicating he would not reveal anything. Unaware of their exchange, Xia Qingying was preoccupied with devising a plan to discreetly utilize the spring. Just then, the light at the entrance of a stone hut dimmed as Feng Qi hurried in with the shaman. As soon as Zhong Xian entered the room, his eyes swept over Chengfeng and his brows furrowed. His gaze swiftly shifted to Xia Qingying on the bed, the frown deepening further. There was no hiding his disdain and dissatisfaction towards her. To him, this female was a complete calamity wherever she appeared. Her 5 unwed beast husbands were either injured or poisoned, never at peace. At first, Xia Qingying did not notice this, as she faced away from the others, urgently dripping the spring's essence onto Chengfeng's wound, hoping to alleviate his condition. When she turned around and met Zhong Xian's direct gaze, she froze momentarily. It seemed that Zhong Xian's feelings towards her had not improved in the slightest. If anything, they had worsened. However, she did not dwell on his attitude, as the tribe remained oblivious to her change in essence. Their disdain for the original host naturally transferred to her. If she had suddenly transformed, that would indeed be suspicious. She now had other concerns. "Xiao Wu, have you encountered a bug? Why is the favorability not being reported?" She had nearly forgotten to inquire about the system. "Host, the favorability system was sent for an upgrade during your battle with Ming Sha, and it should be completed soon." So that was the case. She had been wondering why there had been no prompts lately, mistakenly attributing it to her unconscious state. Zhongxian approached the bedside and snapped. "What are you still doing lying in bed after waking up? Get down." Though directed towards the air, the reprimanding tone was unmistakably aimed at Xia Qingying. "Old man, targeting me repeatedly. Are you delaying time because you can't heal Qingfeng? Lacking ability, yet possessing a bad temper. No, I cannot tolerate this temper of mine. Do you think I am made of clay?" Xia Qingying had not expected Zhongxian to heal Qingfeng, remaining firmly in place while meeting his impatient gaze with a cold smile. As Qingfeng's future mate, it was only natural for her to stay by his side. Was the shaman not in a hurry to treat the sick yet had the time to criticize others' actions? Her voice was soft yet clear, instantly causing ripples throughout the room. Feng Qi stepped forward, his voice booming with discontent. "Shaman, my wife just awoke from a faint, and her body is still weak. How can you force her out of bed now? As a healer, you should not differentiate between patients." His protective stance was evident. Simultaneously, Mo Bai silently moved to stand beside Zhongxian, his towering figure casting a shadow over the frail frame. He remained silent, merely lowering his gaze, his cold, vertical pupils exuding an invisible pressure that momentarily stilled the air around them. He disapproved of Zhongxian's treatment of Xia Qingying. The little female was also injured and had not eaten for days, thus lying in bed was justified. Xiao scoffed lightly at Zhongxian, having long been displeased with the arrogant shaman. His tone was nonchalant yet laced with barbs. "Shaman, instead of treating the patient, you are busy rambling here. Is it perhaps that you are unable to treat Qingfeng and are merely seeking an excuse to vent your frustration on my future wife?" In an instant, the three by the bed formed a united front against Zhongxian, who found himself enveloped by their relentless questioning and pressure. Seeing them all protectively surrounding Xia Qingying made his chest heave, his face flushed with anger. His hands trembled as he pointed at the unconscious Qingfeng, his voice raised in irritation. "This shaman has not spoken incorrectly. Qingfeng is lying so close to the inner side. How am I to examine his wound and administer treatment?" He paused, still seething, and added, "With all your insistence on protecting her, do you wish for this female to treat Qingfeng? Absurd." Upon hearing that Xia Qingying could treat Qingfeng, Feng Qi's eyes lit up. It was not out of the question. Wasn't Qingfeng also poisoned? The little female's blood was perfect for neutralizing various toxins. If utilized, what could be feared? Xia Qingying felt a sudden throb in her forehead. Golden-haired tiger's brain is rather one-track-minded, and he has no discretion in his words. I hope he doesn't accidentally reveal my secret in front of the shaman and Mo Bai. At that moment, Mo Bai narrowed his deep eyes slightly. He believed in Xia Qingying's ability to heal Qingfeng, but he did not wish for her secret regarding the spring to be exposed to Zhongxian, especially given Zhongxian's evident disdain for the little female. Xiao's gaze subtly swept over Qingfeng's arm, a flicker of astonishment appearing in his eyes. He was certain that his keen observation had not deceived him. The spread of the toxin on Qingfeng's arm had slowed. It seemed the little female had already intervened to aid Qingfeng, and it had proven effective. Feng Qi, with a straightforward mindset, believed saving a life was of utmost importance. He opened his mouth to exclaim, "She can heal," almost shouting without a care. However, he suddenly felt a mental blockage at that moment. In the brief pause, Xia Qingying raised her voice, interjecting, "Enough." She successfully interrupted Feng Qi, rising from the bed with swift and decisive movements. However, Mo Bai did not miss the slight sway of her figure as she got up, causing a pang in his heart. Almost instinctively, he reached out to steady her waist, speaking in a low tone, "Take it slow." The warmth of his palm provided silent support. Yet, Xia Qingying, harboring her frustration, subtly shifted to the side, distancing herself. The stark contrast to her earlier confrontational demeanor was palpable. The shaman was right. She would not obstruct him from healing. Mo Bai's touch, which was uniquely warm to Xia Qingying, dissipated, and he unconsciously clenched his fists, sensing her withdrawal. Deep within, he felt a sudden emptiness. Xiao chuckled softly, his tone suggestive. It seems someone cares, while another remains ungrateful. Zhongxian glanced at Xiao, confused by his cryptic remarks, then turned to the seemingly docile little female. He had not anticipated Xia Qingying's sudden capitulation. leaving him with a mix of suppressed emotions. He could only huff dismissively, glaring at Xia Qingying before commanding, "Xia, what are you still doing? Hurry and carefully move Changfeng out. I need to examine his wound." Xiao's lips twitched as he suddenly realized that Xia Qingying's insult towards Zhongxian was indeed justified. The shaman, despite having considerable strength, was unbearably arrogant and lazy when it came to arduous tasks. However, being the only healer in the tribe, he could not afford to offend him completely. Thus, he complied and gently moved Changfeng. At that moment, Zhongxian bent down to carefully inspect Changfeng's wound, his expression growing increasingly grim. Xia Qingying observed his demeanor and understood that he would likely utter words of dire consequence, likely suggesting amputation. She was reluctant to listen. Time waits for no one, and the sooner treatment began, the better. She cast a glance around the room, lost in contemplation. I must venture out to gather herbs, to heal Changfeng. But it is the dead of night, and my body is frail. Going out alone is perilous. I need someone to accompany me to the back mountain. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Mo Bai took half a step forward, waiting for Xia Qingying to invite him along. Feng Qi was equally resolute. Protecting Xia Qingying was his foremost priority. As for Xiao, being contrary by nature, he felt compelled to join in as well. Thus he moved closer to Xia Qingying. Chapter 60. Do you dislike it? When Xia Qingying came to her senses, she noticed the oppressive darkness around her and looked up to find the three of them standing beside her, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. If I dislike him, why would I get closer? There must be something wrong with me. Feng Qi frowned, dismissing her thoughts. He was quite fond of the little female at this moment. Mo Bai fell into deep contemplation. Did he truly dislike her? Perhaps not. He certainly did not harbor any aversion to her current self. Xiao rested his chin on his hand, tapping his fingertips lightly. What he disliked was the previous Xia Qingying. Regarding the present Xia Qingying, his curiosity outweighed any disdain. While he could not claim to like her, he certainly did not reject the idea of spending time with her. In an instant, the thoughts of all three were swayed by Xia Qingying's internal monologue. At that very moment, Xia Qingying made a decision. Mo Bai is acceptable to accompany me, but I fear that in the dark night, he might sink his poisonous fangs into my neck. Xiao is also not an option. Who knows if he might whimsically toss me into the back mountain to fend for myself. The only one likely to accompany me is Feng Qi. After all, we share a common secret, and his intentions are the purest, making him the easiest to be around. He shall be the one. Upon hearing the term poisonous fangs, Mo Bai's heart plummeted into despair. She had distanced herself from him since awakening, and now his paranoid caution had a reasonable explanation. With his intellect, how could he not realize she had overheard his conversation with Xiao while she was unconscious? Xiao had set him up, and he would remember this debt. However, what weighed more heavily was the fact that she knew of his initially dark and probing intentions. In an instant, a tumult of regret swept over him. The thought of Xia Qingying's eyes forever filled with disdain for him made even breathing feel painfully bittersweet. Mo Bai's fingers curled slightly at his sides, and a rare look of panic flitted across his deep-set eyes. He instinctively wanted to move closer to Xia Qingying, but abruptly halted, fearing that his proximity would only drive her further away. Xiao, on the other hand, brightened at this moment. He thought to himself that the little female's keen observation was impressive. She understood him well, having seen through his somewhat malicious interest. This feeling of being seen did not displease him. Rather, it ignited a secret anticipation within him, hoping she would continue to bring him unexpected surprises. Only Feng Qi displayed his emotions openly, especially since Xia Qingying had praised him. This indicated that he had carved out a unique place in her heart. With this realization, an indescribable joy and pride surged within him, making him feel as though every pore in his body was unfurling. He tried to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling up, but he could not contain himself. His amber eyes sparkled as he glanced at Xiao and then at Mo Bai, as if to say, "You two need to step back. I am the most trusted beast husband in the little female's eyes." His demeanor was that of a victor celebrating a hard-fought triumph. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Yi Si, Yi Lang, and Song Wu hastily entered the room, ignoring the atmosphere within and quickly surrounding the stone bed. Zhongxian, how is it? Is there still hope for Chengfeng's arm? Yelang invited urgently. Zhongxian finally lifted his head, his expression grim as he shook it. The poison has spread too deeply. It seems grim. These words struck the hearts of the three remaining individuals like a heavy hammer. Yet at that moment, Xia Qingying discreetly patted Feng Qi's arm and pointed towards the door. Feng Qi, who had been secretly reveling in the moment, immediately understood. Suppressing his excitement as he bowed his towering figure, stealthily following Xia Qingying out of the room while everyone else was distracted. In that instant, when Mo by regained his senses, he only caught a glimpse of the two departing figures. The bitterness that had been pushed down surged once more, now mingled with the pang of exclusion. He had originally believed he was within her circle of trust, but now it was too late. Outside, the night breeze was cool. Xia Qingying halted her steps, meeting Feng Qi's gaze with earnestness. Feng Qi, do you believe I can save Chengfeng? That's not even a question. Of course I believe in you. Feng Qi replied without hesitation, his tone resolute. Xia Qingying exhaled a sigh of relief and directly stated her intention. Very well. But to save Chengfeng, I still need that crucial herb. We must go to the back mountain immediately, and I need you to accompany me. At this moment, Feng Qi's mind was filled with thoughts of Xia Qingying's miraculous blood abilities. He had not heard of the secret of the spiritual spring, so he automatically interpreted her words as needing to search for a cover. After all, he had a blind yet steadfast faith in her ability to save lives. Not a problem, let's go, Feng Qi said without a second thought, his whole body shimmering with light. In an instant, he transformed into a majestic beast. Yet he quickly shrank to the size of a modern-day tiger, the only difference being the soft, shiny fur that sparkled like gold in the moonlight. Xia Qingying's eyes brightened. She had dreamt of riding a great tiger in her previous life, and now her wish was fulfilled, seeing her seemingly pleased with his true form. Feng Qi affectionately rubbed against her arm, obediently lying down and emitting a gentle sound, signaling her to climb aboard. Xia Qingying decisively climbed onto his broad, warm back. For a moment, Feng Qi's muscles tensed, but he quickly gathered his strength and leapt forward. Xia Qingying felt as if she had forgotten something essential. Pondering for a moment, she suddenly recalled a crucial concern. She hurriedly grasped Feng Qi's neck and shouted, "Wait." She had been so focused on hastening to gather herbs that she nearly forgot about the obstinate shaman inside the house. What if she hadn't returned with the herbs? And Zhongxian had already determined that Chengfeng was beyond saving? To protect his life, would he not sever his arm? No, she needed to stall for time. However, she also knew that if she went back in now and claimed she had a way to treat him, not to mention how Zhongxian would mock her, the chieftain and the others would likely regard her as mad. This would only serve to create obstacles. As her thoughts raced, Xia Qingying devised a plan. She leaned close to the great tiger's furry ear and whispered her instructions. Feng Qi, go in and tell Zhongxian that during your trip to the Beastman market, you heard of a herb that can neutralize the poison from rotten grass juice, and that you need to look for it nearby. Tell him to wait just a little longer, no matter what. The warm breath brushed against his ear, causing Feng Qi to twitch his ears. Committing every word, Xia Qingying spoke to memory. He let out a low growl to indicate his understanding and gently set Xia Qingying down before turning to nimbly dash back into the room. Inside, the atmosphere was at its most tense. When Feng Qi entered, he happened to hear Zhongxian say, Chengfeng's left arm must be severed immediately. As he spoke, he reached for the bone knife from his beast hide bag. Realizing the dire situation, Feng Qi quickly shouted, wait, I have a way to cure Chengfeng. He reiterated the words Xia Qingying had instructed him to say. His tiger eyes were filled with earnestness. Chieftain, High Priest, please give me some more time to try. What if it works? Zhongxian, upon hearing this, immediately scolded. Nonsense. The poison of rotten grass juice is severe and rare. Even this shaman is at a loss. How can hearsay from a market be trusted? He pulled out the bone knife, glaring fiercely at Feng Qi. You are merely grasping at straws, wasting precious time for treatment. This statement caused both Mo Bai and Si Yao to frown in dissatisfaction. After all, they knew that Xia Qingying had the ability to save Chengfeng. Montak Bai, eager to make amends and regain a sliver of Xia Qingying's trust, did not hesitate to voice his support. An amputation cannot be regenerated. If there's a glimmer of hope, why not wait? Chapter 61. Essential items for home and travel. Yilong glanced at Chengfeng, momentarily at a loss for how to decide. Xiao arched a brow and interjected with quiet amusement. Patience, perhaps, is not unwarranted. After all, surprise may yet await us. His gaze drifted meaningfully toward the doorway. Even Yesher, who had remained taciturn until then, now turned to Yelong and spoke with uncharacteristic gravity. Ancestor of beasts, Fengqi speaks truth. So long as a single thread of hope remains, we owe it to Chengfeng to seize it. Kangwu said nothing, only cradled the ancient tortoise shell in his gnarled hands, fingertips tracing the faint, invisible lines of the divinatory path, as though reading whispers from the unseen currents of fate. Moments later, his voice, aged, resonant, and heavy with the weight of centuries, broke the silence. I have just cast the bones. Chengfeng's present tribulation is dire beyond measure. 9 parts death, 1 part life. Malevolent chi coils about his very bones. His peril is absolute. The air in the chamber thickened, dense with dread. Yelong's fist clenched, knuckles whitening. His tribe stood on the verge of losing its sole candidate for high priest. Zhongshuan wasted no time. As I have stated, the only course is immediate amputation, followed by rest and recovery. Yet before the words had fully settled, Kangwu's tone shifted, subtle, yet unmistakable. A flicker of golden light kindled in his dim, amber eyes. Yet within this seeming death, a sliver of divergence remains. He named no name. He spoke no further. What he withheld, what he dared not voice aloud, was this. He had once divined the fates of Chengfeng, Yesher, Fengqi, Xiao, and Ma Bai, 5 souls bound by blood and destiny, and found each destined for an inescapable end, their celestial charts sealed with finality. But in recent days, he had recast the bones and discovered, to his astonishment, that each chart now bore a faint, shimmering anomaly, and that anomaly unmistakably centered upon her, the foreign female from another realm. Her presence was dissonant, alien, yet precisely that dissonance might stir the stagnant tides of fate, carving breathing room where none had existed before. Hope flared in Yelong's eyes. Very well, then we shall wait, as the high priest decrees. Absolutely not. Zhongshuan could no longer contain himself. His withered face flushed with indignation and disdain. Shall we truly stake Chengfeng's life upon the vaporous murmurs of divination? Chieftain, I am the healer, and I swear upon my craft. His condition admits no reversal. His conviction rang sharp, unyielding. Xiao's violet eyes darkened with distaste. The world is vaster and stranger than any one man's knowledge allows. That you cannot heal him does not mean healing is impossible. I urge you, Master Healer, to temper your certainty with humility. From the shadows beside the wall, Ma Bai's voice cut like frost-laced steel. You declare impossible with such finality. Yet is that verdict rooted in medicine or in fear? Fear that her knowledge, her very existence, might unseat the authority you've spent a lifetime cultivating? His words struck true. A gleaming blade laid bare the hidden tremor beneath Zhongshuan's outrage. Pride, not principle. Fengqi, long simmering, bristled, every hair on his feline form erect. Voice raw and unfiltered. Old man, you scorn the high priest's augury. Now you defy the chieftain's decree? Do you truly wish Chengfeng to perish? Even Yesher, the most composed of them all, frowned faintly. Though he knew not what had transpired before his return, he did know Xia Qingying had led Fengqi out of the chamber. Fengqi's words, then, were likely hers, echoed, unvarnished, and yet undeniable. She, frail and fevered, had thrown herself wholly into Chengfeng's salvation, while Zhongshuan, the tribe's own healer, had already turned away. Yesher trusted Ma Bai and Xiao too well to believe they'd lend their voices to blind allegiance. No, they had heard her resolve, felt its quiet, unshakable force. Fengqi opened his mouth to retort, only for Yesher's broad palm to settle firmly upon his shoulder. His voice, low and resonant, held no anger, only quiet, unassailable authority. A healer's duty is to exhaust every avenue, not to surrender before the first trial. Confronted by Mabai's incisive logic, Xiao's cool disdain, and now Yesher's quiet censure, himself long revered for impartial judgment, Zhongshuan's face paled, then flushed a sickly violet. "Oomph. Very well, gamble then," he spat, slamming his bone knife onto the stone table with a sharp, final crack. "Mark my words, if the venom remains unneutralized before dawn, each passing moment will erode his very foundation. And when that occurs, not even the beast god himself could restore what is lost." The curse settled upon the room like leaden mist. Yalong's brow furrowed. Why would Zhongshuan refuse a chance to save Chengfeng? Had Mabai's accusation struck home? Perhaps he knew the healer less than he believed. Mission accomplished. Fengqi offered Xia Qingying's silent instructions. Now fulfilled, gratitude in a glance to Mabai, Xiao, and Yesher. Then turned and bolted from the chamber without delay. She was waiting for him, out there in the dark. Xiao lingered only long enough to murmur, "The air in here grows stifling. I shall step outside for a breath before slipping into the night." Fengqi bore Xia Qingying across the jagged, winding trails of the rear mountains. Night pressed down, thick and velvety, mist coiled through the ancient pines, and moonlight, strangled by the dense canopy, surrendered to the shadows. All around them, darkness reigned, impenetrable, formless. Xia Qingying clung to the tiger's broad back, squinting desperately at the undergrowth, yet saw only indistinct, shifting silhouettes. "This is far too slow. We need light." How did people illuminate the night in ancient times? A spark, sudden bright, lit her mind. She tapped lightly behind Fengqi's ear. "Fengqi, halt, please." He stopped instantly, lowering his massive frame with practiced grace. She slid down, snatched a dry twig from the forest floor, and held it out. "Here, remember, you command fire. Could you kindle a torch for us?" "Kindle?" Fengqi blinked, his amber eyes wide with pure, unadulterated bewilderment. Fire, for him, was weapon and wrath. It seared beasts, scorched enemies, never lit a path. When he remained motionless, Xia Qingying murmured inwardly, Refusing? Why hesitate over a simple spark?" Her gaze swept over his powerful, furred form, assessing. "Speculative. Perhaps he est fatigued from carrying me? Too winded, even for a modest flame? Oh, so the golden tiger looks fierce." She mused aloud, voice laced with gentle, teasing pity, but perhaps he est not quite up to the task. "Who isn't he up to it?" Fengqi bristled, mortified, though thankfully. His thick fur concealed the flush rising beneath his pelt. His pride, especially before his chosen mate, was non-negotiable. To prove himself, he focused with fierce, almost desperate intensity, perhaps too fiercely. Instantly, his twin amber eyes blazed, not with rage, but with radiant, molten gold. Twin suns ignited within their depths, casting a steady, brilliant light that banished the gloom for yards around. Dewdrops on ferns glittered like scattered diamonds. Every blade of grass stood in sharp, luminous relief. Xia Qingying froze, then blinked stunned. Whoa, this outshines any modern LED flashlight. Stable beam, instant on off. Not just a tool, a celestial companion. With him beside me, how could darkness ever feel threatening? Fengqi, still flustered by his own misfire, was utterly unprepared for the phrase celestial companion echoing so clearly in his mind. Bright, warm, and profoundly sincere. His jaws parted in a silent, delighted grin, revealing sharp, gleaming fangs, and his tail tip gave the tiniest, most uncharacteristic flick. Yes, he was indispensable, and she, perceptive, brilliant, had seen it at once. He held the light steady, deliberately angling the golden beams to illuminate the precise patch of undergrowth she examined. A soft, rumbling purr vibrating low in his throat, wordless, yet unmistakably triumphant. Look, see how well I serve? Xia Qingying's eyes shimmered, soft, knowing. He was quite simply adorable. Without hesitation, she parted the ferns, bathed in that warm, unwavering glow, and beneath it, found the herb she sought. Perhaps it was the herb-esque discovery. Perhaps it was the sheer, effortless brilliance of her living lantern. Whatever the cause, a quiet, genuine smile softened her lips as she turned to him. The golden light fell across her profile, gentle, luminous, illuminating the delicate curve of her cheek, the quiet intelligence in her eyes. That smile, like moonlight-piercing mist, was pure, radiant, and utterly arresting. Golden flecks danced in her gaze, as though starlight had settled there. In that instant, Feng Qi's heart lurched, stuttered, then hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. She is so beautiful when she smiles. I want to press close. Just touch. A simple, unvarnished, almost childlike yearning, sudden, overwhelming, and wholly consuming. His previous victories in battle and the accolades he received paled in comparison to the radiant smile she bestowed upon him in this moment, evoking an indescribable sense of satisfaction and exhilaration within him. It dawned on him that his talents extended beyond combat. He could also bring her such joy. A feeling of being acknowledged and needed flowed through him like the warmest of springs. Feng Qi even instinctively held his breath, fearing that even the slightest disturbance might shatter this beautiful scene. Yet, in the next instant, his heart began to race with fervor. Thump! Thump! The sound was so loud that he almost suspected the little female could hear it. He could not help but think that if he could remain her exclusive light, it would seem far more meaningful than incinerating countless savage beasts on the battlefield. From the shadows, two pairs of eyes captured the tender moment amidst the grass. Perched high on a branch, a small black snake lay perfectly concealed, silently coiling, nearly snapping the branch in two. It's cold. Vertical pupils remained fixed unwaveringly on Xia Qingying's smiling visage. The shared laughter between the little female and Feng Qi struck him like a needle, unexpectedly piercing the most tender yet desolate corners of his heart, bringing a sharp pang of pain. It was glaring, exceedingly glaring. Previously, he had maintained a vigilant distance, indifferent to her affection. However, in this moment, the pure smile she radiated, born from another male, inexplicably filled him with unspeakable bitterness. If only he could shed his pride and acknowledge his faults, would the little female not be willing to reveal even a hint of such a smile to him? Once this thought took root, it entwined around his heart like a vine, tightening with each passing moment, nearly suffocating him. The answer lingered like the chilling wind of a winter night, directionless and foreboding. Not far behind the bushes, a pale purple shadow stirred. The little fox sat gracefully, its fluffy tail swishing lightly across the ground, its elongated, alluring eyes sparkling with unprecedented delight. He had always favored all things beautiful in this world, and he longed to cherish this moonlight, gentle smile. In the past, Xia Qingying had possessed an exquisite exterior, yet her inner self was repugnant, making him averse to even a second glance. But this version of her was different. She resembled an exquisitely bound book, filled with strange and unpredictable tales, yet forever elusive in reaching a conclusion. Each page concealed delightful surprises, urging him to eagerly continue turning, yearning to discover what awaited on the next page. Xiao distinctly felt the strings of his heart being gently plucked. A fierce, unprecedented desire for possession quietly arose within him. Such a smile should not belong solely to that brutish Feng Qi. It deserved to be cherished, monopolized, blossoming solely for him. The thought of dissolving their contract, which had once loomed over him like a foregone conclusion, crumbled into dust under the impact of her smile. He could no longer fathom releasing this contract. No, not only would he not dissolve it, but he would also devise ways to ensure the little female willingly remained by his side. A heart's flutter often occurs in an instant, and in that instant, it was sufficient for the little fox to make the most self-serving decision. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his tongue brushing over his sharp teeth, a glimmer of inevitable determination crossing his gaze. The night breeze rustled through the grass, masking the quietly changing thoughts within the shadows. Unbeknownst to Xia Qingying, she had successfully gathered the two herbs she needed, and to maintain discretion, she had deliberately collected a few additional innocuous herbs that could be combined with the two. Feng Qi, let us return, she called out, summoning the great tiger back to his senses. Xia Qingying calculated the time. She had spent no more than an hour gathering herbs on the mountain, which meant it was around 2 or 3 in the morning by modern reckoning. She felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the spiritual spring might struggle against the toxins. On the descent, Xia Qingying could not help but ask the system, Little 5, can you check on Qingfeng for me? The system replied in a soft tone, Host. Although you only dripped a little of the spiritual spring, it will be sufficient to sustain Changfeng until dawn. With this reassurance, Xia Qingying felt considerably relieved. In a mere moment, the great tiger had sped to the stone house of Yixi. As Xia Qingying entered and placed the gathered herbs on the stone table, the previously resting Zhong Xian abruptly opened his eyes, casting a swift glance before erupting in anger. So it is you, this foolish and vexing little female, who deceived Feng Qi and delayed the treatment. He then scrutinized the array of herbs on the table, letting out a disdainful scoff. Humph! The raw meat herb can indeed promote healing, and the coagulation flower can stop external bleeding, but those remedies are only effective for ordinary wounds. For treating Changfeng, these herbs are utterly ineffectual. Leaders, High Priest, you have all witnessed this little female's nonsense. Do you truly believe this troublemaking female can save anyone? Yelong glanced at Xia Qingying visibly torn. He had genuinely believed that Feng Qi knew of life-saving herbs, only to discover it was this little female's idea. His gaze darted among the faces of everyone in the room, contemplating whether to trust the High Priest's gamble. Xia Qingying anticipated Zhong Xian's obstruction and keenly detected the fleeting hint of guilt in his eyes. Old fool, the 5 herbs I brought back. You only recognize the most ordinary ones, yet you dare to act like a great scholar here? Clearly lacking confidence, yet pretending to be knowledgeable. I see you're merely a half-filled bottle of vinegar. Are you afraid that I might actually save someone, making you appear incompetent? If time permitted, I would scold you for 3 days and 3 nights. Xiao stood by, softly applauding for Xia Qingying. The little female speaks well. She is absolutely right. Just as Xia Qingying was about to speak, a chilling voice interrupted her. Whether it can save him, we shall see. It is far better than the great shaman who can only spout empty words without any actual means. It was a sentiment akin to her own. The crowd turned toward the voice to find Mo by standing quietly at the door, holding a set of clean, shamanic blue stone bowls and pestles. Walking directly toward Xia Qingying and presenting them to her. His movements were natural, as if he had anticipated her need for these tools. Xia Qingying, who had been fretting over the lack of a grinding tool, was momentarily taken aback, surprised. How did Mobai know I needed this? Given his profound thoughts, does he wish to gain some advantage from me? In any case, he surely has ulterior motives. With this thought, Xia Qingying donned a polite, yet distant smile, extending her hand to accept them. Thank you. Mobai paused, his fingertips curling slightly as disappointment surged within him. This was not what he had hoped for. Chapter 63. Does the old fool have a bias against colors? He wished for her to treat him with the same natural complaint or command she showed toward Feng Qi, rather than this clear-cut formality. He cherished this warm atmosphere, reminiscent of the days when his parents were still around. Mobai's throat moved slightly as he softly uttered, "You are my future wife. There is no need for thanks." The implication was clear. She could rightfully demand from him and rely on him, as that was his duty. Xia Qingying's gaze flickered, non-committal to his insinuation. So now you acknowledge me as your wife? What were you planning when you intended to use snake venom on me? Don't think that just because you handed me a medicine bowl, I would forgive you. Humph, I'm not that forgiving. She quickly averted her gaze, skillfully categorizing the herbs and handing them to Feng Qi. Please take these to wash. She deliberately refrained from instructing Mo by. Meanwhile, Feng Qi eagerly accepted the herbs, giving Mo by a knowing look. Make sure to wash them thoroughly by the time I return. Xiao observed all of this with a mischievous grin, relishing the scene. Mo Bai, usually so cold and indifferent, had unexpectedly been captivated by the little female. He was adept at inserting himself into the situation to curry favor, yet unfortunately, he had encountered a rather unyielding response. Fortunately, he was clever enough to set a trap for this fellow early on. Otherwise, Ma Bai would undoubtedly be the first to win the favor of the little female. His gaze fell upon the doorway, his fingertips tapping his chin. However, It seemed that Feng Qi had already welcomed the little female into his circle. What should he do? Ma Bai observed Xia Qingying deliberately avoiding his gaze, merely assigning the task of cleaning herbs to Feng Qi. His heart felt heavy, yet he found himself at a loss. Indeed, she was still unwilling to approach him. He could not help but recall the smile she wore while eating sweet fruits during their hunt. She had a fondness for sweets. Perhaps if he could present her with more delicacies, her attitude towards him would soften. This thought took root within him like a flickering light in the darkness, and he seized upon it with fervor. At that moment, Feng Qi rushed back like a gust of wind, holding freshly cleaned herbs, his chest heaving, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Clearly, he had gone to the small creek south of the tribe to wash them, as there was no water near Yesi's courtyard. Upon seeing him panting, Xia Qingying's heart softened, and as she accepted the herbs, she gently expressed her gratitude. A thought crossed her mind. Indeed, sincerity is a formidable weapon. The great tiger can sometimes be reckless, yet Feng Qi remains quite genuine. This sentiment rippled through the hearts of the males present. Ma Bai's gaze sharpened, etching the word sincerity firmly into his heart. He quietly pondered that presenting gifts was the most sincere way to express his feelings towards Xia Qingying. What he did not realize was that for her, the greatest sincerity lay in confronting her own mistakes and offering a straightforward apology, rather than resorting to indirect flattery. Xia Qingying, too preoccupied to concern herself with him, swiftly placed the herbs into a stone bowl, using the act of grinding to discreetly infuse them with spring water. To her surprise, the originally deep green paste gradually transformed into an indigo hue upon the infusion with the spring water. Regardless of the color, she had confidence in this concoction and proceeded to the bedside to apply it to Qingfeng's wounds. Just as she was about to do so, Zhong Xuan, who had been rendered speechless by Ma Bai's previous remarks, stepped forward and blocked her path. He glanced down at the bowl of blue medicine and exclaimed, "Oh dear, you've poisoned my bowl with this concoction." His loud declaration drew everyone's attention to the bowl. Zhong Xuan quickly raised his voice with disdain and skepticism, ensuring all could hear. As a healer with decades of experience, I have never encountered an antidote of such a bizarre blue color. Little female, are you certain that the wild herbs you carelessly gathered are not lethal poisons? Qingfeng is in a fragile state. If he were to perish due to your strange remedy, could you bear the consequences? His words immediately characterized Xia Qingying's attempt to save him as a malicious act. Unable to suppress her irritation, Xia Qingying rolled her eyes. Really? You think my exclusive concoction infused with spring water is poison? Old man, is there a bias against colors in your worldview? The beast power spectrum encompasses red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Do you have the audacity to claim that your hexagram is toxic? Step aside. If I were capable of poisoning someone, you'd be the first to receive a dose, just to see if your mouth is indeed deadlier than arsenic. Her rapid-fire retorts, laden with a plethora of sharp and fitting words, resonated in the ears of the four males present. Feng Qi was the first to stifle a laugh, quickly turning away to cover his mouth, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Xiao's eyes sparkled with amusement as he pressed his fist against his lips to suppress his laughter. He found this little female's way of cursing to be uniquely vivid and charming. Even the usually stoic Ma Bai's lips twitched slightly, a fleeting hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Even the composed Yesi could not suppress a cough. He then turned to Xia Qingying and inquired, "Do you have anything to say?" Xia Qingying, bewildered by the four men's barely contained laughter, sidestepped and boldly pushed past Zhong Xuan. "If my remedy fails and harms Qingfeng, I shall simply pay the price with my life." She bore an attitude as if she had cast aside all concern for life and death. Yes, he respected her determination. Had it been any other female, they would have likely shied away from the intimidating Zhong Xuan, not daring to meet his gaze. Xia Qingying's clear and unwavering eyes locked onto Zhong Xuan as she retorted sharply, "If my medicine can save Qingfeng, yet you persist in obstructing me and slandering my intentions, causing unnecessary delays. What then?" Zhong Xuan cast another glance at the blue concoction, inwardly questioning its peculiar color. With his experience, he was convinced it must be poison. How audacious and ignorant this female was. Untrained in medicine, she was merely pretending. If she could indeed save him, I, the healer, will kneel before you and confess my mistakes on the spot. A flicker of coldness crossed Xia Qingying's eyes. Very well, let it be so. Step aside. Old man, you are destined to bow before me. Zhong Xuan remained obstinate, refusing to budge. Feng Qi stepped forward with determination, grabbing Zhong Xuan's thin arm and lifting him away. Healer, you are blocking the way of my wife. A smile tugged at the corners of Xia Qingying's lips. She appreciated Feng Qi's decisiveness. With the troublesome figure out of the way, she carefully poured the medicine onto Cheng Feng's festering wounds. As the liquid made contact with the dark, rotting flesh, it emitted a sizzling sound reminiscent of meat being brushed with oil. The leader, who had been silent until now, felt his heart leap to his throat. Is this truly not poison? He anxiously glanced at his grandson, who remained impassive, seemingly placing great trust in this little female, leaving him to nervously observe the unfolding situation, silently pleading, "Please, let there be no mishaps. Otherwise, I would have no face to meet my deceased comrade in the afterlife." In the next moment, a shocking sight unfolded before them. The black toxins in Cheng Feng's wounds and throughout his arm began to recede as if they were living beings, disappearing at a visible rate. The flesh, still grotesque, ceased to be blackened. It works. Yalong could not contain his exclamation, leaning forward with a surge of hope illuminating his eyes. Song Wu's eyes sparkled with joy as he murmured, "Change. Vitality. The beast god does not deceive us." Xia Qingying's gaze sharpened, focusing on the rotting flesh. She understood that the necrotic tissue needed to be scraped away, otherwise it would not heal. Ji, bring me the bone knife. Upon hearing this, Yalong's heart raced, and he anxiously questioned, "What's wrong? Are we going to have to amputate?" Feng Qi picked up the bone knife and handed it over, turning back to Yalong with a nonchalant demeanor. "Leader, how could you be denser than me? My wife is clearly going to scrape away the rotten flesh." Yalong was momentarily stunned, forgetting his embarrassment at being rebuked by a junior. Suddenly enlightened, he thought, right, the healer must also scrape away rotten flesh when treating necrotic wounds. This was Xia Qingying's first time scraping flesh for someone, and she felt unsure where to begin. However, she recalled her teacher's words from when she learned to paint. The brushstroke, like the knife, must be swift and precise, without a trace of hesitation, to achieve beauty. Here goes. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she brought down the knife, swiftly removing the decayed tissue from the surface of the wound. The sight made Yalong's heart race. My goodness, this action was far more efficient than Zhong Xuan's fumbling. Ma Bai and the others fixed their gazes on Xia Qingying. Faced with the splattering blood and the horrific wound, the little female did not even flinch. This level of calm and decisiveness, far exceeding that of ordinary females and even surpassing many male warriors, stirred a tempest within the hearts of the four men. They had witnessed females who were delicate, fiery, gentle, or proud, yet without exception, they all exhibited varying degrees of fear and aversion towards bloodshed. Xia Qingying was entirely different. Feng Qi's heart surged with excitement, his amber eyes almost sparkling with stars. This was the kind of female he adored, brave, powerful, and fearless. The other females appeared utterly feeble in comparison to his wife. Xiao, who had initially leaned back lazily, unconsciously adjusted his posture, and the indifference in his gaze was replaced by a deeper appreciation. Throughout the evening, he initially regarded her as a beautiful butterfly, but at this moment, he realized she was far more than that. She was intelligent, decisive, and composed in the face of adversity, even exuding a near-cold rationality. Mo Bai's emotions were complex. While he could not help but be drawn to her, he also felt a sense of regret. Even the usually composed Yi Si showed a flicker of surprise and admiration in his eyes. He had agreed to the attempt more out of trust in the high priestess. Yet Xia Qingying completely overturned his perceptions with her actions. Everything she displayed indicated that she was not an ordinary individual. At this moment, perhaps even Xia Qingying herself was unaware that her focused demeanor while saving others acted like a magnet, drawing these rebellious hearts closer together. However, a miracle was yet to unfold. Just as Xia Qingying cleared away the rotting flesh, the bright red wound, due to the medicinal liquid she poured again, sprouted like tender grass nourished by spring rain, growing at an astonishing speed. In mere breaths, the wound, which had once been deep enough to see bone, had completely healed, leaving only a faint pink scar as evidence of its past existence. The stone house fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Impossible. Zhong Xian was the first to scream, his voice hoarse and distorted, filled with an uncontrollable frenzy. It must be an illusion. Even with advanced healing abilities, such a wound could not heal in just a few breaths, not to mention the toxins. It was you. You used an illusion against this witch doctor, right? Yes. It must be so. Zhong Xian staggered back, his trembling finger pointing at Xia Qingying. Xia Qingying's lips twitched. Is the old fool driven mad so easily? Feng Qi dashed in front of Zhong Xian, grinning widely to reveal his pearly white teeth. Witch doctor, stop pretending to be insane. My wife has genuinely healed Cheng Feng, and now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Kneel down, bow your head, and admit your mistake. For a moment, Zhong Xian regained his composure, his old face turning the color of pig liver, feeling the piercing gazes from everyone in the room. He felt as though he had lost face in front of them for a lifetime. The intense humiliation made his vision blur, and he wished to feign a fainting spell to escape. He simply rolled his eyes back and let his body flop backward. However, what he did not expect was that a subtle dark force precisely struck a certain acupoint on his lower back, sending a wave of soreness and pain throughout his body. Ouch! Zhong Xian could not help but cry out in pain. Instead of fainting, he reflexively sprang up, looking utterly disheveled. Mo Bai's lips curled slightly. Try to show off in front of him? TSK. Xiao leisurely played with a strand of hair, casting a sidelong glance at Zhong Xian, who was in a state of disarray. The timing of the witch doctor's fainting is quite convenient. Could it be that age has taken its toll on him? Or perhaps he wishes to shirk responsibility by pretending to faint. This remark struck Zhong Xian like a whip across his face, leaving him with no place to hide. Yi Lang observed the miraculous healing scene, glancing at the trembling witch doctor, feeling neither the elation of Cheng Feng's rescue nor a hint of sympathy for Zhong Xian's stubbornness. As the leader, he had to maintain the unity and order of the tribe. He stepped forward, his entire demeanor shifting to one of solemn authority. Witch doctor, facts speak louder than words. Being wrong is simply being wrong. Retreating now and refusing to admit your mistake will only cause you more embarrassment. Song Wu sighed softly, offering a word of advice. Zhong Xian, you have enjoyed smooth sailing in the tribe for too long and have not faced any setbacks, leading to an inflated sense of self-worth. There is no shame in admitting your mistake now. It is the delusion that leads to a true dead end. The leader and the high priestess spoke wisely. The education that comes from setbacks is indeed best received early rather than late, or it may endanger the lives of the tribe in the future. Xia Qingying cleaned the medicine bowl and took a small step forward, locking her gaze on the mortified Zhong Xian. Witch doctor, now I want you to loudly declare to everyone present that your medical skills are lacking and that your rash judgments were erroneous. You must genuinely kneel down and admit your fault. The series of statements shattered Zhong Xian's last shred of hope. With both the leader and the high priestess now making their stance clear, if he did not bow his head, he feared he would no longer have a place in this tribe. A massive wave of humiliation engulfed him, making his old face burn with shame as his beard trembled. Despite standing tall for decades, he ultimately bent under the weight of reality. His head bowed deeply, nearly burying itself in his chest. And in a voice as faint as a whisper, tinged with reluctance, he mumbled, I apologize. It was my mistake. The apology, light as a feather, landed heavily on the ground. Xia Qingying raised an eyebrow. So quiet? Clearly, it was he who was obstinate. Why does it sound as if everyone is bullying him now? She looked down at Zhong Xian with a cold smile. Witch doctor, merely mumbling quietly is insufficient. When you falsely accused me of poisoning, your voice was thunderous. Why are you so weak now? Before her words faded, Xia Qingying suddenly turned to Yi Lang. Leader, according to tribal rules, how should one be punished for slandering another? Chapter 65. I promise not to steal. Before Zhong Xian and Yi Lang could respond, Yi Si's low voice resonated, according to tribal rules. Slandering another results in 30 lashes and an additional penalty of clearing the tribe's accumulated dead branches and leaves for 7 days. Xia Qingying could not help but glance at Yi Si, feeling a sense of doubt. Truly the disciplinary committee member of the tribe, when it comes to rules, he can recite them without a moment's thought. Wait, I remember that when Zhu Hua slandered me before, he clearly said 20 lashes. Why has it suddenly increased to 30 for Zhong Xian? Could it be that the tribe's punishments are also gendered? Xia Qingying pondered carefully. The original owner's memories contain no rules for differential treatment. Could it be that Yi Si also has moments of forgetfulness? TSK, 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 at only 26 years old. His mind is already declining. Alas, her voice, filled with confusion, caused Yi Si to momentarily pause. He had spoken almost instinctively, not thinking about whether the rules were 20 or 30. It seemed that subconsciously, he wanted to teach this troublesome witch doctor a profound lesson. This subtle anomaly did not escape the keen observations of Mo Bai and Si Yao. Mo Bai's cold gaze lingered on Yi Si's serious face, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Yi Si had always been strict about rules. Today, he had actually broken the rules to impose a heavier punishment. Was he letting personal feelings influence his judgment? Could it be that Yi Si also had feelings for the little female? A glint of light flashed in Si Yao's eyes, his mind racing with calculations. TSK, what a miscalculation. In focusing solely on Mo Bai and Feng Qi, he had overlooked Yi Si, given his understated efforts to protect her. It was only a matter of time before the little female discovered it. When that day came, would she not be moved to tears? Adding yet another competitor to the mix, and one of the most challenging kind? Only Feng Qi remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents, still nodding enthusiastically. 30 lashes are great. The witch doctor needs to learn a lesson, so he wouldn't recklessly boast about his half-baked medical skills, harming others as well as himself. Yilang's old eyes also displayed a distinct surprise. He knew his offspring well. It was indeed rare for him to unilaterally increase the punishment, a feat more unusual than the sun rising from the west. His gaze shifted back and forth between Yi Si and Xia Qingying before he nodded. Then let it be 30 lashes. No, I refuse. Zhong Xian, kneeling on the ground, protested indignantly. I acknowledge the apology and the bowing, but I will not accept 10 additional lashes out of thin air. He paused momentarily, pointing at Yi Si. You cannot let your personal feelings cloud your judgment simply because she is to be your future wife. Yes, silver-gray eyes cast a cold glare at Zhong Xuan, inexplicably finding him even more irritating than before. With an unflinching expression, he stated with righteous indignation, the esteemed shaman has repeatedly obstructed my efforts, nearly leading to a catastrophe. The additional 10 lashes are a direct result of your delay in providing aid, treating the lives of your kin as trifles. Do you have any objections? Zhong Xuan was left speechless, contemplating his inability to counter the accusation, and could only lower his head in discontent, feeling as if he might spit blood from the frustration. Having observed enough, Xia Qingying urged, esteemed shaman, you must bow your head. If this continues, daybreak will arrive, and I doubt you wish for your kin to witness your humiliating apology. At her words, Zhong Xuan shuddered, casting a glance outside to find the sky lightening, the distant sounds of early risers stirring. His pride, which he held dear, would be irreparably tarnished if his kin witnessed his disgrace. Realizing this, he set aside his humiliation and hastily bowed 3 times to Xia Qingying, his head knocking against the ground with greater force than before, almost as if he were shouting, "Little female, I was wrong. My medical skills are lacking, and I misjudged you. I apologize." This time, his submission was far more resolute. Satisfied, Xia Qingying nodded approvingly, but did not press the matter further, as the tribe still needed him as a healer. She was weary from the night's exertions and longed to return home for rest. She turned to Yelong, nodding slightly. Leader, Cheng Feng is no longer in danger. He merely requires rest. I am tired, so I leave the matter of punishment to you and Yasi. I shall return home to rest. No sooner had she spoken than Feng Qi eagerly transformed into his true form, prostrating himself on the ground, his tail gently swaying, an unmistakable invitation in his demeanor. The message was clear. Qingying, please hop on. I shall take you home. Xia Qingying beheld the sight of the grand tiger, reminiscent of a playful kitten, a smile gracing her features as if spring had arrived, awakening the blossoms. However, Ma Bai, at that moment, felt a grinding sensation in his molars. Sensing that lingering would lead to a loss of control, he swiftly vanished into the dim light before dawn, needing to regain his composure. Xia watched Ma Bai depart. A knowing look in his eyes. He chuckled softly, elegantly turning away, his hair creating a graceful arc in the air. He was in no rush. Time was on his side, and he possessed both patience and cunning, ensuring that this smile would ultimately bloom solely for him. Xia Qingying paid little mind to the departure of the two, utterly fatigued and eager to seize the opportunity of a free mount. Moments later, they finally arrived home, and upon seeing the stone bed that had only been slept on for a night, she could not resist the urge to collapse onto it for a long, deep slumber. However, upon turning around, she discovered that the large tiger had followed her in, attempting to find a corner to lie down. His tiger eyes fixed on her with an expression that clearly conveyed, "I do not wish to leave." Xia Qingying's brow twitched in exasperation. "Feng Qi, I'm home now. Thank you for your help today. You must be tired after a long night. Please return to rest." "I'm not tired." Feng Qi promptly raised his head, his voice resonant. "Qingying, you have exerted yourself greatly tonight. What if some unwelcome visitor disturbs you during the day? I believe it is best that I remain here to protect you." His reasoning was delivered with utmost sincerity, as if it were a matter of course. Xia Qingying thought to herself, "Golden-haired tiger, I advise you to be perceptive. I need to take a bath. How can I do so with you here?" She regarded his massive frame, which nearly occupied half the room, and the unpleasant odor wafting from her own body, making her feel even more uncomfortable. "The tribe is quite safe. I do not require your protection, and I must bathe. Your presence here is inconvenient." However, Feng Qi misunderstood, thinking Xia Qingying meant she had acquired something delicious on the mountain to hide. "Qingying, what are you hiding? I can help you wash it, and I promise not to steal a bite." "Help me bathe? And you intend to steal a bite?" She was astounded. I had not anticipated this golden-haired tiger to be so far from innocent. Feng Qi tilted his head in confusion, wondering what stealing a bite could possibly mean, as it sounded like something edible. "There are so many good things in your hometown." He instinctively licked his nose, suddenly recalling the dish he had missed out on during the hunt, which Xia had claimed was particularly delicious. He felt a twinge of hunger. Xia Qingying watched his movements, her eyes widening in disbelief. What on earth is he thinking? "Back away, quickly. There is no way I am letting you see me bathe. The doors are closed and the windows are shut." Yet, she maintained her most serious demeanor, earnestly advising, "Feng Qi, we are not yet officially bonded. Matters such as helping with bathing are reserved for after we have formed our union. Now I need to rest. You, immediately, leave my dwelling. Do not impede my sleep." Emphasizing the term bonded, she unleashed her trump card, warning, "If you do not depart, I shall truly come to dislike you." Chapter 66. I seem to be unwell, Feng Qi. What does it mean to wash after forming a bond? His tiger face was riddled with confusion, his head seemingly sprouting countless tangible question marks. What sacred ritual required this special washing to occur only after a formal bond? He pondered for a moment, arriving at a possibility. This washing must be a significant and mysterious custom from the little female's homeland. Although curiosity gnawed at him, the resolute expression on Xia Qingying's face, coupled with her threat of disliking him, rendered him hesitant to inquire further. His ears and tail drooped, resembling leaves struck by frost, and he was enveloped in profound disappointment. He slowly rose from his corner, glancing back repeatedly, his eyes brimming with the sadness of abandonment. However, Xia Qingying merely crossed her arms, her expression calm and unyielding. Ultimately, Feng Qi could only concede defeat, retreating dejectedly to the door. He did not venture far, instead selecting a spot near the entrance to lie down, unwilling to leave. His large tiger head rested on his crossed paws, ears perked, ever alert to the sounds within. Resolute in his decision to act as a guardian, Xia Qingying regarded the fluffy mass outside, both amused and exasperated. She could not be bothered to shoo him away. As long as he did not intrude, it was acceptable. She approached and gently closed the wooden door, sealing off the dawning light and the overly attached large tiger. At last, the room was left to her solitude. Xia Qingying caught a whiff of her own unpleasant odor, nearly gagging, and promptly made a swift entrance into the spirit spring space. Meanwhile, outside, Feng Qi continued to ponder the nature of the washing that could only occur after forming a bond, wondering what it might taste like. Upon entering the spirit spring space, Xia Qingying was astonished by the transformations that had taken place. The previous 5 square meter spring had now expanded to 9, the water clearer and more crystalline than before, its ethereal mist invigorating her senses. Beside the spring were 2 additional plots of rich, dark soil, appearing to be highly fertile. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, she was eager to plant something and experiment. However, she ultimately dismissed that notion. Cleaning herself was of utmost importance. Yet, gazing at the spring water, she hesitated, remembering in her haste that she had requested Qingfeng, who exuded an aura of serene detachment, to use her bathing water for healing. She suddenly felt a pang of guilt. This spirit spring would serve many purposes, not only as drinking water, but also for healing and irrigation in the future. As she was caught in a dilemma, the system suddenly notified her that the host could, through sheer will, establish an independent bathing pool in designated areas of space, such as grass or dark soil, guiding the spiritual spring water to flow in as a dedicated bath. Furthermore, the spiritual spring water possessed self-cleaning properties, alleviating any concerns regarding contamination. The prospect of transforming her surroundings ignited a spark in Xia Qingying's eyes, prompting her to take immediate action. Focusing her energy within mere breaths, a bathtub measuring 1 meter wide, 2 meters long, and of suitable depth materialized, its inner walls smooth and exuding a jade-like warmth. Xia Qingying clapped her hands in satisfaction, reveling in the prospect of indulging in her spiritual spring spa without any psychological burden. The moment she sank into the water, it began to warm automatically, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Perfect! This is what life should be like. If only I could have a cup of milk tea or a glass of red wine to accompany it." Outside, Feng Qi remained alert, his ears perked up, fidgeting several times. Oddly enough, despite his prolonged listening, he had not heard even the faintest sound of water washing jujubes, nor the gentle breaths of the petite female. The silence within the room was so profound that it felt devoid of any life. This thought tightened his chest, causing his muscles to tense as he nearly rushed into check. However, recalling Xia Qingying's warning, he hesitated and lay back down. Though the worry and anxiety in his tiger-like eyes intensified with each passing moment. Within the space, the system urged, Host, wake up. If you linger any longer, Xiao will hold a memorial for you." The system's urgent voice echoed in her mind. Xia Qingying jolted awake, realizing that half her face was nearly submerged in water, and she scrambled to her feet. Phew, that was close. She almost became the first-time traveler to drown in her own spiritual spring. Heart racing, she patted her chest in relief. Now that she was awake, she thought about the water's purifying function, akin to a washing machine, and decided to wash her soiled bee-skin attire right there in the pool. After cleaning her clothes, she instinctively reached for her clean garments beside the bath, only to find nothing. She smacked her forehead, suddenly recalling that she hadn't brought a spare bee-skin dress. The window had no curtains. There was no way she could step outside in the nude. Host, the beast world is quite liberal. You could wear that leopard print lingerie you drew." The image of that scanty lingerie, barely covering essential areas, flashed in her mind. Better than being naked, she consoled herself, resignedly retrieving the risque undergarment and hastily putting it on. Holding her damp beast skin dress, she thought, and with a flicker of intent, she vanished from the space. Just as her feet touched the ground, the door, previously closed tight, burst open with a force. Feng Qi rushed in, his anxiety palpable. "Little female, are you all right?" His words were cut short as he took in the scene before him. The morning light was soft and delicate, The girl had just emerged from her bath, her skin glistening with moisture, radiating a pearlescent sheen. Unwiped droplets cascaded down her elongated neck and exquisite collarbone, sliding down to more enticing regions. Most strikingly, the outfit she wore clung tightly to her curves, accentuating her alluring figure. The wildness of the leopard print exuded an intoxicating charm, her long, straight legs gleaming under the light. Feng Qi felt his blood rush to his head, heat flooding his nostrils as two streams of crimson poured uncontrollably from his nose. Oblivious to his own embarrassment, his amber eyes widened, and he involuntarily let out a low sound of admiration. Qingying, your bee-skin attire looks stunning. I've never seen anything like it. Xia Qingying, upon Feng Qi's abrupt entrance, felt her mind go blank for a moment before being overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, hot and burning. What the heck? The first time I wear something so revealing, and this golden-haired tiger sees me. What a huge loss. Though reason urged her to scream and hide, she steadied herself when Feng Qi spoke, attempting to remain calm as she pointed at his nose. You're bleeding. Only then did Feng Qi realize, wiping his nose with a hand, only to find it smeared with blood. Rather than panicking, he gazed at Xia Qingying with a bewildered expression. I think I'm ill. I feel so hot, and my heart is racing. Am I going to die? Chapter 67. Another spectator in the audience. Xia Qingying observed his innocent yet desire-laden expression, rendering her both amused and exasperated. Amidst her embarrassment, she thought, how could this golden-haired tiger seem a bit cute? Oh well, seeing him like this shows he knows nothing about matters between men and women. I might as well kindly inform him of a remedy. You're not sick. It's just a fever. You should. Xia Qingying intended to suggest that he soak in the cold spring for a while. However, before she could finish her sentence, an unexpected change occurred. A shadow darted into the room like lightning, bringing with it a bone-chilling aura. Xia Qingying could only watch as a massive snake tail, thick as a bowl and covered in glossy black scales, lunged forward. In a flash, it coiled around the waist of the dazed tiger, lifting him effortlessly and dragging him outside. Mo Bai, in a half-human, half-snake form, stood at the door, the lower half of his serpentine body still poised to fling Feng Qi away. His strikingly handsome face was veiled in frost, and his dark vertical pupils first swept over the disoriented Feng Qi, who had rolled several times before turning his somber gaze back to the room. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. He had only sensed Feng Qi's unusual agitation, concerned that something might be amiss, but he never expected to witness such a powerful scene. Moreover, the petite female seemed intent on assisting Feng Qi, driven more by impulse than reason. He had directly pulled the tiger out. Xia Qingying remained frozen in place, the scant fabric of her leopard print attire doing little to shield her from Mo Bai's piercing gaze, which bore into her as if he wished to peel her skin away. She had anticipated that, after being barged in on by Feng Qi, she would have to face the formidable antagonist she least desired to involve herself with. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Doomed. What kind of dramatic spectacle is this? An audience that even swaps out participants? I have never been in such a glamorous situation in my entire life. Xia Qingying awkwardly scratched her toes against the ground. And this giant black snake, why is it staring so intently at me? What's the deal? Haven't they ever seen someone wearing so little fabric? At that moment, Mo Bai appeared stern on the surface, yet turmoil raged within him. He wanted to say that he had indeed never seen a female dressed like this. The females of his tribe wore bee-skin tops that at least covered their stomachs, and their skirts reached their knees. Yet the petite female before him, with her curvaceous figure wrapped in an outfit so boldly provocative, combined with her face flushed with unmasked panic and shyness, created a dangerously alluring contrast. An unfamiliar, intense possessiveness and heat surged within him, overwhelming the pride he took in his rationality. He could distinctly feel the blood within him quickening, a primal desire driven by his serpentine instincts awakening. Mo Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, attempting to suppress the tumult within. Just as the atmosphere grew taut, a lazy, amused voice intruded, breaking the silence. Oh, what a lively gathering we have here. Mo Bai, Feng Qi. Are you hosting a special party in the future mistress's courtyard? Xiao appeared at the entrance, his elongated eyes gleaming with interest as he scanned the room, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips, looking as if he were asking for trouble. Clearly, he had taken in the entire tantalizing scene. Xia Qingying, damn, is this never-ending? Why has another person joined the audience? I paid for this content. She felt an urge to explode on the spot, wanting to shut the door, yet realizing that would only reveal her unease. What if I appear too shy and they see through me, realizing I am not the original host? Forget it, I'll just watch. I must adapt to the customs here. This beastly world is rife with wild encounters. What I'm experiencing is nothing. At least I still have some fabric. Just then, Bai moved. Swift as lightning, he did not attack Xiao, but instead advanced towards Xia Qingying. In an instant, as he entered the room, his black serpent tail expertly caught the doorknob, exerting an irresistible force. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the wooden door slammed shut, sealing tightly. Instantly, Xiao's fox-like eyes, filled with a desire to see more, and his flamboyant smile were completely cut off from view. Of course, it also isolated the now stabilized Feng Qi, who had reverted to human form and was wiping the blood from his nose. The world finally fell silent. It became all the more perilous. Inside, only a solitary man and woman remained. The faint fragrance of the woman, fresh from her bath, wafted through the air, reaching someone's nose and intensifying the aggressive aura emanating from him. Bai's eyes were deep and unfathomable as he slowly closed the distance between himself and Xia Qingying, his serpent tail gliding across the ground, producing a chilling sound, until his figure completely enveloped her, casting a shadow that brought an invisible pressure. Xia Qingying snapped back to reality, meeting the man's gaze, her subconscious alarm ringing wildly. Danger! Fear surged through her, causing her to retreat repeatedly, her heart pounding fiercely. Yet Bai pursued her relentlessly. Don't come any closer. Xia Qingying's eyes widened in terror, her back pressed against the wall. Oh my, what does he intend to do? That look in his eyes is predatory. Wait, does this mean what they say online about serpents being inherently lewd is true? No. Could it be that Bai is simply waiting for me to clean up? Just to take a bite? Xia Qingying's absurd inner thoughts doused Bai's restless nerves like cold water. His overwhelming aura abruptly faltered, forcibly retracting. He swallowed hard, averting his gaze slightly, striving to ignore the enticing sight before him, his voice deepening into a husky tone as he posed a question that sounded relatively normal. Are you planning to wear that out? Xia Qingying was momentarily taken aback. Is that what you want to ask? Thank goodness. He doesn't seem to have ulterior motives. No signs of wanting to bite. However, remaining in this standoff is not a solution. I must quickly send him away. Thus, Xia Qingying raised her chin, her tone intentionally provocative. What? Is it unacceptable? Although Bai understood her intent to drive him away, her retort still caught him off guard. The male seemed to realize he had no right to question his wife's attire. Moreover, she still held some reservations against him. This realization only deepened his bitterness. Yet he was grateful for his strong mental fortitude. He pressed his lips together and spoke with a tone that was gentle yet somewhat awkward. Although the rainy season is nearing its end, cold winds may still occasionally sweep through. It would be wise for you to wear more clothing to avoid catching a chill. This sudden display of concern, so incongruous with his usual stern demeanor, momentarily softened Xia Qingying's heart. This large black serpent seems not entirely devoid of warmth and compassion. Upon hearing this thought, Bai felt a surge of joy within him. Yet in the next instant, the memory of the conversation he witnessed in the system space surged to Xia Qingying's mind, especially Xiao's remark. Are you still looking for a chance to test the poison? And Bai's indifferent, emotionless reply. Let us talk later. The momentary softness in her heart was instantly replaced by resentment. Like a weasel wishing a hen well, he cannot have good intentions. She raised her chin even higher, her tone deliberately cold. Thank you for your concern, but your presence here only makes me feel colder. Chapter 68. Softening attitude, a single sentence shattered Mo by S good mood, a flicker of clear pain crossing his eyes. He gazed deeply at Xia Qingying, his expression complex and difficult to decipher, filled with restraint, helplessness, and perhaps even a hint of unacknowledged sorrow. Ultimately, he said nothing further, silently turning away, his serpent tail waving gently as he left the room, carefully closing the door behind him. Watching the door close once more, Xia Qingying's facade of aloofness crumbled in an instant. She leaned against the wall, releasing a long sigh, an inexplicable feeling of discomfort stirring within her. She could see Mo by S repeated displays of softness and attempts to please, yet she dared not fully lower her guard. He left so quickly. He must feel guilty and ashamed, that scoundrel, she thought indignantly, hastily retrieving a clean, more conservative bee-skin dress to change into. After much effort to suppress her inexplicable emotions, she glanced at the washed bee-skin dress resting on the stone bench inside. It couldn't be left to dry in the shade. It needed to be hung out. She listened intently for any sounds outside, hearing nothing. Fengqi, that foolish one, has probably gone to find a shaman for treatment, and Si Yao, that cunning fox, likely left feeling bored. Mo by S earlier behavior must have scared him away. She calculated in her mind, there shouldn't be any audience outside now. I must quickly hang out my clothes and then lock the door to sleep. With her mind set, Xia Qingying carefully pulled open the wooden door. However, the scene outside instantly left her stunned. The anticipated emptiness did not materialize. In the gentle morning light, a tall, slender figure stood quietly in the center of the courtyard. Not in half-serpent form, but entirely human. The man had changed into a dark bee-skin outfit at some point, which accentuated his pale complexion. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes flickered slightly upon seeing her emerge. In his hand, he held a large bee-skin bag. Xia Qingying's heart skipped a beat, gripping her damp, cold clothes tightly. Why hasn't he left? Wasn't he scared away? Could be he changed his mind and intends to use that bee-skin bag to beat me? Mo by observed the little female's apprehensive demeanor, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he quietly set the bulging bee-skin bag down on the ground and opened its mouth towards Xia Qingying. Inside was not a weapon, but a bounty of assorted wild fruits, exuding a sweet, enticing fragrance. These are all for you. Mo by S voice lacked inflection, yet if one listened closely, a hint of nervousness could be discerned. Xia Qingying was thoroughly taken aback, unable to help but retort, "Why are you giving me fruit?" Mo by answered without hesitation, his speech slightly quicker than usual, as though he had prepared this explanation in advance. "On the day of the hunt, you suddenly fainted. Eating sweet fruits helped." He paused, noticing Xia Qingying was still listening intently, and added, "I thought you might need this." He remembered her condition of low blood sugar. Xia Qingying felt a tremor in her heart. What surprised her even more was Mo by S next words. He seemed to carefully choose his words. "If you like, I can bring you some every day." He even contemplated special circumstances. "If I am out of the tribe, I will instruct others to deliver them to you on time." His words carried a clumsy attempt to please, a careful and humble approach. To be honest, Xia Qingying was indeed touched. Memories from her previous life surged uncontrollably. In her childhood, after she first fainted and was diagnosed with low blood sugar, her grandparents would find various ways to stuff her little pockets and backpack with all sorts of candies and snacks. That meticulous love was the warmest backdrop of her childhood. Unfortunately, her grandparents later went missing during a scientific expedition in the mountains, never to be heard from again. As for her parents, while they supported her education and pursuits, their busy careers left little room for tender care. In this unfamiliar and perilous world of beasts, she has encountered danger repeatedly, maintaining a constant tension within herself, reminding herself to be resilient. Confronted with mob by silent yet substantial gestures, a long-forgotten feeling of being cherished gently pried open a corner of her heart. The prejudices harbored within a person's heart are akin to towering mountains. Mabai initially regarded her with skepticism, and she too had been swayed by the portrayals of him in the books. However, forgiving him would not be a simple task. The frost on Xia Qingying's face melted slightly, yet her mind remained clear. although her expression was still devoid of smiles. Her gaze towards Ma Bai was no longer as distant and frigid as before. She murmured a quiet thank you. I will accept the fruit. Her softened attitude allowed Ma Bai to breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. At the very least, this marked a significant shift. The tightly pressed corners of Ma Bai's lips curved ever so slightly. He deftly retied the bee skin pouch, stating, "It is too heavy. I shall carry it in." This time, Xia Qingying did not protest. Fatigue and drowsiness enveloped her, leaving her disinclined to dwell on trivial matters. She stepped aside to allow him to exit. Ma Bai swiftly placed the pouch of fruit by the window, and upon turning back, he found Xia Qingying standing before a makeshift clothesline crafted from branches and vines. Appearing precariously balanced, he approached her and naturally extended his hand to take the two beast skin dresses from her. "Go sleep," he softly urged, perhaps due to overwhelming fatigue, or perhaps the lingering warmth of recent emotions. Xia Qingying obediently murmured "oh," rubbed her eyes, and turned back inside. As she climbed onto the bed, her head barely grazed the pillow before she succumbed to deep slumber. In her haze, she felt as though someone was tucking her in with a beast skin blanket and shielding her from the brightening daylight outside. In that moment, the clamor faded away, and her weary body found respite, inducing a long-lost illusion of tranquility amidst the passage of time. She slept soundly until the afternoon, when she finally stirred awake. Stretching languidly, she paused upon noticing that the window was obscured by black bee skin, realizing that was why she had not been awakened by sunlight. It was easy to deduce that Ma Bai was responsible. The clumsy Hongqi from the other side would not have been so meticulous, nor would Xiao engage in such thankless tasks without cause. Only the attentive Ma Bai would notice such details. This warmed her heart, though not for long, as her stomach soon began to protest in a hollow lament. As she thought about the imminent dinner, she glanced at the sack of fruit and casually retrieved a few to wash in her space. The sweet juices filled her mouth, lifting her spirits inexplicably. While savoring the fruit, an enduring dilemma resurfaced in her mind. "Xiao Wu," she queried, swallowing the pulp, "if Peach Blossom and Xiongjian are both deceased, does that mean their favorability records are nullified?" Host, Peach Blossom's favorability towards you was permanently recorded at 100 before her demise. This record has been archived indefinitely. Xiongjian's favorability did not reach 100 before his death, and thus the related record has been erased. Xia Qingying gasped in surprise. Favorability could indeed be permanently recorded. Although Peach Blossom had perished, she still counted among those whose lifespans were deducted. Presently, with Peach Blossom and Zhu Hua's favorability towards her, she realized that if she were to gain 3 more, her fate would be dire. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, and suddenly her eyes sparkled as if she had stumbled upon a new world. "Xiao Wu, if someone dies before their favorability towards me drops to 100, is their record erased?" After a moment of peculiar silence, the system replied, "Indeed, that is correct." Upon receiving the answer, a glimmer of understanding shone in Xia Qingying's eyes, followed by her murmuring to herself, "In that case, if anyone harbors ill intentions towards me, I can take preemptive action when their favorability dwindles to around 90, eliminating them before they pose a threat. This not only resolves potential danger, but also spares me the penalty of lifespan deduction. A perfect twofold solution. Had she known it could be this way, she would have acted sooner upon her arrival." "Host, your thoughts are exceedingly dangerous," Xiao interjected, its mechanical voice fluctuating with urgency. "I must caution you that indiscriminate killings may yield unpredictable consequences." The system sensed that its host's trajectory seemed to be veering off course. Shouldn't she be focusing on enhancing favorability to exchange for points instead of contemplating how to handle negative favorability? It sensed a troubling trend of Xia Qingying racing down the path of a villainous overlord. Could it be that her interactions with Ma Bai and Xiao, the antagonists from the original narrative, had influenced her mindset? Yet, upon reflection, those 5 individuals had not truly committed any malevolent acts before her. Aside from their slightly unconventional personalities and deeper thoughts, Xia Qingying waved dismissively. "If they continually target me, I cannot simply sit idly and be a passive victim, can I?" This is merely a reasonable application of the system's rules for self-protection. That seemed valid enough. If it were in its position, it too would act preemptively to eliminate threats. After deep contemplation, Xiao was suddenly realized that its host seemed to be learning the wrong lessons. It began to worry about the subtle transformations occurring within Xia Qingying's soul. Meanwhile, Xia Qingying felt lighthearted, having devised a method to address potential threats. She redirected her thoughts to practical matters, recognizing the urgent need to stockpile provisions for the winter. Currently, her system warehouse contained only 6 packs of instant noodles and 10 pounds of sweet potatoes, with no meat in sight, a truly pitiful state. At that moment, she abruptly recalled, Xiao Wu, what happened to the 3 bags of sweet fruit I picked before I fainted? Where could they be? They weren't taken by the Liaoya tribe, were they? That was the fruit of our labor with Ma Bai. Host, it is highly likely that your sweet fruits were destroyed during that battle. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingying's expression soured. After her arduous efforts, she had nothing to show for it. It seemed she would need to devise further strategies to procure food. But she still had the black soil. She should plant those 10 pounds of sweet potatoes. She calculated that 10 pounds of seed potatoes could yield around 100 pounds of harvest. With the fertility of her black soil and the nurturing of the spiritual spring, surely she could reap around 200 pounds at the very least. With renewed vigor, she sprang to her feet, preparing to enter the spiritual spring space. Xia Qingying, are you home? A cheerful female voice called from outside the yard. Jin Xiu, what brings you here? The A group would not venture out to gather for at least a month. It was unlikely that she was here to inform her of tomorrow's expedition. Quickly, Xia Qingying opened the door, only to be surprised to see Jin Xiu and Ya together. What a delightful surprise. Please come in. She stepped aside to welcome them into the yard. Jin Xiu remained as efficient as ever, forgoing pleasantries and directly handing her a beast skin pouch. Here, I brought back the sweet fruits you entrusted to me for safekeeping on the day of the gathering. Initially, Xia Qingying had given up hope for the sweet fruits. But this unexpected delight, though it contained only 1 bag, was better than having none at all. She reached out to receive it, feeling its weight in her hands. Upon opening it, she was taken aback once more. Inside were not fresh fruits, but rather dried fruits, dark brown in color with wrinkled skins. Jin Xiu seemed apprehensive about her finding fault and quickly explained, you were unconscious these past few days, and these fruits were at a high risk of rotting. I took the liberty of drying them to prevent waste. They can be stored for a long time, providing a touch of sweetness during the cold season. What do you think? Since her arrival in this world, Xia Qingying had encountered an abundance of hostility. Considering the scarcity of resources in this beastly realm and the preciousness of food, Jin Xiu not only brought back the fruits, but also took the trouble to dry them. This kindness was truly rare. As warmth surged within her heart, a smile graced her face, and her tone brimmed with genuine gratitude. All right. Thank you so much, Jin Xiu Captain. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. Her series of thanks and compliments were delivered with a soft sincerity, her eyes sparkling with clarity, completely devoid of the harshness described by others. Jin Xiu's demeanor softened slightly in response. Initially, she had anticipated that this little female would be quite the handful, but it seemed that rumors could be misleading. This little female was not as despicable as the others had claimed. It was merely a trifling matter. Jin Xiu waved her hand dismissively, not considering it of great significance. And upon noticing the pleasant attitude, she added, remember to go to the sacrificial square tomorrow morning to collect your meat share. Don't be late. Having addressed the matter at hand, she turned and left with decisive efficiency. Xia Qingying's thoughts lingered on Jin Xiu's instructions. According to the original owner's memories, after each hunt, the tribe would process the game collectively. Similar to wild fruits, meat spoils easily, so the designated females would cure the meat with salt, storing part in the tribe's warehouse while distributing the remainder among households. In the past, the original owner would shamelessly request a share, but could only manage to obtain a small piece of meat, sufficient for merely 3 or 4 days. This time, having submitted a bag of wild fruits, perhaps she could secure a larger portion of meat? Xia Qingying did not harbor overly optimistic expectations. At that moment, who had been silent while Jinxiu spoke, suddenly revealed her true colors, cozily linking her arm with Xia Qingying's and shaking it playfully. Sister Qingying, did you know that while you were unconscious, Taohua and Xiongjian were struck by lightning? Her large eyes sparkled with gossip. Is that true? Xia Qingying feigned ignorance, playing along as she led Iya into the courtyard to sit down. Absolutely true. Iya recounted the incident of the two being struck in a straightforward manner. Xia Qingying listened with genuine interest, even taking the time to wash some wild fruits and hand them to her. She found Iya, the little food enthusiast, to be a delightful companion. In the next moment, Iya finished a sweet fruit in one bite and suddenly lowered her voice, conspiratorially leaning close to Xia Qingying's ear. Sister Qingying, do you know about Taohua's 3 beast husbands? I heard they are looking for a new female to be their mate. Xia Qingying hadn't anticipated Iya's swift change of topic, but she was indeed taken aback by this piece of gossip. Wasn't it said that with the death of a mate, the surviving beast husbands would either live out their days in solitude or follow suit in death? How could they seek a new partner? Was it possible that, like her, Taohua had also held on several beast husbands without truly partaking in their offerings? Iya displayed a look of surprise, stating, that's because Taohua always found her 3 beast husbands less appealing than Mo Bai and Si Yao, and their abilities were lacking. She never truly committed to them. With Taohua deceased, it stood to reason that they could seek a new mate. Xia Qingying finally understood. She had observed during her time in the system space how deeply attached Taohua's 3 beast husbands were to her. Yet she had failed to appreciate their sincerity due to her fixation on appearances. But wait, when Taohua had tricked her, she had awakened her speed talent. What could that mean? Aya stared wide-eyed, suddenly contemplating, could it be that she had relations with another male? However, if it were a male from the tribe, she should have made it official, unless Aya was startled by her own conjecture. Unless it was a wandering beast. Xia Qingying was momentarily taken aback, pondering the improbability. If it were indeed a wandering beast, it was unlikely that Taohua would have brought him back to the tribe. Now that she was dead, they couldn't possibly inquire with her beast husbands. This remained mere speculation between the two of them. Aya, regaining her composure, blinked her large eyes and leaned closer. Sister Qingying, even though you have Mo Bai and the others by your side, they are often too busy, aren't they? Xia Qingying looked at her, perplexed as to why the conversation had shifted back to Mo Bai and the others. They were indeed quite occupied. Aya then astonished her with her next words. I think Taohua's 3 beast husbands are not unattractive, and they have decent skills. More importantly, they are very attentive and caring. Why not consider one for yourself? Coughing, Xia Qingying nearly choked on her own saliva, staring incredulously at Iya. Consider one? Iya nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, if you think one is insufficient, you could take all 3. After all, we females can have dozens or even hundreds of beast husbands without issue. Having one more beast husband means an extra layer of safety. Xia Qingying was taken aback. Can one truly manage that? Are there really females who have taken so many beast husbands? She had only dared to think about such things in her mind. But was it true that others had acted upon it? Moreover, while she had contemplated the idea of conforming to the customs and seeking several beast husbands anew, she had no desire to become a pawn left behind by her enemies. Furthermore, last night she had realized that even managing just Mo Bai and the others was somewhat overwhelming. Even if she were to seek more, it would require letting go of a few first. She needed to find those with simple minds who were purely romantic and would not create jealousy, fostering harmonious coexistence. Aya tilted her head, mistaking Xia Qingying's hesitation for shyness, and patted her chest with a confident expression. Sister Qingying, if you're too shy to speak up, I can ask my mother to sound them out and see if they would be willing to be with you. My mother is well liked in the tribe. Xia Qingying, observing Aya's earnest expression, felt a sense of darkness wash over her as she scrambled to find a suitable reason to decline. Before she could organize her thoughts, the entrance darkened as another figure appeared. It was Feng Qi's little follower, Sigua. He held a basket woven from fine vines, his face adorned with a naive yet awkward smile. Xia Qingying. Sigua appeared somewhat nervous, standing at the door and extending the basket towards her. I heard you were startled and fainted. So I brought you some of the nuts that we hedgehog beastmen love to collect. They are filling and quite tasty. I made sure to get some for you to help restore your strength. His gaze was earnest, filled with genuine concern. Before Xia Qingying could respond, Aya's eyes lit up, and she gently nudged Xia Qingying's side with her elbow, raising her eyebrows suggestively. Sister Qingying, your charm is quite impressive. This Tsigua clearly has feelings for you. Why not consider adding him to your collection as well? Though he may not be popular among the females in the tribe. My mother says that his honest and diligent nature makes him a good choice as a beast husband. Xia Qingying found herself pondering this seriously. Tsigua seemed to be the type who would lead a stable life without ulterior motives. A thought quietly emerged. If she were to change beast husbands, he would be the first to consider, inquiring if he would be willing. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Feng Qi, who was approaching with a catch in hand, suddenly perked up, his golden hair almost bristling with alarm. What? This little female is considering Tsigua? No way. Absolutely not. A strong sense of crisis surged within him as he approached, his voice booming with clear jealousy. Tsigua, why are you not at home and instead in front of my wife? Tsigua, hearing his leader's voice, trembled slightly, his hands shaking as he instinctively replied, I just wanted to come visit the patient. He feared that a poor response might provoke Feng Qi's wrath. Before long, Feng Qi, clad in a brilliant red fur cloak, stood at the entrance like an imposing wall, glaring at the flustered Tsigua. Visiting the patient? Is that how you go about it? He perceived Tsigua as trying to take advantage of his absence to encroach upon his territory. With that thought, Feng Qi snatched the basket from Tsigua's hands, disdainfully rummaging through it, his eyes darting as he began to scrutinize the contents. Is this how you visit a female? You, with your hard and unyielding nuts. Can my delicate Qingying truly manage to bite into them? Alas, Tsigua, your lack of consideration for others is evident. You seem utterly oblivious to the needs of the female, which explains your inability to find a mate. Tsigua has indeed been led in by Feng Qi, and upon glancing at the nuts in the basket, he felt a pang of regret. The elder was correct. It was apparent that Xia Qingying was quite fragile, and if he intended to offer nuts, he ought to have shelled them first. Feng Qi, noticing Tsigua's sullen silence, triumphantly shook the two plump rabbits still kicking in his hands, brimming with self-satisfaction. Unlike me, aware that my wife requires nourishment, I specifically caught the freshest, most succulent mon too. The meat is tender and ideal for consumption. Xia Qingying watched the scene unfold, her eyes widening in astonishment. Beside her, Aya gazed at the jealous Feng Qi, her eyes gleaming like light bulbs, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. It seemed that Lord Feng Qi also held a fondness for Sister Qingying. The elder was right. It was my oversight, as these nuts were unsuitable for a sick visit. I shall take my leave now. Tsigua felt enlightened and silently vowed to bring Xia Qingying something she truly enjoyed next time. Feng Qi, unaware that Tsigua had not abandoned his pursuit of Xia Qingying, felt even more pleased as he watched him depart. At last, he had rid himself of this pestering male. It was impossible for Xia Qingying not to perceive his jealousy, finding it both amusing and exasperating. Her head was still buzzing with thoughts. I always said that when seeking a mate, one should choose a partner who does not compete for affection. Otherwise, if several like Jingmao who were to appear, how could one endure such a life? Feng Qi, overhearing this hint of disdain, felt a pang of discontent, akin to a drenched cat, his eyes tinged with red. He simply could not help himself. Seeing other males approach, Qingying with gifts made his insides churn with jealousy. Yet, he dared not voice these feelings, fearing she would consider him petty and possessive. Reluctantly, he shifted the topic, his voice muffled. Qingying, I crave the dish you prepare with digua leaves and rabbit meat in a stone pot. I shall fetch one shortly. He gazed longingly at Xia Qingying, hoping she would forget his earlier unkindness. Xia Qingying observed his transformation from a domineering tiger to a pitiful kitten and couldn't help but smile. This foolish creature, though filled with jealousy, was simple-minded, his emotions written plainly on his face. All right, however, we are out of digua leaves. You'll have to manage that. This sentiment brought a smile to Feng Qi's face, as it seemed the little female was no longer upset. Thus, He became even more attentive. I shall go and gather some digwa leaves right away. He placed a mantu in the yard and dashed off, only to suddenly collide with three individuals who had appeared behind him. Ma Bai, Xiao, and Yesi. Digwa leaf stir-fried rabbit? It sounds utterly delectable. I wonder if we might have the honor of tasting the culinary skills of our future mate? Xiao inquired. Chapter 71. Inheriting My Fortune? Xia Qingying regarded the unexpected guests who had emerged one after another in her yard, feeling a vain throb at her temple, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Are they unwell? Are these individuals so idle? In the past, they would avoid this yard like the plague, yet now they swarm in one day as if I possessed some great treasure. As she mentally criticized them, she recalled the astonishing appetites of the males in the beast realm and resolutely declined. Each one aims to exhaust me. All to inherit my fortune, bah. Yes, see, Ma Bai and Xiao exchanged puzzled glances, synchronously surveying the spacious yet sparse yard of the little female. It was indeed vast, yet rather bare and simplistic. In the center stood three adjoining earthen houses and two thatched huts on either side, with merely two beast skin garments hanging in the yard. Not even a morsel of dried meat was to be found. Could this truly be considered a fortune? Did Xia Qingying perhaps misunderstand the term? Yesi's hand, hanging at his side, slightly clenched as he struggled to remain composed. He had not come merely to scavenge for food, but rather to deliver something to Xia Qingying. He cleared his throat, intending to explain his purpose, only to be interrupted by the little glutton. Sister Qingying, I didn't get my fill of the meat you prepared last time. I also wish to taste your stir-fry. Yesi thought. Another one looking to mooch? Xia Qingying felt overwhelmed, her expression darkening as she declared, no. Before she could utter another word, a notification chime abruptly echoed in her mind. Ding! A random quest has been issued. Please utilize local ingredients to create a new dish that has never appeared in the beast realm, and receive heartfelt praise from at least 8 beastmen. The quest is time-limited to 5 hours, with a reward of 5,000 points. What? 5,000 points? To raise Ma Bai and the others' affections, she would need to accumulate at least 500 points, yet the affection system had not yet been upgraded, and she hadn't seen any points in quite some time. Xia Qingying's eyes widened in realization as she quickly glanced at her meager points balance, and then counted the individuals in the yard. 5 in total. I must cook. Whoever tries to stop me will face my wrath. Moreover, she suddenly recalled that cooking not only could earn her points, but also provide meat from these antagonistic individuals. In short, she was determined to exploit them. With a sudden shift from a frown to a smile, Xia Qingying announced, if you wish to sample my culinary skills, you may. At that moment, the group could not hear her conversation with the system, and their reactions varied as they noted her abrupt change in demeanor. Feng Qi fumed. He had been the sole recipient of Xia Qingying's cooking, and now 4 others would join him. Little glutton Aya's eyes sparkled with excitement, her desire for delicious food evident as she clapped her hands in delight. Hooray! We get to savor something scrumptious. The later arrivals, Yesi, Ma Bai, and Xiao, had initially harbored no expectations, as it was clear that the little female had intended to refuse. They exchanged glances filled with curiosity, pondering her sudden change of heart. Xiao was especially intrigued by what kind of dish could earn Aya's praise for being delicious. Ma Bai had merely wanted to check on her well-being, while Yesi had come at the behest of the leader. Before they could speak, Xiao had already included them in the group, seeking a meal. Now that Xia Qingying had consented, Ma Bai was eager for the opportunity, while Yesi sought to ease their relationship. However, Xia Qingying abruptly redirected her attention, pointing at the 2 mantu on the ground, hardly enough to satisfy their appetites, and stated, you must provide something in return. This principle is quite clear, is it not? Her meaning was unmistakable. If they wished for a free meal, they would find no such fortune here. The group quickly comprehended her implication, with Aya being the first to raise her hand. Sister Qingying, there are digwa leaves in the tribe. I will hurry and gather some. What was originally Feng Qi's task was now snatched by Aya, prompting him to quickly retort. Then I shall go hunt more mantu. Xia Qingying nodded approvingly, pleased with their cooperation. She then turned her gaze towards Ma Bai and the others. And you? Xiao chuckled softly. I recall you enjoy manyang meat. Shall I hunt one for you? That cunning fox, so stingy, only one? Xia Qingying's expression darkened as she nonchalantly replied, as you wish. Xiao's smile faltered. Was he truly stingy? One manyang would suffice for a female for days, and yet she deemed it insufficient? Xiao, unwilling to concede, contemplated voicing his thoughts. But she had already shifted her focus to Ma Bai, evidently disinterested in further conversation with him. Xiao thought it best to avoid inciting the little female's ire and resolved to hunt an additional one. Ma Bai, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao, succinctly inquired of Xia Qingying, "What would you like to eat?" Xia Qingying's mind stirred with possibilities. While the others sought whatever they desired, Ma Bai had asked her what she wanted, demonstrating a level of attentiveness second to none. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly craved boiled fish and said, "I want fish." Differing from Xiao's perspective, which was somewhat complimentary, Ma Bai's lips curled slightly upwards before his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Fish is riddled with bones. Are we truly to consume fish?" "Yeah." Standing nearby, echoed his concern. "Fish is both fishy and thorny, quite difficult to handle." "Sister Qingying, why not consider other prey? There are plenty of wild chickens and ducks on the back mountain, and wild boars as well. Surely, these are more palatable than fish?" However, Xia Qingying had always been the type to indulge her cravings without hesitation. The presence of free labor to assist her in catching fish was too enticing to resist. Therefore, she nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I wish to eat as much as possible." With her declaration, Ma Bai was naturally inclined to fulfill her wish. "Very well. I shall go at once." With that, he turned and departed, his spirits elevated. Yi Si, not one to accept a free meal, spoke in a deep tone. "You possess no rice here. May I fetch staple food in exchange for delicacies?" "Rice?" Xia Qingying pondered momentarily. Every household in the tribe had rice stored for the winter, yet the original owner was rather indolent, consuming whatever was available, leaving no stock. Commonly known as a beggar, leaves no overnight food. The staple foods in the beast world varied, including rice, sweet potatoes, and corn, with the latter being significantly larger than modern corn. Such staples were rare, yet had a long shelf life. If Yi Si was willing to trade rice with her, she would have more provisions for the winter. Thus, she smiled and nodded. That would be acceptable. Seeing her agreement, Yi Si handed her the items in his possession and clarified his earlier interrupted purpose. "This is the shaman's token from the Tsanglan tribe. The beast ancestor commanded me to deliver it to you." Xia Qingying glanced at the amber-carved shaman's token in Yi Si's hand, taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yi Lang would bestow such a significant gift upon her. According to the original owner's memories, each major tribe in the beast world possessed 2 shaman tokens, typically distributed only to shamans and their carefully nurtured apprentices. Chapter 72. As if divinely assisted, those who held the token were revered, able to heal in various tribes in exchange for necessities, trade for supplies at large gatherings, and even receive a discount on fees, such as for animal skins, a common currency. Logically, this token was not meant for her. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Xia Qingying. She had initially assumed that after healing Cheng Feng, given the leader Yi Lang's prior disdain for her, this achievement would likely be dismissed as mere coincidence, and she did not expect any tangible reward. To her surprise, Yi Lang not only remembered, but also conferred such a precious and practical acknowledgement. The token in the beast world symbolized not only honor, but also her means of survival, offering her confidence as she navigated her future. Perhaps this token would even present her with unforeseen opportunities. Such a valuable item was impossible to refuse. She accepted the intricately totem-engraved shaman token without any hesitance. After delivering the token, Yi Si inclined his head slightly to her and turned to leave. In the courtyard, only one figure remained, lazily leaning against the door, seemingly in no hurry to depart. When Xia Qingying looked up, she met Yao's smiling fox-like eyes, which were keenly observing every subtle change in her expression. "What a sly fox. Why are you lingering here instead of hunting? Are you concocting some scheme?" Yao noted. It appears he has not left a favorable impression on the little female. In a good mood, Xia Qingying found herself more tolerant of the scheming fox. raising an eyebrow and teasingly inquiring, "Why are you still here? Have you reconsidered and wish to savor the forthcoming delicacies?" Instead of leaving, Xia stepped forward, a mischievous smile curling his lips as he drawled, "Leave? Of course, I shall leave, but before I do, I wish to admire my future wife's beauty a moment longer." How tacky! Xiao's expression stiffened, instinctively glancing down at himself. His new animal skin robe bore no traces of grease. Why had the little female accused him of being greasy? The next moment, Xia Qingying rolled her eyes decisively and commanded, "Scram! Hurry up and go." Xiao was momentarily taken aback by her blunt dismissal. Confusion flickered in his elongated purple eyes. This was not right. He was utterly bewildered. Had it been any other female from the tribe, being so intensely gazed upon and hearing his affectionate tone would have elicited at least a shy response. Why was it that with this little female, all he received was disdain and dismissal? If Xia Qingying knew his thoughts, she would surely retort that he was merely spoiled by the females of the tribe. Yet, Xiao found himself reflecting. This time, he truly had no ulterior motives. He simply felt a genuine desire to linger a bit longer, drawn to the brilliance in Xia Qingying's eyes the moment she received the token. His words had been sincere. He merely sought to draw closer to her. He never anticipated that his flattery would backfire. Noting Xia Qingying's growing impatience as she crossed her arms, Xiao quickly recalibrated his strategy. With a charming smile reappearing on his face, he shifted the topic. "Future wife, how could you be so heartless as to tell me to leave? That seems a bit like burning bridges." He feigned a sorrowful sigh. "Have you forgotten that when your soul was severed, leaving only a remnant, it was I who tirelessly expended 3 full days of beast power to restore it? You should recall that moment, should you not?" Upon hearing this, Xia Qingying instantly remembered. The sly fox had indeed mentioned that she owed him a significant favor. So, the greasy fox is here to collect his debt. She realized, after all this time, you were merely waiting for an opportunity to demand a reward. She had no desire to entangle herself further with this fox, nor to incur any debts. Thus, she quickly rifled through her mind for something valuable to repay him, hoping to settle the matter once and for all. Spirit spring water is definitely out of the question. I cannot bear to give that to the sly fox. Sweet fruit? Animal skins? He would surely disdain such trifles, and they lack weight. Pondering deeply, she ultimately opened her system's repository and swiftly searched for something to offer. In truth, her inventory was sparse. Instant noodles and bamboo mats were insufficient for repayment, and ceramic dishes were cumbersome to part with, leaving only the multi-offspring pill. Based on her understanding of this beast world, the offspring of the fox tribe were notoriously difficult to conceive. While other males could potentially father 3 to 5 children with their wives, a fox could only manage 1 in a lifetime, and even the most gifted might only achieve 2. Perfect, absolutely fitting. Presenting the multi-offspring pill was akin to granting him several offspring, essentially bestowing him with several additional lives, an ample return for her debt. Xiao observed the shifting expressions in Xia Qingying's eyes, realizing she was earnestly contemplating her means of repayment, which struck him as a miscalculation. His initial intention was not to seek compensation, but to bridge the gap between them. Yet, it only served to deepen her resolve to distance herself. The more he pondered, the more troubled he became, experiencing a bewildering frustration for the first time in his life. Xia Qingying, having made her decision, no longer hesitated. She reached into the pocket of her animal skin skirt, retrieving the multi-offspring pill from her system space and solemnly extending it towards Xiao. "Here, this is for you." Clearing her throat, she endeavored to maintain a serious and sincere demeanor. "This is a divine remedy I stumbled upon, known as the multi-offspring pill." Xiao stared in bewilderment at the dark pill in her palm, his eyes widening slightly. Xia Qingying glanced at him, her expression radiating the impression that he had struck a jackpot. "Taking this medicine will bestow upon you divine assistance in that regard. Most importantly, it will enable your future partner to bear several healthy and robust offspring." At this juncture, she deliberately paused, arching her brow slightly. "One must repay a life-saving grace with multiple lives. How do you find this token of gratitude?" She believed her words would be a tremendous delight for the cunning fox, who faced difficulties in bearing offspring. However, to Xi Yao's ears, it struck like a thunderclap. He was utterly taken aback, his smile frozen, replaced by a complex expression mingling shock, embarrassment, and a hint of awkwardness. What did she mean by little female? Was she implying that he was inadequate in that aspect and required assistance from a potion? Or was she suggesting that he would not be able to satisfy his future wife? Despite Xi Yao's usual carefree demeanor, due to the Fox clan's inherent fastidiousness and caution, he had never engaged in any genuine intimacy with a female. Now, with Xia Qingying's blunt reference to matters concerning his masculine dignity and prowess, coupled with her gift of such a potent medicine, Xi Yao felt his mind whirl. He opened his mouth, intending to assert, "I have no issues in that regard. I do not require it." Yet, he feared that voicing such a statement would only serve to forcefully salvage his image. It was the first time he appeared flustered before Xia Qingying, his gaze wandering, unable to meet hers, and even his speech became disjointed. Ultimately, he could not articulate a coherent sentence. "I, you, this." Chapter 73. Can the perspective be broadened? Xiao abruptly snatched the pill from Xia Qingying's hand, as though it were a hot potato, not daring to glance at it again, and clumsily stuffed it into his pocket. His voice had shifted in pitch. "I accept your token of gratitude. Consider this favor repaid." Having uttered this, he did not dare to look at Xia Qingying's expression and nearly fled in haste, his movements awkward as he turned to leave. His violet hair billowed as he vanished at the gate, leaving only a flustered silhouette to dance in the wind. The sky was darkening. I will go hunting. See you shortly." Xia Qingying gazed in the direction of Xi Yao's departure, a smile playing on her lips. He ran off? Such a strong reaction? Is it because he was too surprised or too moved? She blinked, sensing something amiss. However, she did not dwell on it. After all, she had repaid the debt to the little fox, and she hummed a tune as she returned indoors, swiftly entering the Lingquan space. At this moment, with no one around, it was the perfect time for her to attend to her own matters. The first task upon entering the space was to store the witch doctor's order in the system's repository, followed by retrieving 10 pounds of sweet potatoes to commence her planting project. Regrettably, she only had 2 square meters of soil, allowing her to plant 5 pounds at most, meaning the 10 pounds would have to be divided into 2 batches. Nevertheless, this was a trial run, and she was aware that the Lingquan space operated solely on thought, making everything exceedingly convenient. First, to grow seedlings. With a mere thought, she sliced the sweet potatoes into small pieces, preserving the sprout points, then turned the black soil, digging holes and tossing the pieces in, covering them with soil. Typically, when planting outside, the cut surface of sweet potatoes should be allowed to dry, but she felt that this black soil did not require such treatment. All set. Truly, this space was extraordinary. It was far easier than planting by hand. Satisfied, Xia Qingying clapped her hands and then commanded a stream of Lingquan water to irrigate the black soil. She wished to observe the effects of the Lingquan water on the plants. Based on her previous readings, it should enhance the quality of the plants. However, imagining it was one thing, witnessing it was another. To her astonishment, as the Lingquan water seeped into the soil, tender green shoots began to sprout from the black earth at an astonishingly visible speed. The 2 square meters of black soil instantly teemed with vitality. This was astonishingly quick. Xia Qingying widened her eyes in disbelief, almost thinking she was hallucinating. Even the game penguin farm, it took 2 hours for radishes to sprout. She was aware that the Lingquan water and black soil were extraordinary, but this speed was simply beyond comprehension. The system's triumphant voice echoed. "Host, there is no need for surprise. The black soil produced by Xiao Wu is, naturally, superior to ordinary black soil. It inherently possesses the ability to significantly shorten the plant growth cycle and enhance both quality and yield. Just a handful could transform a barren acre into fertile land." Xia Qingying. This could only be described as somewhat impressive. This was indeed astonishingly so. Yet the system seemed unfazed, continuing, "Moreover, since the host has irrigated with Lingquan, according to Xiao Wu's calculations, you will be able to harvest the first batch of mature sweet potatoes by tomorrow morning. The following morning, Xia Qingying would be overwhelmed by this delightful surprise. After a moment's realization, she leapt in excitement. Wow! If I engage in several rounds of 10 consecutive draws, I could acquire more black soil for planting food. Wouldn't that mean a granary full to the brim? We would have so much food, we wouldn't know what to do with it. She would no longer need to worry about going hungry in the beast world. The system, observing the host's unbridled enthusiasm for achieving sweet potato freedom, lamented, "Host, could you possibly broaden your perspective a little?" Huh? Xia Qingying was taken aback. Faced with the food crisis in the beast world, her initial thought was to secure food. What was wrong with that? Xiao Wu sighed, perceiving that her host was fearful of scarcity. It then adopted a more persuasive tone. While using the black soil to grow ordinary food will indeed ensure a worry-free sustenance, you currently possess two extraordinary advantages. Wouldn't growing food be somewhat of a waste? Indeed, it felt like a waste. Xia Qingying casually agreed, but for her, nothing was more critical than accumulating enough food to survive the harsh season. It is essential to know that a year in the beast world equates to a year and a half in modern times. And the harsh season lasts a grueling 6 months. The system, seeing her acknowledgement, immediately stated, "Therefore, host, we can entirely cultivate rare, celestial materials and treasures that are seldom found in the beast world, especially those precious plants capable of enhancing the strength of beasts and aiding them in breaking through their limitations." In that case, Xiao Wu's voice shifted to one filled with seduction. Forget about ordinary beasts. Even powerful tribal leaders and hidden experts might come to you, laden with treasures, seeking to barter. That would be the true pinnacle of life. Host, don't you wish to experience the feeling of being pursued by the formidable beings of the beast world? Hiss! Xia Qingying felt enlightened, her breath quickening uncontrollably. The pursuit was secondary. What mattered most was her vision of effortlessly growing plants that could yield a mountain of treasures in the future, not to mention the scenes surrounded by numerous exceptional males, boasting chiseled abs in certain, not suitable for children scenarios. Xia Qingying excitedly smacked her thigh and gestured grandly. "We must plant. We shall cultivate rare plants and celestial treasures." Her eyes gleamed with determination, her spirit brimming with ambition. "Xiao Wu, you are right. We must broaden our scope. Our next objective is to cultivate the best land and become the most powerful apothecary in the beast world." She then eagerly inquired about a crucial question. "So, where can I find the seeds for these divine herbs? Can you provide them, Xiao Wu? Or are there any hidden tasks that could directly grant me a divine herb seed gift package?" Xiao Wu clearly hesitated for a moment before responding in a somewhat awkward tone. "Host, the seeds for celestial treasures are classified as ultra-rare rewards and can only be obtained through a lottery with a small chance." It quickly added, "If the host cannot draw them for now, you may venture into the mountains or delve into perilous areas to seek and gather them through chance." Xia Qingying, fueled by fervor, felt a sudden chill wash over her, as if ice had enveloped her entire being. Unable to suppress a massive eye roll, her earlier ambitions dissipated in an instant, and she retorted with irritation, "You just know how to dangle tantalizing prospects in front of me, without even a single seed. How could I possibly cultivate anything?" Xiao Wu emitted a faint, buzzing sound, attempting to feign disconnection. "Do not think you could deceive me." Xia Qingying bellowed, "Beware, for I may cease to enhance your favorability or partake in lotteries." Xiao Wu, momentarily elated by its own grand designs, quickly found itself in a predicament. It pondered earnestly and devised a plan that would placate its host. "Host, in just a few days, the Southern Grand Fair shall commence. I shall activate the Hui Yin Shizhu function for you for a day, and you will surely stumble upon treasures at the fair." Xia Qingying's eyes gleamed with excitement. Upon hearing about the Hui Yin Shizhu, she recognized it as yet another significant opportunity. Although the duration was limited to a single day, it was ample time for her to uncover valuable items at the grand exchange event of the beastly realm. While Xiao Wu often indulged in grandiose promises, the advantages it bestowed were undeniably effective. This time, it was even willing to make an exception for her, leaving her with no grounds for dissatisfaction. The slight annoyance she felt dissipated instantly. Pragmatism defined her character. while seeds of rare, celestial treasures were beyond her reach. She understood that the black soil could not remain barren. She resolutely decided to focus on cultivating high-yield, easily stored sweet potatoes, as ensuring a sufficient food supply for winter was paramount. Setting her sights on this modest goal, she glanced at the 2 patches of black soil and was astonished to find that the sweet potato sprouts had already matured. She promptly began to utilize her mental focus to pull up the sprouts, till the soil, plant the seedlings, and water them anew. Even though she was merely using her thoughts, Xia Qingying felt thoroughly exhausted, her head beginning to throb. Nevertheless, observing the flourishing sweet potato vines brought her a sense of accomplishment. Such abundant growth. Tonight, I shall prepare a dish of sautéed sweet potato leaves. Xia Qingying eagerly plucked several of the tenderest tips, rinsed them in the spiritual spring, and joyfully exited her space. As she clutched the handful of vegetables, she instinctively headed towards the kitchen, only to find herself momentarily disoriented upon stepping outside into the empty courtyard. For there was no kitchen in her yard. In fact, the entire tribe lacked one. The original owner of this body typically dined in the house to the far left of the courtyard, which served as a dining area and gathering place. It was merely a pit dug in the center of the room, where a fire could be lit, surrounded by stone benches for seating. When the crowd was larger, everyone could gather around, roasting meat on wooden skewers while engaging in casual conversation. However, at present, she needed to prepare stir-fried dishes and fish soup, yet there was no stove, no iron pot. She could only hope that Feng Qi would soon return with a usable stone pot. Time travel to the ancient past was proving to be more troublesome than she had anticipated. After contemplating her situation, she resolved to construct a rudimentary stove, as it would be necessary in the future. As time flew by, the sun began to set, painting the sky with a splendid array of colors. Xia Qingying, having gathered enough stones from the vicinity of the courtyard to build a stove, found herself breathless and fatigued. Just then, Aya burst into the small courtyard, carrying a bee-skin bag filled with fruits, cradling several bundles of wild onions and garlic like precious treasures. Sister Qingying, look at all that I've gathered. Is it enough? And I found these wild onions and garlic too. Xia Qingying wiped her brow and enthusiastically gave Aya a thumbs up. Wonderful. In the next moment, Feng Qi's voice resonated at the door. Qingying, I've caught plenty of wild rabbits and chickens. Xia Qingying turned to see him holding 3 wild rabbits by their long ears with one hand and 2 wild chickens by their necks with the other. His expression was unmistakably one of eager anticipation for praise. Recognizing his efforts, Xia Qingying casually complimented him. Not bad. Feng Qi, elated by the praise, beamed with pride, his face breaking into a foolish grin. Hee. He scratched his head, chuckling, and impulsively tossed his catch onto the ground, suddenly recalling something of great importance. He swiftly turned around, exclaiming, Qingying, wait here, I'm going to fetch the stone pots from my yard. While you were unconscious these past few days, I made several new pots, and I assure you they are excellent. Before his voice faded, he darted out of the courtyard like a gust of wind, leaving behind the echoes of his excitement lingering in the air. Xia Qingying watched his vibrant figure retreat, shaking her head in amused disbelief. This fellow shines brightly with a little encouragement. A mere compliment sends him soaring. Yet, there is something endearing about his unabashed enthusiasm. Aya, stifling Agiga, covered her mouth and remarked, Sister Qingying, look how delighted Feng Qi is. If he were in beast form right now, I bet his tail would be wagging like a blur. He must truly relish your compliments. Xia Qingying wholeheartedly agreed, recalling how her initial praise had significantly boosted Feng Qi's favorability toward her. Even without a prompt, she surmised that his gratitude would be substantial. Nodding, she bent down to pick up the game Feng Qi had discarded and said to Aya, forget about him. Come help me process these. We have much to do this evening. Suddenly, Aya stepped forward, snatching the rabbit from Xia Qingying's grasp and tossing it onto the ground. She gently pulled Xia Qingying aside, her expression serious. Sister Qingying, there is no need for us females to handle the processing of the game. This work should be left for your several unwed beast husbands. You must not lift a finger. Do not spoil them into thinking we can do everything, or they will become lazy. Aya's words struck Xia Qingying like a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering her accustomed thought patterns. Initially taken aback, she soon realized the truth. Indeed, she had inadvertently carried over modern societal norms. Here, females were scarce and precious, and the division of labor was distinctly defined. Males were responsible for hunting, combat, construction, and all forms of labor, while females primarily focused on reproduction, managing non-physical tasks, and essential gathering activities, enjoying the protection and sustenance provided by males. Her recent inclination to handle the game might have appeared to Xia as coddling the males. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I must not appear too out of place, lest I reveal my discrepancies. Xia Qingying mentally repeated this mantra, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and smiled at Xia. You are right. These rough tasks should indeed be left to them. I got a bit carried away. As her words left her lips, Mo Bai also appeared in the courtyard, carrying 2 heavy stone buckets and placing them before Xia Qingying. He succinctly inquired, "Are these fish sufficient?" Xia Qingying leaned forward, peering into the buckets, and her eyes lit up with joy. Inside were fresh fish, already cleaned and processed. There were approximately 10 large fish in the 2 buckets. Nodding eagerly, she affirmed yes. This is more than enough. In her mind, she calculated, each of these fish weighs 5 or 6 pounds. 2 will suffice for the fish soup, and I will store the rest. Mo Bai, perceiving Xia Qingying's thoughts, was not surprised. He had anticipated her desire to stockpile food when she made her request. He merely found it unexpected that a food item typically loathed by the females of the tribe could bring her such delight. Yeah. Observing Xia Qingying's twinkling eyes as she counted the fish, teased, "Sister Qingying, seeing you so pleased. One might think Lord Mo Bai had plucked stars from the sky for you." Xia Qingying, not lifting her gaze, selected 2 large fish and replied, "You wouldn't understand. Fish are indeed a treasure, high in protein and low in fat, nutritious and delicious." Xia, however, recoiled in distaste as Xia Qingying brought out the fish, exclaiming, "Delicious? It reeks of mud and is utterly unappetizing." Xia Qingying, understanding her sentiments, recognized that ancient people only knew how to roast fish and lacked the knowledge to eliminate the fishy odor. However, she was different, possessing the culinary skills passed down through 5,000 years of Huaxia heritage. She provocatively remarked, "That is merely because you do not know how to cook. Wait until I prepare the soup, and then you shall not resist the temptation." Mo Bai did not overlook any subtle expression from Xia Qingying, and he certainly did not miss the genuine affection for the fish that sparkled in her eyes. This sentiment affected him deeply, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly, and a clear thought emerged in his mind. Initially, he had intended to assist Xia Qingying by hunting some game, such as wild boars, to bring her before he embarked on his journey to the eastern region for salt. However, at that moment, he changed his mind. He wished to fill her courtyard with her favorite foods, ensuring she could always wear that delightful smile, free from worries, as she did today. Yet in the next moment, he pondered, why is Mo Bai still standing here? Was it not stated that the males are responsible for preparing the food? Shouldn't he be out killing chickens or rabbits? Or chopping wood for the fire? Chapter 75. Here come 3 more to mooch off the food. A flicker of disappointment crossed Mo Bai's eyes. It seemed he was once again viewed with disdain. Yet upon reflection, he realized that Xia Qingying was correct. As her betrothed beast husband, he should not linger idly, but rather take the initiative to handle the more laborious tasks of processing the game. Thus, without uttering a word, he strode directly to the area where the game was piled, bent down to lift 2 wild chickens, and exited the courtyard. By the time he returned, the 2 chickens had been thoroughly cleaned. Xia Qingying glanced at him and promptly instructed Mo Bai, cut the chicken into evenly sized pieces. Xia nodded in agreement from the side, affirming, exactly, this is how work should be distributed among the beast husbands. A flicker of hope sparked in Mo Bai's deep gaze. She was still willing to direct him, which meant things were not as dire as they seemed. He nodded readily in response, all right. He then rose and entered Xia Qingying's room to retrieve the stone basin typically used for food. As the sun set, its golden rays cast a long shadow of Mo Bai's tall figure. He lowered his head slightly, concentrating on the task of preparing the meat, effortlessly conjuring a knife forged from beast power, slicing with precision and finesse. Xia watched in awe, pinching her own cheek in disbelief. Sister Qingying, am I seeing things? Lord Ma Bai is using beast power to prepare the ingredients? Isn't that a bit excessive? After all, the energy expended by a beast required time to replenish. Not to mention, it also drained mental faculties. Xia Qingying turned her gaze, unable to control her fascination. Ma Bai's stunning profile appeared sculpted from cold jade, his thin lips pressed together, sharp yet exquisite. The deep blue strands of his hair danced in the evening breeze, shimmering with a mysterious luster in the fading light. His entirely black fur clung to his broad shoulders, the edges tinted with warm orange, creating a striking contrast against his icy demeanor, every inch exuding a lethal allure. Truly handsome, utterly breathtaking, Ma Bai continued his work, lifting his gaze slightly to catch a glimpse of Xia Qingying, whose eyes burned with admiration, leading him to speculate if she was indeed praising him. Thus, he became even more adept in his actions, bending down to grasp another whole chicken, his movements now even more fluid than before. Xia Qingying felt her heart inexplicably race, momentarily forgetting to respond to Aya's question, especially when she observed him bowing his head. The smooth lines of his neck and the subtle bulges of muscle beneath his fur made her fingertips twitch uncontrollably. What a perfect physique Ma Bai has. I suddenly want to touch his abdominal muscles and see how they feel. As this thought crossed her mind, Ma Bai paused for a moment, deep in contemplation. He recalled that on her first night here, her primary goal had seemingly been to touch Yasi's abdominal muscles. With this realization, Ma Bai experienced a moment of enlightenment. It seemed he had grasped a taste of the little female's preferences. Perhaps merely providing food would not suffice. In an instant, he concocted a plan in his mind. Aya waved her hand in front of Xia Qingying's face. Sister Qingying, what are you daydreaming about? Xia Qingying snapped back to reality, slapping her cheek lightly in annoyance. How could I be so entranced by his beauty? This cold and dark serpent. I shouldn't be distracted by such thoughts. Meanwhile, Ma Bai felt a tremor in his heart, and the thought he had just conceived intensified. Just then, Yasi arrived as scheduled, carrying a beeskin bag filled with grain. Here, take care of this rice. Yasi's tone was flat. However, a sudden elderly voice called out from behind him. Move aside, little brat. You're in my way. Following this, another voice chimed in. Little female, I heard you were preparing a feast. May I and the great priest also sample your culinary creations? Xia Qingying's attention was instantly diverted. She looked up and involuntarily twitched her lips. She had not anticipated that Yesi would arrive with 3 unexpected guests, Yalong, Songwu, and Chengfeng, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale. Why are 3 more people coming to mooch off food, and in a group no less? Her gaze lingered on Chengfeng's face for a moment. This injured bird, who nearly became a walking corpse, why isn't he resting properly in bed? What brings him here? Could it be that beneath his cool exterior lies a gluttonous spirit akin to Aya? Chengfeng's frosty gaze swept over Xia Qingying, revealing a flicker of surprise that he could not conceal. Was this how he appeared to her eyes? He pressed his lips together, feeling it necessary to clarify, his voice carrying a cool undertone. I am here to express my gratitude. Gratitude? Xia Qingying was momentarily taken aback. She had thought her relationship with Chengfeng was one of mutual indebtedness, yet he seemed to think otherwise. Suddenly, she recalled Aya's words and understood. In their eyes, perhaps it was expected for a male to risk himself for a female, while her act of saving him was the opposite. It was no wonder that he rushed to thank her upon regaining consciousness. Songwu approached with a cheerful demeanor, producing a vibrant emerald necklace and presenting it to Xia Qingying. Little female, this necklace was commissioned by Chengfeng. It contains the priestly power of both Chengfeng and me, which can protect you from harm at a critical moment. A protective necklace? What a splendid gift. Xia Qingying's eyes sparkled immediately, her earlier irritation towards the freeloaders forgotten. A radiant smile graced her face as she accepted the necklace with both hands. Thank you, great priest. Turning to Chengfeng, she added, and thank you too. I truly appreciate this gift. Chengfeng observed her evident delight, his eyes flickering with surprise. He had initially expected her to refuse, but she was nothing like other females who often acted coy. She was candid and unpretentious, her smile refreshingly adorable. In truth, Xia Qingying had reigned in her exuberance considerably. Her heart was already brimming with joy. This is fantastic. This meal is worth it. With these 3 joining, we will have 8 people in total. Perhaps I can complete my task ahead of schedule. She happily stowed the necklace away and regarded Cheng Feng and Songwu with newfound warmth. Leaders, great priest, your timing is impeccable. Today, I plan to prepare some new dishes. Please help me taste and provide feedback. If they're delicious, our tribe will gain a few more delightful dishes. What do you think? Yalong, who had been unsure of how to shamelessly request a meal, felt relieved since Xia Qingying had initiated the invitation. He had already sampled the stir-fried earth fruit leaves from Ya's home in recent days, and they were indeed delicious. He had even considered the earth fruit leaves a new food source, intending to include them in the gathering tasks when the B team went out to collect. His motivation for joining was because Yesi mentioned that Xia Qingying would be preparing new dishes, and he hoped to learn about new foods to prepare for the tribe's winter provisions. Yalong nodded eagerly. Absolutely. We will savor every bite. His enthusiasm was infectious, drawing in Cheng Feng as well. At that moment, Fengqi returned once more, laden with an abundance of items necessary for Xia Qingying's cooking: stone pots, cutting boards, cooking spoons, and everything in between. Xia Qingying was quite surprised. He had remembered everything she taught him last time and had prepared a complete set. Without further ado, Fengqi set down the stone pot and, upon seeing the pile of stones in the yard, began skillfully constructing a makeshift stove. Yilang and the high priest were also busy, taking a sack of diguoyi to wash the vegetables. At this moment, Si Yao arrived late, dragging a large and a small, lifeless manyang. He leisurely strolled into the courtyard, having completely shed the awkward and shy demeanor he previously exhibited during the hunting period. His gaze swept over the bustling scene in the yard, eventually resting on Xia Qingying, whose eyes shimmered with affection and charm. My future wife. Surely these 2 manyang are sufficient for a delightful feast? Chapter 76. The smell of gunpowder. Xia Qingying was momentarily taken aback by Si Yao's captivating lavender eyes that sparkled like rippling water, along with his deliberately seductive gaze. Goodness, this is a fox spirit, flirting so openly in broad daylight. Those eyes are truly enchanting. Fortunately, I am resolute, she internally lamented. He is merely throwing flirtation at blind eyes. What a waste. Unbeknownst to her, her mixed feelings of disdain and astonishment were fully perceived by the 5 men present. Si Yao's lips curled slightly, choosing to disregard the negative remarks and only acknowledge the compliments. His allure remained intact. The little female was clearly charmed by his antics. Meanwhile, Fengqi, who was chopping bones, Mo Bai, who was filleting fish, Yi Si, who was peeling corn, and Cheng Feng, who was passing tools, all fixed their gazes on Si Yao's expressive eyes. Fengqi was the first to lose his composure, letting out a heavy huff through his nose, causing his bone knife to strike with greater force as he mentally cursed. Qingying was right. This fox was indeed shameless, constantly playing tricks and attempting to seduce his wife while they were working. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he abruptly shouted, Si Yao, if your eyes are twitching, go see a shaman. If not, hurry up and fetch 2 buckets of water from the river. Can't you see we're running low? His tone was dripping with acidity. Mo Bai's pupils flickered with a hint of coldness. He glared at Si Yao's ostentatious fox-like eyes, feeling a dark and twisted impulse within him. He briefly entertained the thought of gouging those irritating eyes out, but quickly suppressed it, burying it deep within. He kept Xia Qingying's previous words at the forefront of his mind, determined not to let darkness fester or be controlled by the so-called prophecy. Nevertheless, the atmosphere around him grew slightly colder as he continued filleting the fish, his knife work becoming increasingly sharp. Yi Si and Cheng Feng exchanged glances, both recognizing the unspoken frustration in each other's eyes. They realized that Si Yao's behavior seemed to be vying for the position of the rightful husband. Meanwhile, by a small fire, the leader, the high priest, and Aya, a trio of varying ages, were all spectators, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding drama. Yilang stroked his chin, murmuring to Songwu, "Ah, the vitality of youth is truly admirable." Songwu, stroking his beard and squinting with a smile, responded, Qingying is quite impressive. She doesn't fall for Xiao's tricks. I like her. Their communication, though from different wavelengths, flowed smoothly. Yilang rolled his eyes. You're old. Song Wu retorted. What are you implying, you old rascal? I merely appreciate that Xia Qingying can remain true to herself and not be swayed by the charms of the males. Aya, meanwhile, was oblivious to the two elders' banter, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she clutched someone's arm, exclaiming, Look, look, Sister Qingying's 5 beast husbands are all here. I knew it would turn out like this. How delightful. She resembled a seasoned audience member at a thrilling spectacle. Song Wu glanced at her pinched arm and remarked, it's fine to enjoy the show, but loosen your grip a bit. As for Xiao, his fox-like eyes curved even more joyfully. Fetch water? Wonderful. It is my honor to serve my future wife. I shall also gather water for her evening bath, he said, deliberately casting a flirtatious glance at Xia Qingying before sauntering off with a stone bucket, his back appearing increasingly infuriating. The atmosphere in the courtyard became more intricate and charged with tension due to his interference. Before long, as the sun set and the moon rose, Xia Qingying prepared a feast consisting of sour soup with diced meat, fresh fish soup, stir-fried rabbit meat with digui, and a pot of sautéed sweet potato leaves. The main course was roasted corn. Aside from Feng, Qi, and Aya, the other 5 men gazed in astonishment at the array of dishes, incredulous that food could be prepared in such a manner. In the beast world, it was exceedingly rare for females to cook, and even rarer for them to create such appetizing meals. Feng Qi gathered a batch of stone bowls and distributed them. When he reached Xiao, he handed him the smallest one. Finally, it was time to eat. A concern arose. There were no chopsticks. Xia Qingying quickly instructed Feng Qi on how to craft 8 pairs of chopsticks and demonstrated their use to the others before they could officially begin their meal. Aya was the first to dig in, exclaiming between bites, Sister Qingying, your cooking is the best. My father's dishes can't compare. Can I come here often to eat? Xia Qingying welcomed her enthusiasm, assuring her that it was no trouble. She could come any time she wished. The others followed suit, some picking up meat while others savored the soup. Xiao, selecting the spicy diced meat, took a tentative bite and suddenly widened his eyes in shock. What is this flavor? It's both sour and spicy. Observing his reaction, Yilang wasted no time in snatching a piece of lamb, nearly choking on the spiciness. Xia Qingying watched the two, amusement dancing in her eyes. If it's too spicy for you, perhaps start with some fish soup. It's milder. As Xiao finally regained his composure, he held his bowl and shoved another piece of meat into his mouth, stubbornly insisting, whoever says I don't like it is mistaken. Not forgetting to flatter her, he attempted to emanate sincerity, his eyes glistening, possibly from the spice. The food made by my esteemed wife is exquisite, leaving an unforgettable impression. In that instant, Xia Qingying heard a light chime in her mind, and the praise count on the system panel jumped to 28. Wow, 2 already? This fox, though flashy, is quite eloquent when it matters. Impressive indeed. Her smile grew more radiant, encouraging him to continue. Previously focused on his meal, Feng Qi suddenly felt challenged, as if he was facing a rival. He glared at the flamboyant fox, thinking anyone could spout sweet words. Setting down his chopsticks, he racked his brain for every compliment he could muster, launching into an enthusiastic praise for Xia Qingying. Qingying, you are the miraculous messenger sent by the beast god to save us. Your hands are more beautiful than flowers blooming in the rainy season, and the food you create could tame even the fiercest of beasts. I, Feng Qi, have never tasted anything as exquisite as your cooking. It is pure bliss. Listening to this lengthy stream of peculiar compliments, Xia Qingying couldn't help but twitch her lips. This little tiger's praise is rather odd. Has he gone overboard? Nevertheless, the system chimed again, and the count reached 38, causing her smile to widen further. Mo Bai keenly observed the flicker of light in Xia Qingying's eyes upon hearing compliments. His gaze shifted slightly, despite his naturally reserved nature. He set down his chopsticks and spoke softly. The taste is remarkable, unprecedented in the beast world. Ding! The praise count increased to 48. Xia Qingying thought. Yes, quite perceptive. They all seem to be on the same wavelength. Chapter 77. How to Learn from My Ambitions. Having been completely captivated by the food, Yisi remarked, the manner in which this dish is prepared is unique, and the flavor is superb. Xia Qingying's eyes brightened as she turned to Cheng Feng, who had yet to touch his chopsticks, and pointed to the pot of fish soup, saying, your body is not yet healed. This fish soup is perfect for you. Do give it a try. Cheng Feng gave a slight nod, savoring a bowl of soup and experiencing a moment of delight. The fish was devoid of any fishy taste. It was light, yet exquisitely delicious, surprisingly delightful. Just as she was enchanted by the flavors, she heard the inner voice of Xia Qingying urging her to praise her. A subtle smile curved her lips as she expressed her gratitude, remarking on the dish's freshness and taste. Xia Qingying internally celebrated and swiftly turned to the elderly gossipers from earlier. Leaders, High Priest, what do you think? After all, the system had not explicitly stated that she could not seek compliments, right? During this period, Kangwu had been struggling with a poor appetite. Upon tasting Xia Qingying's sweet and sour diced meat, his appetite had surged, and now he was on his second bowl. Naturally, when Xia Qingying asked for feedback, he generously offered his praise. You possess a remarkable talent for cooking, little female. This dish is an excellent appetizer for the scorching season. Yilang nodded in agreement, mumbling, I have never tasted such exquisite food in my life. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the new dish praise task. You have been awarded 5,000 points, which have been credited. As she listened to the melodious notification in her mind and observed the men, usually cold, proud, or serious, now gathered around, captivated by her culinary creations, Xia Qingying felt a profound sense of accomplishment. She beamed with a broad smile and gestured grandly. If it's delicious, eat more. There's plenty. Yilang swallowed a piece of fish and pointed to the sweet potato leaves. By the way, what are these leaves? I've never seen them before, and after your cooking, they're simply delightful. If only we could find more of these leaves. Xia Qingying quickly searched through the original owner's memories and the remnants of the encyclopedia. Momentarily taken aback, the sweet potato had been a lifesaver during the famines in Huaxia, yet it seemed absent in the beast world. This plant is high-yielding and easy to cultivate, with the entire plant being edible, yielding thousands of pounds per acre, far surpassing wheat and rice. And it is resilient to poor soil and drought, capable of swiftly addressing food shortages. If they had this, the elders of the Kanglan tribe would not suffer from hunger. As thoughts swirled in her mind, she spoke, Leader, this is a food I stumbled upon. Allow me a moment to show you. Another new food. Yilang was so excited that he nearly shouted, calming himself before replying, Yes, yes. Xia Qingying hurried into the house and retrieved several sweet potatoes from her space. Quickly returning to the courtyard, she handed them to the high priest and the leader. These tubers were dug from the ground. I call them sweet potatoes. They could be eaten raw or cooked, and I discovered that these leaves grow from the sweet potato. Kangwu and Yilang carefully held the unassuming sweet potatoes, turning them over in wonder. Yilang could not help but ask, Little female, may I taste this sweet potato? Xia Qingying had intended for them to try it and readily nodded, of course. In her heart, she had a plan. She wanted to leverage the influence of the leader and the high priest within the tribe to promote sweet potatoes and rapidly improve the living conditions of the entire tribe. This was akin to leveling up her capabilities in the cultivation world. Once the tribe members recognized that this filling food was discovered and promoted by her, their favorability towards her would undoubtedly soar. This approach was far more efficient than individually engaging with each person in the tribe. Upon receiving permission, Yilang eagerly washed the sweet potato's skin and took a bite. Instantly, a sweet flavor burst in his mouth, particularly the starchy texture that made his eyes widen in surprise. What a delightful taste, and it is very filling. Yilang excitedly took several more bites and encouraged Kangwu. High Priest, you must try it. It is truly delicious. Kangwu cast a glance at the exuberant youth, washed the sweet potato, and took a cautious bite. A glimmer of joy crossed his calm eyes. It has a subtly sweet flavor. Quite good. Kangwu was more intrigued by her mention of cultivation and inquired, Little female, our kind has always relied on labor and foraging for food. What do you mean by cultivation? Xia Qingying's spirit lifted at this question. Finally, you are asking the right thing. She promptly explained, cultivation involves selecting foods like sweet potatoes, taking their tubers or seeds, and planting them in suitable soil during the right season. We would regularly water and weed them, awaiting their growth and harvest. Xia Qingying painted a beautiful vision in the minds of all present. This way, we will not have to rely solely on luck to forage for food in the wild. As long as there is land, we can plant food, even in our own yards, ensuring a stable food supply. As she spoke, an idea struck her. Additionally, we can raise small beasts in enclosures, constructing special shelters for them. In the cold season, we will not lack for meat. At this moment, the system chimed in. Host, are you trying to paint a grand vision? Xia Qingying retorted, what I propose is achievable. This is called envisioning the future, not merely painting a dream. Meanwhile, Kangwu and Yilang fell into deep contemplation. If what Xia Qingying described could be successfully implemented, the future was indeed unimaginable, even during the scarce winter months. Or when the hunting team was delayed in returning, the tribe's members, especially the young females and elders, would have a stable source of food. The people of the Kanglan tribe would no longer have to constantly worry about hunger. The beautiful future she described struck a chord in Kangwu and Yilang, particularly Yilang, who was so excited he could hardly contain himself. He gazed eagerly at Xia Qingying. Little female, where did you find this? Is there a lot? Xia Qingying pondered for a moment. Presently, her fertile land could yield around 200 pounds of sweet potatoes per day. But the challenge lay in how to present this appropriately. After feigning contemplation, she slowly replied, I stumbled upon them at the foot of a hillside. There aren't many. How about this? When the opportunity arises, I will take you up the mountain to search for more sweet potatoes. Yilang immediately grew ecstatic, clapping the table and nearly knocking over the soup bowl in Aya's hands, disregarding everything else as he made a decisive suggestion. After the big gathering, you will accompany me with the hunting team. We shall search for sweet potatoes. Many sweet potatoes. Xia Qingying quickly contemplated her response. At that time, I could find a concealed cave to store some of the sweet potatoes produced in my space, claiming it to be a storage cave for wild beast provisions. It should suffice to deceive them. Moreover, I also need to ascend the mountain to search for rare medicinal herbs, making it a twofold gain. Thus, she readily agreed. No problem, esteemed leader. Spatial talent? A space capable of producing food? The individuals, already astonished by her previously depicted beautiful vision, now found themselves engulfed by a tidal wave of excitement. The five of them exchanged glances, their eyes filled with inscrutable depth. Chapter 78. Uninvited Guests in the Beast World. Spatial talents are typically akin to realms like Ming Sha's, but such abilities are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, they had never heard of a female awakening spatial talents. The concept of space, as Xia Qingying described, was something they had never encountered, and she consistently brought them unexpected astonishment. Consequently, their gazes toward Xia Qingying deepened further. What stirred them even more was her unreserved sharing of food and cultivation knowledge, especially considering she herself was still in need of food. Feng Qi thought of the simplest and most direct idea. He reflected on how generous Xia Qingying was, always thinking of the tribe. Her beauty matched with kindness endeared her to him even more. Mo Bai's gaze turned profound as he recognized Xia Qingying's selfless contribution of knowledge from her world, particularly after she had just faced the tribe's malice upon her arrival. He felt that such magnanimity was rare in this world. A wife with such qualities would be a regret to miss in this lifetime. Xiao's eyes gleamed with admiration. This behavior is truly a manifestation of mutual benefit. It not only showcases one's significance before the leader, but also fosters harmonious relationships within the tribe, exemplifying profound wisdom. The two individuals who feel this most acutely are Yi Si, who has always regarded the development and survival of the tribe as his responsibility, and Cheng Feng, who is deeply concerned with the broader safety of the orc world. Yi Si's gaze is fixed intently on Xia Qingying's profile, a surge of admiration and excitement welling up within him. She has discovered new food sources and selflessly seeks to benefit the tribe. If her idea of cultivation succeeds, it could even bolster the Songlan tribe, making it the largest tribe in the southern region. Cheng Feng shares this sentiment. Xia Qingying may not even realize how profoundly her words resonate within him, leaving a dual imprint of righteousness and extraordinary potential. Meanwhile, the usually unflappable Song Wu's eyes sparkle with unprecedented light, his hands trembling with excitement as he internally roars with exhilaration. Self-sufficiency, stable food sources. The prophecy has come to fruition. Life is burgeoning. The beast god is indeed benevolent. He suppresses his excitement, his voice slightly quivering. Qingying, young female, I shall fully support your proposal for cultivation. Yilang also leans in. Rest assured, regarding this cultivation plan, should anyone dare to oppose, I shall have Yixi drive them away. Yixi, am I to play the villain? Meanwhile, Feng Qi chimes in. The leader speaks wisely. Yixi's whip is the most painful, quite fitting. Xia Qingying muses, that whip, which inflicts such pain, nearly made me suffer 80 lashes on the very night I arrived. Yixi had originally intended to ease relations with Xia Qingying tonight, but her remark instead reminded her of an unpleasant memory. Xiao's eyes glimmer with schadenfreude. He perceives that Yixi has significantly changed his view of the young female over the past few days, given his rigid character. It is surprising that he would willingly partake in merriment and feasting. He then casts a doubtful glance at Cheng Feng. It is entirely inscrutable what this groundhog is thinking. However, caution is warranted. After discussing the matter at hand, Xia Qingying grows increasingly hungry, urging everyone to eat quickly before the food cools. Just then, an unwelcome voice interrupts from the courtyard entrance. Oh, what delicious food are you preparing? May we come in to sample it? Zhu Hua, dragging Mei Hua along, questions openly but proceeds uninvited into the yard. Her eyes dart towards the young males surrounding Xia Qingying. Upon reaching the fire, Zhu Hua unceremoniously pushes aside the sweating Ya, who is enjoying her meal. Ya, momentarily taken aback, feels a surge of anger but cannot resist the delicious fish soup in her bowl. She quickly drinks it all, then douses Zhu Hua's head with a bowl of cold water from the nearby barrel. What are you tasting? Did I invite you? You shameless wretch. Get out of my way. Both Song Wu and Yilang regard Zhu Hua with displeasure. Yilang straightens his posture, regaining the authority befitting the tribe's leader, and sternly admonishes, Zhu Hua, what kind of brazen behavior is this? Did your parents not teach you to be courteous to your kin? Apologize to Ya. Yu Huya, captivated by Mo Bai and the others, finally notices the leader and the high priest's presence, causing her to panic slightly. She stands and retreats, casting a resentful glance at Ya before muttering, I'm sorry. Xia Qingying's expression has long since turned frosty as she pulls Ya back into her seat, her mind sharpening with intent. System, shall I eliminate Zhu Hua and Mei Hua now? Would that count as ridding the populace of harm? Xiao Wu hesitates, realizing that her host might truly be spiraling down the path of a relentless killer. Host, the high priest, and the leader are present. Killing would not be advisable. Moreover, Mei Hua has a favorability rating of 50, significantly short of 90. Eliminating her would be inappropriate. Xia Qingying furrows her brow, recalling how Tao Hua initially bore similar sentiments towards her, yet eventually sought her demise. Xiao Wu's data stream momentarily falters. If you insist on murder, please ensure it is executed flawlessly to avoid subsequent troubles. Such is the beauty of having a reliable system. Xia Qingying snorts coldly and begins to contemplate seriously. Zhu Hua wishes to sample my cooking, does she? I shall make her eat in silence. I could poison her, secretly slipping it into her bowl, and she would perish without a trace. The system interjects promptly. Host, you lack any poison to administer. Xia Qingying retorts, damn. Without poison, this plan seems doomed to fail. However, her murderous thoughts, devoid of concealment, resonate clearly in the ears of the 5 beastly males. Their movements pause as they exchange astonished glances, believing Xia Qingying, while possessing a slight temper and cleverness, to be fundamentally kind-hearted. They had not anticipated her ability to harbor such a calm desire for violence. Indeed, their understanding of her remains woefully inadequate. Ya, for her part, outright rejects Zhu Hua's apology, indignantly retorting, if apologies were effective, What need would we have for Lord Yi? Mentioned, Yi's expression darkens as he coldly states, according to tribal customs, Zhu Hua has bullied her kin and shall receive 5 lashes. She is to receive her punishment at the priest's square tomorrow morning. Yu Hu pays. Realizing that tomorrow is the day of meat distribution and she will be publicly whipped. Immediately, she casts a pitiful look at Yi. My lord, I understand my mistake. Might I be spared the lashes? Yi glances at the menacing Xia Qingying, knowing she cannot harm Zhu Hua at this moment. But he can certainly impose some form of punishment. With a sudden resolve, he raises his hand. Tradition is unyielding. Pleas for leniency are futile. Today's infraction is not severe. Thus, a minor punishment serves as a warning. Should you offend again, 20 lashes shall be administered. Zhu Hua has brought this upon herself. What business does she have meddling in affairs? Xia Qingying, silently pidesisi. This wolf is indeed authoritative in matters of punishment. My bestowal of the title of Discipline Committee member was not in vain. Yi had heard her mention that term before, and though he had found it puzzling at the time, he now relishes the appellation. Zhu Hua bites her lip, resigned to her fate. I understand. Xia Qingying, though not entirely satisfied, is constrained by the absence of any tools for her intended vengeance, and merely waves her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Yuhuya, why do you not leave? Your presence here spoils our family meal. She deliberately emphasizes family to provoke jealousy in Zhu Hua, who has long coveted the 5 formidable figures. The intent is clear. She wishes to stir Zhu Hua's envy. However, her words, upon reaching the ears of Mo Bai, Feng Qi, and the others, carry a different weight. They understand, well, that although Xia Qingying has not broached the topic of annulment again, she has not dismissed the thought entirely. Yet at this moment, she refers to them as family. Does this imply her reconsideration of the annulment? Chapter 79. Drowsiness arrives with a pillow. If Xia Qingying could read minds, she would certainly roll her eyes and utter, "You are all overthinking it." Zhu Hua's gaze flits over the young males surrounding Xia Qingying, her jealousy igniting like wildfire. What is so exceptional about Xia Qingying? Aside from being slightly paler and having a larger bust, she is utterly unremarkable. She is neither as strong nor as capable, nor does she possess the backing of a powerful family. In every regard, she pales in comparison. Why should these outstanding men focus solely on her? They previously showed no interest in Xia Qingying. Why the sudden change of heart? Is it merely because she cooks well? Zhu Hua cannot fathom it. Yet she refuses to concede. Despite her earlier punishment leaving her somewhat embarrassed, her thick skin allows her to drag Mei Hua over with 2 stone stools. Forcing her way to the fire, she attempts to flash a charming smile at Yi, saying, Lord Yi, may we stay and eat with you? Yi does not even glance at her, responding coolly, you ought not to inquire of me. Zhu Hua had hoped to capture Yi's attention, only to find herself dismissed. She then turns to Si Yao, just as she is about to speak. Si Yao's gaze sharpens. If you are unwell, seek treatment. Do not muddle the hierarchy. Zhu Hua was scolded by him, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Reluctantly, she questioned Xia Qingying. After all your efforts in preparing such a feast, you surely do not mind providing a bowl for both me and Mei Hua, do you? Xia Qingying could hardly be bothered to lift her eyelids. Zhu Hua was even more repugnant than summer flies. Unable to dismiss her for the moment, nor could she eliminate her. Collecting a bit of interest was still feasible. With a cold expression, she declared, if you wish to savor my dishes, it will cost you 2 complete animal skins for a bowl of meat. If you are willing, you may stay, if not, be gone. She had no interest in being overly accommodating. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hua's eyes widened in disbelief, and she protested vehemently. It's just a meal. How can you be so heartless? This is outright robbery. I will only trade you a basket of sweet fruits at most. Xia Qingying rolled her eyes, sipped her soup, and with a beaming smile pointed towards the wall, boasting, do you see that animal skin bag by the wall? It is filled with sweet fruits picked for me by Mo Bai. I have no use for your meager basket. Oh, how delightful it would be to lie in bed and stew in anger over this. Let me make it clear, I am indeed demanding, if you wish to stay. You must pay me at least 3 skins. With the fervor in Juhua's eyes, nearly glued to the 5 formidable figures, Xia Qingying was confident that in the end, Juhua would begrudgingly pay the interest. Had I known when Taohua coveted Mo by, I should have demanded some interest then, perhaps 2 or 3 skins. And I would have had more universal currency for this grand market. What a blunder! Mo by pursed his lips in the eyes of the little female. He was worth merely 3 skins. Yi Si gritted his teeth. According to Xia Qingying's assessment, he was worth only 2 skins. 1 less than Mo by. Xiao cast a knowing glance at Xia Qingying, curious about his own worth in her eyes, perhaps even exceeding those 2 by several skins. In the next moment, who else? Who else finds me displeasing while eyeing Chung Feng, Feng Qi, and that sly fox Xiao? I could sell myself cheaply too. The golden-haired tiger is rather adorable. I could fetch 5 skins for him. As for Ching Feng, given his resemblance to an immortal, I might accept 4 skins. While for that sly fox, regardless of who he is, only 1 skin will suffice. System. Host. All 5 of the antagonists are exceptionally handsome, in modern terms. One knight could easily fetch 3 to 5,000. Even if you were to peddle them, it seems unreasonable for Xiao to be worth just 1 skin. Xia Qingying. The fox spirit is full of tricks, and he is only worth that much, no after-sales service included. Besides, I am merely collecting interest from them. If they wish to snatch my beast husband from me, that would be an entirely different price. Xiao's expression darkened. This little female clearly held disdain for him. Even if she was only using him to exchange for interest, he was still the least valued among the 5. Why? What had he done to offend her? In stark contrast to the clear-minded Feng Qi and the cunning Ching Feng, the 5 formidable antagonists were unwittingly ensnared by Xia Qingying, each either reveling in their situation or secretly troubled. At that moment, Juhua's incompetent ally Mei Hua, drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting through the air, could not help but swallow hard upon seeing Yi devouring her food ravenously. Xia Qingying, may I trade you 2 pieces of rabbit fur for a bowl of that delectable red meat? She was utterly craving it, initially wishing to haggle. Juhua cast a fierce glare at the unhelpful Mei Hua, her eyes darting across the faces of Mo Bai, Yi Si, and the other distinguished males. A fleeting glimmer of obsession crossing her gaze. To see Xia Qingying's beautiful beast husband, she was willing to go all out. Gritting her teeth, she managed to squeeze out 2 words, deal? Xia Qingying smiled broadly, extending her hand. First, hand over the animal skins. Otherwise, I fear you might attempt to dine and dash. Upon hearing this, Mei Hua sprang up eagerly, exclaiming, I'll go fetch them right away, but remember to save me a bowl. With that, she abandoned Juhua and dashed off. Juhua, what could she do? With her followers so eager, if she continued to dither, wouldn't it make her appear petty? Thus, she could only storm off with a scowl. The 2 departed swiftly and returned even more quickly. In the time it took Xia Qingying to nibble on a corncob, they were back. Juhua, feeling irked, tossed the furs at Xia Qingying's feet, stating, These are the skins my beast husband just hunted. Xia Qingying glanced at the 2 bloodied, grimy furs at her feet, feeling somewhat disdainful, yet she nodded, very well. Go enjoy your meat. Internally, tisk, tsk. I wonder which beast husband helped Juhua hunt these skins. After all that effort, they are now being used to entice another beast husband. I feel for him. This thought was immediately projected onto the 5 men present, collectively pondering how Xia Qingying would fare if she used their gifts to win over other males. There was no need to speculate. It would undoubtedly end in a brawl. Mei Hua returned with a high-quality piece of camel-colored spotted deer hide and a piece of rabbit fur. This piqued Xia Qingying's curiosity. Was Mei Hua truly foolish? Or was her family particularly affluent? In truth, if she were not Juhua's little follower, she believed her culinary skills could earn her some goodwill. By the fire, Mei Hua had already finished a bowl of meat, but given the recent agreement of 2 skins for a bowl, she wished to eat more but lacked the audacity of Juhua. Meanwhile, Juhua, chewing the meat with little enthusiasm, likely due to her reluctance to part with the skins, was casting her gaze around. Xia Qingying sensed that she was brewing something nefarious. The next instant, she witnessed Juhua elbowing Mei Hua in the side, encouraging Meihua. Haven T, you always wanted to visit the Grand Market? Why not invite Lord Xia to accompany you? His knowledge is vast. He can surely help you find good items. She then turned to Xia Qingying with a disingenuous sweetness, saying, Xia Qingying, with so many beast husbands, you surely wouldn't mind lending one to accompany Meihua, right? Xia Qingying. What a delightful turn of events. I did not expect Juhua to be so fond of that sly fox. TSK, TSK, TSK. How can I not take advantage of this opportunity? How many skins should I request for a single outing? Perhaps 10. Chapter 80. The pillow is gone. Si Yao, quite speechless. On the bright side, his value had suddenly skyrocketed. On the downside, the little female seemed utterly indifferent to someone attempting to poach him. The other men shared a knowing smirk. Feng Qi was particularly pleased. Si Yao, the one least favored in Qingying's eyes, would never be a primary partner even if they were to bond in the future. Si Yao shot a sidelong glance at the scheming Juhua, unceremoniously rejecting her. I have a wife. How could I casually accompany another female to the Grand Market? Some people are simply shameless in their attempts to seduce a married man. Ah, the pillow is gone just like that. That little fox can be quite venomous with his words, with him saying that the prospect of trading skins has likely gone up in smoke. Meihua cast a slightly aggrieved look at Juhua, who had clearly intended for Juhua to invite Si Yao, yet she was the one being scolded. Juhua, as if Si Yao had seen through her, felt her cheeks flush crimson and was rendered speechless. Si Yao didn't spare her another glance. Instead, he turned to Xia Qingying, casting her a flirtatious gaze, his voice dripping with sweetness. My dear wife, I would like to accompany you to the Grand Market the day after tomorrow. I have the best eye and am a master negotiator. Xia Qingying shivered, covered in goosebumps. Help! I really do not wish to go with him. Feng Qi, witnessing Si Yao's blatant flirtation with Xia Qingying, exploded in anger, slamming his fist on the stone table, causing the dishes to rattle. He pointed at Si Yao, shouting, You? I scoff. With that flashy demeanor of yours, you attract all sorts of attention. Look at you, all skin and bones. How would you protect Qingying if a rogue beastman had his eye on her? He then addressed Xia Qingying. I believe it would be best if I accompanied you. I am strong enough to send 3 rogue beastmen flying with a single punch. Si Yao snickered, retorting, Strong? I think you are just big-chested and brainless. Xia Qingying was momentarily distracted by this statement, her gaze drawn to Feng Qi's impressive chest. What a sight to behold! She wondered about the tactile experience. Quickly, she shook her head, casting aside any inappropriate thoughts. However, Feng Qi noticed the fleeting glance, puffing out his chest with a sense of pride, firmly etching in his mind that the little female had an appreciation for his robust physique. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, each contemplating their own schemes, eagerly fanning the flames of the situation. At that moment, it was the composed high priest who interjected, playfully patting Cheng Feng's shoulder. Little female, Cheng Feng's injuries have healed, and with his wind affinity, he can swiftly carry you to safety if trouble arises. Why not let him accompany you to the grand gathering? Xia Qingying pondered. Wind affinity indeed serves as an escape skill, but I wonder how long this bird can maintain its speed without faltering mid-flight. Cheng Feng, feeling slightly insulted by the high priest's words, contemplated whether he should prove his capability to protect her. Yi Lang, harboring his own thoughts, cleared his throat and stated, if he is still recovering, he should focus on healing. I believe Yi would be a better companion. He is steady and reliable and familiar with the tribes. He would be the ideal choice for accompanying Qingying. Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on Xia Qingying, clearing his throat softly. The upcoming gathering will attract many orcs, and the crowd will be quite mixed. Song Wu's eyes sparkled with competitive spirit as he rose to confront Yi Lang. Release him, he nearly exclaimed, but managed to restrain himself in time to preserve the high priest's image. I declare, once Cheng Feng is healed, he possesses the ability to sense danger. He is indeed the most suitable candidate. The atmosphere grew chaotic. Aside from Mo Bai, who was unable to accompany them due to a journey to the east for salt, the others remained silent, casting meaningful glances at Xia Qingying. She had been troubled about whom to invite for companionship, considering the antagonism from the prominent villains. To her surprise, She suddenly found herself in high demand, like a coveted treasure, with 4 excellent bodyguards vying for her attention. Indeed, it was as such. Although Chang Feng and Yi Si had not explicitly stated their intentions, their lack of objection implied acquiescence to the elder group's dialogue. Finally, Yi Lang shouted, "Enough! All 4 of you will accompany Qingying to ensure her safety." Xia Qingying furrowed her brow and contemplated. 4 of you? That would be too conspicuous. Having so many will complicate matters. Moreover, I need to sell certain items and scout for opportunities. The secrets I hold are numerous, and what if they discover them? She cast her gaze around the tumultuous scene, feigning a troubled expression. Leader, it would be inappropriate for all 4 to attend. They are the pillars of the tribe, and someone must stay to guard it. Yi Lang, upon hearing this, calmed down, realizing the truth in her words. Protecting her was crucial, but the tribe's safety was equally paramount. Thus, he posed the most pressing question for the men present. Whom would you prefer to accompany you? Choose 2 from the 4 to guard the tribe, while the other 2 accompany you to the grand gathering. Xia Qingying pondered seriously. Xiao is too cunning. He would surely uncover my secrets, which is unacceptable. Yi Si is too serious. Spending time at the market with him will be dreadfully dull. As for Cheng Feng, I'm uncertain whether his injuries have truly healed. I will have to decide later. As for Feng Qi, while he is straightforward, he can be impulsive. I worry he might stir trouble at the market. After much contemplation, she found herself unable to make a decision. Leader, the grand gathering is in 2 days. I need to consider this carefully. Yi Lang and the high priest exchanged knowing glances. They recognized that Xia Qingying was not particularly fond of their suggested companions. Yet the gathering was an excellent opportunity to foster connections. They hoped that Cheng Feng and Yi Si could strengthen their bond with her. If a decision were made hastily, given her current relationships with these young males, she would likely choose Feng Qi and Si Yao. After careful deliberation, Yi Lang nodded, "Very well. We depart early the day after tomorrow. Let me know your choice by tomorrow evening, so I can arrange matters for the tribe and our journey." The matter was temporarily set aside. However, Zhu Hua seized the opportunity, saying, "Leader, since Qingying is only selecting 2, could the other 2 accompany us? After all, everyone will be trading at the grand gathering, and the tribe will face no danger, were it not for the need to maintain his composure." Yi Lang would have rolled his eyes at Zhu Hua's audacity. "Zhu Hua, I recall you have 3 beast husbands. Are they also to accompany other females to the grand gathering?" Zhu Hua was momentarily speechless, having momentarily forgotten about her 3 beast husbands awaiting her at home. "I do have beast husbands, but Mei Hua does not. I worry for her safety and wish to find a capable male to protect her." The calculations of Zhu Hua are painfully transparent. She merely wishes to use Mei Hua as an excuse to approach Yi Si and the others. Mei Hua looked up at Zhu Hua with gratitude. "Sister Zhu Hua, you are so kind to me." Yet, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Si Yao's prior remarks, she added, "However, seeking another's beast husband for protection is inappropriate. I think I will have my father accompany me instead." With Mei Hua's statement, Zhu Hua found herself lacking any further justification to request Yi Si and the others to join them. It could be said that the evening's plans had not only failed, but had also cost her several hides. Chapter 81. A gathering of excitement, the lively dinner feast continued until the moon perched atop the treetops. Mei Hua, glancing at the remaining sour and spicy soup, blushed and asked, "Xia Qingying, may I take the soup home?" Xia Qingying considered the scant, meatless broth, reasoning it would be discarded anyway. Since Mei Hua had not previously clashed with her, she casually nodded, of course. Mei Hua, filled with delight, eagerly filled her stone bowl with the soup. Yu Huya, unable to watch her friend so gleefully, huffed and departed in irritation. As Yi Lang prepared to leave, a sudden thought struck him. "Oh, tomorrow evening, the tribe will celebrate the successful hunt and our victory over the Liaoya tribe with a bonfire gathering. You should all join in the festivities." The mention of the Liaoya tribe's battle piqued Xia Qingying's interest. It seemed the hunting team had engaged them after her fainting spell. Yet, Xia Qingying recalled the group of males she had seen before the hunting team's departure. A véritable super mal ensemble. As she rifled through the memories of the original owner, She was pleasantly surprised to discover that nearly all adult males of the tribe would participate in a bonfire gathering. With a tribe of thousands, surely there would be hundreds of strikingly handsome orcs present. And there would be those thrilling orc performances. The performers would be nothing short of attractive young men and women. The thought ignited excitement within her, her heart racing in anticipation. I wonder if there will be those enchanting leopard tribe males with their perfectly sculpted forms, the elegant and alluring cat tribe, or perhaps even some provocative performances akin to striptease. I cannot wait. Xia Qingying's imagination galloped wildly, envisioning a scene filled with flickering flames and an intoxicating atmosphere. Who knows? Perhaps she might seize the opportunity to scout a few high-quality, obedient, and loyal beast husband candidates. She envisioned herself surrounded by a multitude of charming orcs, living a life akin to that of a nobleman in a drama, awakening to find 7 or 8 diverse and handsome beasts beside her, ready for her selection. Yes, I desire those who are submissive, obedient, and can be easily led. Selecting 8 or 10 should suffice, allowing me to replace those few eccentric and malevolent characters, thus transforming me into a definitive winner in life. She was lost in her delightful reverie, her lips curling upwards, entirely unaware that the 5 men in the yard, diligently tidying up the dishes and wiping the stone table, had abruptly frozen in their synchronized motions. Feng Qi snapped the new chopsticks in his hand with a crack. Muttering softly, "The leopard clan's backside can't possibly compare to mine. If the little female wants to see, I can twist too." Xiao's fox-like eyes glimmered with mischief. "A striptease? So the little female enjoys this sort of thing. I shall employ this tactic tonight." Mo Bai, who was stacking firewood, halted mid-motion, casting a dangerous glance at Feng Qi and Xiao, silently warning them that with his presence, they would not succeed. Yes, si fronet. Summer Qingying's thoughts were rather uninhibited, yet they seemed somewhat reasonable. The females of the tribe often chose 1 or 2 appealing beast husbands during the bonfire gatherings. However, pondering this made him inexplicably irritable. Even Cheng Feng, who was relegated to the role of a patient, straightened slightly while wiping the table. He had vowed to protect Summer Qingying, and if she intended to find several beast husbands, he had to keep a watchful eye. Yet, a peculiar sense of unease stirred within him. A palpable tension, infused with jealousy, a sense of crisis, and a strong possessiveness, swiftly enveloped the small courtyard. Unbeknownst to Summer Qingying, she had inadvertently ignited certain individuals' emotions. Just as she emerged from her lovely fantasies and glanced at the men standing in the yard, she immediately struck a pose of indignation, as if to say they were loafing after having eaten her food, and began shooing them away. "Have you all finished cleaning up? If you're done, hurry back to your homes. I need to sleep." Without waiting for a response, she elegantly turned and strode into the house, slamming the door behind her. The 5 males left outside exchanged glances, the atmosphere charged with unspoken tension. Xiao gazed at the closed door. A sudden inspiration struck him. He quickly tidied up the food waste and slipped away, not forgetting to call out, "You lot, move faster. Haven't you noticed that your sluggishness has earned you the mistress's ire?" As soon as his words fell, the remaining 4 males looked thoughtfully at Xiao's departing figure, quickening their pace, and soon they left Summer Qingying's small courtyard one by one. Summer Qingying had been waiting for them to leave, and upon hearing silence, she hurried outside to gather her spoils from the day, a heap of already cut-up barbarian lamb meat, fish, and even sheep bones that she collected all into her system's warehouse. Her system's warehouse had preservation capabilities, allowing her to retrieve fresh food whenever she desired in the future. Upon returning to her room, she felt no weariness. Noticing the lingering fishy smell on her body, she took out the jasmine-scented bathing set she had drawn earlier, indulging in a delightful bath before preparing to rest in bed. Just then, a cacophony of firecrackers echoed in her mind, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. It was clear that Xiao Wu was up to mischief. Summer Qingying opened her mouth to unleash a torrent of curses, but the system's alert chimed in before her. Ding! System upgrade successful. Beginning the calculation of recent affection value growth. Summer Qingying had just been lamenting her meager universal currency, consisting of only 14 pieces of beast skin. which she had intended to sell for more Yuan and playful lingerie, but had used instead, just when she was worried about not having anything to trade. She finally received good news. The affection functionality had finally upgraded. Ding! Detecting a significant increase in Feng Qi's affection. Current value 50, points 5,000, current affection 60, developing feelings. And due to the positive affection bonus, an additional 5,000 points. Xia Qingying. Feng Qi alone had gifted her 10,000 points, enough for a 10 draw. Indeed, the clumsy tiger was the easiest to win over. Ding! Mo buys affection 60 points, 6,000 points, current affection 25, growing fondness, with an extra 2,500 points. Xia Qingying? How could Mo Bai, who had always doubted her, suddenly accrue so much affection? Xia Qingying was utterly perplexed. Yixi's affection 55 points, 5,500 points. Current affection 6, initially favorable. Extra points 600. She could understand the silver-haired wolf's affection since the sweet potatoes she had brought out tonight were for the tribe. So it was natural for him to have a change of heart. Xiao's affection 60 points, 6,000 points. Current affection 21, keen interest. Extra points 2,100. Chengfeng's affection 81 points, 8,100 points. Current affection 12, gratitude and appreciation. Extra points 1,200. Hearing the soaring affection levels of these individuals, Xia Qingying blinked in disbelief. Xiao Wu, are you certain there's no glitch? Didn't they all absolutely despise the original owner? How could their affections suddenly turn positive, and with such a significant increase? The system paused for a moment before responding. Host, the system is functioning normally. As for the sudden surge in the antagonist's affections, Xiao Wu cannot comprehend the emotions of the beastmen. After all, the host is not the original owner. It is likely your words and actions have subtly influenced their perceptions. Chapter 82. Should we draw another day? At that moment, Xia Qingying let out a long sigh. Xiao Wu's voice remained cheerful. Host, you just gained so many points. Aren't you elated? Elated? Of course she was. Xia Qingying weakly replied. So many points could yield numerous draws and valuable items. However, the shock factor was considerable as well. Why the shock? Xiao Wu inquired, bewildered. Xia Qingying straightened her posture against the headboard, earnestly analyzing the situation with the system. Consider this. These antagonists originally had negative affection levels. With enough effort, I could still have hope of dissolving the contract, right? Xiao Wu agreed. Indeed. Xia Qingying continued now. Each of them has turned their affection into positive numbers, making it exponentially more challenging to distance myself from them. Especially the golden-haired tiger. His affection has reached 60. He has almost become a clingy tiger, and if I wish to shake him off in the future, it could cost me dearly. After hearing this, the system felt it was not a significant issue and replied in a rather relaxed tone. Host, if you can't shake him off, then you can't. These males possess both charm and strength, and their growing fondness for you is a good thing. Moreover, based on Xiao Wu's in-depth analysis of the Beast World's gene pool, their family genes are exceptionally outstanding, with powerful bloodlines. Do you know what this implies? Xia Qingying was indeed curious and asked, what does it imply? It implies that both the quality of the offspring and their capabilities and endurance are top-notch. They are equipped to provide you with an unparalleled, joyful experience. Oh, and especially Mo Bai, who can even transform into a dragon. Xiao Wu has already studied that their clan possesses. The more Xiao Wu spoke, the more ridiculous it became. Xia Qingying felt a headache coming on and quickly interrupted the increasingly bizarre system. I seriously suspect that you've recently been surreptitiously browsing inappropriate materials. What utter nonsense! She shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel the unhealthy images the system had implanted in her mind, yet her mood grew heavier. She recalled how those 5 men harbored excessively high affection levels for the female protagonist, leading to obsessive possessiveness and ultimately imprisoning her, stripping her of her freedom. Were it not for the true male protagonist's timely rescue, she would have likely spent her life confined within limited boundaries. However, at this moment, the demeanor of the several men towards her has shifted dramatically, their fondness for her soaring to unprecedented heights. The plot is undoubtedly unraveling. What if it escalates to a grotesque level, leading to a scenario where she finds herself in a small dark room with chains? Just the thought sends a shiver down Xia Qingying's spine. What else is written in that book? 3 days and nights of such encounters. Can any human withstand that? It is rather terrifying. She certainly lacks a male protagonist to rescue her. At this moment, the system once again reports the levels of affection, which now include the likes of Kangwu the High Priest, Yalong, Aya, and various tribal members. There are fluctuations in their affections. Among them is Zhongxian, who has had conflicts with her, as well as some unfamiliar names whose affections have diminished. To her astonishment, the affection from Meihua has unexpectedly increased by 10 points. Could it be due to the soup she provided? It seems she is indeed quite the foodie. After a round of calculations, the notification sounds resonate in her mind like a magical incantation, leaving Xia Qingying's head buzzing. She massages her temples for a while to gather her thoughts before accessing the system panel. Upon seeing her personal points soaring to an astonishing height, she is utterly taken aback. She has struck gold. Xiao Wu's voice is filled with excitement as he exclaims, "Host, you have accumulated over 55,000 points, allowing for 5 draws." Immediately, Xiao Wu's flattering voice fills Xia Qingying's ears. "Congratulations, esteemed host. Your charm is boundless, and your intellect is extraordinary. To have amassed such points in such a short time is nothing short of a divine selection in the realm of systems. My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing rivers." Who doesn't appreciate a compliment? Xia Qingying feels invigorated by this series of praises, her mood considerably uplifted. Yet, she raises her hand to interrupt the system's flattery, stating, "All right, enough with the flattery. I have a serious question to ask you." The system pauses momentarily. "What?" Xia Qingying's tone turns serious. "Xiao Wu, tell me honestly, is there a method to forcibly dissolve a partner contract? One that allows me to unilaterally cancel it, regardless of their affection levels?" She firmly believes that retaining control is the safest option. The question renders the system momentarily silent, before it resumes with a hint of professionalism. "Host, there is no method. However, there is a forced dissolution talisman available in the lottery interface. This talisman can annul partnership contracts in the cultivation world and has a strong effect in the beast realm as well." Xia Qingying's eyes light up. "Such a thing truly exists?" "Indeed," host Xiao Wu affirms. "This talisman is extraordinarily domineering, capable of unilaterally severing the contractual ties with a specified target, disregarding their will. However, at this point, the system elongates its tone. This talisman is classified as a special reward, with an extremely low probability of being drawn. Rather than being intimidated, Xia Qingying's fighting spirit ignites. She slams her thigh and declares, "As long as it exists, I still have hope of escaping from this group of obsessive individuals." She instantly feels a surge of confidence, a sense of self-determination swelling within her. After all, it is merely a lottery. With over 50,000 points just acquired, she is determined to try her luck. There is a saying, "Take a gamble, and a motorcycle may become a Land Rover." In an instant, she feels a gambler's spirit overtaking her. "Xiao Wu, let's start with a 10 draw to get the ball rolling." As the points are deducted, the spinning wheel whirls rapidly, soaring into the sky alongside Xia Qingying's hopeful heart. She silently chants, "Dissolution talisman. Dissolution talisman. Show yourself. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a box of comfort pants, size M, 10 packs." Xia Qingying thinks, "Well, that's not too bad. I still need these. Congratulations, host. You have received a set of soft, absorbent towels. This is acceptable. At least it is more comfortable than using animal hides. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of soft tissues." Xia Qingying facepalms. What does she need so many tissues for? To wipe away tears? At this moment, she genuinely feels like crying. "Congratulations, host. You have won 5 boxes of starch sausage. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 boxes of 8 treasure kanji." Soon, 5 consecutive instances of bad luck flash before her eyes, revealing all the lottery results. Xia Qingying stares at the neatly arranged daily necessities and snacks in the system's warehouse, feeling somewhat stupefied. The coveted items she hoped for have not even made a shadowy appearance. Well, who could have anticipated that tonight's embodiment of bad luck would be her? A wave of grief and indignation washes over her as she points at the empty spinning wheel, lamenting, Xiao Wu, is this drop rate not a bit outrageous? 1,000 points for such meager rewards? Xiao Wu's voice sounds innocently defensive. Host, it is entirely normal for daily necessities and food items to have higher probabilities. And you do have a safety net. The spiritual spring and fertile land have both expanded, so please maintain a positive mindset. It's like playing a game. Today might just be your unlucky day. Perhaps we could try again another day. Chapter 83. Who could it be at this late hour? Try again another day? Is she the kind of person who will delay drawing? Although the system provides a safety net, Xia Qingying is still frustrated, striking the stone bed multiple times. Watching the deduction of 1,000 points, she feels a pang of heartache. However, once a gambler's psychology kicks in, it becomes exceedingly difficult to suppress. It was just 10 draws. Surely she must have been just unlucky. Xiao Wu, let us go for another 10 draw. Today, she has resolved to challenge this lottery wheel. Come on, May. The wheel gradually comes to a halt, and as the first ray of light shines, Xia Qingying finds the system's mechanical voice sounds much more pleasant. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn a rare reward. Body Strengthening 20, permanent. Wow. Finally, it ISNT, a temporary skill. Xia Qingying is so ecstatic that she nearly lets out a scream. Immediately, she feels an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her body, elated beyond measure. Heaven knows how exhausting it was to move stones today. I will no longer fear chopping firewood or fetching water. With greater strength, if danger arises, I can at least wield a stick to resist instead of waiting to die. This prize is simply invaluable to Xia Qingying. A triumphant start boosts her confidence. And soon after, a second reward appears. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an additional 2 years of lifespan. Hearing this, Xia Qingying's eyes begin to well up. It has been a long and arduous journey, and now, with only 4 years of remaining lifespan since her arrival, she has finally escaped the looming threat of sudden death. Following this, fortune seems to genuinely favor her, as the rewards drawn are remarkably good. A premium modern fruit and vegetable seed package, containing 1 pack each of strawberries, watermelons, cucumbers, and cotton seeds, alongside 10 pounds of potatoes. Next, she draws a fragment of the Beast World Encyclopedia, number 2. Xia Qingying beams with joy at the sight of the seeds in the warehouse. They are all her favorite fruits and vegetables. Furthermore, the content of the second encyclopedia fragment pleasantly surprises her. The first draw primarily contained common plants, but this time, her mind fills with information about minerals and rare medicinal herbs. Now, even if she cannot find treasured materials in the mountains, it would be splendid to dig up some good medicinal herbs. Among the remaining items, Xia Qingying draws 12 bottles of mosquito repellent, a box of cotton underwear, a set of toothpaste and toothbrush, a box of exquisite salt, a box of soy sauce, and a box of osmanthus wine. Though they are daily necessities, they are indeed quite practical. With a string of favorable draws, Xia Qingying feels that her luck has finally turned. As if she has been graced by the presence of a lucky deity, she eagerly prepares to strike while the iron is hot, ready to wager all her points in hopes of drawing the coveted dissolution talisman. But just as she opens her mouth to speak, a sudden alarm from the system pierces the air. Warning, a life form has entered the host's courtyard. Xia Qingying's heart tightens. All excitement from the lottery is replaced by vigilance. Is someone there? Who could it be at this late hour? Could it be a thief? However, logically, the tribe has a night patrol, so it would be quite audacious for anyone to attempt theft. Otherwise, the entire tribe would be thrown into chaos. Host quickly feigns sleep. I will adjust your breathing to mimic that of someone asleep. Xia Qingying hardly has time to ponder when the system acquired such a function. She swiftly lies back on the animal skin mat, pulls up the thin animal skin blanket, and pretends to be in a deep slumber. Her ears were acutely attuned to the sounds outside. Before long, a faint noise emanated from her window, as if it had been nudged open. Who could it be? What kind of intruder dares to sneak into my room at this hour? Just as this thought crossed her mind, silence enveloped the room. Yet soon after, a soft sound of claws touching the ground was heard. Then Xia Qingying felt the bee-skin mat beside her sink slightly as a small, furry creature, carrying the coolness of night dew, nimbly leapt onto her bed. Her heart raced anxiously. This was the beast world, not the modern era, and here were all beastmen. Who could possibly be intruding in her room? Fortunately, the system provided her with an answer. Host, it is Xiao, a fox spirit? What could his intentions be? Instantly, Xia Qingying felt a wave of relief. She did not open her eyes, preparing to see what he was up to. He seemed to circle around her pillow, then cautiously brought his damp little nose close to her cheek, gently sniffing. The warmth of his breath tingled against her face. In his small fox form, Xiao clearly sensed the slight tension in Xia Qingying's jawline. He had known all along that the little female was not truly asleep. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his shimmering fox eyes. It was fortunate she was awake. Such a splendid opportunity for intimacy should not be squandered. Thus, he feigned ignorance and inched closer, tentatively licking her soft cheek in a swift motion. The sensation was even more delightful than he had imagined. Soft, smooth, and fragrant. It was indeed a delightful kiss. The tips of the little fox's ears instinctively quivered, filled with a sense of triumph. Seemingly caught up in the thrill, he lowered his head once more, this time with a more languorous movement, savoring the moment, and planted another kiss. He even rubbed his fluffy cheek against her temple, emitting a soft, contented purr that expressed his affection. Xia Qingying, pretending to be asleep, thought to herself, "Ah, is this never-ending? A fox spirit teasing me in the middle of the night. Does he know I'm awake and is doing this on purpose?" Every fiber of her being was tense, her mind racing. Her cheeks tingled and buzzed. Yet she fought to maintain her facade of sleep. It felt like a form of torture. In the next moment, a soft paw gently tapped her face. So, taking advantage of his current fox form, he thinks he can do as he pleases? Just wait. I'll soon awaken and settle the score with you. Unable to hold back any longer, her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably, and she felt on the brink of losing her composure, ready to explode. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound shattered the stillness. Xia Qingying gasped, her breath catching as she opened her eyes to find a gaping hole in her window. A sleek, dark figure swooped in, creating a gust of wind within the room. In the moonlight, a magnificent gray eagle, its piercing gaze electrifying, hovered in midair. Its sharp eyes locking onto the small purple-furred fox perched intimately near Xia Qingying's cheek. Chung Feng, he had transformed into his beast form and burst in. What was going on? However, Chung Feng's attention was solely fixed on the visibly damp spot on Xia Qingying's cheek, fury boiling in his eagle eyes. This fox had dared to mark its territory before their bond was formed. Was it attempting to claim her as its own? Such behavior was utterly intolerable in the beast world. A sharp, warning cry echoed through the room, laden with intent to chase away. Without granting anyone a moment to react, Chung Feng's iron claw-like talons swiftly seized Xiao, who had not yet transformed back into his human form. His diminutive size made him an easy target for the larger gray eagle. A startled yelp escaped Xiao, only to be forcibly dragged out through the shattered window by Chung Feng. The two figures quickly vanished into the night, leaving behind a few fallen purple fur strands and the sound of flapping wings. Xia Qingying was left in stunned silence. Chapter 84. Tonight. The wait was not in vain. Xia Qingying stared blankly at the gaping hole in her window, the night breeze rushing in, her mind still in a fog. Is that it? Chung Feng, this bird, is already so fierce despite not being fully healed. Just burst through the window to grab a fox? She wiped her slightly damp cheek, her emotions quite complex. Suddenly, she straightened up. Wait. While Chung Feng helped me rid myself of the little fox's advances. What did my window ever do to deserve this? She recalled that this particular shell had been procured by her father during his lifetime, and it was rare even in the entire Kanglan tribe. Ah, how frustrating. Where am I supposed to find another shell? Won't I freeze to death when the cold season arrives? Just then, the system chimed in again. Host, Xiao Wu is checked. Similar glass-like shells can be found along the eastern coast. Isn't MO by heading there? Just ask him to bring some back for you. That made sense. Xia Qingying promptly noted this down, deciding to mention it to Mo Bai when he arrived the next morning. After such a ruckus, she momentarily lost the desire to draw lots, and seeing the darkness outside, it indeed was quite late. Realizing she had to rise early to distribute food, she chose not to expend any more energy on this matter. Sighing, she resigned herself to sleep, propping up a piece of bee skin to cover the hole and block the night wind before lying back down, striving to cultivate drowsiness. Unbeknownst to her, the night's drama was far from over. Not long after she fell into a deep slumber, a small figure with golden fur, shrunk to the size of a kitten, stealthily pushed open the door and slipped inside. Feng Qi approached the bed with light, cat-like steps, sniffing the air for lingering traces of fox and bird scents, a grin spreading across his face. He had called Chung Feng, knowing full well that the mischievous fox would approach the little female at night. Thankfully, he had concealed his presence early on. With bright tiger-like eyes, he gazed at Xia Qingying, who had her legs draped over the edge of the bed. And without a moment's hesitation, he leapt quietly into her embrace, seeking a comfortable spot, curling up contentedly and purring softly. Tonight, the mistress belonged to him. In her dream, Xia Qingying felt a furry, warm presence added to her embrace, its texture soft. In her drowsy state, she mistook it for the soft cat pillow from her previous life, instinctively wrapping her arm tighter around it and even nuzzling her chin against Feng Qi's ear. Feng Qi froze momentarily before being overwhelmed with immense joy. His beast father had indeed not lied. To win the mistress's heart, she must first grow accustomed to sleeping with his true form. With the little female now clutching him and nuzzling against him, it was clear that she liked him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, nearly bursting into laughter, his tail involuntarily perking up high, desperately suppressing himself to avoid waking Xia Qingying. However, joy often begets sorrow. Just as Feng Qi reveled in the bliss of being cherished, a cold, black serpent appeared silently at the edge of the bed, its chilling, reptilian gaze fixated on him. Were it not for the fear of waking Xia Qingying, he would have acted immediately. Concealed in the darkness, he awaited the opportune moment, until Xia Qingying, feeling a bit warm in her sleep, pushed the pillow away and turned over, causing Feng Qi to nearly tumble off the bed bewildered. In an instant, Mo Bai struck with lightning speed, wrapping his serpent tail tightly around the tiny tiger's waist and abdomen. Yowl! Feng Qi was caught off guard, letting out a startled cry. The next moment, he was forcefully dragged off the bed, landing with a thud on the cold floor. Immediately, his neck was ensnared once more, and a full-grown tiger was dragged out of the door. Ma Bai had reverted to his human form, his expression impassive as he observed the small tiger that had rolled on the ground, emanating a chilling aura. After a night of vigilance, they had finally encountered this golden-haired tiger. Indeed, the wait had not been in vain. Ma Bai, why is it you again? For 2 consecutive days, he had been interrupted by Ma Bai during crucial moments. He swore that he would not rest until he was at odds with Ma Bai. Ma Bai's voice was frosty, not yet bonded as partners. Yet you wish to share a bed with a wife? I dare say you must be tired of living. And what of it? Feng Qi retorted defiantly, puffing out his chest. There are countless unmarried partners in the tribe who sleep together without being bonded. What business is it of yours? Ma Bai scoffed coldly. They are not you. You, without the explicit consent of your wife, have audaciously climbed into her bed. That is certainly my concern. Feng Qi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes darting as he regained his bravado, lifting his chin with pride. Who says I did so without consent? Qingying just hugged me and snuggled up to me. She clearly likes me. Does that not count as consent? Ma Bai's cold smile revealed an unmasked threat. Oh, is that so? If you have such confidence, why not allow me to awaken her now and ask her directly if she consents? He feigned a movement toward the house. You. Feeling a wave of guilt, with a surge of pent-up frustration for being interrupted, and seeing he could not outmatch Ma Bai, he abandoned reason and shouted, Black Snake, I will fight you. With a roar, he charged at Ma Bai, fists clenched, fueled by the formidable strength of the Tiger clan. His fist, as big as a bun, aimed directly at Ma Bai's face, showcasing his straightforward nature to the fullest. Ma Bai's eyes flashed with cold light, seemingly anticipating the attack. He neither dodged nor evaded, but instead, with a long hand, accurately grasped Feng Qi's wrist and countered with a punch. Since Xia Qingying had awoken to his cold indifference, he had been harboring a simmering frustration with nowhere to vent it. Provoked by Feng Qi, that frustration found its outlet. The scene could be described as a fierce confrontation between rivals. Feng Qi, having failed to land a blow, received one instead, his face contorting in anger, and he retaliated with another strike. Ma Bai remained unyielding, and with a resounding thud, he met Feng Qi's furious hit head-on. Their arms intertwined, muscles taut. A powerful force clashed in the courtyard. In an instant, the two became entangled, their movements so swift they were nearly indistinguishable. Fortunately, a modicum of rationality remained, enabling them to suppress their strength and refrain from utilizing their beastly powers. However, each strike was merciless, aimed at rendering the other as disheveled as possible. Meanwhile, the still slumbering Xia Qingying was abruptly awakened by the system's urgent voice. "Host, wake up quickly. Do not sleep. There's a fight outside. A large live broadcast event. Miss this, and there won't be another chance." The system's voice, brimming with excitement, even added a vibrating effect. Xia Qingying, groggy, fumbled at her bedside, mistaking it for her phone vibrating, and muttered in dissatisfaction, "What a nuisance. Host, please open your eyes. It's a real-life PK showdown in a Shura field. You will regret it for a lifetime if you miss it." Xiao Wu pressed on, determined to rouse Xia Qingying. Annoyed by the incessant noise, Xia Qingying finally opened her sleepy eyes and irritably scolded, "Xiao Wu, what is the meaning of this madness in the middle of the night?" Before she could finish her complaint, a thud echoed from the courtyard, prompting her to sit up and peer through the window. Her attention was drawn to two dark figures grappling beneath the moonlight. Dust swirled in the yard as Ma Bai and Feng Qi fought fiercely. Xia Qingying's eyes widened in disbelief, her sleepiness vanishing. "Oh no, they really are fighting? How did they end up brawling in my courtyard?" Xiao Wu, still buzzing with excitement, said, "Host, the reasons for this are intricate and complex. Allow me to show you the playback record. The events are utterly thrilling." Xia Qingying's lips twitched as she curiously observed the screen that appeared before her. Fast-forwarding through the events that transpired after she fell asleep, she fell silent. A profound sense of helplessness washed over her, paired with an absurd realization that her backyard was on the verge of chaos. What were they all doing, not sleeping at this hour, taking turns running to her room? Were they hosting a tea party or treating her bed as a battleground? The system, sensing her confusion, swiftly searched for answers and replied earnestly, "Host, after an urgent data retrieval on the behavioral habits of beasts, combined with the unusual actions of the individuals involved, a highly probable conclusion has been reached." The system paused momentarily before delivering a bombshell in a serious tone. "They are likely influenced by the impending mating season." Xia Qingying exclaimed internally, "Mating season." Suddenly, she recalled this long-overlooked issue. In this world, males experience two self-initiated mating seasons each year, once at the end of the rainy season and once at the end of the windy season, while females had irregular mating seasons. However, once a female entered her mating period, the pheromone she emitted posed a lethal allure to her mate, potentially leading to complete male loss of control. "Host, Xiao Wu offers a friendly reminder. It is currently the end of the rainy season." Xia Qingying's scalp prickled with anxiety. No wonder these fellows have been acting so strangely over the past few days. Even a usually composed Ma Bai had resorted to fighting, and it was a physical brawl at that. She realized that she had yet to sever her contracts with these ticking time bombs. If they truly entered their mating season, given her petite stature, she might not withstand it. The mere thought sent her head spinning. At that moment, a calm voice, tinged with restrained anger, cut through the heated and juvenile skirmish. "What are you doing?" Xia Qingying turned to Xia, who had appeared at the entrance of the courtyard without her noticing. His tall figure cast a long shadow in the moonlight, his expression as solemn as water. His gaze swept over the entangled Ma Bai and Feng Qi before finally landing on Xia Qingying, his eyes softening imperceptibly before hardening once more. He strode into the courtyard, his voice ringing above the sounds of fists and feet. "Have you all forgotten the tribe's rules? as future husbands sharing one wife. Private battles are strictly prohibited, especially if they disturb the wife's rest in the dead of night. Both Ma Bai and Feng Qi froze in their tracks. Et no Ti, panting heavily, glared at Ma Bai in frustration, but under Ye Si's stern demeanor, he reluctantly released his grip. Ma Bai, with an impassive expression, tidied his disheveled hair, casting a cold glance at Feng Qi without uttering a word, yet the chill around him intensified. Seeing this, Ye Si took on the role of a disciplinary officer. Do you need me to remind you of the consequences of internal conflict? The tense atmosphere in the courtyard was immediately replaced by an oppressive chill. Even Xia Qingying, seated on her bed, could not help but wrap herself tightly in her animal skin blanket. No one had informed her that Ye Si's innate ability was also ice-related. It was freezing. Now, immediately, return with me to face punishment. Ye Si's tone was unyielding. Anyone who dares to disturb her rest will face public punishment without exception. The two, visibly reluctant, exchanged cold snorts before following the grim-faced Ye Si out of the small courtyard. At last, the world fell silent. Xia Qingying decisively propped a stone against the door before falling back into slumber. Inside Ye Si's room, the atmosphere was heavy. The 5 outstanding males had gathered once more, following the night when Xia Qingying first arrived. However, this time it was not merely a discussion. It was a tense confrontation charged with hostility. Ye Si occupied the main seat, his expression dark as water. He was already aware of the commotion that had transpired that night. His gaze first fixed on Xiyao. You should not have taken the lead in sneaking into Xia Qingying's room tonight. Xiyao lounged in his outer robe, casually crossing his legs, showing no sign of awareness of being singled out. The fox's eyes subtly lifted, sweeping across the night market before turning towards Changfeng, feeling a tinge of frustration. Had it not been for this fellow's appearance, he would undoubtedly have claimed the little female's first kiss tonight. Thus, he resolved to provoke a certain seemingly aloof male, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. How could it not be so? Yet, it was entirely justified. If your ears are not deaf, you must have heard the little female express her desire to witness a striptease, right? As her betrothed beast husband, I am merely fulfilling her wish. It is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? His words did not pierce Chingfeng, but rather struck the already furious Feng Qi, who exclaimed loudly, Pa, among the 5 of us, you are the most shameless. Tisich, Xiao crossed his arms and disdainfully retorted, I may be shameless, but you are even more so. Who was it that learned from me and sneaked into the little female's room? Feng Qi's eyes widened in anger. Stop your nonsense. Clearly, you learned from me. If you hadn't sensed the little female's attraction to my physique, how would you have shamelessly entered first? Ma Bai quietly pierced through the quarrel between the 2 males, stating, what she wishes to see are other males, not you. Xiao, Feng Qi, did they think that this would lead to awkwardness? A grave error. Xiao straightened his outer robe, a seductive smile gracing his lips. You need not concern yourself. As long as I dare to strip, the little female will be entranced. Feng Qi puffed out his chest, declaring, in the entire tribe, I dare claim to be second in terms of muscularity. No one would dare claim the first. She still wishes to feel me. These 2 men were indeed shameless. However, based on the whispers they had heard, it was evident that the little female was quite flirtatious, and seductive words could very well lead to success for these 2. This notion caused the other 3 more earnest males to feel a twinge of discomfort. Ma Bai even considered that this might be a feasible approach. Enough. Night Market's voice was cold and somber. This matter ends here, until Xia Qingying explicitly expresses her consent. No one is permitted to disturb her rest in any form during the night. This is a warning. His gaze swept over everyone present, exuding undeniable authority. Xiao unfazed chuckled. How amusing. You, who always prioritizes the greater good, now concern yourself with the private matters of your wife. Not even respecting the warning, he openly provoked. Night Market. Are you feeling uneasy that the little female seems to favor me more? Chapter 86. Go cry in a corner. Night Market's brow furrowed. Was he uneasy? He couldn't help but ask himself. Not exactly uneasy. He simply did not wish to see Xia Qingying being taken advantage of by someone else. He thought as such. After a brief contemplation, he maintained his tone. I am responsible for the safety and order of the tribe. Any behavior that may incite conflict or disrupt the rules is within my purview to address. Your late-night intrusion into the female's dwelling is already crossing boundaries. At this moment, Cheng Feng spoke up, his tone carrying reproach. Xiao, competition should be above board. Your approach is unbecoming. He subtly referred to Xiao's behavior of transforming into a small beast to sneak in. Becoming? Xiao scoffed. Do not use such notions to pressure me. If I were to behave with decorum, would I not be giving you an opportunity? You two should stop being hypocritical. Your pretense of maintaining order is merely a covert attempt to prevent me from approaching my wife. You both are quite wicked. His words were merciless, nearly shattering the surface calm. Yet Xiao appeared capable of being even more shameless, suddenly presenting an argument. I see that you two are worried I might use my enchanting talents on the little female, fearing that if I do, you will have no chance, correct? Night Market's expression darkened further, and even Cheng Feng pressed his lips tightly together, refraining from immediate rebuttal. In some sense, Xiao had indeed struck a nerve regarding their subconscious concerns. The Fox tribe's talents were elusive, if he truly had intentions. Seeing the two silent, Xiao let out a triumphant hum, clearly dismissing them, and turned his gaze to Feng Qi. Among these five, he regarded Feng Qi with the most apprehension. It appeared that competition was fiercer than he had anticipated. But did this not make it all the more exhilarating? Thus, he no longer lingered on the topic of tonight's nocturnal raid, a sly smile creeping onto his lips, his voice laden with incitement. By the way, I trust you all haven't forgotten what our delightful future wife has been contemplating for tomorrow night? He deliberately paused, relishing the subtle changes in the expressions of those present. Then, he leisurely stirred up a storm in their hearts. I recall that tomorrow features performances from the Bao tribe and the Mao tribe. Perhaps she might indeed find a few new and obedient beast husbands. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Night Market's fist clenched silently, knuckles turning white. Cheng Feng's steady breathing noticeably quickened for a moment. Feng Qi exploded. No. Change the performance. Ma Bai's pupils constricted, dark